He smiled. It was clearly a phony smile. Hunter Yongwan, it seems that destroying the statue is the right answer for this mission. There's no new attack. What a relief. In any case, I don't know how long we could have lasted if we had to fight a long-term battle with those guys. Ronald Selman laughed again and said, then let's re-evaluate the current situation. Everyone gather here quickly. Ronald Selman was a master of a magic tower anyway, and since his status was special and he was very strong, no one objected to him taking command. A few minutes later, everyone who had been scattered gathered around him. Ronald Selman looked around at everyone and said, there's a high probability that there are other statues on each island, and we also need to find the missing members. So what do you think we destroy the statues as quickly as possible? Yongwan took a branch in his hand and with a few strokes, drew a map of their current location. This time he didn't object anymore. Since he wasn't sure, he didn't object so vehemently. Yongwan looked at the 3 islands symbolically drawn on the ground. One of the 3 islands' statues had already been destroyed and only 2 remained. So they agreed to split into 2 teams and attack the remaining 2 islands. Ronald Selman fell into thought. If we destroy one statue, we can go help the remaining team. Yongwan nodded in agreement. Since they had a ship, moving between the islands was not a difficult task. Minuteman was excited and clasped his hands together, exclaiming, perfect, let's go destroy the remaining 2 statues. Yongwan's Phoenix Guild group also began to move to the remaining island. On one island the waves crashed on the sandy beach and the soft sound of the waves could be heard. 3 warships slowly docked at the pier. They all belonged to the Phoenix Guild. Not long after they got off the ship, a very terrible sight unfolded before their eyes. Yongwan saw a member standing blankly and asked with confusion, what's wrong? But the next moment he himself was no less shocked, because on the sandy beach countless corpses and pieces of metal that had been cut off and riddled with holes were scattered, suggesting that a battle had taken place here. It seemed someone had used modern weapons here. Look at those gears and parts. They were things that shouldn't have appeared on an uninhabited island like this. Yongwan narrowed his eyes and looked at something like a cannon barrel stuck in the sandy beach. This island was something very different. Yongwan couldn't help but take a cold breath, and a strange warning of danger appeared in his heart. It was certain that since the Gelbig incident he had become much more cautious. Yongwan loudly ordered his members to go back quickly. This island was something very strange, but before they could escape they heard the sound of some creature that had just arrived. It wasn't just one but countless strange creatures hiding behind the bushes. Only their glittering eyes could be seen in the darkness, and their numbers were very large. The members of the Phoenix Guild reflexively took out their weapons and aimed them at them. Those monsters slowly appeared. They thought they were living creatures, but they were not. It was a creature made of machinery. Its entire body was shiny metal, and there were several cannons on its body. What? Yongwan was shocked to see countless crabs crawling towards him. He drew the arrow in his hand and a fierce flame wrapped around it. A woman standing nearby, still holding a hoe in her hand, took a stance. Guildmaster, the enemy is equipped with artillery. Damn it, Yongwan gritted his teeth. Why is this island so abnormally bizarre? Damn it, Yongwan cursed inwardly. But he suddenly realized that he was gradually losing control of his emotions. Yongwan had to be more calm. He had to consider everything carefully, he told himself. That island just now was just monsters showing off their fangs and claws. That's definitely just for show, he said that to himself. But the ornament on that monster's back fired a cannon. Flames shot out, illuminating the entire area. Yongwan flinched. But he instinctively turned his head to the side to dodge and almost died. The cannonball grazed his body and flew far into the sea. After that, with a bang, the seawater splashed in all directions, creating a very realistic background for the Phoenix Guild's guildmaster drawing his bow. What the hell is this? Those cannons are real. Yongwan looked at the increasing number of monsters. Besides the few in front of him there were dozens more hiding behind the bushes. They were all equipped with real cannons. Damn it. Yongwan cursed inwardly. There were too many of them and his side was at a complete disadvantage. He thought he was definitely going to die this time, but he heard a boy's voice. It was like a savior saving them from this difficult situation. Kneel. The Phoenix Guild group stared blankly at the direction the familiar voice came from. Kim Jae-hyuk appeared like a god, knelt on one knee, pointed to him sitting on the head of a large crab and respectfully announced, "This is the chieftain of our tribe, Sir Zaffi. Pay your respects to Brother Zaffi." Zaffi made a cheerful sound. These crabs were the very product it had created. Zaffi looked at the Phoenix Guild group. Around the real crab with Zaffi on its head was a group of mechanical crabs. "Give up, humans. You have no chance of winning against me." At this time, Yongwan's brain CPU was about to burn out from overload. They weren't seeing things right. That was Zaffi, and even that trainee. The settlement process was complete. To briefly summarize the current situation, after destroying the first statue, the Phoenix Guild and Maverick Guild groups on the island split into 2 directions. The Phoenix Guild went to Ipai Island. Maverick and Ronald Selman went to Haran Island. On Ipai Island, the Phoenix Guild group had already joined up with Zaffi. Ronald Selman's side had not yet encountered Han Harry's group. Ah, speak of the devil. After diligently walking through the bushes for a long time, he finally found Han Harry. But what he encountered was the sight of Han Harry physically blocking the Maverick Guild from destroying the statue. Tisk, this is getting more and more troublesome. For some reason, as soon as she heard the news that the Maverick group had found the statue, she flew over, spread her arms and stood in front of the statue, blocking them. "No matter what, we can't destroy these statues. I can see the future." The Maverick Guild group wanted to destroy the statue according to the mission, but with Han Harry blocking them, what could they do? M clicked his tongue. Since you have the ability to see through the future, we can't rashly destroy the statue, Han Harry said. Exactly, but what she found most difficult to understand was that Han Harry's eyes were filled with horror as she looked at this statue. Can no one see it? The statue is emitting a dark energy that terrifies me, and I don't know what will happen if we destroy it. This is really very dangerous. If it's shattered, Han Harry trembled. But before she could say more, Ronald Selman had already made a move. He destroyed the statue into several pieces without hesitation. The aftermath of the explosion spread, startling the people standing nearby. They quickly jumped to the side to avoid it, but they couldn't avoid being hit by the flying stone fragments. Something seemed to explode in Han Harry's mind. She quickly looked around. Who on earth destroyed the statue? It turned out the one who destroyed it was none other than Ronald Selman. It seemed the old man could no longer hold back. Besides, this time he had a legitimate reason, so he could commit his evil deed without any hesitation. Holding the crystal ball containing the demon, he stated that his purpose here was to close this mutated gate and that he had to destroy the statue according to the mission instructions. What utter nonsense! Han Harry stared at the statue filled with anger. At that very moment the dark power surged out, more exaggerated, twisted and vile than before. Countless eyes were staring intently at them. In the next moment the ground began to shake ceaselessly, as if something terrible was about to awaken. Han Harry vaguely knew the source of that strange energy, and besides her, only Ronald Selman knew. His main purpose was to release the sealed abominable thing, so he knew what kind of disaster it would bring. The others also began to panic inwardly. The ground trembled, and it felt as if the roar of a monster was echoing in their ears. And from the distant sea, a giant head rose above the water's surface, pushing waves deep into the forest. It was truly immense compared to small humans like them. Golden chains were bound to each of its limbs. This was the very seal they had just destroyed. The monster let out a great roar toward the sky, and its cry seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Surrender, for I am chaos. I am the one who will break all your rules. I am despair. I am the one who will stop the beating of your hearts. And this cry will trample all your hope. I am Zaka. And so, thanks to human ignorance and the aid of a demon spy, the demon of chaos had awakened. It was a fundamental being that could crush living creatures with its mere presence. Upon seeing the monster, the relatively weaker hunters completely lost their will to resist due to its overwhelming pressure. A mixture of anxiety and fear arose, as if something was consuming their souls. Soon, their eyes gradually turned black. Just by revealing its form, it could spread despair. One person, two, three, and then countless more. They writhed on the ground, clutching their heads and screaming in agony as tears streamed down their faces. The cause was the weakening effect of the aura of chaos. Confusion, shock, panic, convulsions, screams, fear, despair, physical debilitation, mental corruption, soul decay. Of course, there were those who could resist this abnormal effect, the members of Pantheon blessed by the gods, but the current situation was still dire. Zaka's red eyes, hidden beneath its tough flesh, glanced toward Han Harry's group. It spoke in a hoarse voice that seemed to carry a foul stench from somewhere. Han Harry's heart pounded faster than it ever had before. It looked at the soldiers who were protecting the trainees. It spoke in an arrogant tone. But I should save the tastiest for last. The first sacrifice must be those who dared to imprison me here. Enjoy the few seconds of life you have left. After leaving those brief words, Zaka dove back into the water. Its movement was so violent that seawater shot 4 to 5 meters into the sky. Its tentacles, hidden in the water, finally disappeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and from the bottom of the sea a beam of light shot straight up, piercing through the clouds. The seawater also turned black. A system notification appeared. The area has been corrupted by chaos. All living beings fell into an abnormal state. They all howled and screamed. Some took up swords and indiscriminately stabbed anyone they saw. Even their blood was black, showing how severe the corruption was. Han Harry was extremely flustered. Seeing people rush at each other to fight, she cried out helplessly, "Everyone stop! You have to resist this abnormal state." As she said this and drew her sword, she didn't notice that Minuteman, also affected, was ambushing her from behind. Fortunately, thanks to Leon's training, Han Harry managed to narrowly escape with her life despite the sudden attack. When the attack came within just 10 centimeters of her face, Han Harry quickly twisted her body to the side to dodge it. M's sword struck the ground. "Mr. M, get a hold of yourself." "No, Han Harry, this is what's right. We have to die, I'll help you." M, sword in hand, had eyes blurred and filled with killing intent. It was all due to the debuff called Grace of the Great Demon Zaka. Those affected by this effect would fall into fear and lose their self-control. As soon as he finished speaking, M charged toward Han Harry. Han Harry hastily retreated to dodge. In her haste, she called out M's real name. As expected of an S-rank hunter, every strike carried immense power. Han Harry could only struggle to block them. She looked at him, gritted her teeth, and shouted, "No, Mr. Allen, get a hold of yourself." But words were useless against those under Zaka's debuff. When words don't work, violence is the answer. It wasn't clear who else was debuffed, but perhaps seeing M as a thorn in his side, someone suddenly rushed in and struck Allen's left cheek, sending his body flying through the air. The one who sent M flying was none other than Minuteman. He looked quite triumphant. Seeing the person who had quietly stood in front of and blocked him, Han Harry didn't feel anything strange, only a little anxious and worried. She hurriedly said, "Thank you." She thought Minuteman hadn't been affected yet, but when he turned his head to look at her, Harry realized that this person was also affected, perhaps even more severely than because she didn't know the other party was debuffed. Harry had no guard up at all. At an extremely high speed, Minuteman struck Harry right in the center of her abdomen. It was so painful it brought tears to her eyes. It felt as if her internal organs were all jumbled up. Harry coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward with no way to avoid it. This strike from Minuteman carried far more power than the one he had used on so Harry was sent flying a great distance. She shot through the forest, and the force of the blow even tore up the earth and stones on both sides as she flew far out to sea. Below, along with the sound of crashing waves, was the sight of seawater corrupted by chaos. Harry fell straight into the water, and the splash was violent. The sea still growled and roared. She slowly sank into the water and bubbles began to escape. Harry was losing consciousness. At this moment her hair tie also came undone, and her usually neatly tied hair, now soaked with seawater, spread out. Harry awoke in a daze. She could feel water entering her mouth, ears and nose. In this moment she could only think of death. Am I going to die like this? When death is imminent, people often recall the past. She remembered when she was very young, just a child. Tears streamed down her face non-stop. The young Harry clutched her clothes tightly. She heard the man across from her say, word by word, "Look at your parents. They are heroes who sacrificed their lives to save the world. Isn't that wonderful?" Harry puffed out her cheeks. She was clearly dissatisfied. The tears still lingered in her eyes. The man gently stroked the girl's head, and his voice softened a little. "I don't know what kind of person you'll be when you grow up, Harry, but promise me this, that you will protect that pride and become a fine person whom everyone looks up to." "Damn it," Harry gritted her teeth. She stretched her hand forward, her eyes filled with resentment. What was the point of becoming a righteous hunter or a priestess of the sea god? She couldn't even reach Sir Gelbig's toes. No, even like Sir Gelbig, she had to burn her final flame in the last moments of her life in the sea. Harry suddenly burst into a cough. She could no longer hold her breath. Just then Poseidon had somehow reappeared before her. Poseidon said, "Harry, do not try to control the sea. That is but a small stream compared to the vast ocean. Fill your heart with faith, tranquility and trust. Understand and accept the greatness of what you are embracing." Harry stared blankly at Poseidon. "I don't understand what you mean," Poseidon said in a gentle voice. "Embrace the sea. If you have never felt its infinity, do it now. The movement of the ceaselessly churning violent currents, the whispers of the coral reefs, that is the majestic symphony of the sea." Poseidon approached and touched Harry's forehead with his turtle head. "You are a finite being, a mortal child. So if you truly wish to obtain infinite power, do not try to grasp it with your hands, for infinite power is not something that can be grasped. At this very moment you are already within it." Harry seemed to realize something, and the aura around her changed. It was as if she was surrounded by the ocean, yet the ocean could not touch her. Her closed eyes opened, revealing deep blue pupils as beautiful as the sea. Harry's body stopped. She moved through the sea as if on land, and the majestic sound of the ocean echoed in her ears. Harry looked ahead. She seemed to understand now. The one thing she could do right now was find His Majesty. Harry looked down at the ocean floor, calmly sensing what lay beneath. She gently raised her arms and controlled the waves. "I found you, so that's where you were." The waves parted, revealing a completely different Harry. She now had the appearance befitting a priestess of the ocean. Holy law, sea root. The seawater slowly parted on both sides, revealing the deep seabed, and flying above it was Harry using her own power. As the seawater receded, a huge temple was revealed. It was a magnificent temple built of white marble. Leon was standing below, his body enveloped in holy power, like sunlight illuminating all directions. Holy power surged, and his sun-like blonde hair fluttered. Just his back gave viewers a sense of relief at last. Leon slowly commanded, "Come, stallion." It seemed he couldn't call his horse because it couldn't swim in the water. Now it could fly. The Pegasus spread its wings, soaring through the twilight sky. Harry was a bit exhausted from the technique and was on the verge of fainting for a moment. She felt someone support her. As Harry groggily opened her eyes, she was surprised by the familiar voice in her ear, and her eyes widened. And to be praised by that voice no less. Harry was so startled that she shot up, staring intently at the face of the man who had been missing since the start of the battle. "Your Majesty." Leon, controlling the Pegasus, furrowed his brow and scolded her. "Don't just bolt up, stay still." Harry tied and asked, "Did I almost drown?" She couldn't help but recall the moment she had parted the waves and, having used too much energy, plunged into the water. And it seemed the Pegasus had charged in like a god and pulled her up with its teeth. Leon nodded as if he couldn't help it. "HMPH, I'm glad I don't have to witness the sea priestess drowning in the middle of the ocean." After recovering from the shock of meeting Leon again, Harry finally remembered that there was something else she had to report. She quickly raised her head and shouted, "Your Majesty, a great demon has awakened. Everyone's gone crazy and is killing each other." Leon nodded and said, "I know." Leon controlled the Pegasus and flew towards the island engulfed in chaos. A truly terrible situation. His sky-blue eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Indeed, it was very difficult for an ordinary person to maintain their composure in the face of what that monster was emitting, so it was only natural that they were frantically attacking and killing each other. Fortunately, his followers were blessed and protected by the gods, so they were fine for the moment, but it seemed they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Therefore, as their king, Leon had no choice but to handle this himself. "Stallion," Leon called. Stallion understood his meaning and descended straight to where the melee was taking place. Its 4 legs landed gently on the ground. A faint halo seemed to shine from around Leon's body. At last he raised his hand and a brilliant light appeared, filling the space. A golden chalice appeared in his hand. This was one of the divine relics of a Knight of the Holy Grail, the Holy Grail that could purify all things. Holding Harry with one arm and raising the Holy Grail high with the other, Leon spread its light in all directions, driving away the evil. The king has returned, under the halo of the Lionheart. All abnormal states have been removed. The crowd that had been rampaging madly just a moment ago now regained their composure with no memory of what they had just done. Of course the ones who were most overjoyed were the trainees, because their king had finally returned. The tide is about to turn, what a relief. Leon looked at them with a praising gaze, nodded and said with a smile, HMPH, you have resisted steadfastly in my absence. Very good. As soon as they met the king again they had to report what needed to be reported. A trainee quickly said, Your Majesty, several trainees and soldiers are missing. We heard from Lord Poseidon that they are safe, but do not worry, Leon said. I can feel how they are doing now. They were doing very well, even grilling fish under the starry sky on a white sandy beach. The trainee nodded. I understand. He felt much more at ease. Leon said, Now you all leave this gate. If you believe in the priestess and receive her blessing, you will all be able to walk on water, so all you have to do is walk toward the gate. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was bewildered. Walk on water, this was too abnormal. But on second thought, things like this were not so surprising for their king. Although they had heard Leon's voice and witnessed his power, that monster was no pushover either. The members of the Maverick Guild couldn't help but feel flustered and worried. At this moment M approached and asked, Then what is your Majesty's plan? Leon looked him straight in the eye and said confidently, If possible I will save all the survivors, that way we can buy time for the priestess and me to retreat. For some reason, whenever the word priestess came from Leon's mouth, Harry found it unusually serious and strange. Above all, riding the horse with him like this made her feel even more awkward. Well, let's set that problem aside for now. The most important thing at the moment was to defeat the creature of chaos Zaka. If they couldn't stop it, the chances of everyone leaving this place would become slim. The strange thing was that Zaka had left Harry's group alone and was instead rushing to the island where Zaffi's group was, confronting the Mechanical Crab Army and the Phoenix Guild. It looked down at those below, its voice filled with contempt. You vile vermin, it seems you've poured all your fortune into this plan? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment beneath the deep sea? Surrender at once, Zaka growled its command. There was no way they would surrender, but they couldn't miss the opportunity to offer a welcoming gift. A mechanical crab fired its cannon, scoring a direct hit on Zaka's hideous face. The force of the blast was so powerful that Zaka was forced back. Its tentacles thrashed in the seawater. Logically, an ordinary cannonball couldn't possibly injure it. Zaka scowled and looked down at the Mechanical Crab Army. There was only one source of power that could harm it. Yes, the energy of a Knight of the Holy Grail. Most of them should have been dead, so why was there one left on this island? How truly annoying. Zaffi stood atop the largest crab, emitting holy power from its body. It stared intently at its opponent, its single eye glowing. Third barrage, expand the scale of firepower. The Mechanical Crab Army fired their cannons in unison. The flames erupting from the muzzles lit up the entire area as if launching countless falling stars, but among them there was no star named J97. If there were, its only purpose would be to eliminate that tentacled monster, a disaster no less than J97. So many cannonballs rained down that it was impossible to see what was happening amidst the chain of explosions. Of course this was far from enough to turn Zaka into grilled octopus. It had barely even scratched its skin. It poked its head out from the explosions and growled. Indeed, a much more advanced version than the initial one. But it is useless. Zaka raised a tentacle. The power of chaos swirled around it, and a disgusting stench, one that any creature with a nose could smell, spread in all directions. Its tentacle slammed down on the water, creating a massive wave. The wave rushed toward the shore, and it would be no exaggeration to say it was the largest tsunami the people there had ever seen in their lives. The size of the wave was almost enough to engulf the entire island they stood on. Even Zaka, a colossal creature nearly 10 meters tall, was only a head taller than the wave. What kind of beast was this to spread only disaster and corruption to people? This time, the situation was truly critical. Kim Jin-hyuk unconsciously took a step back, but his eyes remained fixed on the tidal wave. Captain, Daffy said decisively, we cannot evade it, we can't evade it. Did that mean they were going to die here this time? Yang-won suddenly recalled a few fragmented memories from his past. It was truly frustrating. But the protagonist cannot die early, and those associated with the protagonist cannot die too early either. Their savior arrived right on time. His form was unseen, only a sound was heard as if echoing from the bottom of the deep ocean. Holy Law Storm Surge Control. The raging wave suddenly changed, becoming a gentle stream of water. This stream rose slightly above the sea's surface, and instead of attacking Zaffi's group on the beach, it transformed into a prison, trapping the octopus inside. What? Another holy law that controls the waves? There are far too many unpredictable things now that I've broken the seal. So while it had been full of bravado when it first appeared, it now had to taste bitterness for its carelessness in not properly investigating everything beforehand. In the sky near where it was trapped by the waves, a pair of pure white wings hovered in the air. 2 other people were riding on those wings. Zaka finally spotted them. How could it not recognize that familiar face? It was Leon, the guardian of the Holy Grail. Zaka was crushed into a round ball by the seawater, and the black thing that appeared amidst the ocean blue stole people's affection for the sea. The monster completely ignored Harry beside him and stared only at Leon. The guardian of the Holy Grail looked at the creature before him, standing calmly as he watched himself, unable to do anything. How truly infuriating for a demon like itself. Leon said, "Sir Spinner, we must close this gate immediately." Zaffy rode a crab toward them, assessed the overall situation, and then spoke to Leon. "The target is damaged. I have confirmed that we can retreat slowly." But Leon shook his head and said, "No, we must destroy the remaining statues and close this gate." His gaze turned to Zaka with a complicated expression. He knew well that if he didn't retrieve his holy sword there was no way to defeat a demon of this level. Since the world tree had not yet blossomed, the best course of action was to preserve as many of their forces as possible. Trapped in the water sphere, Zaka constantly shouted, "Leon, I will kill you, I will kill you." But Leon ignored it as if it were the sound of the wind. All his attention was now on Zaffy. Zaffy suggested, "The native creatures of this place must also escape." When Leon didn't yet understand, Zaffy explained again. "They are the tribe that sealed the demon. They are not NPCs." It then explained everything to Leon as concisely as possible. After hearing the story, Leon did not agree immediately but asked again, "Do we have time? That thing will escape soon." Zaffy nodded. "It is possible. We can reach the last fortress of the Kikiru tribe with that." Leon had no reason to refuse. After all, he was a king who always listened to his subordinates. The two decided to temporarily split up and act in two directions. On one side, Zaffy would continue to move the Kikiru tribe, and on the other, Harry went back to the other hunters to give them her blessing so they could leave. Although they had heard they could walk on water, most were half in doubt, that is, until Han Su-ho stepped forward and decided to test it. Seeing him walk easily on the water, the others followed him. "I can really walk." Han Su-ho looked down at the sea beneath his feet and said in amazement, "I never imagined I would be able to walk on water." Harry shouted loudly, "Hurry up, we have to escape before the great demon is freed." From the high sky, Leon sat on Stallion's back looking down at the situation below. From beginning to end, his gaze never left the creature trapped in the sphere under the sea. Zaka looked up at him. "Leon Dragonia Leo, as expected, you are the enemy of demons, but that alone is not enough." From the way it spoke, it seemed something was about to happen. And he was not wrong. Harry's confinement could no longer hold it, and a tentacle tore through the water and shot out. Following it, other tentacles emerged. They were bright red like boiled octopus. It raised its head to the sky and let out a great cry, revealing a black mouth and very menacing sharp teeth. "You will never escape my grasp." It seems this old monster, which had dedicated its life to tracking down and eliminating the Knights of the Holy Grail to achieve its goals, was fond of delivering such desperate lines. Seeing the monster escape, a light shone from Leon's hand and a sword slowly materialized. Stallion once again spread its angelic white wings and a few small feathers drifted down. The horse spread its wings and flew. Carrying Leon, it shot towards Zaka like an arrow. Evil and light, the two forces clashed once more. Indeed, a knight had to fight alongside his steed like this. Around Zaka's body, lightning from its eyes enveloped every cell. The purple currents brought death. As it growled, a few tentacles slowly moved. "Die!" Zaka shouted loudly. 4 beams of purple light shot powerfully from its eyes, and the seawater below churned violently. And these 4 beams of light were aimed directly at Leon. Just as the light was about to hit, Leon leapt from the horse's back. As the man jumped, Stallion obediently lowered its head to dodge the enemy's attack. Leon glanced at the tentacles extending over the sea, chose one as his landing point, and simultaneously readied himself to attack at any moment. In the sky, Stallion also flew in step with Leon. Leon began to run along the tentacles, his entire body seemingly enveloped in endless holy power. The man was running on his opponent's body to attack his opponent. Zaka growled. Pathetic, and instead of retracting its massive tentacles, it controlled 2 smaller tentacles to attack. The soft tentacles were like sharp weapons. As they stabbed down, it seemed as if they could pierce their own flesh. What looked powerful one second became a bit ridiculous the next. Because its 2 tentacles were bound by what looked like threads of holy power, with no way to escape, they had to silently endure the pain. Leon scowled and glanced back. There the soft tentacles were neatly cut into several pieces. If this food weren't contaminated, he could surely have made a lot of takoyaki to share with everyone. Leon leaped into the air, his blonde hair flying in the wind. In one hand he held the sword that slays monsters. This was what he had done for years. He looked down. There the monster was preparing its next attack. It was still the same 4 beams of destructive light shot from its eyes, but this time was different. It seemed Leon had nowhere to land. In a situation that felt like he was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, 4 beams of purple light streaked across the sky, and the sea's surface reflected the purple, making it very beautiful. Water splashed, and a faint glimpse of lightning could be seen within it. Zaka narrowed its eyes and looked inside, but it couldn't tell at all whether the man was dead or alive. Of course he wasn't dead. He didn't even have a scratch. In the most dangerous situation, Stallion had rushed in, picked up Leon and soared into the air, and now he was once again with his warhorse in the sky, arrogantly looking down at the one who had failed with the same technique twice. Having lost the fight, it began to taunt him. Zaka feigned indifference and said, "Now you fly around in the air like that. Fly." Leon looked at Zaka. His eyes were filled with contempt for the monster race. It was just jealous because it couldn't fly itself. A holy flame seemed to burn around his body, and it enveloped his holy sword. It shone brilliantly in the sky. This technique seemed to be something terrible. Leon slowly uttered a few words. Judgment of the ocean below Leon seemed to have stopped, but in its depths an undercurrent was flowing. The others, evacuating by walking on water, all unconsciously turned their gazes toward him. What on earth did they see? Sunlight? Indeed, it was like sunlight. It seemed to brighten the entire dark sky. Holy power surged into the holy sword, making the already sharp blade even sharper. Leon lifted the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile. His expression became even more frenzied. This was his usual appearance when slaying demons. Leon said, "This is the very flame that burned the demon of chaos to death." Its terrible yet sweet screams still remained in this king's memory. Indeed, only Leon could consider its screams sweet. Below, Zaka was once again preparing a purple light attack with its eyes. It had missed twice but had not yet given up. Theoretically, all it had to do was kill Leon before he could cast his technique, but the premise was that it had to be able to kill him in time. Before the purple light could even be fired, Zaka was shocked and horrified by the scene that unfolded next. "This is absolutely impossible. Why are those things here?" It was talking about the crabs. Until now they had been reclusive creatures, so it had never paid them any mind. Zaka was horrified to see 3 giant crabs surrounding it, their pincers tightly gripping several of its tentacles. It cried out in surprise, "Let me go, you vile fleas." Vile they may be, but those crab pincers were able to subdue the tentacles. The holy power that had been enveloping Leon's body now poured into the holy sword. He held it with one hand and pointed the tip to the sky. The holy sword burned red like the sun. Glory to Leon. Leon looked toward Zaka and left one last remark before sending the vile creature to hell. The divine light illuminates the Buddhas of the 10 directions, driving away the dark demons. Faced with this, regardless of whether they were demons or monsters, all would be sent to meet their ancestors in one blow. If it had any ancestors, that is. Leon roared, his body lunged forward, and he raised his arm high above his head. A faint sheen seemed to flash in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, and every muscle in his body tensed. Even his blonde hair was all blown back by the wind. With all his strength, he threw the divine punishment. Sacred wrath of the flame hell. The dark clouds were covered, and the red sunlight pierced through them, emitting a brilliant halo. A beam of light shot forward like a falling meteor, but this meteor was aimed only at formless monsters like Zaka. It roared. Its voice was filled with resentment, and so, not long after being released from its seal, it once again lost its life here because of Leon. If given the chance to choose again, it would surely choose to kill that one first, that demon-like king. The light of the divine punishment approached, pierced its body, split it vertically, and then fell straight into the sea. Zaka thrashed and screamed. A few tentacles stretched across the entire sea, and its flesh seemed to burn in that divine light. The people witnessing this scene were all so shocked they couldn't close their mouths, unable to even blink once. It was because this was the first time they had witnessed such power. Could that power really be something a human could create? In the sky, the brilliant sun pierced through the cloud layer, and holy power spiraled down around it. The sea's surface seemed to have been pierced by it. The sky was a myriad of golden sacred dust that twinkled like starlight. Time passed slowly. Stallion now lightly stepped its 4 hooves on the surface of the sea. The gentle lapping of the waves could be heard, and it lowered its head slightly as if paying respects. Leon sat on the horse's back holding the holy sword and looked towards the few mechanical crabs. This absolute skill was beyond dispute. It was the skill of a knight of the Holy Grail. After dealing with the enemy, Leon ordered everyone to continue leaving this gate quickly, as time was limited. He knew well that the monster was not yet dead from this one blow, as he himself had also been greatly weakened. Only after hearing Leon's words did the others snap to their senses and continue running. Leon looked at Zafi, who was standing on a mechanical crab, and asked, "What's the situation?" Zafi replied excitedly, "Progress at 80. Main supply source and data secured. Were there any difficulties?" Leon asked. Zafi shook its head and said, "None. They will be able to handle it." Leon nodded. He knew well that they had long been prepared for this situation. Zafi replied, "We have endured 500 years for this moment." Everything it and the other crabs had been through flashed through its mind. It had truly been a long time of enduring hardship for this day. The mechanical crabs seemed to understand what it was saying. They suddenly stirred, their bodies trembling violently, and a strange language burst from their mouths. Zafi said, "Analysis of the Gracikia language system complete. Long live Gracikia, long live Gracikia." Leon nodded and asked, "Is Gracikia its name?" "A name full of pride and dignity. The gate will close soon. Let's go." Zafi made a sound and very naturally leapt onto the horse's back and sat with Leon. Just then, the monster they thought had vanished from that terrible technique suddenly roared again. "Leon, are you running away?" Leon paused. He looked back, and Zafi also poked its head out to look at the monster over Leon's shoulder. Leon asked in a voice mixed with a hint of impatience, "What did you say? Wasn't an indomitable will your virtue? Don't run away like a coward and fight to the end, you damn knight." A flame of hatred burned throughout Zaka's body, but Leon suddenly burst out laughing. Zafi looked at him worriedly, afraid he would fall for the taunt and charge at Zaka instead of leaving. But it seemed to be a needless worry. Instead of turning back, Leon wore a scornful smile. "There's no need to follow the virtues of a knight to deal with the likes of you. Those blue-skinned beasts and evil creatures are fundamentally not worthy of being my opponent. This one blow from Leon was truly vicious. There was no physical damage, but the mental damage became tens of thousands of blades that stabbed straight into the listener's heart, leaving behind the monster, now unable to swallow or spit out 1,000 years of rage. The next time they met would surely be the day it died. Leon pulled on the reins and Stallion charged swiftly toward the gate. Behind him, one side of the sky still shone brightly as if this day would never end. The gate closed. The world had been plunged into chaos. The discovery of the first high-ranking demon general was truly a shocking bolt from the blue piece of news for humanity, which had already suffered great losses at the hands of giant demons. But it wasn't just bad news. Many people still held a firm belief in the power of humanity. The activities of the Pantheon Guild inside the gate were broadcast worldwide via YouTube. Everything that had happened, along with Leon's unfathomable power, and what was bound to happen, happened. An official meeting between Leon and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was organized. On the beach, Leon shook hands with the UK Prime Minister. From his perspective, he was a full head taller than the Prime Minister. Leon smiled politely and said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, Prime Minister, we were able to catch our breath." Facing Leon, the UK Prime Minister was also a little more polite and courteous than usual. As soon as he heard his thanks, he hurriedly shook his head and said, "Ah no, Your Majesty, it was nothing. I was a bit surprised to hear that there were 10,000 survivors though." Leon nodded and said, "That's right, they are a brave tribe with a long history of fighting demons." Leon was talking about the Graciakia, the crabs, who were now living in a special residential area on the British coast. Well, the Prime Minister understood that, but he forced a smile. Sweat unknowingly covering his face, he pointed to something built of sand in the distance on the beach and asked in a fluster, "Your Majesty, what is that?" He thought to himself, "Is this marking territory for another species?" Leon looked at the statue of himself and Zafi and the small statue built next to it, and fell into thought. He said, "That is a statue to commemorate the great hero who was sacrificed fighting the demon. The one in the middle symbolizes the symphony of the sea and waves." Of course, that wasn't the problem, nor was it the only statue he wanted to talk about. Leon made an "ah" sound and smiled and said, "There is also a statue of Zeria Kate Spinner. From now on, Zeria Kate Spinner will represent the Kikiru tribe." The UK Prime Minister forced a smile. These people, were they practicing idol worship right now? As a devout Protestant, he was very uncomfortable. He understood the 4 statues before him, but what was the small one behind Leon? The UK Prime Minister asked out of curiosity. "Your Majesty, that statue is..." Leon burst out laughing at his words. "Haha, you have a sharp eye. That statue is for you, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Since you gave them a place of refuge, it is only right that they repay you. You may not follow the faith of truth, Prime Minister, but the Kikiru residents will come here and pay their respects under your statue." An image of a group of crabs crawling under a statue of himself smiling, saying in unison, "Thank you, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. You sacrificed your life for a better future," appeared in the UK Prime Minister's mind. Just the thought made his legs tremble. It was truly the height of terror. The UK Prime Minister's face turned pale as he hurriedly said, "No, Your Majesty, please remove my statue." Leon burst out laughing at his words. He patted the Prime Minister's shoulder and said, "How can the leader of a country be ashamed of such a thing? Well then, I look forward to our continued cooperation." The UK Prime Minister said so, and Leon turned and left. The poor UK Prime Minister was left alone. Only after he left could the Prime Minister let out a sigh of relief. The pressure was truly intense. It felt like he had lost 10 years of his life. What was going on? The UK Prime Minister wiped his sweat and put his handkerchief back. He straightened his vest and asked the bodyguard who had just approached. The bodyguard came closer, took out a report and said, "Prime Minister, this isn't highly related to security issues, but it is an urgent report from the National Intelligence Service. It's slightly related to North Korea." As he spoke, he handed the intelligence report to the UK Prime Minister. The UK Prime Minister looked at the report and couldn't help but rejoice inwardly, thinking that things had finally become a little peaceful. But even though North Korea had given up its nuclear weapons, were they still causing trouble? The bodyguard was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. "Because as of last night, all contact with North Korea was suddenly lost." The UK Prime Minister's hand, which was flipping through the documents, paused. A very ominous premonition suddenly struck him. The satellite observing North Korea had stopped. The surveillance satellites were not recording any images of North Korea. The UK Prime Minister swallowed. He had just thought things had finally become peaceful. So why did such a huge time bomb suddenly appear? North Korea's current situation was very grim, as if it had suffered a massive slaughter. The sky was filled with dark clouds and the rain continued to fall, draping the scenery in a damp mist. The buildings were all shattered into pieces. In this landscape where no one should exist, a group of people in black, likely villains, appeared without fail. A man with white hair stood before a corpse lying on the ground, looked at the lightning in the distance, and then looked down at the corpse again. He was a man in his late 40s, with 2 scars on his face that made him look like he had endured much. He said, "The multidimensional gate has opened. Until now we have lived under the pressure of South Korea." After finishing his words, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the stiff corpse hard, sending it rolling a few times on the ground. Then it fell into a deep pit. That place was filled with people. The group in black cloaks was also silent. His eyes seemed to have a reddish tint. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, but as long as we serve the demon, we will become a superpower in the future." A futile dream that could have been realized if Leon hadn't appeared. This time, another person in a black cloak approached with a radio and said to the white-haired man, "Chief, the mages are ready." He happily took the radio, and from the other end the familiar voice of RS was heard. "Chairman Kim, this is RS. We are ready." He couldn't hold back a long laugh, thinking of the day he would soon succeed. Then he carelessly threw the radio he had listened to into the pile of corpses, not caring at all if something was wrong. To summon a single demon required countless sacrifices. There was no telling how deep this pit before them was or how many people had died. Everyone now looked small and fragile. He shouted loudly, "Summon!" He raised his arm before him and cold raindrops fell on his skin. His subordinates also raised their hands in unison to perform the ritual. Then they suddenly began to chant some spell. It was the language of demons which did not belong to this world. Below the pit, faces twisted and changed, and fresh blood flowed out, turning into a red mist that crazily escaped from their bodies, dyeing even the sky red. The sound continued to echo, and the spell mixed with the sound of the rain like a call to summon a demon from hell. The entire forest was filled with the smell of blood, and a magic circle in the sky slowly began to glow. From within that circle, something red like a tentacle stretched out. The monster finally appeared before them. Chairman Kim's group stared blankly. Had the ritual succeeded? But what surprised him the most was what on earth had happened. The body of what they had just summoned was covered in wounds, and smoke was even rising fiercely from several places. If one had a slightly better eye, they would have recognized that this was the famous Zaka who had been beaten to near death by Leon. Seeing the monster, which looked as weak as if it were on the verge of death, Chairman Kim's heart was quite flustered. Was this the right summon? Had something gone wrong with the ritual? Only then did Zaka realize it had been summoned. But in the rain, its body was still relentlessly hot. It was as if the flame was still burning inside its body. It was truly troublesome. These wounds were more serious than it had thought. For now, recovering its body was the most important thing. After all, it would still be a long time before the other great demons gathered. Fortunately, it seemed there was a lot of food here. Its gaze turned to Chairman Kim's group and his heart sank. He wanted to run away from this thing right now. The sky was once again pierced by a pillar of red light. Smell of blood filled the air. Zaka breathed heavily, its voice filled with pressure. "You shall obey." Elsewhere, in a place that looked quite similar to an underground storage, was the basement of the Pantheon Guild. A few ceiling lights emitted a faint glow, and the air was even colder. In the last gate of the Night of the Holy Grail, Gelbig, they had captured Hia, and since then they had entrusted her torture and interrogation to Viss. And what we see is this very scene now. She was tied tightly to a torture chair with ropes that carried an electric current. Whatever methods Viss had used, Hia looked quite bizarre. Tears and saliva covered her face, and her cheeks had a faint blush in her dazed state. She said, I've told you everything. I'm not hiding anything anymore." The owner, Viss, stood before her with a meaningful smile. She tilted her head slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She looked truly beautiful right now, but also evil. It was as if the demon that had once dwelled in her heart had not completely disappeared. Viss lifted Hia's chin and said with a smile, "Interesting. A demon that can go to any gate it wants." Viss lifted the person's chin and was at such a close distance. Far from being afraid, Hia seemed excited and thrilled as if she had met a loved one. Viss stroked her head and said with a smile, "Conversely, doesn't that mean we can also go to any gate we want?" A dreamlike beautiful sea view. Crabs were crawling everywhere. A person's call echoed, "Sir Zaffi." Han Harry swung her legs and said to Zaffi, "No matter how amazing it is to breathe underwater, is it really effective to build on the sand like this?" He replied, "Almost." Zaffi analyzed, "No problem, as long as there is a nest and a hunting ground. The Kikiru tribe can be completely self-sufficient." She was very flustered. "Really?" Harry was lost in thought, dazed. She looked at the friendly crabs greeting her. "But there's so much to do. Just securing a food supply is a big challenge." Zaffi followed her gaze. "We are cooperating with the local governments of the surrounding coastal areas. We have also joined the Pantheon Social Welfare Services, therefore we can adapt well to modern civilization." Hearing this, her face was filled with surprise. "Pantheon Social Welfare Services?" Zaffi explained. "It provides various services to its members, including support for administrative and legal procedures." Hearing this, she felt it was made for her. "Oh, can I register too?" Sir Zaffi said lightly. "I have already registered you. You have been receiving profits since last month." Hearing this, she was stunned. "Really?" Then she shot up, so startled that she let the cat she was holding run away. She squeezed Zaffi's face as if to crush it. "Oh, how much did I get?" Zaffi said with difficulty. 19 dong, with profits as small as your salary." Harry pulled Zaffi like a towel to vent her frustration. Just then, the male protagonist Leon appeared and asked her, "What are you doing?" Hearing his voice, Harry froze. Seeing him come, she put Zaffi down, knelt on one knee, and said politely, "Your Majesty." Zaffi also called out politely, "Your Majesty." Seeing the two of them like that, Leon didn't ask any further. "That's enough. An urgent matter has come up, so I will return to the guild for a while," he said to Harry. "Get on." She was stunned again, doubting her ears. It was understandable. Did she think she could ride the horse? Was it okay? It must be. His Majesty had said so. But shouldn't he only ride with the Queen, although it was urgent when they were in the gate? Seeing her staring at him blankly, Leon fell into thought, then extended his hand toward her. Like a prince on a white horse, Leon said gallantly to Harry, "Get on." She was not used to this sight. She made an sound in her mind, and her face was dazed as she looked at Leon. "Why are you acting so dramatically? Is there an earthquake?" Hearing this, a vein popped on his forehead and he turned away unpleasantly. "Tisk, you can't be gentle with this woman." Took out a bundle of documents from his coat. "Take this or get lost." Harry looked at the bundle of documents, puzzled. "What is this?" he answered briefly. "It's your fief." When she took the documents, he informed her. "The income from this land is all yours, so do as you please." She was surprised. "Really," he replied with his handsome face, "you are a knight of the kingdom, so according to the law I must grant you at least a piece of land. Your connection with the gods is not yet clear, but you are a knight chosen by them, so this is only natural," Leon said to Harry. "You will be appointed as a knight of the kingdom and an apostle of the gods. Clearly recognize your position and spread their message far and wide throughout the world." When she said something absurd, Leon got angry. "Watch your tone," he warned. "I won't force you to be as polite as a noble, but there is no need to devalue yourself like that." At these words, Harry's face turned beet red. "Tisk," and she expressed her thanks. "Thank you, your majesty." But at this voice he was openly displeased and shot a piercing remark at her. "If you understand, get on quickly." Zafi also got on the horse with Harry. Sitting on the horse with Leon, Harry hesitated before opening her mouth. "Why, your majesty?" When he told her to speak, she clenched her fists and asked with eyes full of anticipation. "So am I a noble now?" Leon, who was speechless for a few moments, finally summed it up in one sentence. "Yes, at least within the Temple of Creation. Your position is right after the Queen and Spinner." Harry was extremely surprised. "Oh," then, as if she had thought of something, she turned her head towards Zafi. "Then Sir Zafi," it answered with a single sound. "Beep." She put on an arrogant expression. "Don't be rude to me from now on. I'm a noble now, you know." Hearing this, Zafi was speechless for a moment in thought, then took out a green whip. "Foolish life form, do not resist." She was horrified. "Oh, what are you doing now?" Zafi got angry. "A monkey-like fool does not deserve respect." Harry cried out for help. "Your Majesty, we are both nobles." Leon was already openly annoyed. The scene shifts to the Temple of Creation, Viss's workshop. Viss and Leon were standing in front of a table looking at a crown emitting a purple force. Leon asked, "What were the results of the research?" Viss, with her arms crossed, looked at the crown and reported, "It was a great success. As you said, your Majesty, the demons were indeed using the gates." Leon stroked his chin, lost in thought. "That's why I've been suspicious since the Jeju Island Gate incident. At first glance it seemed like a judgment of justice, but in reality it was a dark conspiracy to sell souls to demons and bring down the honorable knights of the Holy Grail. The system and missions were not based on good and evil. They burrowed into the minds of the awakened and controlled them." He concluded that the current world was being manipulated by the abundant magical energy granted by the earth. Leon held the crown in his hand and thought of the foolish ones who couldn't escape this cycle, who continued to carry out missions to the end for economic or other reasons, even while thinking it was strange. Having finished his assessment, he called Viss. She placed a hand on her chest and paid her respects. "What is your will, your Majesty?" Perhaps due to anger, Leon gripped the crown tighter. "The evil forces are on alert. They said she could use this gate for her own benefit." Viss fiddled with her hair. "Actually, this is just a story about a destroyed virtual dimension. To open a gate that connects to survivors or demons, we need an object to specify the coordinates." He looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "Then shall we try inputting the gate's coordinates with this?" She replied with a smile. "Since this is the property of a demon, it is likely to lead us to a place related to them." Viss asked him, "Your Majesty, how about we try using another object?" Leon was puzzled. "Another object?" A dangerous look appeared on her face. "For example," she uttered a few words. "Something like your Majesty's holy relic." Leon looked at her with a slightly puzzled expression. A holy relic. After thinking for a moment, Leon himself thought it was worth a try. Leon looked at Viss and asked, "What do I need to do?" As she raised her hand, purple energy appeared above it. "We need materials to summon the gate." Finishing her words, she clenched her fist and the purple energy that burst from behind her back shattered like crystals. "Specifically, we need a large amount of Earth's magic." Leon also drew blue energy from his body and placed it on his hand. "The problem is, where is there so much mana?" Viss laughed cheerfully and replied, "It's simple because right now we can get it from anywhere on Earth." Hearing that, Leon's expression was clearly pleased. "Then the plan of action is decided," and he turned to leave, assigning her a task. "Viss, inform everyone. We must issue a general mobilization order." He clenched his fists and his eyes were like a tiger's. "From now on we will indiscriminately attack every gate in Korea." And Leon left the room completely. All over Korea at this very moment, members of the temple began to appear. The Pantheon Guild had mobilized in full force. The knights and trainee knights alone already numbered over 1,000. Photos with captions like "A picture from right in front of my house" spread instantly across the internet in real time. "I was sick in bed for a few days and didn't know anything, but the Pantheon Guild appeared. The Pantheon Guild is here too." From here, even selecting only the soldier rank survivors from the Kikiru tribe, the number reached 2,000. This was a powerful combat unit, strong enough to be called the Titan Legion. A user with a green circle shouted, "Kikiru." A red circle announced, "The Queen has appeared." A blue circle also announced, "Pantheon has appeared in Wando too." The Pantheon Guild, with nearly 3,000 troops, began to divide its forces into 20 fronts to clear all the gates in the country. Their speed was astonishing. Harry was commanding a unit. "All right, aim and fire." After her shout to attack, a huge explosion occurred. While an average guild attacks once every 2 months, the Pantheon Guild cleared over 20 gates in just 4 days. A blue monster argued with the protagonist. What the hell are you, human? You're supposed to help us, aren't you? Another one shouted, that human bastard killed our ancestor. Leon sneered at their words. Ancestor, aren't you just animals mimicking humans? Pathetic. He slung his sword over his shoulder and glared at the monsters with a threatening gaze. Who's the next one to be liberated from this life? And so all the gates in Korea began to be controlled by a single guild. Kim Jin-soo shouted in surprise. 100 million. Before his eyes was a pile of dazzlingly shiny metal, 13 unique grade items. Seeing the pile of equipment before him, he couldn't even stand properly. There were 89 rare grade items and besides those about 500 magic stones. The statistics continued above Han Harry's head. 3.83 tons, classification grade complete, estimated value approximately 38.3 billion, expected item bid price approximately 12.7 billion. Her jaw dropped. Wow, Leon looked at them and calculated. This should be more than enough to open a gate. He turned to Viss and asked, this should be enough, right? She replied, it is sufficient, your majesty. Hearing her words, he looked at everyone in the room. Then this matter is finished here. Listen carefully. At his words, everyone pricked up their ears and listened. This strategy will focus only on a small elite force. Duet and the black-haired friend also listened to the king's words with extreme concentration. Also, no information related to this operation must be leaked outside, understood? And he called 2 people. Han Harry, Kim Jin-soo, you 2 will also have to cease contact with the association. Can you do it? Han Harry and Kim Jin-soo looked at each other. They seemed to be hesitating about something. Han Harry opened her mouth and asked, your majesty, you won't cause harm to the country, will you? Right? Leon affirmed firmly. Of course. Hearing that, she brightened up considerably. Then I will trust you, your majesty. Leon praised her, saying that was very good. When the matter was settled, he turned around. A magic circle appeared. Leon said to them, let's begin. And he slowly walked to the center of the circle and drew his sword from thin air. Seeing that Leon was ready, Viss began her work. I will input the coordinates of the holy sword. Kim Jin-soo was shocked as crystals of purple power appeared around them. Viss was still using her energy. She was covered in purple power. This was a shock even to some of the people in armor. As for Han Harry and Kim Jin-soo, their eyes were wide and their jaws were dropped. Kim Jin-soo couldn't hold back and shouted, a gate. This is an artificial gate. Johnson seemed relatively calm. Until now I had just thought it was a coincidence. Viss finished her work and reported to Leon, your majesty, the preparations are complete. He praised her, saying she did well. Viss spoke to the others in the room who were still in shock. Now then, let's go. Inside the gate, Leon was looking around with a displeased expression. A person's calling voice was heard. Your majesty. Han Soo-ho, supporting Daewoo, asked him, your majesty, where are we? Leon replied, this is a battlefield. And he looked around and assessed. It seems there was a problem with the gate. The unit has been scattered this time. Before they could even grasp the situation, a terrifying scream was heard, startling Han Soo-ho and Ju-hyuk. A blue monster ran towards them, spitting out a single word. Die. Soo-ho worriedly supported his friend Daewoo. Wake up. Just as the monster was about to reach them, someone made entirely of iron appeared from somewhere and rammed the monster straight in the stomach, sending it flying far away. From the impact, the monster coughed up blood. The one made of metal did not stop and charged straight at the blue monster after that. The monster's gruesome screams were heard before the 2 young men's wide eyes. After dealing with it, the metal-bodied person let out a breath. That person turned his head and looked at Daewoo and Han Soo-ho as if mocking them. What's the use of knights standing there so blankly? This is a battlefield. Suddenly his voice changed. It was when he saw Leon behind the 2. Your majesty, how on earth did you get here? He hurriedly knelt and introduced himself as Vantarik the Orc Crusher, commander of the Beban Company. Vantarik Legion, your majesty. He said to Vantarik, rise, this place is a battlefield now as it was then. This is a good opportunity, so I'll ask, by the way, where are we? Vantarik hesitated slightly. Well, that is, Vantarik reported, we are currently in the middle of Liam Valley. We were on a mission to transport a holy relic to Lord Zeria. Leon stroked his chin and thought, right, there was such a thing. Zeria of the Twilight, the Knight of the Holy Grail of Dreams and Death. This was his last mission, and it was also when he lost his life. After that, Leon left with Vantarik. He kept looking around and thinking, if I had known this would happen, I would have gathered more information from the Celestial Palace. Leon was lost in his own thoughts. No, what's done is done. First, I must grasp the current situation. Vantarik pointed ahead. Lord Zeria is over there, your majesty. Zeria, in the middle of the soldiers, held a sword emitting purple energy and shouted loudly, kill them. Seeing a person approaching, someone blocked him. Stand back. Lord Zeria is casting the dream barrier. Zeria focused more energy into his sword. An energy shield began to form in front of him. The orcs looked at him in bewilderment. Realizing they were trapped in the barrier, they howled. In less than a few seconds, the monsters collapsed. Zeria ordered the soldiers, retreat 20 paces and regroup. The protagonist had just approached and said, these orcs are indeed very abnormal. Zeria wondered who dared to interrupt him. When he turned his head to the left, he was shocked. Your majesty, how are you here? The 2 subordinates behind Leon stiffened upon hearing those words. Zeria knelt on one knee, showing deep reverence. Welcome, messenger of the gods, first knight of Ariana. Leon told him to rise, and he recalled the name Zeria. When the Knights of the Holy Grail drank the holy water and awakened, their bodies were recreated in their prime state. Leon was a special case who became a Knight of the Holy Grail at a very young age, but the Knight of the Holy Grail before me now was a little different. No matter how much time passed, his current state was always his prime. Deep in his heart, Leon felt that Zeria was a knight who had dedicated his entire life to justice. Zeria was dazed. An old companion, an ancient Knight of the Holy Grail. He smiled and said once more, "Rise," and he felt relieved that he was still the same. Leon turned and asked about the situation. "Report to me calmly. What is the current situation?" Zeria stood up and replied, "Yes, your majesty," he reported. "We have retrieved the holy relic as planned. We are transporting it to the Empire's border," Zeria said as he walked. "The orcs attacked with a group of Shinsu fanatics," Leon assessed. "Truly unusual," he continued to speak about his tactics. "So we left behind the infantry and some knights to hold back the enemy, while splitting the holy relic convoy into 5 groups to continue the transport," Leon praised. "Rational." Suddenly his voice lowered. "In that case," he pressed Zeria, "where is the convoy carrying the real holy relic?" He nodded his head. He closed his eyes, seeming to understand. Zeria replied, "The 5th convoy is in the southwest direction." He stroked his chin. "That unit is being led by the me of the past." High cliffs met each other, and it was difficult to see the scenery below from above, because the place was covered in a thick layer of dust. The corpse of a bear lay on the ground, its eyes still wide open, and its fang-filled mouth was wide open and full of blood. It seemed to have fought a very feared battle before meeting the Grim Reaper. Jiu Daong had just opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was that bear. Seeing his pale face, it was easy to tell how terrified he was. A man's voice echoed, "Heh, this one's awake." Jiu Daong, with teary eyes, absent-mindedly let out an "Eum." Zeria, with his arms crossed and chin resting on his hand, looked down at him. "How do you lose your mind and charge at a bear?" Jiu Daong finally came to his senses. He stammered. The bear. The cavalrymen were working together to lift the giant bear. Han Harry worriedly approached and asked Hunter Jiu Daong, "Are you okay?" Jiu Daong looked at her with a terrified face. "Ms. Han Harry." Could it be that Zeria had just stood by with his arms crossed watching them? Han Harry looked around and answered, "Yes, it seems the unit has been scattered again. To be precise, the 2 of them had been separated from the group and ended up on a different battlefield." Jiu Daong struggled to get up. "I understand." Zeria finally smiled and said, "By the way, how did wandering knights like you end up here? I didn't know there were other madmen foolish enough to do this besides me." The 2 were stunned. Jiu Daong asked, "Wandering knights?" Just then a system window appeared. "Assist Knight of the Holy Grail Zeria Byam in transporting the holy relic to the border of the Leonis Kingdom." Jiu Daong, hearing the mission details, broke out in a cold sweat and repeated, "Escort the treasure," Zeria said. "That's right, we are retrieving and escorting a holy relic from the wasteland." Jiu Daong nodded. "I see," Zeria sneered. "This one's a bit behind the times. Well, it's understandable for a wandering knight who came to this desolate place in search of glory." The knights were still silently loading the cargo. Jiu Daong looked at Zeria seriously. "Ah, thank you for your understanding, Sir Zeria Byam, Knight of the Holy Grail." The man didn't seem too fond of that title. He furrowed his brow and let out a HMPH. Zeria closed his eyes and adjusted his scarf. He corrected him. "That is a title I will conquer in the future. For now I am just a wandering knight who has abandoned the path of seeking honor." Jiu Daong was stunned by those words. What? The information was quite confusing. Zeria Byam. For a long time he had not received any mission from the gods. At 15 he wandered the world as a wandering knight for 10 years. Inside and out the man was covered in an indescribable dust of time. After that he served as a knight of the kingdom for another 10 years. And he wandered the world for another 50 years, searching for a sacred mission. Everywhere he went was stained with the blood of his enemies. Zeria was tireless, constantly searching and searching. He was indeed an outstanding knight, but he was not a giant who could turn the tide of battle alone. There were times when Zeria fell. That body would one day reach its limit, and carrying out the mission of the gods to carve one's name in the history of the dynasty was a privilege only for giants with extraordinary power. Nevertheless, he never gave up on that reckless journey that led from respect to ridicule. And that ridicule turned to pity. Zeria, indifferent to the world's gaze, simply held his sword firmly and moved forward. One day, the goddess of dreams and death appeared in his dream. The goddess looked sorrowfully at the mortal kneeling before her. "My son," Zeria bowed his head before the goddess, and with his right hand on his chest he listened with all his heart and mind. "Why do you continue to wander in this endless hardship? The temple understands your labors, so return now and devote your strength to the kingdom." Hearing this, Zeria opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He said, "Oh God." Zeria supported himself with his hands and bowed his body. It was as if he was pleading, "If you wish to scold me for my shortcomings, please do not deny this journey of seeking a mission. Deep in his heart, you may not know, but the challenge is my only privilege." Zeria just always had to face challenges. He always fought them alone. He walked with a firm step through battlefields filled with the blood of his enemies. He dug through the mire that no other noble knight dared to set foot in. Zeria was like a great monument. No one could surpass him, and though poets praised his valor, he did not give up his quest for honor. Zeria continued to advance, crossing over the corpses of his enemies without looking back. From that moment on he became a Knight of the Holy Grail. At the age of 100 he was the latest awakened Knight of the Holy Grail in history. but Zeria still seemed to be continuing his journey. His body was old, but his will was like that of a 20-year-old. On another battlefield, Leon stood with his arms crossed, watching the unit form up. Zeria was beside him on horseback. As the unit formed, dust rose thickly. Soldiers in iron armor and carrying weapons lined up in an orderly fashion. The commander shouted, "Form ranks, shield wall." In unison, thick iron shields were raised and sharp sword tips protruded between them. The enemy was no pushover either. The leader shouted, "Ready axes." Immediately, green-skinned goblins with axes charged toward the armored unit. Among them was a human. He was dressed like the other goblins, and with a sword in hand he shouted, "Kill them all!" Everyone charged. The goblins roared, "Tahan!" They charged directly into the iron shield wall with their huge bodies, but of course it was of no use. The battle began. The armored legion heard the command. "Scatter!" The goblins saw this and shouted loudly, "Axe unit, attack!" But of course their crude weapons could not wound the armored unit. Rather, the goblins fell one by one to the cold sword tips. With that momentum, the cavalry advanced more firmly, crossing over the corpses of the fallen goblins. After that, the unit leader commanded, "Defend!" The iron shields were lowered to block the front, and at the same time sharp sword tips shot out from behind the shields. An unlucky goblin took one right in the mouth. Counterattack! The armored cavalry no longer defended passively but charged fiercely at the enemy. As he held the sword firmly. As an axe swung by, a streak of light that split the air was instantly created, finishing off the enemy at the same time. Very decisive. Kim Jin-hyuk and Han Soo-ho could only gape in astonishment. This scene was too insane for rookies like them. Leon and Zeria were completely different. The two had experienced countless battles, so this level of slaughter was nothing. The two just watched silently. Han Soo-ho muttered, "That's amazing." The boy secretly glanced back at the two, thinking to himself, "This is a matter of power." Just by standing there, Leon and Zeria exuded an aura of strength. In battle, the power of a group was completely different. Even though they were of the same rank, they were several levels higher than Earth's hunters. Zeria called, "Your Majesty," Leon answered. His gaze was still fixed on the battle over there. Zeria pointed to a giant goblin. "That is a stone troll. It's 4 to 5 times larger than the others. It was clad in iron armor and carried a huge club. If a rookie got hit by that, they'd get a one-way ticket to meet their ancestors." Leon didn't answer. He saw the monster and smiled. "Han Soo-ho, Kim Jin-hyuk, watch carefully. From now on, your goal should be to rise to the rank of commander." Leon, with his arms crossed, looked at the two young men. Behind him was a powerful army. Leon raised one hand, with his other hand still behind his back. A powerful aura, unmixed with anything else, was emitted. Zeria saw this, immediately raised his weapon high and took a battle-ready stance. Then Leon waved his hand and shouted, "Charge!" The entire army, upon receiving the command, charged their horses in unison toward the battlefield, and a thick cloud of dust rose. Kim Jin-hyuk asked with a puzzled expression, "In such a narrow canyon?" Han Soo-ho also agreed, "Isn't that too dangerous?" Two boys stared in horror at the army before them. At this rate, they would collide with their allies. The scene in the canyon below was very fierce. The defending unit was still pressing forward step by step, annihilating the enemy. The cavalry behind them charged from the rear at full speed. Zeria held his reins and weapon firmly. A dangerous glint in his eyes, he charged with a determination that seemed to say he would surely ram and send flying anyone who jumped in to block his path. The horse's hooves gamped on the ground, each step powerful. Suddenly the horse stomped the ground once so hard that the ground cracked, and then an amazing scene unfolded. Zeria on his horse kicked off the wall and rode up. He ran along the cliff, leaping over the vanguard and charging straight at the enemy. The two young men were greatly shocked. What was even more surprising was that all the cavalrymen were riding along the cliffs on either side. It was as if the horses' legs were imbued with magic, as they did not fall at all. Kim Jin-hyuk gaped in astonishment and said to Han Soo-ho beside him, "They're running on the cliffs." The goblins were no less surprised. They looked at the cavalry and said, "Those guys are all crazy." After that, Zeria rode his horse from the top of the cliff and leaped straight into their midst. It was such a crazy sight that the goblins had no time to react. Zeria swung his weapon and shouted, "Holy flame!" The spear in his hand immediately ignited, and the flames brightly illuminated the entire space. The flames from the long sword stretched out in several streams and flew straight at the goblins. They screamed continuously in pain. Han Soo-ho stared with wide eyes. The boy exclaimed in astonishment and admiration, "Amazing!" Kim Jin-hyuk was even more excited. He asked a bold idea, "Can't we suppress them forever this way?" Leon, beside him, still had his arms crossed and no expression on his face. He glanced at the two boys. "Don't believe it. They haven't used their full strength yet." Kim Jin-hyuk asked him curiously, "But your Majesty, will you not intervene? After all, the mission is only to escort the Holy Relic." The system screen displayed their mission. Assist Knight of the Holy Grail Zeria Bayam in transporting the Holy Relic to the border of the Leonis Kingdom. Additional mission. Protect Zeria's main force to the end. Hearing those words, Leon stroked his chin and thought, a mission, Leon thought to himself. If Stallion were here, I could easily catch up with the main force. But he was lost in thought for a moment. Then Leon said to the two boys, "I will remain here and assist Zeria Bayam." Leon had made up his mind. This time I will see this respectable Knight of the Holy Grail through to his final chapter. Han Soo-ho, Kim Jin-hyuk, have you memorized what I requested? Leon asked the two boys. Kim Jin-hyuk answered immediately. "Ah yes, we have searched the orcs' corpses as you commanded. but he seemed apologetic for not finding what was needed. But we couldn't find a single magic stone. Hearing that, Leon couldn't help but feel disappointed. Is that so? He closed his eyes and began to think, piecing together all the missions. This mission was by no means one-sided. Although the previous gate missions harbored evil intentions, I can't feel such cunning in this gate. Leon rested his chin on his hand and thought. In short, the gate itself is neutral, but the mission can be manipulated. Well, even if I didn't get this, I got something else. Good, I've gathered quite a lot of information in one go. Leon said to the two boys. Han Soo-ho, Kim Jin-hyuk, check if there are any other enemies behind us. And Leon closed his eyes without another word. At the same time, something flashed in the sky behind them. Something dangerous was approaching, but Han Soo-ho and Kim Jin-hyuk hadn't noticed anything yet. Leon opened his eyes and his right hand quickly snatched a hidden weapon just a few centimeters from his head. This had flown silently at a surprising speed. Only then did Han Soo-ho and Kim Jin-hyuk, terrified, look at the object in Leon's hand. Han Soo-ho shouted, it's a spear. Kim Jin-hyuk asked worriedly, Your Majesty, are you all right? In the sky, an orc riding a flying beast looked down at them. He furrowed his brow with a displeased expression and said, A pity. But the one who should have been truly angry was Leon. He gritted his teeth and sneered with contempt. The once calm face was now terribly contorted. Sparks flew from his eyes. The king's fury soared. Leon crushed the metal spear tip with his bare hands and veins stood out on his hand and face. A green-skinned vermin dares to ambush me from a distance. Han Soo-ho and Kim Jin-hyuk in fear huddled close to each other. His Majesty's expression was too terrifying. Hey! Witnessing Leon break the spear tip with his bare hands, Kim Jin-hyuk and Han Soo-ho were both terrified. Her Majesty was truly enraged. Leon's pupils shone and he scowled at the sky. His voice had lost its gentleness. Why does a green-skinned vermin like you dare to fly in the sky like a swarm of flies and attack this king? Leon's face was contorted as if he was struggling to maintain his composure and not crush that foolish goblin. He commanded, Knight of the Holy Grail, Zeria, cut off that monster's head and bring it to me. Zeria, hearing the command, answered politely, It is an honor, Your Majesty. With a determined face, he stared at the enemy. Zeria placed a hand on his chest. I will present its head to you right now. At the same time, he drew a sword from thin air. The orc was still arrogantly dismissive. It looked at them with contempt through its red eyes, which were smaller than its nostrils. Arrogant, what can you do with your feet stuck to the ground? Before it could finish speaking, Zeria's figure flashed behind the goblin. The orc, slammed to the ground, only managed to utter those words before being hit squarely on the head from behind. The result of arrogance was being beaten into a fool without even having time to yawn. The impact sent it flying, plowing through the ground for dozens of meters. Getting up from the ground with a wound on its forehead, it coughed as if it were a bountiful harvest. Cough, cough. It asked Zeria. How? He asked back. What did I do? His gaze was as if he would tear the orc to shreds. Vermin like you deserve to be prostrate on the ground like this. How dare you invade the sky ruled by His Majesty? Knowing it could do nothing, it shouted. You Knights of the Holy Grail, you're all crazy, but your life ends today, it laughed and said to him. I have an army. You will regret coming here alone. Zeria looked back. Did you mobilize this many monsters? Strange. Thinking he was afraid, it laughed again. Who knows where its confidence came from? It breathed heavily. I don't care how strong you are in the human world. You can't handle our brothers alone. There are quite a few of us. Zeria's gaze sharpened. Quite a few, and he sneered at it. You've certainly gathered a lot of trash. At this it was scared. What? The orc felt something was wrong. This doesn't feel right. Zeria began to gather his power. O goddess of dreams and death, a pink power circled around him. Queen of the eternal dream, the orc began to sense danger. He told his subordinates to back away. Stay away from this damn human. Zeria continued to chant his spell. He lifted his sword, covering half his face, hoping the goddess would be pleased with the gift offered on this journey to fulfill the knight's mission. Behind him, the image of the goddess of death appeared. The god of death will punish the atheists. It was a never-ending nightmare. The orc was stunned by those words, and it seemed as if nothing was happening around it. But in truth, the orc horde was not left unscathed by Zeria's lightning-fast sword strikes. On the other side, Jiu Daong felt a hand on his head. You look a bit dazed, Zeria reminded him to be careful. Most of the night monsters here are demons. Hearing that, he apologized. I'm sorry. Zeria gave a cheerful thumbs up. It's fine if you don't know. You're still young. Han Harry let out a sigh of relief and marveled. Thankfully, there's a forest nearby, Zeria reminded her. It's too early to be relieved. I see a cave nearby, so we must move there carefully. Seeing him lift the luggage, someone shouted, Sir Zeria, we can do it, she said. Why is someone so important doing such a thing? Miss Stella, don't get so worked up. Right now I am just an ordinary knight, so think of it comfortably. Stella hesitated with clenched fists, but he consoled her. It's all right, Jiu Daong thought. An ordinary knight, not a knight of the Holy Grail. He turned to the three of them, Han Harry, Stella, and Jiu Daong, and said, Well then, let's hurry up and move, so we don't get caught. I believe we can all make it. They moved to the cave and an ice magic barrier was erected at the cave entrance. Zeria observed and assessed it. This should be enough. Han Harry couldn't help but marvel at the sight. That's amazing, Sir Zeria, you can do something like this with holy law. Zeria put on a triumphant expression again. It's just an old man's trick. I don't know why the young ones praise me so much for what I've done, and he urged them on. Anyway, the entrance is blocked, so let's prepare to camp. It seems it will be a long night. Inside the cave, the horse carrying the luggage seemed hungry but could only chew on its rope. The four people sat around the campfire. Stella was holding a box in her hand. Stella looked toward Zeria and asked, Sir Zeria, could you watch over the holy relic? He refused. Miss Stella, do not force me to do something that is beyond my authority, he added in explanation. Don't you know that in wartime, a knight of the kingdom has the authority to command in place of his fellow knights? She listened with a bit of regret. So she said again, that may be so, but you are a knight of the Holy Grail, chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. I believe you are the most suitable person to bear this glorious and heavy responsibility, he tried to explain. Even if I am praised for my past achievements, will only inconvenience my future self. The one before you is not one who has completed a mission, but a challenger. Stella still did not give up, but Han Harry and Jiyu Dong's ears were ringing from listening. Jiyu Dong raised his hand and apologized for interrupting. He and Harry, sweating profusely, asked, Future Sir Zeria, past Sir Zeria, what does that mean? Zeria looked at Stella and said, the young ones may not be familiar with wandering knights, his voice lowered. It's just that the goddess has bestowed upon me an undeserved grace. Zeria, the knight of the Holy Grail of dreams and death. When he became a knight of the Holy Grail after countless trials, the goddess bestowed upon him a special power to commemorate his great journey. I am destined to be victorious in the endless kingdom of dreams. I can recreate a piece of memory from my long journey and summon my avatar from that era to the present, he added. I am now 85 years old, and the time has come for me to receive a mission from the gods. Jiyu Dong was surprised. Is such a thing possible with holy law? Harry also wondered. Then isn't your power divided? Hearing that, he flexed his arm, tapped his bicep and said triumphantly, This body is merely a recreation of the past. It has the power of that time, but I will not let it disappear. Han Harry looked at him with sparkling eyes. Wow, then you're invincible, Zeria burst out laughing at her words. How strong could an old man like this be? Zeria added. I am nothing compared to a knight of the Holy Grail. Do not expect too much. Just then a sound was suddenly heard. All four of them stood up on guard. Jiyu Dong asked Sir Zeria, what is that sound? Zeria signaled for him to be quiet. Shush, be quiet. They have noticed our hiding place. Han Harry and Jiyu Dong became extremely tense. Knowing the sound was getting closer, Zeria with his experience confirmed what it was. The monster's mouth shattered the rock above Zeria's head. He shouted, Everyone get back. A pile of rocks collapsed and they shouted worriedly. Sir Zeria, Han Harry and Jiyu Dong, after barely dodging, panted heavily. Someone asked if they were okay. When they looked up, a person was blocking the monster's mouth, and upon closer inspection it was Zeria. Stella shouted, Sir Zeria, he looked back at her and reminded her. This is one of that demon's tricks. It's highly venomous, so be careful. Ignoring the wound on his back, he told Stella, Get back, hurry. Han Harry had just stood up and was urging Hunter Jiyu Dong, Get a hold of yourself, but soon her face turned pale. Hunter Jiyu Dong had been hit by the monster's poison on his arm. Han Harry shouted, Hunter Jiyu Dong. The wound on Jiyu Dong's arm began to rot. He clutched his arm in pain. I'm sorry, Department Head Han. Han Harry bandaged his wound. It'll be fine. Han Harry sweated worriedly, but this poison don't move too much. She blamed herself. I should have blocked it. After finishing the bandage, she stood up and said, Please wait a moment, Hunter Jiyu Dong, he called out blankly. Hey, Department Head Han. She picked up her sword and walked toward the monster. Zeria saw it and shouted, Hey, it's dangerous, don't. Before he could finish his words, his eyes were filled with shock. Harry at this time held her weapon with a determined look in her eyes. She said to herself, Han Harry, awaken the flame. Just then, Leon's voice echoed in her memory. You too were surely chosen by the god of war and flames. You cannot apply such ordinary rules to holy power. At that time, she had dodged and said, But I still don't understand it well. Leon placed the power of fire on his hand and explained to her. This true flame is like a wave. Its flow is very similar to an ocean current, and like a wave it will move according to your will. The memory ended with Leon's words. Remember, Han Harry swung her weapon back, and flames enveloped it. With a single slash the monster was split in two, not to mention the holy law, the power that represents rules. Harry jumped up and slashed sharply once more. Zeria was dumbfounded by this scene. After the battle they gathered around the campfire again. Zeria opened his mouth. This is coral poison, Harry wondered. But we're not near the sea, Zeria explained. It is a chimera belonging to the Empire's black mages. Fortunately, I know how to make an antidote, Stella said in a regretful voice. There's only enough for one person, Han Harry said sadly. I'm sorry, I accidentally burned it with my fire, Zeria comforted her. You can never predict what will happen in battle, don't blame yourself. After finishing the bandage, Zeria approached the seated Jiyu Dong and asked, You said your name was Jiyu Dong? He was surprised. Sir Zeria. Zeria handed him a water bottle. Drink, you deserve it. He took the water bottle at a loss. Is it okay for me to drink it alone? Zeria affirmed, Of course. A young knight like you will be able to do more in the future than an old man like me. Hearing those words, he no longer refused. Thank you, Sir Zeria. Zeria watched him empty the water bottle and smiled gently. Good. Zeria turned to Stella and Han Harry and said, This time I hid the entrance more meticulously than before. No matter how sensitive that thing's hearing is, his voice grew weaker. It will not be able to follow our tracks, and he collapsed, to the surprise of those around him. Jiyu Dong called out urgently, Sir Zeria. He ran and supported Zeria. Is there no other way to treat him? Zeria clutched his chest in pain and answered, I'm fine, so don't worry. Even if I die, my past self will help everyone. Jiyu Dong couldn't accept it meekly. But you're the only one here right now. Though his face was pale, a smile still hung on his lips. Zeria sat leaning against a rock. My avatar is blessed by the goddess of death. The goddess even bestowed a gift upon my avatar. Han Harry, Jiu Daong and Stella sat around him and listened to his words. My death will be more peaceful than anyone else's, so you need not be sad. His voice weakened. Someone is after the holy relic. To deliver this holy relic safely to King Leonis, you must use my other self as a decoy, so that you can abandon me at any time. At these words, everyone was at a loss for words. Stella, her voice choked with emotion, called his name. Sir Zeria. He did not answer. Looking up at the sky as if welcoming death, Zeria seemed to see the goddess before his eyes. O goddess of death, you did not need to come all this way to see me. Hearing those words, the three around him were stunned. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Just before he collapsed, he still said, "Glory." To Leonis, the space fell into silence. At this time, the Zeria in another place finished his work and sheathed his sword. A voice of praise rang out. "Well done, Zeria." He turned, placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head respectfully. "I offer this glory to the goddess of death and your majesty." King Leonis was puzzled. "Were you trying to lure out their leader?" Zeria raised his head and answered, "Yes, but it was not effective." He looked at them and assessed. "Even though they are just green-skinned monsters, their patience is remarkable." Leon stared intently at the green monster he had just killed. For them not to come forward despite this level of provocation, their leader must have quite a bit of authority. Hearing that, Zeria surmised, "Then are you saying there is a grand chieftain among these monsters?" Leon thought so too. "Perhaps. They are moving very systematically. Could it be an orc champion? They appear very rarely. Chosen by the god of the orcs, they lead all orcs to wage a great war." Leon remembered not seeing any grand chieftain at that time, but he thought it might still be too early to judge now. He called Zeria. "Hey, I have something to tell you." Since there were too many people around, Leon suggested, "Can we go somewhere and talk privately?" In a room, after hearing all of Leon's words, Zeria clenched his fists and bowed his head. "Are you saying that I am dead and am now in heaven?" The hands of the man called a Knight of the Holy Grail could be seen trembling noticeably. 200 years, your majesty fought those demons alone for 2 centuries. How did you endure such a long time alone? Please do not forgive a disloyal knight like me." Leon comforted him. "There is no need to apologize, do not worry." Zeria turned and asked him, "If I die at the hands of the orcs, the grand chieftain will surely appear." He simply answered, Leon added an explanation. "A champion chosen by the god of the orcs is on this battlefield. Although I have never seen him after this battle." Zeria was extremely curious. "Your majesty, what do you plan to do with this gate?" Leon stated his purpose. "I want to try an experiment. The items I get here are just a secondary matter." Leon closed his eyes and said to him, "But now that I've come this far, I have another purpose." He was surprised. "What is it?" Leon slowly opened his eyes, this time staring intently at Zeria as he stated his purpose. "I want to be by my comrade's side until the very last moment." After the conversation, the seemingly endless dark night enveloped everything. As for the orcs, the life of the orc tribe was very simple. They ate breakfast, fought, ate lunch, fought, ate dinner, and slept. They lived a strong yet simple life. The orc tribe was just that kind of existence. With Leon's smile, a finger appeared like a lighter. So they are easy to ambush at night. Since everyone is sound asleep at night, the orcs became clamorous when their food storage caught fire. And they blamed each other. "What on earth were the guards doing?" one of them answered. "I don't know either." Finally, a smart one realized why the food storage had caught fire. "It must be the doing of those disgusting beasts. HMPH, foolish humans." Leon looked down from a high place at the chaos below. The sound of those monsters screaming as they burned to death is quite pleasant to hear. Zeria stood beside him and watched. "I agree. Your Majesty," and he made up his mind, "I will tell you all the information I know." Because Zeria thought that since his majesty had come here, his ending in history had changed. He looked at his king. If this gate can really replicate the Leonis kingdom, a person in giant armor appeared in his mind, then that person will come here. That person's gaze was extremely dangerous. He was King Leon's nemesis, the strongest knight of the Holy Grail. Those who complete the missions given by the gods and drink the holy water become the agents of the gods, knights of the Holy Grail. The most representative power they possess is the very essence of being a god's agent. The gods, who maintain their divinity through the faith of their followers, bestow the power of faith upon the living saints. In other words, unlike knights who are limited in power because they fight using magic, knights of the Holy Grail convert all the faith dedicated to the gods into holy power. Therefore, in a way, knights of the Holy Grail can be seen as storage houses for the faith of devout believers. That is to say, they are tireless when they fight. A monster with a scar on its face shouted and cursed. "You damn bastards!" Curses echoed everywhere. "How can you attack for 3 days and nights without rest?" In the Monster and Orc Alliance camp, a monster knelt and reported, "We have been attacked over 30 billion times." The scarred face monster was enraged. "What?" His head turned as red as a boiled shrimp and he shouted, "No, our army has 10,000 soldiers, that's how many we have," he continued to shout. "How dare they attack a camp with tens of thousands of soldiers day and night? There are only 2 of them." Meanwhile, Leon and Zeria were running as if they had wings. The scarred monster's voice could still be heard from behind. "Why can't you catch them?" a subordinate monster replied. "They are knights of the Holy Grail." The scarred face immediately cursed. "Damn it, this is not good." He clutched his head. "This can't go on, I have to do something." Suddenly something flew into the tent and the scarred face, startled, shouted, "What?" He and his subordinate were dumbfounded when they saw the object. It was Wung, the strongest heavenly king among the orc warriors blessed by the divine beast, had been split in 2. He looked around. "Who is it?" A pair of feet approached. It was an orc who looked distinctly different from the others. "You weaklings." The scarred face monster openly showed its anger. He shouted again. "What in the world is going on?" The champion of Haakon, without a thought of answering, the orc grabbed the scarred face monster by the throat and lifted him high. His face turned blue. The orc slowly opened its mouth. "I gave you a deadline." Killing intent surrounded the orc. "I told you to crush them by yesterday," the monster thought to himself. "What is this power? Even I, who could fight a knight of the Holy Grail in my youth, can't do anything against him now." As if finding hope in despair, he thought, "Perhaps this one is even stronger than those knights." The orc put the monster down and commanded, "Tomorrow we will attack with everything we have. Prepare your army." He hesitated. But there are 2 knights of the Holy Grail in their unit." The orc, paying no mind, turned and left the tent. "The great knight Sonic and I will aid you in this battle. So gather your army at once, we will crush them tomorrow." He replied blankly. "Understood." He was still in shock. 2 champions of the orc tribe, blessed by the divine beast who only appeared in history books, had appeared in this era to help. He smiled as if it were the harvest season and thought, "This might be enough for us to win." Just then, a vibrating sound was heard. The scarred face monster shouted and asked, "What are those damn bastards doing now?" He got up and went outside the tent. "Follow me and catch them." Outside, a sword was stuck straight in the ground and several orcs lay fallen. The scarred face monster saw a piece of paper attached to the large sword and shouted, "A letter." He unfolded the letter and said, "This letter is from Leon and it must have taken quite some time to get here." After reading the letter, the giant orc and the scarred face monster were momentarily stunned. Afterward, the scarred face monster tore the letter in anger. "These arrogant bastards, they think our situation is unfavorable, so they dare to propose a one-on-one duel." Letter summary: "Let's fight with our bare hands." The orc turned around. "I will accept." The scarred face monster asked back, "You're going to fight them? If you participate, we will have a chance of winning." The orc smiled upon hearing that. He declared with extreme confidence, "I will bring back the corpse of a knight of the Holy Grail." The scene shifts to where Viss and her soldiers have laid a monster down in one place. A clear voice echoed, "Your Majesty." "Thank you." The blonde-haired girl grabbed Viss's body and cried, "I was so scared." Viss patted her head and comforted her. "Are you all right? It's a relief no one was seriously injured in this battle." Jojan placed a hand on her chest. "That was a close call. Thank you for saving me." Viss replied happily, "You're welcome." Then Jojan hesitated and asked, "By the way, have you seen Duet?" Viss seemed not to understand for a moment upon hearing those words. "Yes." Jojan's face began to turn red. She scratched her face. "I'm not worried about him, not really." "I see." Viss smiled, covered her mouth with her hand, and teased Jojan. "Oh, are you worried about your colleague? How cute." She looked at Jojan gently once more. Viss said to those around her, "Their mission is to assist Lord Zeria and participate in protecting the main force, correct?" They answered, "Yes," she continued. "But in fact His Majesty did not come here and participated in another battlefield." Her words were meant to comfort someone. "He is probably in another group carrying out a different mission, so you don't need to worry about him." She raised a finger with magic. "Besides, I've cast a tracking spell on everyone this time just in case, so fight with peace of mind." They all exclaimed in admiration. "Oh, that's amazing." She turned and said to Jojan, "We will join them soon, so let's do our best." The wind whistled and the sky was cloudy. Viss and her guards began to move. Viss was lost in thought. The royal guard and Duet seemed to be with His Majesty attacking the orcs. "Then the problem is the remaining 3, right? From the aura I detected, it seems Mr. Jiu Dong and Ms. Harry are in another group." She thought it was strange, but Sir Spinner is beyond my detection range. "I thought I could see every corner of this canyon." Without stopping her steps, Viss continued to wonder, where on earth did he go? Far away, beyond this cloudy sky, and much farther than that. Zafi shouted a single word in outer space. Click, a notification sound echoed. "Orbit stabilized, gravity effect calculated, ready." Zafi shone a light. "Observation of the orc tribe's breeding and growth rate inside the gate successful. Satellite launch into the gate space successful. However, the information obtained is limited and potential abnormal physical phenomena must be calculated. The terrain boundaries have been clearly distinguished. It has the form of a small-scale planet, but everything is unobservable except for the canyon and a part of the Empire's border." Zafi shouted, "Click." Observing a high-power energy source. Adjusting coordinates, analyzing the battlefield. A blue circle from it saw a person. After analysis it concluded, "High-power energy source confirmed, presumed to be a knight from the Leonis kingdom." That person's gaze seemed to be staring straight at it. Zafi shouted, "Click." It was flustered. "I've been discovered? No way." The person took off his helmet to let it see and scowled with a fierce face. "It's been a while." A magnificent mountain range landscape appeared. The Leonis army had gathered to prepare for battle with the monsters. The monsters were also wearing armor and holding weapons ready to charge at each other. Kim Jin-hyuk counted the number of monsters. "This is a good opportunity to test our army. If we make any mistakes, everything will get out of our control." Leon crossed his arms. "This is very important." With a face that still looked like he knew everything, Leon added, "If we understand their power, we can easily understand how this battle will unfold. If we capture their base here, the soldiers transporting the Holy Relic will be able to move much more easily. In the past, transporting the Holy Relic was also very difficult. But now my legion is here. Suho asked him. Isn't this a big deal, Your Majesty? Kim Jin-hyuk was curious. Shouldn't we also help transport the holy relic through this land? Leon replied. Queen Viss and Sir Spinner have already gone to help them. In that case, our support troops have been dispatched. Kim Jin-hyuk was embarrassed. Ah, I see. Seeing that he had finished talking with the two, Zeria approached and said, Your Majesty. He didn't know what Zeria wanted to say, so he turned to look at him. Looking at the approaching monster horde, he asked Zeria, Are you ready? He replied confidently. Yes, Your Majesty. This body will lead the charge. Zeria took the lead, ready to clear the way for those following behind. The monsters saw this. Their morale rose, and they shouted, Kill them all, a monster shouted. The god Haekon is watching us. Wipe out these knights. Seeing how eager these guys were to fight, Kim Jin-hyuk criticized them. Tisk. Leon had the same attitude. Tisk, these savage beasts. Zeria thought that those guys were always loud, just like their impulsive nature. From a distance, an orc's voice echoed, Welcome, you lowly humans. An orc with an axe approached confidently and declared, The resolution of this conflict is very simple. The one who dies loses. It revealed its name. I am the champion of Haekon, Vanbaza. No one has defeated me yet, and I have never lost. Seeing it shout loudly, asking if there was anyone who dared to stake their honor and duel with it, all four of them were openly contemptuous. He raised the corner of his mouth. You'll stake the honor of a lowly race like yours? Leon wanted to teach them what manners were. Only cowards can't defeat you. Knight Zeria grabbed that damn monster by the throat. Hearing the command, he drew his sword, ready to face the orc. After this battle is over, I will remember your name. This majestic appearance did not suit his age. His sharp gaze pierced Vanbaza. Today is the day you die. Even with the tip of the sword pointed at him, he still taunted calmly. Old men are all talk. Hearing himself being mocked as old, Zeria was furious. I'll return those words to you. He mocked at skin color. How ridiculous, that green-skinned warrior in armor. Seeing himself being despised, it also got angry. Then prove it. He immediately agreed. I accept that challenge. It slammed its axe on the ground and laughed. Too late, he declared confidently to him. You will die today. As soon as the words were finished, it charged towards Zeria, telling its opponent very innocently, Here I come. Zeria was no slouch either. He swung his sword at the orc monster. Thinking it could defeat Zeria, it laughed loudly. Ha ha, die. A swing of the axe without a hint of hesitation flew from the orc with extreme determination. Before Zeria had time to react, he was split in two and disappeared. While Vanbaza struck a cool pose, he raised his weapon high. Amidst the cheers of his comrades, he shouted proudly, I won. Suho and Kim Jin-hyuk were completely shocked to see this situation. Oh my god. Kim Jin-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. No way, he believed in Zeria. There's no way he could be defeated like that, but the orc's expression suddenly changed. It hesitated and said word by word, My victory is absolute. Zeria, who had just been cut, appeared before him without a single wound. Indeed, a monster is just a monster. He despised it. All your actions are so obvious. Suho remembered Zeria's nickname, the Knight of the Holy Grail of Dreams and Death. Kim Jin-hyuk still didn't understand anything. How? Suho explained to him. He probably used a holy law to create an illusion. The holy law of the dream realm. Zeria began to gather his power. He leaned down and said to the orc, Drown in this sweet illusion. The orc monster still stood there. Zeria used the holy law of the halo of judgment. He thought, At this speed, at this distance, I can surely pierce it. He aimed precisely at the target. If I pierce it, the power of death will weaken it and then kill it. But Vanbaza tightly gripped the sword's blade with just one hand. It sneered, Is this the holy law of you knights? Zeria was extremely surprised. Even the holy law doesn't work. It seemed this had properly provoked Vanbaza's anger. It immediately swung its weapon at Zeria. He couldn't dodge this technique, and blood gushed from his chest. Suho, watching the battle from afar, worried. Sir Zeria, Kim Jin-hyuk also didn't expect it. Oh, the blow forced Zeria to retreat. Seeing that he had landed a clean hit, he was pleased. How noisy you are, you Knight of the Holy Grail. Zeria clutched his chest in pain. The power of Haekon. He looked at his hand and marveled. That's right, I am the right hand of Haekon, Vanbaza. I have received the power to crush and destroy everything. He gripped his weapon tighter. Your techniques are meaningless before me. He swung once and the surrounding earth and stones flew. Zeria dodged the attack and thought, This one is too strong. After dodging the attack, he charged at Vanbaza again. He laughed and did not forget to provoke Zeria. Come here, old man. Vanbaza and Zeria fought for 800 rounds. It seemed Zeria was at a disadvantage. A monster was a monster after all, still strong and enjoying the provocation. What's wrong? Is this all a Knight of the Holy Grail can do? Are you tired after just one hit? He punched Zeria in the jaw and then slammed him to the ground. This is punishment for how you've deceived people with your power all this time. Zeria was beaten to the point of losing his senses. Above his face was the monster's weapon. It swung the axe down. Die. Kim Jin-hyuk watched the battle nervously. Sir Zeria, Vanbaza stood there with a regretful expression. What a pity. As the dust settled a little, a person's figure slowly emerged. Zeria was wounded but still alive. He thought, what a disgraceful sight. You sacrificed your honor on the battlefield and still couldn't defeat that monster. In this battle, you rolled in the dirt and shed too much blood. He found a piece of cloth somewhere and tied the sword firmly to his hand. You disgust me, you loathsome monster. This battle has only just begun. He got into a fighting stance again and charged at the orc as if nothing had happened. Vanbaza wore a confident smile on his face about life. It swung its axe straight at Zeria. In the end, you are just a weak human. Let's see what you Knights of the Holy Grail can do to me. Blood gushed from Zeria's shoulder like a spring. Zeria recalled the past. Before the orc subjugation war knight Leon. Leon stood behind the two in armor. He opened his mouth. "State your name." Zeria bowed respectfully. "I am Zeria, the second son of Baron Votum. I previously served in the Leona Twilight Knights." He looked him up and down. He said to Zeria, "I have heard of you. I heard you served in the Royal Knights 50 years ago. To still be so polite, it's quite embarrassing," Leon called him. "Sir Zeria, the hardship is evident on your face." Looking at his appearance, Leon worried that this orc subjugation was to annihilate the rampaging orc Grand Chieftain, and it would be dangerous if he participated. Zeria raised his head, full of confidence. A knight of the Holy Grail of glory and justice, his eyes were filled with determination. "Please allow me to participate, even if it is in the lowest position, mixed among the common cavalry or standing with a spear among the infantry. The gods do not care." Hearing those words, Leon wore a bewildered expression. "HMPH," he asked Zeria with puzzlement. "Why do you wish to participate so badly? There are many other ways to gain glory." Zeria's lips were sealed tight as if he were about to say something shocking. He laughed cheerfully. "Honor and glory are not everything. I just want to thoroughly practice my attitude toward life and my goals." Zeria's mind returned to the present. The axe lodged in Zeria's shoulder was very deep and blood continued to flow. Vanbaza laughed cheerfully. "I won," a voice echoed in Zeria's mind. "Look at that armored bastard." Vanbaza looked at his hand in surprise. Zeria was slowly lifting his weapon. The voice still echoed in his mind. "Indeed, the rumors about your family are not to be believed." He recalled what Leon had said that day. "This loyalty of yours to me will be praised forever. Shine in these barracks and bring glory to your family." The old words felt like infinite power. Zeria muttered, "O goddess who presides over the end of all things." His sword was raised and stabbed straight at Vanbaza. "Please look after your knight who has overcome countless deaths." He had no time to dodge the attack. How? He shouldn't have had any strength left to move. Vanbaza fell before Zeria's power. Immunity to death, a holy blessing. Zeria pulled the axe from his shoulder and raised his sword high amidst the cheers of his soldiers. Suho couldn't believe his eyes. "I won." Jaehyuk was the same. He won. An orc, seeing his friend lose, mocked him instead of offering comfort. Vanbaza lost that weakling. The monsters were dazed, their expressions disbelieving. Just a moment ago he had been boasting so loudly. From within the orc horde a figure slowly walked out. Tisk. He let his guard down and died immediately. "What a fool." He introduced himself. "I am the orc tribe's Grand Chieftain, Gata. From the looks of you you'll be dead soon, but I'll say it anyway." He asked Zeria if he didn't want to burn his final flame. At this time he knew he had also shed too much blood. Zeria knew that once the death immunity effect ended he would face true death. At this moment his vision blurred, and even as he fell he still thought, "For the country, for my majesty, if even a little strength remains, I'll drag you along with me." Suddenly, a hand supported him. It was Leon. He praised him. "You fought very bravely, Sir Zeria." He had Suho and Jaehyuk support him and said, "Rest now, I will watch over your final moments and bless you." He was a little surprised and called out to him, "Your Majesty." Leon stood before the monster army. He was ready to strike them. "You pale monsters, I will give you the only chance to defeat me." After speaking, Leon drew two swords from thin air and a chalice appeared above his head. Leon was like a lion with powerful golden strength. "Come on, all of you." Meanwhile, Sir Spinner was still in space. Click. A mechanical sound echoed. High movement detected at the Empire's border. The Empire and the Kingdom Leon remembers are in an unstable alliance. Tracking 3 points. Holy relic convoys moving sequentially. 2 convoys have been destroyed, but the Pantheon Guild members are still safe. One of those points is red, very dangerous. Click. The number of orcs and heretic alliances is increasing. Sir Spinner made an incomprehensible sound and jumped out of the spaceship. Just as he left, a blue slash shattered the spaceship. Boom on the ground. Leon was showing off his power with 2 swords and the Holy Grail. Jaehyuk, Zeria and Suho stood frozen, staring. Before their eyes was a new canyon created by Leon and his powerful strength. Oh, the pinnacle of human history. Leon looked at the back where they stood and said to Zeria with respect, "Sir Zeria, the Holy Grail is here, so if needed we can go to the ends of the earth together." He was moved and called out, "Your Majesty." Zeria was very weak, but he still knelt. "Please do not stay in this memory of the gods and waste your precious time. Your Majesty has already shown me what a proud monarch you are, so what more could this body ask for?" As he finished speaking he coughed continuously. Cough, cough. Suho beside him looked on worriedly. "Sir Zeria." Leon bent down and said to Zeria with extreme respect, "I will perform the ascension ritual, so accept it." Hearing those words he hastily refused. "Your Majesty, you must not. Please save your holy power." Leon comforted him with confidence. "The orc and heretic army will retreat. If we don't pursue the remaining ones, we probably won't have to fight anymore." His vision grew blurry, but Zeria still objected, but the remaining words were not spoken, only lingering in his thoughts. "I am just a recreated memory, a leftover shadow." Leon began to gather his power. "I will begin," Leon recited. "Knight of the Holy Grail, Zeria Byam, second son of Zordik Byam, first knight of the Leona Twilight Knights, servant of dreams and death." After Leon's prayer, "Pray to the goddess you revere." The goddess has appeared. As the goddess's form appeared, he also began to pray. "O goddess who leads from the lowest places, O goddess who presides over the end of all things." His gaze was directed upward, and the prayer continued. "Here your servant has finished his long journey. The more he recited, the thicker the purple aura of power wrapped around Zeria. All my life I have shunned illusion and falsehood and despised gold and silver. I protected the people and fed them to their fill. O goddess, if you would bless the merits I have accumulated in this world, please expand my king's territory and remove all his worries and afflictions. Leon placed a hand on Zeria's shoulder. O god of dreams and death, he continued to recite, here your first knight is about to begin his final journey. Your honor will be remembered by the living, and his glory will be remembered by the people. The prayer echoed. Please let this knight hold a wine glass at your banquet, and may his name be passed down forever. They prayed together. On behalf of the gods, Valianest 15, I promise that we will be together at the gods' banquet. As the two pressed their foreheads together as if for the last time, a beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Leon bid Zeria farewell. Farewell forever, my old friend. Zeria's body slowly disappeared and feathers scattered in all directions. Leon said his final words. Glory to Lionist. Meanwhile, on the orc monster's side, Ma? The orc grand chieftain asked the one seated. Great chieftain. The great chieftain with blue power answered confidently. That defeat is nothing, they are just weaklings, he apologized respectfully. I am sorry. My disciple is still immature. The great chieftain commanded. Retreat. It is not beneficial to continue fighting in this situation. Then he put his hand on his chin. Shall I remember the name Lionist? The great chieftain smiled like a Chable CEO who had just seen the female lead. But since the other party was an enemy instead of this woman is interesting, it was, if fate allows, I will probably face him. In the forest shrouded in night, Zeria reappeared as if nothing had happened. Hey brothers, from the tracks it seems many monsters passed through this road. Around him was Jiu Daong, Han Harry and Stella. Han Harry couldn't hold back and called out, Sir Zeria. He turned and asked, What is it, Knight Han Harry? She asked what she had been curious about. Do you remember what happened before? He immediately understood her meaning. Are you talking about the memory of the other avatar who was with you? He began to explain. To be precise, it feels like inheriting memories from the main body. Unfortunately, I have no memory of you at all. Zeria smiled and introduced himself again. Right now I am an 87-year-old apprentice knight. At that time His Majesty was a knight of the Holy Grail and a war knight. Harry listened and clapped. Oh? She put her hands together with a curious look. Then Sir Zeria, do you know about His Majesty's youth? Stella was no less curious. We would like to hear about it too, Sir Zeria. He heard those words, smiled, and recalled the memories of that day. He. The memories of that time were really intense, he described Leon. At that time His Majesty was the youngest knight of the Holy Grail in history. His fame as an apprentice knight was also great. He also shared some shocking news. Would you believe that His Majesty left on the path of an apprentice knight at only 16 years old? Harry let out a sound of admiration. Perhaps his legs ached from standing as Zeria sat down on a tree stump and became a storyteller. Usually one must serve the kingdom as a royal knight, but His Majesty was the legitimate heir to the Grand Duke Dragonia family. Despite skipping several processes, he showed qualities befitting the Grand Ducal family. He talked about Leon's achievements. He single-handedly annihilated the entire orc territory and broke into the heretics' ritual to wipe them out. The adventures with his comrades became songs of honor and glory, sung by bards. And at 20 he was chosen by the goddess of light and justice and received a sacred mission. And at 27 he became the youngest war knight and knight of the Holy Grail. Zeria was filled with admiration. He was truly a dazzling person. There will probably never be another person with such talent and great dignity again. Suddenly he called Harry. Knight Han Harry. She was flustered at being called. Yes, he said with the eyes of a father advising his daughter. Observe and learn well from His Majesty by his side. To have that level of maturity at that age was truly an amazing talent. Hearing the praise, she made a resolution. Yes, I will do my best. Jiu Daong looked at his hand with a sad expression. As night deepened and everyone around the campfire fell into dreams, only one person, Jiu Daong, was practicing his swordsmanship in the middle of the night, trying extremely hard to become better. A shadow spoke and Jiu Daong's movements stopped. The royal swordsmanship, he scratched his head and looked at Zeria. I'm sorry, did I wake you? He smiled gently. No, at this age one doesn't sleep much, he suggested. I came out to stand guard, but I didn't expect you to be practicing your sword. This old man take a look at your swordsmanship. Jiu Daong was overjoyed. It is an honor. The two took a battle stance, facing each other and preparing to cross swords. Zeria politely opened his mouth first. Go easy on me. Try to block. Jiu Daong answered. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword strike approached his neck. Fortunately, he reacted in time and blocked the sword. Zeria pointed out as he attacked. Your two hands should be above your navel. A sword is not just a weapon to swing, but also the fastest means of defense. Always keep your sword in a position where you can react. This sword path was a bit difficult to follow, but not to the point where Jiu Daong couldn't keep up. As he blocked, he thought, it's just a swordsmanship that is as fast and precise as a machine. He could basically only defend and couldn't counterattack. Zeria pulled his sword back slightly. After this move, one person's sword flew from his hand. The one who lost his sword was clearly Jiu Daong. Had he himself expected this situation? He lowered his head. I lost. Zeria waved his hand. What's the importance of winning or losing in a practice spar? He sat on a log and evaluated Jiu Daong. Your basics are good, your reflexes aren't bad either. You must have trained very hard and consistently. He seemed to say as he patted the seat beside him. Come and sit next to me, he replied. I am still lacking, he hesitated and asked. Sir Zeria, how am I compared to Knight Han Harry? He was a little flustered by the question. Soon he understood the meaning, and his gaze toward him became sad as he opened his mouth. The difference is very large, it was expected, but Jiu Daong still looked very disappointed. Zeria said to him, in the eyes of this old man, Knight Han Harry has outstanding talent and is favored by the gods. That child will surely achieve results faster and more outstandingly than others. Jiu Daong sat beside him and scratched his ear. Actually, I already knew. He clenched his fists. It was a feeling of frustration. No matter how hard you try, some things just can't be done. Zeria looked at Jiu Daong as if seeing his old self. He sighed and said, you really resemble me. Jiu Daong couldn't believe his ears. Are you talking about me? He continued the conversation. Anyway, in the end, you also couldn't become a Knight of the Holy Grail, Sir Zeria. Zeria was surprised to hear that. Does that mean my future self did not achieve my dream? That sounds very strange and unexpected to me. He looked up at the sky and confided in him. I've heard such words very often. My family, comrades, even His Majesty Leon and the goddess in my dreams told me to give up. Hearing that, Jiu Daong was extremely curious. Then why didn't you give up in the darkness of the night? Zeria's words echoed. Because a challenge does not need the evaluation of others. He was still very optimistic. Even if others say it's impossible, there's no reason for us not to try, is there? Zeria asked him again. Hey young knight, do you know Yang courage? Jiu Daong was a little flustered. Yang, do you mean courage? Zeria spoke at length about Yang. It could be valor, love, or hope. It was also the yang in his heart. A knight is one who uses that yang, magnificent courage, unbreakable hope, pure love. A knight of the Holy Grail is the pinnacle of that yang. He asked again about Jiu Daong's yang. Knight Jiu Daong, do you think knights of the Holy Grail are born with yang? He hesitated and answered uncertainly. Of course, Zeria said gently. No, no one is born with yang. Yang is something that cannot be possessed. It is not something given, nor is it something that can be obtained. And he placed a hand on Jiu Daong's shoulder, and Jiu Daong looked at him in surprise. Zeria placed a hand on his chest and said with conviction, Yang is something that is wielded from right here. Jiu Daong seemed to realize something. A new truth. Zeria stood up and stretched. Young knight, when you pray to become one who has yang, he asked Jiu Daong, do you think the gods will grant you yang, or will they give you an opportunity to wield yang? As the night passed and the day grew bright, they arrived at the castle gate. Seeing the soldiers with weapons entering the castle gate, Stella was delighted. Sir Zeria, we have arrived at the Empire's outpost, he replied. We have, he explained to them. Once we pass through here, we can go directly to the kingdom's border. Han Harry was surprised. Oh, Jiu Daong was lost in his own thoughts. Was the Leonis kingdom bordering the Empire? He remembered his mission clearly. But why hadn't the mission ended yet? Jiu Daong was lost in the thought that since they had arrived at the Empire, the escort mission was as good as over. A soldier on the castle wall shouted. Halt, who are you? Stella stepped forward and answered. We are the Holy Relic convoy from the Leonis kingdom. There should be a record of us having passed through before. No one answered, and the castle gate was silent for a moment. The sound of a pulley began and the castle gate slowly rose. A voice welcoming them was heard. Knights of Leonis. Hearing this voice, Zeria was greatly surprised. No way, he saw the three people before him. The shortest person, an old man, and one who looked valiant. The Pontiff of the Divine Light faction, the commander of the Imperial Guard Division Bull 7H, and the president of the Astronomical Society Status. Zeria could not understand why some of the Empire's 13 marquises were here. The one called the Pontiff of the Divine Light faction laughed. Ah, Zeria, the Knight of the Holy Grail of Twilight. That smile was clearly not a friendly one. No, you must be his avatar, right? At this moment, Han Harry felt a killing intent from the surroundings above. She warned, Sir Zeria, there are enemies nearby. He gritted his teeth and looked at them with displeasure. Could it be you? Before he could finish his words, a streak of power struck him, causing him to spit up blood. As Jiu Daong was shocked, the voice of that group echoed, Welcome to the lands of the Empire. The one who had just used the technique was the Pontiff. He opened his mouth like a demon, and farewell. With just a small but fierce streak of light, Zeria collapsed instantly. Blood flowed without stopping, and he briefly lost consciousness. Stella Vermilion and Jiu Daong, as soon as they reacted, were extremely flustered and looked back at Zeria. Han Harry immediately ran to check his condition. Sir Zeria. Jiu Daong stood right beside him and shouted in a fluster. The old Pontiff smiled wickedly. He stroked his long beard and said triumphantly, If the Knight of the Holy Grail has lost his power, then we have nothing to worry about. Do you still wish to struggle a little more? Stella immediately turned to him with a vicious face. She gritted her teeth, wanting to cut down that old man right away. She drew her flaming sword, took a battle stance, looked at the Pontiff's group and shouted as she cast a flame technique. Instantly, a blazing fireball charged forward, carrying immense power as if to tear space itself. Faced with this sight, the old Pontiff showed no fear at all, but smiled with contempt and raised his hand, drawing a circle to cast a spell. Elemental decomposition, high-level magic. His magic circle instantly suppressed Stella's flames. This greatly shocked her. Can it even dispel divine arts? The old Pontiff was triumphant. He arrogantly said to Stella, We have studied divine arts for a very long time. If it were a Knight of the Holy Grail or the King, it might be difficult for us, but the divine arts you use have not reached the level of altering laws. The president of the Astronomical Society, Gatu, and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Bull 7H, also expressed their agreement with the Alliance's power in silence. Hearing these words, Stella was furious. she still held her sword ready to fight and shouted, "To study sacred miracles, what blasphemy!" The old pontiff did not back down, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "That is precisely why you fanatics are foolish," as if his tail had been stepped on, he said triumphantly. "Clinging to outdated things like sanctity and refusing to progress, people like you are the reason for humanity's slow development." Grasping the situation before them, Jiu Dong and Stella quickly assumed a defensive stance. Jiu Dong also realized the group's intention. Has the Empire been colluding with the orcs from the beginning? They are after the holy relic. What? Stella was surprised. She immediately replied, "How dare these bastards covet the holy relic bestowed upon the kingdom by the gods?" The old pontiff spread his arms to regain his dignity and smiled contentedly. "Ha ha ha, they say if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles." Thinking victory was in his grasp, he smiled with his black eyes. He pointed his finger and said, "That holy relic will be of great help in our deciphering of divinity. That is the progress the Empire seeks." As he finished speaking, Jiu Dong's group had their gazes stolen by a beam of light in the sky. The light was brilliant, containing a source of immense power. As President Status pointed a finger into the air, small yellow lights immediately gathered at his hand. The pontiff arrogantly looked at Jiu Dong's group and boasted, "Behold, this is the power of humans. Ultimate magic, Ramanta's lightning." From the shining point in the sky, bolts of lightning carrying powerful currents tore through the sky and flew straight toward Jiu Dong's group like arrows under the direct pressure of the current in the lightning. Jiu Dong's group was in a tense situation with seemingly no way to retreat, when suddenly a familiar voice was heard. Silver-haired with a large chest, the surrounding points of light announced the appearance of a girl, and she gently raised her hand to cast a great spell. With her power, Jiu Dong's group seemed to be protected by a sturdy shield under the massive lightning. The pontiff and the president could not help but be surprised. He could not believe that there was someone strong enough to block his invention with a single move. The president shouted in anger, "What? Who are you?" Status's face was covered in a cold sweat. She even neutralized an ultimate spell. Jiu Dong's group, having narrowly escaped death, looked up. Jiu Dong and Han Harry seemed to have guessed who this person was, unable to hide their joy. Only Vermilion was bewildered. She also looked up but did not know who this person was. The girl said, "It was too dangerous, so I hurried here." As expected, a terrifying sight covered the dark curtain. On the ground were the Empire's powerful soldiers. In the purple sky was a giant eagle, and on it stood a girl. Above her head was a magic circle that suppressed the enemy's attack. It was that very magic circle that created the purple light that overwhelmed the situation. It was Viss. She arrogantly looked down at the pontiff's group, her voluminous hair scattering in the wind. The holy power she cast still enveloped her body. "How do you like my magic, gentlemen?" The eagle she rode flew alongside the soldiers, and the aura of holy power flickered like flames scattering in the wind, creating a very magnificent sight. The commander turned to the pontiff and asked, "Who is that woman?" The pontiff didn't seem to know her either, merely answering vaguely, "That magical power is a mage's, but is that holy power enveloping her body?" Realizing the gravity of the problem, the pontiff became impatient. He took a defensive stance and quickly extended his hand to create a blue magic circle. The two allies also stood behind and protected him, casting Nullify Mental Interference, Double Internal Power Reinforcement and Mental Reinforcement Blitz. While casting the spell, the old pontiff was sarcastic yet slightly afraid. How rude to release magical power everywhere like some fallen ones. The purple light of the magic circle above her head accentuated her large chest and beautiful, slightly arrogant face. With one arm crossed over her chest and one hand to her face, she was truly captivating. This spoke in a voice that mocked a novice mage. "Aren't you a mage? Don't you have any pride? I'm sorry, but I think this charm is innate." The old pontiff's face hardened even more. HMPH, he thought. A lie, to show off such evil power with just her appearance. The pontiff's group could not help but be impressed by the pressure Viss brought. The pontiff thought, "A charm that makes one indulge in memories and wicked desires." The president said openly, "That holy power reminds me of dreams and death." No, could she be at the pontiff level? On Jiu Dong's side, he hadn't had time to explain to Vermilion and stood awkwardly beside her. She still had a bewildered expression, her eyes wide and her face covered in a cold sweat with the words "Who is this?" written on her face. She wondered, wasn't the pontiff of this era's fluer a man? The pontiff still had no intention of stopping. He raised his hand and a lightning-like beam of light quickly wrapped around his hand. He said, "In any case, it was a mistake to appear before us on your own. Now that you're here, don't think of going back." The more he spoke, the greater the power gathered in the sphere, creating immense pressure. Guardian's Flame, Fireball. Viss was not agitated in the slightest, raising a hand to cover her mouth and saying mockingly, "Oh my, what do you plan to do with that small cute thing?" The old pontiff laughed loudly and said triumphantly, "It's not over yet." With a single fireball he created something like an awl with immense power that seemed to erase everything in its path. The pontiff raised his hand to ready it for battle and said, "Acceleration, Magic Form Conversion, Burning Gaze." He launched the giant awl straight at Viss at the speed of light and shouted loudly, "Die." Like a curse, when the giant awl almost reached her, Viss just stood with her arms crossed, looking at it as if it were a toy and evaluating it. When she raised her hand, a hexagonal magic shield instantly blocked the old man's attack. Thinking that was all, she suddenly noticed something strange and immediately turned around. Bolts of lightning had already approached her. Ultimate magic, Ramanta's lightning. The lightning bolts poured down on her fiercely like a waterfall, brilliantly tearing the sky to shreds. In the air, only the shadows of her and the giant eagle remained. The old pontiff and the president, pleased with their flawless joint attack, smiled brightly in celebration of their victory. The old pontiff said conceitedly, "Ha ha ha, how about that? You couldn't have blocked both spells at the same time." A huge explosion echoed in the air, and a red light shone directly onto the ground. In the smoke mixed with lightning, Harry stood as if frozen. She couldn't believe her eyes. "Your Majesty the Queen." Her eyes were a mixture of shock and worry. But despite the president's surprise attack, this was not even a scratch on her skin. Although the lightning was still circling around her, she pointed a single finger at the magic and created another shield. She raised a handkerchief to cover her nose and answered mockingly, "First I must clean up these messy and undignified things. Great magic, monocirculation." The two who had cowardly attacked now had their mouths agape. "What?" The old pontiff could not hide his shock. The president also had his eyes wide, his face covered in a cold sweat. "What kind of absurd magical power is this?" She raised her hand high and created a new magic circle. This time her power was immense, and the holy power that gushed out covered the entire night sky. Great magic creation. Like a black hole in space, the beams of light from her magic circle continuously gushed out, and the affected areas exploded as if hit by bombs. The scene was no different from a battlefield. Groans of "Arg" echoed. Jiu Daong's group could not help but be afraid in the face of this immense power. Harry was so scared she even shed tears. "Oh my God!" Jiu Daong and Vermilion also unconsciously let out a gasp. At that moment the blue jewel on the old pontiff's head shone, and he used his power to maintain the shield. The jewel also absorbed energy. What a tremendous amount of magical power! The president slightly pushed up his glasses. To absorb even the remnants of magical power and use them, it's a barrier of pure concept from above. Viss continued to use her magic. It was as if she had discovered another interesting thing. A concept of defense. It's not at all inferior to His Majesty's divine arts. And she touched her face again with an exploring expression. "Is the magic of this world called sorcery? In the end it's no different from the magic of my world." She looked down again at the novice mages, the pontiff and the president, and said with a face full of ridicule, "I don't know why everyone uses it so crudely." She emphasized the word crudely, alluding to the two of them. As she expected, the pontiff and the president were so angry they couldn't say a word. The insulted president immediately retorted, "What did you say?" The magic circle above her head transformed into the shape of a real black hole, and red lightning was created inside. It gathered in front of Viss's arm. She was like the mother of the earth causing an earthquake. A fireball appeared before her eyes. Viss stood on the back of the giant eagle and from that distance lifted the fireball above her head. The fireball grew larger and larger, attracting more and more giant lightning bolts. To insist only on magic and ignore the potential of sorcery, in my opinion, you are the ones who are harder to understand. Witnessing his research magic being replicated, the president said in shock, "What, you're going to cast the same magic as us?" A giant fireball gradually formed, as if swallowing the surrounding flames. Viss raised her hand. Bloom. Great magic. The dazzling light of the fireball was like a spotlight on a stage. Viss raised both hands to create gravity, preparing to throw that spotlight down. Light of divine punishment. While the battle was still ongoing, Zeria suddenly woke up with a start, as if some magic had awakened him. As he sat up, his surrounding comrades were also greatly surprised. Vermilion sat down to check his condition. Jiu Daong asked about his well-being. "Sir Zeria, are you all right?" he asked in pain. "This is the Empire's outpost." He became more serious. "The fact that I woke up here means the Empire has betrayed us, right?" From the air, Viss sent him a message through telepathy. "That is correct, Sir Zeria." Jiu Daong, Stella and Harry all heard it. Harry was startled as Viss's voice echoed in her head. "What? A voice in my head?" Harry and everyone in the convoy. "Request support from our allies immediately." Viss spoke through telepathy while fighting, seeming to weaken as she continued to gather energy. This fact could not be revealed to the enemy. Harry felt something was strange. "What? Aren't we in the superior position?" Under Viss's influence, the pontiff's group was still struggling to fight. The two old men's faces looked strained, as if they were carrying a giant dumbbell. Viss said, "It's only a matter of time. I feel a strange power from those who call themselves marquises, especially that pontiff with the jade ornament on his head. He's a person of interest, if the battle drags on. I'm worried I won't be able to handle it alone." Elsewhere, a fiery object fell. A huge explosion occurred where it landed. It was none other than Leon's robot Holy Grail spinner. It was in a state of serious damage from the effects of the previous battle. Mechanical parts were shattered in all directions. Detecting an error, Spinner automatically activated its self-repair program. System error, emergency repairs required. While Spinner was self-repairing due to the emergency, the sound of the explosion drew someone else in. It was a foot clad in sturdy steel armor. He roughly lifted one side of Spinner's head and Spinner was surprised. Versus he was leading an army that looked as if it were heading to a battlefield. He lifted Spinner and asked, "Who are you? Why do I feel holy power from you?" A group of about 10 people struggled to pass quickly through a narrow canyon, the sound of their horses' hooves kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Zeria held the reins firmly with one hand and clutched a treasure box tightly with the other, looking back worriedly and shouting urgently, "We must hurry, the Imperial army will catch up soon." Following behind, Jiu Daong answered, "Don't worry about us, go on ahead." Harry, terrified, spurred her horse forward. She reassured herself in fear, saying, horse, just a little more effort." The Imperial army group from behind caught up. One of them shouted, "Get them!" Jiu Daong heard the sound and looked back uneasily, sweat trickling down his cheek. More than 20 men were chasing fiercely behind Harry, riding their horses with ferocious momentum. Harry, with a look of horror, stammered, "It's the Imperial army." Division Commander Bull 7H gripped his reins tightly. He scowled and shouted menacingly, "You bastards, where do you think you're going?" Bull 7H pursued closely. He shouted in anger, "Stop!" Harry saw Bull 7H right behind her and turned her body. She gnashed her teeth in anger. She drew her sword, preparing to attack. A giant flame erupted from Harry's sword and flew quickly toward Bull 7. She said, "Here." Bull 7 bared his teeth and laughed, reaching back and throwing a punch that intercepted Harry's flame. When her attack was blocked, she was surprised and her eyes widened. At this moment, Bull 7H was standing behind Harry. He glanced sideways wickedly and said coldly, "Die, you lackeys of God." Harry, tense, gripped her sword tightly, gnashed her teeth, and turned to look at Bull 7H. Harry blocked Bull 7H's attack with her sword. The two swords clashed, creating a small spark. Bull 7H's attack was so powerful that Harry was thrown from her horse and hit the ground hard. Jiu Dong shouted worriedly, "Ms. Harry." After knocking down Harry, Bull 7H became even more arrogant. He cursed and gave chase. "You vermin of the kingdom!" Jiu Dong was terrified and sweated even more. Bull 7H launched himself forward, preparing his next attack. He was surrounded by a purplish-black aura. He said, "I will kill all of you right here." Jiu Dong was terrified. He gnashed his teeth and spurred his horse to run forward quickly. Destroyer God Advent. 2 demon horns sprouted from Bull 7H's head. He stomped the ground hard, causing it to crack. Debris flew in all directions. Clue the merciless destroyer. The look in Bull 7H's eyes changed. He bared his teeth and laughed wickedly. Bull 7H ran forward quickly, laughing. "Ha ha ha!" Jiu Dong looked back, and upon seeing him right behind, he gritted his teeth in fear, but Bull 7 passed him by. He was surprised. He charged straight ahead and shouted, "Get out of the way, you useless trash." The situation was beyond expectations. Jiu Dong shouted loudly, "Sir Stella, be careful." Stella heard the sound and looked back worriedly. Stella calmly commanded the soldiers behind her to protect the holy relic and stop that demon. All the soldiers answered in one voice, "We will obey." At the same time, they changed direction and prepared for battle. All the soldiers raised their weapons and ran quickly toward Bull 7H. They shouted with determination, "For Leonis, for the Lion King." Bull 7H didn't care at all. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha." He prepared to attack. He threw a powerful punch. He shouted in anger, "Get out of the way." The attack spread far and wide, splitting all the ground around them. Suddenly a voice came from above, "Thank you, loyal warriors." Bull 7 was surprised and looked up high in the sky. Stella was casting a technique with her sword. Holy law, holy sword release. She threw a powerful strike at Bull 7H. When there was no movement, Stella became worried. She furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth, thinking, "This is a power that can even slice through a high-ranking demon in one blow. Is even this not enough?" Suddenly Bull 7H's giant hand grabbed Stella's head. She screamed in horror. Stella's attack, far from wounding Bull 7H, only made him more furious. He gnashed his teeth and said coldly, "Insolent wench, I'll kill you." Before Bull could even attack, a sarcastic voice was heard. "To not be cut by a holy sword, you're quite sturdy." He looked unpleasantly in the direction of the voice. Stella was pulled away by Zeria and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Stella rescued, Bull was enraged and was once again enveloped in a purplish-black aura. Bull sneered and said, "Zeria of the Twilight, do you, who are not even a knight of the Holy Grail, dare to stop me?" Bull said triumphantly, "If you want to kill me, bring a knight of the Holy Grail." Stella stood up and observed Bull with fear, while Zeria calmly closed his eyes and replied unpleasantly, "HMPH, the Empire has become quite arrogant." Zeria narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways, saying with annoyance, "Since when did the likes of you have the right to speak of knights of the Holy Grail?" Bull furrowed his brow and stared fixedly at Zeria in anger. "This bastard." Suddenly, Bull's eyes widened and he broke into a cold sweat in shock. "Wait," he asked, "you, where is the holy relic?" Zeria and Stella looked at Bull with confidence. Zeria calmly replied, "Well, people become forgetful as they get older, don't they?" At this moment, Bull saw Jiu Daong behind Zeria, spurring his horse to run forward quickly. He stammered, "Could it be?" Taking advantage of Bull's distraction, Jiu Daong desperately fled with the box containing the holy relic and Harry. Bull realized he had been tricked and became extremely furious. "Damn it, these bastards tricked me." Zeria and Stella looked at each other and nodded as if they had reached an understanding. Stella plunged her sword into the ground, looked at her soldiers and said solemnly, "Listen, glorious knights and soldiers of Leonis. Stella Vermilion, commander of the convoy, gives the order. Rise and take up your swords." The knights and soldiers stood up and, following Stella's words, approached Bull 7H step by step. "Today we will die here, do you understand?" They all shouted loudly in one voice, "We will obey." Bull was enraged by those words. He clenched his fists and said furiously, "You foolish fanatics." Bull's eyes changed again and he shouted with contempt, "You're nothing but dogs of a god." Bull stomped the ground hard with all his might and even more purplish-black lightning erupted. The ground around him shattered and all the soldiers standing nearby were sent flying. Bull's attack pierced a knight's body. He said furiously, "You are nothing but livestock who have abandoned the ability to judge for yourselves." Bull gnashed his teeth and swung his sword fiercely. Bull said with contempt. No, you are worse than that. At the same time, Zeria, along with Stella, charged straight at Bull. Zeria had a serious expression, furrowed his brow and gripped his sword tightly. At this moment, Bull's sword clashed with Zeria's. Stella screamed in fear. Sir Zeria! Zeria caught Bull's sword with one hand and tried to block with his own sword with the other to reduce the impact, but he spat out a mouthful of blood from the strong shock. He answered in pain, don't mind me. Zeria couldn't hold on and took the attack. Taking advantage of Zeria's distraction, Bull quickly grabbed Zeria's neck and slammed him hard into the ground, shouting, you fool, don't you know the difference in power? After slamming Zeria to the ground, Bull quickly swung his sword at Stella, gnashed his teeth and said, you weaklings. Stella struggled to grip her sword with both hands and blocked Bull's attack. As Bull swung his arm, Stella screamed loudly and was sent flying backward. Zeria quickly ran and attacked Bull from the side, but Bull turned in time to block it. Zeria furrowed his brow and thought, as if he couldn't understand, his recovery speed has gotten faster. After that attack, Zeria became younger. Zeria said unpleasantly, it seems your magical power has gotten stronger. Zeria and Stella backed away to observe Bull. Stella looked at Bull and said nervously, Sir Knight of the Kingdom of Zeria, can you still fight? Zeria raised his sword seriously, narrowed his eyes and said, until I fall here my spirit will never be broken. Heavy breathing. Ha! The battle between Bull and Zeria continued. Ha! Stella clutched her chest and fell to her knees. Groaning in pain as Stella fell, Bull became more confident. He raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, this seems to be the last you can fight. You will pay for that foolishness with your lives. Zeria was enraged and clenched his fists tightly. Zeria was enveloped in white smoke. Bull still said with contempt, you young and immature brat. Zeria was now even younger, looking like a teenager. Zeria raised his hand to look at it and answered with a cold and calm face, even your true form is not enough to defeat me. Bull didn't care and asked with a cheerful laugh, how strange, did the goddess choose an ordinary knight like you? Even so, nothing will change you, brat. Zeria slowly approached, speaking at a pace neither fast nor slow. Knights of the Holy Grail are those who sacrifice everything to carry out the noble missions of the gods. Passing by the fallen soldiers on the ground, Zeria said, their lives are the most brilliant flowers that bloom amidst countless faiths. That dazzling honor was once my dream and my goal. Suddenly, Zeria stopped and stared fixedly at Bull. Zeria thrust his sword forward. Zeria closed his eyes and concentrated with all his might, saying, O goddess of all things. The smoke surrounding Zeria was now thicker and had turned purple. Everyone said it was impossible. Zeria closed his eyes, concentrated, and said sonorously, O God who rules over the underworld and sinners. O boatman who guides the lost souls. Zeria thought to himself, they advised that it was the goddess's will for me to give up. Bull witnessed Zeria's transformation process and was terrified, sweating profusely. He said worriedly, impossible. But that knight always challenged the most difficult things, constantly striving and learning, advancing toward victory. At this time, the scene changed to Zeria walking alone through a forest filled with death, and there was no reason to be found that could stop that knight. Zeria's face clearly showed a firm and unyielding will. Finally, he turned the impossible into the possible and overcame death. A purple pillar of light erupted fiercely into the sky from where Zeria stood. Zeria slowly opened his eyes and a gentle voice said to him, I will bless you, go and face the impossible. My little knight. Zeria slammed his sword hard into the ground and transcended space-time. Amid Stella's shock, Zeria said confidently, I am not immortal, but I fight clad in immortality. A fool who sings the song of twilight beyond death. Zeria looked at Bull with disgust and said forcefully, and destiny is victory. Get out of this canyon quickly and request reinforcements. Bull was enraged and stomped his foot hard, and the surrounding ground was shattered into many pieces and piled up. Fallen soldiers were scattered everywhere. Bull walked quickly toward the purple light. He was furious and cursed loudly. Damn it, damn it. Bull tore at his hair with his hands, gnashed his teeth, clicked his tongue and said in anger, these damn fanatics. Recalling the fierce battle with Zeria, Bull thought unpleasantly, I almost lost to an ordinary wandering knight. If it weren't for demonization, I would have lost. As Bull stood gloomily with his sword stuck in the ground, his soldiers caught up. The one leading the army stammered, Your Excellency, it's not too late. The captain furrowed his brow slightly, looked seriously at Bull and said coldly, It will take at least half a day to reach the lioness border. If we leave now, we can still catch up. Bull shot a sidelong glance, then gnashed his teeth with a furious face and ordered word by word, Pursue them. We must retrieve the holy relic. Amidst a pile of ruins, Stella stood up, leaning on her sword, and said weakly, Stop. Seeing Stella endure much pain and stubbornly stand up, Bull raised the corner of his mouth, sneered, looked at her, and said, Still alive, Stella Vermilion. Stella, covered in wounds, struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from her face with her hand, and looked straight at Bull without fear. Seeing Stella's fearlessness in the face of death, Bull turned away unpleasantly and commanded coldly, Kill her. Leave no survivors. Bull's soldiers approached Stella. She used all her strength to grip her sword with both hands, panting as she prepared to fight. Despite her many wounds, Stella struggled to lift her sword, gnashed her teeth, and said forcefully, Glory to Leonis. Suddenly the ground behind her shook, and she and the soldiers all opened their mouths in surprise and looked back. From a distance, a beam of light shot into the sky at an incredible speed. The beam of light changed direction and flew toward Stella. Bull's soldiers screamed in fear, a meteor? The captain's mouth opened wider and sweat trickled down. He looked up at the sky and screamed in fear. What is that? The beam of light suddenly fell straight down where Stella was, causing a powerful vibration. Dirt and dust scattered in all directions. In the midst of the vibration, the wind blew, sending all of Stella's hair flying back, revealing her shocked face. Bull, who was walking toward his horse, also stopped and stared in surprise. Bull's soldiers were terrified and took a few steps back, stammering, "Ah, the beheading knight, the butcher." Versus slowly walked out amidst the terrified voices of the soldiers. The witch hunter, the war knight of destruction. The ground beneath his feet all turned to lava and thick smoke billowed. Versus stood as if to block in front of Stella. He was clad in black armor, and the flames erupting from his sword and shield shone brilliantly. Versus slowly opened his eyes and introduced himself coldly. "I am Fire Versus." As Fire Versus shouted his name, bolts of flaming lightning shot fiercely from around him into the sky. After speaking, Fire Versus pointed his sword at the Imperial army and commanded coldly, "Explain yourselves." Bull, with a bewildered expression, spoke as if he couldn't understand. "What?" Versus, without holding back in the slightest, emphasized his words. "Before I burn your souls to their very end so that death itself may forgive you." Hearing Fire Versus's nonsensical declaration, Bull raised the corner of his mouth and laughed with contempt. Suddenly Bull was enraged, gnashing his teeth with a ferocious face as he gripped his sword tightly and said unpleasantly, "You are still as arrogant as ever. Don't you know it was your arrogance that brought about today's crisis? Today, before the might of the Empire, you will." Before Bull could finish his words, Fire Versus charged forward and said nonchalantly, "Is that all you have to say?" Bull had no time to react and could only raise his sword to block. He muttered nonchalantly. Seeing Bull's flustered state, Fire Versus said calmly, "Do you know why you dare to call yourselves an empire?" While Fire Versus spoke, Bull struggled to block. He thought in astonishment, "Damn it, what is this power?" After finishing his words, Fire Versus put more force into his attack and said loudly, "It is because we permitted your existence." Bull could not withstand the attack and fell to his knees. He cried out in pain. Before Bull could even regain his senses, Fire Versus quickly raised his sword, preparing for a second attack. Fire Versus spoke with disgust. "Your arrogant cries for independence." Bull could only struggle to endure blocking the attack with his sword. Bull gritted his teeth in pain and held on. Versus said in anger, "The fact that you were able to expand your unnecessary territory." Fire Versus's voice was filled with rage. "Everything, all of it." Versus's attacks grew stronger and stronger. Versus unleashed another attack and said, filled with anger, "It was all because we allowed it." Under that blow, Bull's sword could not endure and broke in two. Bull was struck by the attack and was thrown backward violently, crying out in pain. As he was sent flying back, Bull's eyes widened in terror as he thought, impossible, this strength and agility, this limitless magical power. It has already surpassed the limits of a human. After the attack ended, the ground beneath Fire Versus's feet was still smoking and red flames flickered. Thrown quite a distance away, Bull clutched his stomach and struggled to his feet. He looked at Fire Versus and thought, "No, this is impossible." Suddenly, another eye opened in the center of Bull's forehead and purple lightning once again enveloped him. He refused to admit defeat, knelt, looked up at the sky and shouted in rage, "Give me strength, Klua. As a contractor, I will pay the price." The surrounding soldiers stammered in fear, demonization. This is, Versus was enraged, and the flames surrounding him burned even more fiercely. Versus growled, "You blasphemous wretch." Bull's armor fell to the ground and he transformed into a muscular beast. His face turned into that of a hideous animal and long winding horns sprouted from his head. Bull laughed loudly in satisfaction. "Ha, this power, this omnipotent feeling, you who only know how to pray to get what you want will never understand." Suddenly, Bull's upper eye widened. He said as if he couldn't understand, "Huck." At that moment, a giant sword of fire appeared where Fire Versus stood, piercing straight into the sky. With a single fluid motion, Fire Versus swung his sword with all his might, sending a decisive blow at Bull. Bull could do nothing as he was struck by the light from the sword and sent flying. He could only shout loudly. At the Imperial outpost, another battle was raging fiercely. Both sides cast spells, creating countless bolts of purple lightning everywhere. Viss stood behind a magic shield with an unpleasant expression. On the other side, the Pontiff of the Divine Light faction and Status were laughing loudly in satisfaction. "Hee, it's only a matter of time before we take down that wench," the old Pontiff said, laughing triumphantly and confidently. "This magical power, this endless inspiration, I am very satisfied. I'll finish this with the next attack." Before the old man could finish speaking, Leon slowly approached and said with contempt, "Arrogant fools, in the end it was the Empire behind this terrible incident after all." When Leon appeared, the old Pontiff and Status stammered in surprise. "You are?" Viss gently turned her head and said calmly, "Oh my," Viss said cheerfully. "You've arrived just in time, your majesty." Leon leisurely rode his white horse, looked at Viss and said with a gentle smile, "HMPH, I was just on my way back from seeing off an old friend." Leon approached Viss's side, turned his body and looked at her. He asked with interest, "May I join you?" Viss, reassured, placed a hand on her chest and replied gently, "I have no interest in monopolizing all the honor and glory." Hearing Viss's reply, Leon pretended to be displeased. Leon closed his eyes and grumbled in a slightly annoyed voice, "It seems I'll need to have a long talk with you about this topic." The old Pontiff and Status didn't know what to do and stood there dumbfounded, watching Leon and Viss converse. Viss joked cheerfully, "Oh, but I'm not a knight." The old Pontiff could no longer hold back. He began to cast a spell in anger, a purple sphere in his hand. It emitted countless bolts of lightning. The old man growled and shouted loudly, "THTH this. Nothing will change. I'll kill you all right here." Before he could do anything, a beam of light shot out, startling the old man so much that his mouth fell open. Ha! From the sky a blazing pillar of fire as if to tear the heavens flew toward the old man, the Pontiff said in a fluster. What is this? Who summoned a meteor? Witnessing this scene, Viss demurely folded her hands and stood neatly beside Leon. She turned her head and asked, Your Majesty, that person is? Leon closed his eyes and smiled confidently, saying, HMPH, it seems we won't need to step in. High in the sky, Versus forcefully swung the sword in his hand. He descended to the ground along with Leon's words, saying, That one like me shows no mercy to demons. Seeing fire Versus leap down, the old Pontiff and Status were terrified and gnashed their teeth in frustration, saying, That man is? Status said, as if he couldn't understand. The Knight of the Holy Grail, fire Versus. Why is he here? As soon as Versus landed, the surrounding ground was all gouged out and shattered to pieces. The light from fire Versus was so intense that the old Pontiff and Status, with no time to even regain their senses, stood there dumbfounded before vanishing. After the old Pontiff and Status disappeared, everything returned to calm. Versus knelt before Leon and Viss and bowed his head. Versus, having removed half of his mask, knelt on one knee, placed a hand on his knee and said in a clear voice, His Majesty Leon, agent of the gods, master of the Lionheart and guardian of the Holy Grail, has arrived. Leon looked down gently at fire Versus and said softly, It has been a long time, Knight fire Versus. Versus, with his head still bowed, replied forcefully, Yes, Your Majesty, have you been well? At this moment Viss suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty. Leon heard the call and glanced sideways slightly. Viss, at a pace neither fast nor slow, looked at Leon and said, We must gather everyone before the gate closes. Leon thought for a moment, then agreed, replying, I suppose so. Leon suddenly placed a hand on fire Versus's shoulder. Then Leon also knelt down, faced Versus and said, Knight fire Versus, I have much to say to you, but the situation is urgent, so I must go first. Hearing those words, fire Versus was flustered and replied, Who would dare block Your Majesty's path? Please do as you will. Leon suddenly became serious, furrowed his brow and said, Knight fire Versus, could I borrow an item that symbolizes you? Hearing Leon's words, fire Versus quickly extended his hand, summoned a small sword and said, If Your Majesty requires it. Leon happily received the small black sword, which was enveloped in a small flame, and replied with a smile, Thank you. Leon quickly put the sword away, turned, and left. As he went, Leon glanced at Versus, then farewell, Knight fire Versus. At this time Versus had already stood up, placed a hand on his chest, and replied with a polite smile, Please take care. Leon turned his head, looked at fire Versus, and said with a smile, We will meet again someday. Behind Versus, the castle, split in two, was burning fiercely. Versus's smile faded, and his face returned to its usual cold expression. Someone's thought flowed out. Versus is not in the heaven of the gods, he is still alive. Han Harry, along with the remaining people, was waiting in front of the dimensional gate. Han Harry was holding a round sphere in her arms, who was none other than Zeria Kate Spinner. She looked ahead. Oh, you're here. Han Harry smiled brightly and looked at everyone. The people around her also immediately turned their heads upon hearing her words. Leon and Viss smiled and looked at everyone. They were sitting on a horse that was spreading its wings to land. Your Majesty, you've come. Everyone gathered. Leon helped Viss dismount with one hand and replied with a smile, Knight Spinner, have you been well? Leon said, looking at the person in Han Harry's arms. Spinner was startled and replied, Yes, I am well. Jiu Daong approached, holding a box with both hands. Your Majesty, you're here. This is the holy relic. Jiu Daong held the holy relic with both hands and presented it before him. Leon took the holy relic from Jiu Daong's hands and said, We have finally protected the holy relic. You have all done well. After speaking, he opened the box containing the holy relic. The moment it was opened, a dazzling light surprised the people around. Wow, Leon suddenly paused. He looked at the holy relic before him and smiled. Amazing to think the lost holy relic was this. Inside the box was a single scabbard, surrounded by a brilliant light like a blazing red flame. It has returned. In a place called Pantheon, a modern scene with high-rise buildings everywhere. The chairman is here too. What happened so suddenly this morning? A voice came from a person getting out of a car. The owner of that voice was none other than Park Soo-jin, the head of the appraisal department at the Korean Hunter Association. Park Soo-jin closed the car door with a puzzled expression and muttered, To come to Pantheon immediately. What on earth is going on? Wow, this place doesn't seem like an ordinary tourist destination anymore. Park Soo-jin couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before her. Over there, two people were talking. This place is really amazing, but there are more ordinary people. Park Soo-jin thought as she walked, they said you get an epic grade item just for holding it, but how do you even hold that? As she was walking, her attention was stolen by a sound coming from across the street. The sound came from a man in a round sphere. Accepting donations for the temple, payment via MomoPay is available. The sound came from that sphere. Park Soo-jin immediately crossed the street and went to where the sound was coming from. She bowed her head in greeting. Hello, Zeria Kate Spinner. Spinner turned its head and made a sound. Beep. Verifying identity. Park Soo-jin, head of appraisal department, Hunter Association. She was surprised and smiled brightly. You recognize me. I can confirm everyone through the Hunter Association database, Kate Spinner explained. She thought to herself, but that's a secret. I will report to His Majesty. Please go inside and wait, Kate Spinner said to her. Then could I take a look at that hammer for a moment? Park Soo-jin said. Kate Spinner asked curiously. Will you take the challenge? She replied immediately. Yes, for work and for fun. By the way, how much is the challenge fee? She continued. 5 million. As soon as she heard the price she thought, that's too expensive. Seeing her hesitate, Kate Spinner added, however a discount is applied based on your wealth level, since you belong to grade 2. You only need to pay 500,000 won. Park Soo-jin covered her mouth with one hand and smiled brightly. Wow, such a big discount. As soon as she finished speaking she suddenly paused. She stood there blankly. Wait a minute, how do you know my wealth level? Park Soo-jin was puzzled. Kate Spinner replied immediately. I took a picture. She was surprised. What did you say? Kate Spinner repeated what it had just said. I took a picture, so will you do it or not? Hearing those words, Park Soo-jin shivered slightly. I'll pass for today. Park Soo-jin arrived at her destination and entered through the door. A voice was heard. Oh my, Ms. Park. She smiled brightly and turned around. Oh, Assistant Manager Han, it's been a while. Han Harry, wearing a lion costume, approached excitedly, and Park Soo-jin couldn't hold back her laughter. Park Soo-jin adjusted her glasses, still with that smile, and said, Cute, your fortune is very bright. I know, right? You got promoted recently, didn't you? Han Harry replied excitedly. I'm a hunter too, after all. The two continued to walk together. Han Harry asked, Are you here to appraise items today? She patted Han Harry's head. Yes, where do I need to go now? Han Harry said with a smile. I'll guide you. Han Harry said as she touched her card to the scanner. Besides her and Han Harry there were two people next to them, smiling happily at each other. On the way, Han Harry greeted everyone she passed cheerfully. Park Soo-jin looked at her in the cute lion costume and thought, it seems Harry is still loved here. What a relief. The two arrived at a room. I'll look over there, Han Harry said, looking at the room in front of them. Park Soo-jin was surprised. Wow, the sight of Leon and Viss having tea together, it's so beautiful. Truly befitting of royalty, she thought to herself. Leon put down his teacup and said to the person standing at the door, Are you the one sent from the association? Ah yes, I am Park Soo-jin. Leon looked at the person greeting him, then looked back at Han Harry and said, Harry, did you teach her? Han Harry stood blankly to the side. No, then bring the items over here. Harry, bring them, Leon continued. A moment later, Han Harry pushed the items out. Park Soo-jin was shocked and froze when she saw the items before her. Oh, what is all this? She still couldn't hide her surprise, adjusting her glasses with one hand as she stared. They all look very precious. Oh, isn't this the orc chieftain's invincible axe? Oh my, this bracelet too, a pure concept. This is a very rare item too. She looked at a sword surrounded by numerous red flames and said, Versus' ritual sword, epic grade. The sword received when the hero of War and Fire Versus dedicated himself to pathos. It contains a sacred flame. Appraisal failed, worn down by long wars. Its function is not working. This is the last item. Department head, please review it carefully. As Han Harry approached with a box, she looked at the box and replied, Yes, let me see. Park Soo-jin took the box in her hands and slowly opened it. That brilliant light appeared once again. She looked closely. Is this epic grade? Inside the box lay a shining scabbard, epic grade scabbard. Park Soo-jin held it out to Leon and said, This is the scabbard of Richard Leon I. Majesty. Oh really, Leon said, taking out the sword before him. Why, your majesty? She was puzzled. The sword in Leon's hand seemed to fit surprisingly well with the scabbard in the box. Oh my, the scabbard. The scabbard in the box in her hand suddenly floated into the air. Park Soo-jin was shocked. She thought. The scabbard is moving on its own. The scabbard flew toward the sword in Leon's hand and surprisingly fit perfectly. As the scabbard perfectly combined with the sword, the area around the sword was still covered in that brilliant light. Leon held the sword and smiled. Through hardship to the stars. Act virtuously with courage and uphold justice even if the heavens fall. That was the inscription on the sword. Park Soo-jin listened and asked curiously, Your Majesty, what does that mean? It is the teaching of the first Lionheart King, Leon said, looking at the sword. Viss listened, looked at him, and asked, The first Lionheart King, it is what he left for the future Lionheart Kings. He held the sword in his hand and smiled. Now everyone step back. As Leon spoke, the people around him looked at him with puzzled expressions and a murmur began to rise from outside. I'll look over there on that rooftop. Isn't that the Pantheon Guildmaster? The people couldn't hide their curiosity as they looked at the man holding a sword enveloped in a brilliant light. Leon spoke and drew his sword. Leon Dragonheart, the legitimate successor to the first Lionheart King. Let the agent of all gods on earth restore the holy relic's original power. As Leon shouted loudly, a brilliant light covered the entire sky as everyone watched. At last, I have regained the power of the Golden Age. Leon looked at the sword and smiled. The time has come. Prepare for the great festival. Thanks to this scabbard we can hold it immediately. He walked with the sword and said to the person standing before him. Viss placed a hand on her chest and answered, Yes, your majesty, is this what you spoke of before? First we will establish a knight order. The preparations to summon the knights of the Holy Grail are complete. A smile and joy still lingered on his face and he hesitated before continuing. Through the great festival we will summon the stars. The night deepened and the streets were shrouded in silence. Only the faint yellow light of the street lamps illuminated the streets. A girl was walking as if melting into the night. Someone's voice came from the phone. Young lady, are you really going to stay there? The girl replied. Yes, I'll leave it like this for now. Her footsteps did not stop. The conversation continued. The person on the other end of the line said worriedly, Our divine sword sect has various types of sword techniques and secret arts, but the girl replied, I know, but you know it too. That alone is not enough. A cold and resolute look appeared in the girl's eyes. To kill that man I need holy law. The person on the other end of the line, thinking it was hard to persuade her further, said helplessly. Young lady, that girl was none other than Zhou Solju. Zhou Solju asked, Has his current location been confirmed? The subordinate replied immediately. His last known location is in Korea, a ruined city in Korea filled with demonic energy. A sword was slowly dragged across the ground, its friction creating sparks. This was where he always stayed with the demonic sword. The sword was being dragged on the ground by a mysterious man. That must be the demonic sword, and that man is likely the one Seoul is chasing. A strange red light flashed from the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the ruined landscape further highlighted his mysterious appearance. A new day began at the Pantheon Guild. Our chairman Leon was very excited watching the members spar. Someone shouted, "Block!" The holy grail on the table emitted a very enchanting holy aura. The training ground was divided into two groups, one side holding shields and defending, the other on horseback with lances. The shield unit formed a very solid square formation, seemingly ready to face the opponent's attack. This was the scene of morning training at the temple. As the cavalry tried to break through the defensive formation, the cavalry unit shouted loudly, "Suho, break through, break through!" The morale of the defensive unit was just as high. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes wide as they held their shields, shouting as if they would not be pushed back. Han Suho led the cavalry. He rode his horse madly and charged, and if even the horse was startled, one could imagine how the person felt. The cavalry unit held wooden swords and shouted, "Hurry up and break the encirclement." But life doesn't always go as planned. Choi Jae-hyuk frowned, looked back and said, "Damn it," the horse stopped. "You break the encirclement, Suho." Han Suho struck the shield wall with his wooden sword, but of course it was of no use, he said worriedly. "Their shield wall is too solid. We've tried several times, but it's no use. We've done our best." But suddenly the defensive line rushed in and grabbed Han Suho. His face turned pale and he couldn't even resist. "It's over this time." Han Suho was thrown from his horse's back. He lay in the middle of the enemy line and groaned in pain. Seeing the shadows surrounding him, Han Suho broke into an even colder sweat. In this situation it was useless to try to resist. His face was filled with nothing but panic. Han Suho called out, trembling, "Everyone." But what he received in return was only the bloodthirsty gazes of the enemy team. Everyone was cracking their knuckles and warming up for the impending torture. The black-haired girl narrowed her eyes and commanded, "Kill him. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" As the command fell, everyone simultaneously showed off the techniques they had learned. The scene was as gruesome as mincing meat, but what was more tragic was that outside the encirclement was still blocking his comrades from providing support. "Gang up on him, kick him, ha ha ha." A savage laugh erupted as if they were very excited. Suho cried out weakly, my bones are going to break." They beat him even more excitedly. "I heard he barely passed St. Gregory's, ha ha ha." His comrades outside could only cover their mouths, unable to even let out a groan. Choi Jae-hyuk said in a fluster, "We can definitely beat them. Our basic skills are on a different level from theirs." As soon as he finished speaking, the beating also ended, and the poor victim was mercilessly thrown aside. Han Suho was now a mess, his face covered with an X-shaped tape to meet community standards. Seeing that, Choi Jae-hyuk groaned inwardly. "Oh Suho, are you okay?" "Fortunately this was just practice." Leon declared a stop. Shield team wins. Next group. Suho, having just escaped the life or death struggle, was instantly revived by the power of the Holy Grail, and he let out a sigh of relief with wide eyes. His classmates rushed over. "Are you okay?" Han Suho clutched his chest and trembled on the ground. A moment ago he had been as good as clinically dead. Han Harry said, "Suho, I'll get revenge for you." Soon another fierce battle broke out in the training ground. Han Harry's voice echoed, "Holy law, raging tides." The entire training ground was filled with water, and after that there was nothing. Leon shouted, "Trainee team wins. Morning training is over." Sunlight shone on the training ground and water from the recent battle still pooled on the floor. The puddles reflected the shapes, creating a fantastic reflection effect. Leon's voice echoed, "First, if you fail to break through, use the rear formation as the vanguard and then retreat. The infantry is slower than the others. Use that mobility to prepare for another attack." Leon stood on a high platform and calmly explained. Han Harry stood neatly beside him. Below no one dared to interrupt and listened quietly. Leon asked again. "Understood," everyone replied happily. "Yes, Your Majesty." Only Seoul remained silent with a cold face. Choi Jae-hyuk stood beside her and noticed something strange out of the corner of his eye above. The speaker continued, "And the cavalry." But none of the words that followed entered his ears. Choi Jae-hyuk's mind was now focused only on the strange state of his friend beside him. Seoul stared blankly ahead. Her lifeless eyes and head tilted to one side were very frightening. After class, everyone was sprawled out on the cafeteria tables. "I'm dying. I have no energy left. I'm hungry," Han Suho lamented with an exhausted look. "Those cavalry guys are really tricky." Just then someone said, "Eat something, kids." Everyone immediately turned on their radars and whipped their heads around. "The food is here." Han Harry approached with a very large plate and said shyly, "But there are only potatoes and sweet potatoes." But this simple aroma was enough to make everyone exclaim in admiration and drool. The kids came over excitedly. "Senior, is there any kimchi?" Old man Choi took it all. Someone saw the food and exclaimed happily, "Oh my god!" Choi Jae-hyuk split the potato in his hand in half. The enchanting aroma of the rising steam made his face look as if he was about to ascend to heaven. It looked absolutely delicious. With their hunger satisfied, everyone groaned in contentment. "Ah, that's so delicious, hee hee." Some lamented, "We have to drink salt water." "How long do we have to drink sugar water?" Another said, "I'd rather just go on a campaign. Maybe we could eat better than this then." Han Harry reminded them that the ordination ceremony was soon, and they would be able to have a proper meal then. Choi Jae-hyuk paused while eating his potato and asked, "By the way, I heard we're going to connect with the gods." "What is that?" Han Harry made an awe sound and then asked the trainees back, "You've had to study about the gods and their laws in your spare time lately, right? It seems you need to know how to use holy law to become a knight of the kingdom." As she finished speaking, everyone around had a blank expression. Han Harry added an explanation. "In my case, Lord Poseidon chose me directly, which is why I have the amazing power to control water. You guys, haven't you chosen the god you believe in?" Choi Jae-hyuk quickly connected the dots. "Then were we chosen by Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, and Hephaestus, the god of war and fire? His Majesty also said that knights usually serve those two gods." Suddenly, Jo Sol-ju spoke up. "But isn't Sir Zafi a person of the Holy Grail belonging to Hephaestus, the god of iron and blacksmithing?" As soon as she said that, everyone became curious. "What abilities does Sir Zafi have?" someone said. "The ability to make money, right?" They imitated Zafi's mechanical tone. "Would you like to join a fund? Let's see, if that's not the ability of a blacksmith, what is? Didn't it seem like he was experimenting with geomagnetic rays and lasers last time, or some similar machines? He's certainly a bit special." Just then, Zafi also appeared on the screen. It made a creaking sound. Zafi had clearly heard what people were saying about it, so it had to appear immediately to correct them. "My ability is to earn and manage money, understand?" Everyone stared in surprise. "It's Sir Zafi," Choi Jae-hyuk joked. "Captain Zafi, did you plant a bug here?" Zafi sighed through the TV screen. "No, this device's sonar detection capability is incomparable to other entities. No matter where or what you say, I know everything." The kids burst out laughing and said, "Please respect our privacy." Zafi replied seriously, "I will consider that matter." Zafi's mechanical voice echoed again. "Trainee Choi Jae-hyuk, Trainee Choi Jae-hyuk." He was startled and bewildered, but when he heard that a guardian had come to visit, Choi Jae-hyuk's face stiffened. The system urged, "Please change your clothes quickly and come to the building entrance." He stood up and scratched his head, feigning indifference. "Oh dear," Han Harry watched with a puzzled expression as he passed by Han Harry. Han Harry saw that Choi Jae-hyuk's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She was quite surprised. It was the first time she had seen a kid like Choi Jae-hyuk, who was always smiling, look so gloomy. The pressure around him dropped and his lonely figure walked away mechanically. Choi Jae-hyuk slammed the door. Han Harry continued to stare even after he was gone. Something was strange. Han Harry turned around and said to everyone, "I'll be right back." Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Suho, who was scratching his head. They would surely all be curious and whispering, but what could be done? Suho said awkwardly, "Hey, but I can't talk about this. So everyone please act like nothing happened." Han Harry was surprised to hear that. Worry clouded her face. What? It must be serious. In the central hall of the Temple Guild building everything was calm, but only Choi Jae-hyuk stared at the woman before him with a stiff face. He said unpleasantly, "Why Mom?" The relative who had requested the visit was none other than his mother. Looking at the tall woman standing there, it wasn't hard to tell they were related. Choi Jae-hyuk asked weakly, "Why are you here?" Hearing his question, the woman snapped, "What do you mean, why am I here? Does a mother need a reason to see her son?" Choi Jae-hyuk didn't want to see his mother, so he stood inside the door to talk. "Just get to the point. I have a rough idea of what this is about anyway." His mother became even angrier at her son's cold attitude. "Hey, what kind of tone is that to your mother?" Choi Jae-hyuk crossed his arms and looked at her, urging impatiently. "I'm busy, so say what you need to and go." The woman let out a helpless sigh. "Who in this family does he take after?" she said to Choi Jae-hyuk. "Son, I found a big guild for you to join." "Why do you have to be here?" Choi Jae-hyuk replied. "I'll handle that myself, so you don't need to worry about it, Mom." His mother got worked up again and clutched her chest. "How can I not worry? I'm your mother." Choi Jae-hyuk still maintained his coldness. "No matter what you say, I won't do as you wish," his mother shouted again. "What on earth is the problem? That place is one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. If you just get into that guild, a bright and promising future is guaranteed. But on second thought, trying to poach someone so loudly in front of another guild's lobby doesn't look very good, ma'am." The front desk employee was sweating bullets at a loss for what to say. Choi Jae-hyuk's mother then recalled the guildmaster's face. "Betraying me? That was too terrifying." She said to Choi Jae-hyuk, "I've gone this far for you, Mom, and it's still not enough. In the end, you're going to join a guild of these cult-like bastards." Her words grew harsher. Accordingly, Choi Jae-hyuk's face darkened even more and the corners of his mouth twitched. His mother continued to speak. "Let's go back now, Jae-hyuk. Please listen to your mom." At this point, Choi Jae-hyuk, like a pressure cooker about to let off steam, was extremely displeased. In the outdoor training ground, the students sat neatly on the stone steps, listening to Leon below. The space was quiet, with only the sound of the wind. Leon stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the trainees with a solemn face. "What do you think is the difference between a cult and the holy gods enshrined in the temple? Answer me." The trainees began to ponder worriedly. It seemed to be a question that was difficult to answer immediately. Well, most of the trainees wondered if they could answer this question in their heads. Isn't comparing a cult to the faith of the temple blasphemy? So they couldn't answer carelessly. "Is it the difference between what is realistic and what is unrealistic?" Leon replied. He asked again, "Is there evidence for what is unrealistic? Could it not exist somewhere you know? Are you referring to evidence for that?" Han Suho raised his hand and said, "As far as I know, it's the gods who don't perform miracles as we wish." Leon raised an eyebrow and questioned Han Suho. "If they don't perform miracles, how can they be called gods?" This question truly put the boy in a difficult position. Han Suho began to stammer. "Yes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Choi Jae-hyuk beside him shared his thoughts. Is it the difference between what can be seen and what cannot, your majesty? Previously the goddess of beauty blessed your majesty in the war against the orcs. Hearing that, Leon continued the boy's words. There are many gods in the temple, but among them there are many who do not reveal their forms to people. Does that mean those gods do not exist? Do you think so? It seemed this answer was still not quite right. Choi Jae-hyuk also began to get flustered. He stammered in reply, it doesn't mean they don't exist. Your majesty has seen them. Leon shook his head and denied it. Just because something is unseen does not mean it does not exist, he questioned Choi Jae-hyuk again. Can you guarantee that everything you say is true? Then, of course, the boy began to ramble and answer himself. It also means that even if something is unseen, it can still exist. A cycle of dead-end discussion began. Suddenly a hand went up from the upper part of the audience. Jo Sol-ju wanted to speak. Leon looked at her and said, "Tell me what you know." Jo Sol-ju was as calm as ever. She answered slowly, "The gods of the temple bring tangible benefits to everyone. It's different from other religions." Her friends around her looked surprised at her words. She closed her eyes and imagined the gods with their free wings and power. They answer prayers and perform miracles for all their subjects who believe in them. That is the proof of the gods' existence. Leon asked Jo Sol-ju, "Do you serve the two goddesses, the goddess of justice and light, and the goddess of fire and war? Have you received their response?" Jo Sol-ju replied apologetically, "I am still lacking in many ways and my faith is not strong, so I have not yet received their response." Leon asked again, "You lack faith?" Jo Sol-ju also answered honestly, "Yes, I am still contemplating that point." Leon seemed satisfied with this answer for the time being. He said, "You are not wrong," but Leon raised his hand to the sky and a streak of light appeared accordingly. "You are all quite mistaken about them." As Leon's hand clenched, the streak of light scattered accordingly. As it spread around, the trainees shouted in surprise. Wow! Outside a sudden shower began to fall, and pedestrians, unable to get out of the way in time, hurriedly ran to find shelter. Jo Sol-ju also looked up at the sky in surprise. Rain and thunder from a clear sky. But why wasn't a single drop of rain falling here? The light Leon had just created covered the small courtyard where they sat. The area was dyed in a yellow light, separating it from the cloudy rain-filled sky. Leon looked at the trainees. Is this proof of God? Ordinary people would think so. When you pray, God will give you what you want. Unfortunately, I prayed for rain, but I did not yet believe in my own thoughts. If I hadn't prayed for that rain, I would not have gotten wet. That is the difference. Jo Sol-ju asked, "Yes, then why is it not raining only here, your majesty?" Leon looked at the separated rain outside and said, "The gods protected me, and the gods do not wish for their followers to get wet." Jo Sol-ju seemed excited as if she had discovered the core of the matter. "In that case, your majesty, you are making a deal with the divine spirits. The divine spirits are not beings who grant your wishes. They act only when they feel it is necessary," Leon continued to explain. "It is your freedom to believe in whichever god you choose, and it does not matter whether it is a god of the temple or not. Whether they exist or not, the doctrines and faith of justice and righteousness are always worthy of respect." Choi Jae-hyuk seemed to realize something as he listened. "However, be wary of false prophets who speak of a price for faith," Leon solemnly warned them. "Do not let your will be shaken by accepting a lowly and base faith." "Understood." Choi Jae-hyuk felt a pang of guilt. He was tense as if these words were alluding to him. The statue of the goddess spoke in a gentle voice. "Welcome, my young knight candidates." The group looked in astonishment at the giant statues in the hall. "Is that the goddess? To think we can really hear her voice, it's truly amazing," another man's charming voice echoed. "Newbies, don't be so rude, only then can you become knights of the holy war who protect this faith." The two boys stood at the foot of the statue and shouted in excitement, "Lord Pathos." "God of War, Lord Pathos has also responded." The trainees gathered and pleaded with Lord Pathos. "Please show us your power." The god Pathos seemed ready to show them without hesitation. "Behold," Leon watched the children from one side. He calculated inwardly. "Including myself, there are 3 Knights of the Holy Grail, which is still too much for this war. We need to awaken 1 or 2 new Knights of the Holy Grail to have enough manpower." Looking around, the most capable one was Han Harry. At this time, Han Suho boasted excitedly, "Nuna, Lady Ariana just spoke to me." Han Harry also followed along cheerfully. "Congratulations, Suho." Han Suho scratched his head shyly and laughed foolishly. "Ehehe." Leon looked at them and fell into thought. They share the same ideals. The problem is, he thought, turning his head to the other side, there were Choi Jae-hyuk and Jo Sol-ju. The two of them were also looking up. They too stood before their respective gods and both looked truly small. The god Choi Jae-hyuk was looking at was the most dangerous god. Despite being a statue, he had a very ferocious beard. And the remaining one was the strongest god in the temple, wearing a robe that covered his face so no one could see inside. What Leon was truly worried about was whether those gods would be interested in this matter, and whether the outcome of this matter would be good or bad. A few days later, at the Naju temple branch, the sunlight was the same and the wind was the same. Passers-by were flustered. What is it? Those people over there? Aren't those people from Hanbit Palace?" On the street, a group of people wearing Hanbit Palace sashes appeared and were on the move with a middle-aged man leading the way. They walked imposingly to the front of the Naju temple branch. Every passerby stopped to watch. The man slowly put down his portable speaker and turned it on. He held a microphone in his hand and smiled provocatively at the door. Then he said, as if shouting, "You must believe in the divine dragon to go to heaven. That faith cannot be changed, and the hell of disbelief will swallow you." The group following behind also shouted along. May the mercy of the Divine Dragon cover the believers and bestow blessings. The mercy of the Divine Dragon is like the spring rain, so protect your believers with the mercy of the Divine Dragon. We can go to heaven if we believe in the Divine Dragon. The hell of disbelief, the surrounding passersby couldn't stand it and covered their ears. Ah, it's so noisy, but the choir continued to trample on the temple. Are you guys out of your minds, you heretics? Disappear, disappear. The two portable speakers on either side were performing to their fullest today. The man still spoke like a madman. The Divine Dragon is coming, you should be careful. You heretic demons, disappear. You heretics, you will be punished. This commotion startled Zafi. It approached the group. Kikiru, what are you all doing here? Zafi's analysis system reported. The noise level has reached a warning level, so please exercise restraint. The group looked at this newly arrived little piece of iron with a gaze of 30 contempt and 70 disregard. Then the leader picked up the microphone again and said, "We love you all. Please come to your senses and believe in the Divine Dragon. Because we must go to heaven together. That is the will of the Divine Dragon." Zafi had probably never met such a madman in its entire life. It looked at the man as if it couldn't understand. Zafi continued to warn. "Stop the commotion. Do not shout in a sacred place. This is the final warning. Do not cause a disturbance, otherwise you will be punished." That group still showed no signs of remorse. Everyone squinted their eyes, their minds filled with question marks. The leader smiled slyly. "This machine is possessed by a demon." He pointed at Zafi and laughed like a madman. "I will punish you in the name of the Divine Dragon. You will die today." But before they could even touch a single piece of Zafi's iron, it quickly deployed a skillful tactic, throwing a rope, a divine art of binding, at each of them. When the job was done, Zafi plopped down on top of the leader's body. Now the whole group was tied up together. Even their mouths were gagged with ropes, rendering them unable to speak. The people around were very surprised to see this scene. Kikiru, this time it was its turn to show off its power. It tapped the leader's head and the black color turned red. It could only make muffled sounds being gagged. Zafi said coldly, "Any life form that causes a disturbance here will be expelled." The leader was flustered and shouted urgently, "MMMPH, MMMPH." On his tie was a small camera that had been installed beforehand. It was quietly carrying out its special mission. The consequence for those who caused a disturbance in a public place, besides being soundly beaten, was to lose face. The leader, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, now kept his mouth shut obediently. A sign hung on his chest, "We're sorry, we will never cause a disturbance again," but his face was still fierce. The rest of the bastards were the same. Zafi saw them and became even angrier. It said in a mechanical voice, "I warn you not to enter beyond this point." As soon as the words were finished, it took out its anger by whipping each of their buttocks once with a whip. The group screamed in pain, "Ouch, it hurts," but Zafi didn't stop and one of them shouted, "You demon-like bastard." Zafi whipped them even more excitedly. "Do you want to die?" They dodged the attack as if they were dancing. "What? It's a monster, run." The leader, while running away, did not forget to turn his head and retort, "We're avoiding a madman, not because we're scared of you. You're truly disgusting." Zafi was angry, but unfortunately it couldn't frown. Instead it made a warning sound. It ran to another neighborhood, panting. Passers-by watched with curiosity. Oh my, everyone took off the signs on their chests and threw them on the ground. It would be embarrassing to wear them for a long time. A young man approached and asked with concern, "Guang Tae Hung, did you curse at them or something? Are you hurt anywhere?" Guang Tae was the leader of the group that had just caused a disturbance. He saw the young man and grinned. "It's nothing, this is no big deal. I'm fine." The man in the suit behind the young man approached and greeted him. "Mr. Guang Tae," he also greeted back. "Ah, Secretary Choi." Secretary Choi pushed up his glasses and asked like an intellectual superior, "Did you do the job well?" Guang Tae smiled insidiously. "Of course." After speaking, he showed the tie on his chest. On it was a hidden camera disguised as a tie clip. Guang Tae said proudly, "I recorded everything with a hidden camera on my tie. Now let's watch it on my phone." Secretary Choi and Guang Tae nervously looked at the phone. "Is this it?" "Yes, just open it." On the screen was the footage of Zafi rushing in and grabbing Guang Tae just now along with his screams. "A robot is hitting a person, help me." After watching the video, Secretary Choi, unlike his usual calm self, smiled insidiously and despicably. "This is enough. How dare they ignore the laws of the Republic of Korea? You guys are dead." On a sunny day at the Hanbit office, the busy daily routine flowed as usual. Secretary Choi was working in the office, still handling tasks in front of his familiar computer. The sound of keyboard typing echoed. Secretary Choi looked at the computer screen and smiled slyly. "Haha, the news must already be flooded with the news of the temple people attacking ordinary citizens." He excitedly moved the mouse and clicked. But what appeared on the screen was not what he wanted to see. 4X Media takes a leading role in manipulating information to divide citizens. The first news was reported by a reporter sponsored by the Hanbit Company. The second piece of news was about Guang Tae. Cult leader who caused a disturbance at the temple was kicked out. Reading the news title, Secretary Choi was flustered. "Why are these damn reporters attacking us?" Then suddenly the computer screen turned off. Secretary Choi was startled and flustered. "Ha, what is this?" In a place unknown to Secretary Choi, our Zafi was hacking into the Kikiru server system. A moment later, the Hanbit server stopped. Choi Jae-hyuk was walking through a residential area. It seemed today was his leisurely day off. Choi Jae-hyuk took out his phone and looked at it intently. On the phone screen was a photo of a family of 3, which was not difficult to recognize as Choi Jae-hyuk's family. His father was carrying him on his shoulders and the whole family was smiling very happily. It was Choi Jae-hyuk's beautiful childhood. Choi Jae-hyuk put the phone back in his pants pocket and sighed. I came because they told me to, but I don't know if I can do this. And he stopped walking and looked at the entrance of an apartment complex. There were quite a lot of people coming and going. Choi Jae-hyuk became depressed. If it weren't for that, the image of the god of thunder and sky appeared imposingly. He had chosen him. The god of thunder and sky frowned and looked down at him. A voice like thunder echoed in his ears. Kim Jae-hyuk, thinking of that time, still gave Choi Jae-hyuk goosebumps. It was truly terrifying. Choi Jae-hyuk worried as he thought about that incident, and he decided to enter quietly through the door like the other passersby. He walked down the narrow, damp hallway once again. This was the place where he had lived since he was a child. Standing in front of the familiar small apartment door, the light was on inside and someone was home. Choi Jae-hyuk raised his hand and pressed the doorbell, and the ding-dong sound rang out, breaking the quiet space. The person inside seemed busy. A sound came from inside and then his mother's voice was heard. Is that you, Jae-hyuk? He didn't say anything until the door opened. His mother's familiar face came into view. His mother said happily, "Come in." Choi Jae-hyuk replied indifferently, "I just came to eat." Just then, the call of the god echoed in his head again. Kim Jae-hyuk. He was surprised and paused. A god of thunder and sky appeared behind him again and kept reminding him, "Punish them, the god of judgment." Choi Jae-hyuk's face turned pale. He stood behind him with his arms crossed. "This is the test given to you in this trial." But only Choi Jae-hyuk could know of that existence. His mother went inside excitedly. "I made your favorite kimchi stew. Would you like some Stella before eating?" Choi Jae-hyuk grimaced as if he were going crazy. Damn it. He went past the rooms to the dining room. He couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The table was very lavishly set, but there was only one set of utensils. His mother had prepared everything and was waiting for him to come. Steam rose from the warm food, creating a very warm atmosphere. His mother sat down. Choi Jae-hyuk also pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. He asked, "What about you, Mom?" His mother just smiled and answered, "I already ate." Choi Jae-hyuk knew in his heart that it was a meaningless lie. He couldn't help but sigh and picked up his chopsticks. "Let's eat first." The meal proceeded normally, and occasionally the nagging sound of "eat the rolled omelette too" was heard. Choi Jae-hyuk chewed his food and answered, "I will." The family photo on the table shone quietly. It had been quite a long time since they had eaten together like this. His mother asked again, "How's the food?" At the same time, the god's voice echoed in his head. Kim Jae-hyuk, the boy chewing his rice, froze for 5 seconds. In front of him was his mother's smiling face. "Are you just going to eat rice?" In his head a voice was heard. "Punish them." Choi Jae-hyuk felt like he was going crazy. He barely restrained himself, twitching the corner of his mouth, and tried to say something. In the end, Choi Jae-hyuk scooped up rice with his spoon again, put it in his mouth, and answered, "It's delicious, Mom." His mother smiled and said, "Have another bowl." As night fell, only the streetlights illuminated the road. Choi Jae-hyuk sat leaning back on a roadside bench as if exhausted, and it was very quiet around him. He looked up at the sky and let out a sigh. His face was full of fatigue. The frowning face of the god of thunder and sky appeared again. He scolded, "Cunning and insidious heretics, a cunning group that must be punished." He sat on the bench next to Choi Jae-hyuk with his arms crossed. "Punish that heretic. Show them no mercy." Choi Jae-hyuk sat down again, tired. He said, "She is my mother." The god answered, "There are things more important than blood ties. Those cultists cannot be forgiven. Punish them." Kim Jae-hyuk, the boy, frowned as if in trouble. Choi Jae-hyuk covered his face with his hands and stomped his feet, unable to help but lament. "O god of thunder and sky, why does it have to be me? I can't do that." Since no one could see the god except for Choi Jae-hyuk, he looked like a madman. Choi Jae-hyuk cursed inwardly. "How can I destroy this heretical sect? That person is my mom." Recalling his mother's gentle face, then Choi Jae-hyuk thought, "Who in the world could pass this trial?" Suddenly someone appeared from behind and asked, "Is this your hometown?" Choi Jae-hyuk was startled and shouted. He turned around, and the person who had come was none other than Leon. Choi Jae-hyuk stammered as he called out, "Why, your majesty?" Leon just replied lightly. Although flustered, Choi Jae-hyuk knelt down and greeted Leon according to the etiquette of a subject. The boy stared blankly at Leon. "Why are you here?" Leon crossed his legs and sat on the bench, replying, "I already know the situation." Choi Jae-hyuk was flustered. "What? Why? How?" Leon looked at him with contempt. "How could I not know when you caused such a commotion in the lobby?" Choi Jae-hyuk recalled the incident. His cheeks turned red with shame. "I'm sorry." Leon didn't press further, closing his eyes and touching his necklace. "Rise, it is not your fault," Leon said with his eyes closed. "O god of thunder, why do you make this child bear the karma of divine punishment?" He was communicating directly with the god. The god of thunder's voice rang out. "I am a god of high status. Who dares to discuss divine punishment with me?" Leon replied. "If you wish to punish those heretics, please leave it to me." But the god of thunder refused. "No, I want to punish those heretics by the hands of their own family's child." As soon as these words were spoken, a cold sweat ran down Choi Jae-hyuk's back. The god of thunder continued, "I want you to instill determination in that child to help him accomplish the task." Leon did not answer right away. He had to ponder this matter. Leon finished his conversation with the god of thunder. He asked Choi Jae-hyuk, "Jae-hyuk, why didn't you tell me then?" Choi Jae-hyuk answered timidly, "Your Majesty, I didn't know things would turn out like this." Leon opened his eyes then and shot Choi Jae-hyuk a deathly glare. What, you didn't know things would turn out like this? Makes some sense. He told Choi Jae-hyuk about what had happened at the temple. Recently there was a group that caused a disturbance at the temple. Choi Jae-hyuk was surprised. What, no way? Leon nodded his head and answered. Sir Spinner made it clear. As a result of their rudeness, they were reported for low-quality goods. Just then an assistant handed Leon a document, and he was surprised to see it. They had declared war on the gods. Leon said with a serious face, "This is not a war. It will be a hunt in our own way. We will teach them a lesson." Choi Jae-hyuk was surprised and realized, "Is that so?" He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly shouted, "Why, your majesty?" Leon reached out and covered his mouth. Choi Jae-hyuk said through his lips, "What about my mother?" Leon signaled for him to be quiet. "Shish, the god of thunder is not a madman who kills people without principle." Choi Jae-hyuk did not cause a disturbance anymore. He stared blankly at Leon, looking very foolish and as if he needed an explanation. Leon stood up and turned around. He said, "He is merely setting a standard to be followed." A powerful aura emanated from Leon's body, and his two eyes turned so white that his pupils could not be seen. Leon raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Tell me, their hideout." Choi Jae-hyuk was horrified from behind to see him like that. Park In-shin, the master of Hanbit Palace, born in 1990, had an accident when he was 12, and before the young boy was the image of a murdered person. Before he died, that person told him, "Run." In the midst of a turbulent era before any academies existed, in a place where one experienced and learned everything through direct trials, he emerged as a promising A-rank hunter. He met a god in the winter of 2014 when a mutated gate appeared in Samcheok. At that time the difficulty suddenly increased and he lost his comrades and was in danger. Suddenly something appeared before his eyes, and Park In-shin was very surprised when a screen appeared. On the screen were written these words, "Do you want to be saved?" He was silent for a moment, and the moment he answered, a light enveloped him as if he had gained vitality. The owner of the voice helped Park In-shin. From that time on, the 7th S-rank hunter appeared in the Republic of Korea. Back to the present, the man was wearing a fake smile. He stretched out his arms and tempted people, saying, "This is the proof of God's existence. Look at the warrior who received God's grace." He pointed to the person in armor next to him. This warrior said he heard the gospel the moment he entered the gate. The one in armor began to speak as if to make people believe him. "At first it was an ordinary gate, but the moment I entered the gate, there was a problem with my system." He even presented evidence. "If you want to try, aim to defeat the boss and mine magic stones in the dungeon. I found a blood warehouse thanks to the guidance system. From that moment my life changed 180 degrees. He said something that any god or scammer would say. "Everything is thanks to the grace of God." The followers listened and their eyes sparkled with admiration. Some even prayed to God. He said as if to make everyone's faith even stronger, "You all must believe this, there is no other way." Of course this kind of thing often happened to the hunters of Hanbit Palace. This strange incident did not happen just once, and since it had a significant connection with Hanbit Palace, the Hunter Association also officially recognized it. It was not difficult for Hanbit Palace to expand its power. Everyone who heard them believed them. Some praised it as a real miracle, and some believed it absolutely. "O divine dragon, we believe in you." The handsome man from before waved his arms amidst the cheers, and hearing people shout "Divine Dragon," his face was filled with happiness. He presented another piece of evidence to make people's faith even stronger. That's not all. One warrior obtained a panacea for his sick mother during a gate exploration. That incompetent hunter made miraculous progress. Finally he stated his purpose. The two proved their faith through donations. God was pleased with that faith and bestowed a miracle. His image on the screen, "Prove your faith. It is not difficult at all. We are already one family." Hearing those words, people shouted even louder, "Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon." Suddenly he saw something and paused. What surprised him were Leon and Viss. He looked more closely at those people and he recognized the temple. "Why are the temple guys here?" Over there, Leon was holding back his anger. Viss called him, "Your Majesty," because he was angry. Leon just replied, Everyone understood why Leon was angry. It was because these heretics were digging into people's poverty and mental weaknesses. These parasites preached false doctrines for their own benefit. To not fear danger was befitting of the head of a scammer. He was very confident on the stage. "Oh, what's this?" he said as innocently as a child. "We have a precious guest. The brother who came for the first time will be baptized. Come this way." Leon stood up and let out a sigh. "Ha," and he walked through the crowd toward him. He got angry as he walked. "How dare you call me that? You've got some nerve." Reaching the front of the stage, Leon suddenly stopped, and instead of punching that bastard in the face, he took out a white sack from thin air. As the bundles of money fell to the ground, the surrounding people murmured, "Ha-oh-oh." When the last bundle of money fell, Leon was still very calm and his eyes were still challenging. After taking out all the money, he even threw the sack on the floor. That bastard, of course, stared intently at the pile of money at his feet. He asked Leon right away, "What are you doing now?" He did not back down and immediately demanded, "Create a miracle." He looked at the money he had and said again, "Didn't you say you can experience a miracle if you donate? I want to make a deal with your God." He was angry at this unfriendly attitude, but he was a laid-back person, so it was fine. He suppressed his anger and said to Leon, "How rude. Are you trying to test God's miracle with an offering?" Leon questioned. "Didn't you say you can go to heaven with loyalty and devotion? Did you make that choice?" He knew he was exposing himself. He was angry and gnashed his teeth, shouting like a madman, "You must absolutely obey and submit to the evangelist's words. That is the truth and the gospel. Leon hardened his face and retorted, do those who call themselves servants of God consider themselves as gods? Who gave you that right? He kicked the sack at his feet. That truth is nothing but a lowly and base faith. He lost his reason and pointed at Leon. He couldn't understand why he, who was the same as him, dared to speak such nonsense. Enraged, he did not realize anything and just pointed at Leon and shouted to the people below. Everyone, this man has no faith. An evil demon dares to invade our holy temple. We must drive this evil thing out of the divine dragon's palace. He incited them. Rise up. As they were followers of Hanbit Palace, they slowly stood up. Voices of opposition toward Leon echoed from all directions. Get out, you heretic. Get out of God's palace. That's right, get out of here. Choi Jae-hyuk heard the curses around him. You filthy bastard, the wrath of God will plunge you into a sea of fire, he thought worriedly. Your Majesty, will you be all right? The bastard on the stage continued to curse Leon. You lowly bastard, you foolish bastard. When someone shouted demon loudly, Viss, Choi Jae-hyuk and Spinner broke out in a cold sweat. Viss covered her mouth and looked at the bold person beside her. Oh my, Spinner continued to make creak sounds. The reason was that Leon Dragonheart, the Lionheart King, was on the stage. A golden light enveloped Leon. As a monarch, he could endure all insults and humiliation. Everyone turned around and wondered, why is it so quiet? But three things were unforgivable. First was disrespect to his parents. This is an insult to my family. Second is blasphemy, which a mortal being cannot carelessly commit. Well done, I'm offended, he was angry. Leon growled word by word, you lowly things, and finally Leon's roar echoed, how dare you? The one who had cursed him as a demon trembled without realizing it. What's happening? He shouted. You heretics. Leon's face contorted. Me, this Lionheart King, you dare compare me to a demon? The power around Leon grew stronger. This is unforgivable. I will punish you. The people around began to scatter in all directions. Leon ripped off the necklace he was wearing. It was a useless item. A magic circle appeared in Leon's hand. He decided, I will judge your false faith and your insignificant existence. The man began to tremble. What are you trying to do? Leon covered his face with his hand and spat out each word. The holy stars will purify you. A person who was about to eat food through a lens appeared. A scream erupted. What on earth is this? It pierced through the cloud layer and went all the way up to space. As Leon uttered the words, destruction, he said. Now it's your turn. Divine punishment. From the spaceship, a beam of golden power shot straight toward Earth. Leon explained that what he held was a holy relic of Saint Anya, and that he would summon the stars to judge the wicked with divine punishment. The cult leader was stunned by those words. What did you say? The man in armor shouted. Why is that demon acting like that? Viss had also finished her preparations. She asked Spinner, Sir Zaffi, are you ready? Zaffi answered with a click. She gathered power above her head. I will show you my power clearly. A giant beam of purple power erupted, destroying the building. People screamed, Arg? What is this? Someone shouted. This is truly unbelievable. The person next to them was also in shock. The floor of the building, the cult leader, seeing the ceiling blown away, furiously asked Leon, You bastard, what have you done? He answered lightly. I just summoned the stars. The man looked at Leon as if he were a lunatic and said, What nonsense are you talking about? As a black shadow flew across the sky, he looked up. Had he not looked up, he might not have known, but the moment he did, he was shocked. A star was appearing in the sky. The giant object made him scream, What on earth is happening? The estimated mass of this meteor is 680 billion tons. The Mickey Comet. Leon looked at Viss behind him and asked how she was. She answered politely, I am ready. Upon activating the divine punishment, the powers of Leon and Viss shot toward the comet together. That power enveloped the Mickey Comet. Over here, Spinner had also finished preparing and aimed its gun. It loaded a divine artifact and fired 3 shots at the comet. The comet shook from this power. The cult leader below was also overwhelmed with shock. Oh my God, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was truly unbelievable. How can this be a god? He denied that it was impossible. The comet was now almost touching the building, on the verge of destruction. The cult leader collapsed, waiting for death. He groaned, Oh my God. He even shed tears, but soon the shock stopped even his crying. Did it stop? How can this be? The meteor had truly stopped and there was no damage at all. Leon approached the cult leader. It is enough to stop it here. Viss followed behind. That's truly impressive, Spinner reported. Target is still active, inconsistent with previous data. Leon looked down at the man on the floor who feared death. He pointed straight at him and asked, You foolish bastard who does nothing but stupid and wicked things, do you now know your sin? At this he still did not know fear. What are you talking about? Leon lost his patience with this man. Truly foolish. How long did you think you could hide? He called Choi Jae-hyuk. Kim Jae-hyuk, he who was supporting an old woman, answered when called. Yes, Leon told him to stand by his side. When Choi Jae-hyuk took off his mask, the man immediately recognized him as trainee Kim Jae-hyuk. Leon grabbed Choi Jae-hyuk's shoulder and looked at the cult leader, emitting killing intent. I will show you soon the evil demons who call themselves evangelists. Choi Jae-hyuk answered obediently. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, his face hardened in shock at something. Seeing the cult leader being held by a red monster behind him, he shouted, What on earth is that? The man, still not understanding anything, remained arrogant. As expected, I can't talk to bastards like you like a human being. At this moment, Leon explained from behind Choi Jae-hyuk like an elder, It is a demonic spirit. a creature with the ambition to steal human souls and minds. It parasites a host and takes action when the human becomes corrupted. He suddenly heard a familiar voice. You're Jae-hyuk, right? Leon turned around. Mother. Shock was evident on his face. His mother was possessed by the demonic spirit. She asked worriedly, what is all this? Tell your mom. Choi Jae-hyuk was still in shock. Mother, he called out to his majesty. Leon placed a hand on his shoulder. That is the demon the god of the sky wishes to punish. You must punish it yourself. Choi Jae-hyuk hesitated. But your majesty, that is my mother. The demonic spirit inside his mother called out. Come here, my son, Leon persuaded him. Trust me. He placed a hand on his own chest and said solemnly to Choi Jae-hyuk, let the holy power reside in your heart. Only then can you act correctly. Hearing those words, he did not answer right away but fell into quiet thought. Soon he stretched out his hand. It was a suggestion for all humans. The hand was pointed at his mother and the demonic spirit. They always wanted peace, but it was not that simple. Anxiety and fear always tormented them. He closed his eyes and thought, the magic of the holy power I have created will pierce through and destroy those temptations. Sacred authority, power began to envelop him. He closed his eyes and muttered in his heart, forgive the tainted souls. He remembered being on his father's shoulders as a child. The sight of laughing joyfully with his mother. A stream of holy power struck his mother and the demonic spirit directly. She screamed in pain. Although Choi Jae-hyuk's heart was not at ease either, he said nothing and just thought, Mother. After being fully struck by her son's holy power, Choi Jae-hyuk's mother collapsed. He came to his senses when he heard a gentle call. Jae-hyuk. Hearing his mother's voice, Choi Jae-hyuk's tears immediately stopped. The demonic spirit behind his mother was disappearing. His mother called him. Son. What more words were needed at this time? He ran and embraced his mother, overcome with emotion. She held her son tightly. She kept apologizing. I'm sorry, son, Choi Jae-hyuk cried happily. I'm so glad. His mother apologized to him. I must have lost my mind and done something terrible. They were truly mother and son. Choi Jae-hyuk's eyes welled up with tears as well. Mother. Seeing this moving scene, Leon thought that everything had been resolved well. Viss thought, that child was chosen by the god of the sky and granted power. Then he looked down at the man below. And you, Park In-shin, master of Hanbit Palace. Seeing his appearance, he was too scared to speak. It was understandable. A golden power flashing like lightning surrounded Leon. Next, he was so scared that he could only say one word, yes. A few flashes of lightning struck, electrocuting even the people around. The cult leader now had a flower blooming on his head and fainted from fear. The demonic spirit attached to him was still alive. Knowing it could not defeat Leon, it immediately fled. Naturally, Leon would not let it go. He stepped on it with his foot. Where do you think you're going? It wailed, but Leon had no mercy for such a being. A dark demonic spirit like you, always harboring the greed to dominate humans, he thought with contempt for the demonic spirit. Truly a fallen race of darkness, always existing by relying on the evil side of humans. They will never be destroyed. Yes, because humans always harbor desires for themselves. Fortunately, this one's soul can still be saved without delay. The sword almost reached the demonic spirit. Now die. Leon was ready to send it to the other world. Your cunning tricks will pay for their sins in hell. Outside, a photo of the Mickey comet almost hitting the building was taken by people. The collapse of Hanbit Palace. The news also reported it. For 20 years it has recruited 18 million followers. This is a huge group involving many politicians, hunters and businessmen. The collapse of Hanbit Palace caused a huge problem. A person who had been in the cult earlier was being carried out and shouted, "Oh my god, a meteor is falling, it's going to crash soon, run." On the TV screen, Park In-shin, or rather, the cult leader appeared. He was announcing, "We are planning to merge Hanbit Palace with Pantheon soon. When that happens, all our assets will also be merged and managed by the head of Pantheon, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart." He added, "Our powerful main army will also be commanded by His Majesty." At these words, the reporters began to murmur. "Chairman Park In-shin, I have a question," a male reporter asked. "This is truly a huge event. Is what you said true?" The female reporter next to him quickly asked. "Then what is your relationship with His Majesty the Lion King?" Hearing these questions, he swung his arms and declared with a contorted face, "He is a hero. The one who saved my soul. This is the ideal I pursue, to save the people and defeat evil. He is the one who will save this dark world." Leon sighed lightly as he walked down the street with Spinner. Looking at the crowd, Leon said to himself, "It's so noisy. A shooting star like a meteor fell to Earth, so people seem quite scared." Spinner answered, "Click, Your Majesty, this is a situation the people have never seen before." He asked Sir Spinner, "When can we start working?" Spinner climbed onto his shoulder and answered, "Pantheon requires various upgrades which are currently being calculated." Leon calculated, "For now we need to upgrade the soldiers' armor and weapons. That way their combat power will be better." Spinner asked him, "Is there nothing Your Majesty needs?" Leon replied, "I don't need anything but my loyal subordinates do." Spinner sighed, "Work has piled up all at once, so we must deal with the urgent matters first, Your Majesty." Leon understood and comforted him. "I understand." While exuding a cool atmosphere, someone called out, "Your Majesty, you were here." Leon turned around. "What is it?" Park In-shin politely greeted him. "The president of the Science and Technology Information Research Association has come to see you." Two people followed behind Park In-shin. One person greeted Leon, "Hello, Chairman. How have you been lately?" Leon also received the greeting. "You've come." The other person was bewildered. The person next to him whispered and he understood. "Oh, what is that? How?" He scratched his head and laughed. Haha, excuse me, I am Kim Shin-jae, the Minister of the Science and Technology Information Research Association. It is an honor to meet you, they asked Leon. What is that constellation? Leon answered casually. It is just a star, he added. A star governed by the gods. The president was lost in thought at that answer. The minister was extremely surprised. Then are you saying that your majesty summoned the star? He opened the eyes he had been keeping closed. What are your plans for the future? Leon answered. I will use the resources I have now to create weapons and armor for the soldiers. I will create the best equipment with everything I obtain, the president agreed. I will follow your command. The minister was shocked for the second time. Chairman, what are you saying? He recalled the time he was happily chatting with Harry over tea. I also heard about the Alchemy Society from Ms. Harry. Those precious materials will surely undergo the best processing. Leon nodded. That's right, as expected of the chairman. You say things that are hard to refuse, but mining a lot of the best raw materials is not simple and requires a specific process. I will heed your majesty's words. Not only did he state the priority, but he also said, all matters will be reviewed and supported by the government as well. Legal issues will be omitted for your majesty. We will do our best for your majesty. Leon, of course, did not refuse. Good, I hope your words come true, the president continued. The things mined from the star will be inspected by Sir Spinner with his understanding, and he will be able to grasp the structure and special uses of each rare metal. At that time, would it be possible for us to observe the process of making weapons and armor? Leon did not refuse this proposal. That is not difficult. I can also gift some of the materials and the weapons or armor we create so that the Ministry of Defense can research them. Hearing those words, the minister's face was filled with joy. Thank you. Everything had a but, and Leon was no exception. But many of the divine artifacts being created will be kept secret. They do not reach the level of holy relics, but such things are rare in this era. The chairman also understood and agreed. Yes, he asked. Ms. Han Harry has been dispatched to work in your majesty's temple. Will she also be able to see those divine artifacts? Leon did not hide it either. Of course. Hearing that, the chairman smiled. He suggested to Leon. Then since she worked at the association before, wouldn't she be able to read the design analysis data? She was our outstanding employee. Leon agreed very readily. In that case, I will give her the authority to research freely. As Leon agreed, the two shook hands. Let's do that. The chairman was also pleased. Thank you. Suddenly, he remembered something. Taking it out of his pocket, he said, But there is one more problem, your majesty. Leon was also curious. What is it? He showed Leon a tablet PC. You can confirm it with this video. Leon looked at the video with a slightly disbelieving expression. He realized, isn't this a video taken inside a gate? The chairman answered. It is a battle that took place in China. It was a gruesome battle. On the screen, a bandaged man was walking with a sword. The houses were on fire. Before the video ended, the person filming it approached the man with the sword and shouted to be saved. Save me. After that, a bloody scene that was hard to watch followed. Leon's expression was hard to read at this time. The chairman uttered 3 words, demonic swordsman. He said about this person. Janjo, the successor of the demonic sword who owns the black sword. After sweeping through a region there, he is now heading to Japan. The scene shifted to a red-haired man. He sighed. The black-haired girl next to him heard the sigh and asked him, Are you okay? The red-haired man answered. I'm fine. She informed him that there had been a considerable change on the association side. Our long-term plans will soon see many positive changes. He showed an indifferent attitude. I'm not very interested in guild affairs. Thinking of Leon, the red-haired man felt a slight sense of helplessness. It seems this change was all led by Leon Dragonia Lionheart. This person was the Phoenix Guildmaster, Ian 1. With the merger of Hanbit Palace and the temple, everything was gradually progressing. Ha Yu-ri saw Ian 1's stomach ache and shouted, Ah, my stomach hurts, and laughed playfully, but on closer inspection her smile was somewhat strange. Ha Yu-ri hit Ian's back. Why are you so uninterested in what's happening? I think that merger will affect everyone. Though it left a bitter taste in his mouth, Ian 1 replied to her, I'm only going to care about our guild. I don't have time to worry about other things. As soon as he finished speaking, he reconsidered that it was a big deal that would affect so many people. Yuri agreed. That's right. A blonde woman appeared and asked Ian 1 and Yuri, Why haven't you two gone in yet? Seeing the blonde woman approach, Ian 1 greeted her. Hello. While greeting her, he also asked how she was doing. Ian 1 asked her, Ms. Yoon So-ae, have you been well? She answered, Yes, I'm fine. This blonde woman was Yoon So-ae, the president of the Hunter Medical Association. So fiddled with her hair and said sarcastically to Yuri, It seems you don't like our nutritional supplements for hunters. Ian 1 was surprised. What? Did something like that happen? Yuri immediately retorted, I just thought it was a bit expensive and not a good fit for our guild. Ian, not understanding, asked them, What is it? Yuri replied playfully, It's Bowandan. At those words he was at a loss for words. The 3 of them entered a room together, and inside people were already seated and waiting. You're here? Seeing that they had come, one person told them to sit down. Please have a seat. Another person greeted them. Hello. The attendees of the meeting were Mio Guildmaster Park Dong-soo and Changsheng Guildmaster Kong Jin-seong. The person at the head of the table opened his mouth. It seems everyone is here. In addition, Lion Guildmaster Han Jiam and Hunter Medical Association President Yoon So were present. The person presiding over the meeting was Sacred Sword Guildmaster Jaeon Jin-soo. He clicked his tongue while holding a long tobacco pipe. Tisk, tisk, he complimented Ha Yuri, that outfit suits you well. She wrapped her arms around herself in embarrassment. Ah, this is the first time I'm wearing it, so it's a bit loose. Ian looked at her, took off his jacket and handed it to her. Here, put this on. She accepted it. Thank you. Guildmaster Jin Su laughed as if he were excited. He asked the two of them, when are you two getting married? Jaeon was shocked by the question. Jian was flustered and broke into a sweat. The rest of the people remained calm. Ian and Yuri were so embarrassed their faces turned red. He waved his hand. Ah, we're not thinking about that yet. Suddenly he shouted, this won't do. The reason there's a shortage of hunters these days, he pointed at the two of them. He spoke with a judging gaze, it's because of young people like you who don't get married. At your age, I already had several children. Everyone around them agreed. That's right, you're truly amazing. We were impressed. The two from the Lion Guild could only think, oh my god. Guildmaster Jin Su tapped the ash from his pipe into an ashtray and brought them back to the topic. Now let's get to the point. As he became serious and angry, a blue aura emanated from him. To put it bluntly, I want to kill that bastard Jeonjo. Seeing his hasty demeanor, Jiam reminded him, you can't. Please reconsider. He snapped back as if we were talking back to our mother. Do I need to ask for your opinion? He could only think. This is getting more and more troublesome. As they argued, a sound of a door opening interrupted. Park In-shin and Oh Kong-hyuk entered the room. Park glanced around the room and walked straight in, ignoring Park Dong-su's puzzled gaze. Park looked at Park and thought, more people have come. Both of them were stubborn people who wouldn't listen to anyone. At this time, Leon had already arrived in front of Guildmaster Seo, one king and one old man, both equally stubborn. As soon as they saw each other, Leon pointed straight at the old man and said, old man, move aside, and so the conflict began. The #1 swordsman in the Republic of Korea, a living legend, the nation's top-ranked sacred sword guildmaster, Jin Su. His life was filled with numerous legends and everything he did was for the national interest. So he became a figure no one in the country dared to oppose. He held so much power that no one could touch him. Moreover, he was old. So power was added to power, but Leon didn't care. He said straight to the old man, move aside. The old man asked as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? Leon sighed, holding back his anger, and then uttered words that seemed to be asking for a beating. Have your ears already gone bad at such a young age? Hearing those words, Guildmaster Jin Su slammed the desk. What? Along with his shout, a strong shockwave was clearly visible. What, this brat? Seeing his rage, Chairman Oh Kong-hyuk said, that person is 300 years old. Jin Su was incredulous. What? Chairman Oh explained, as you know, all knights of the Holy Grail are long-lived, for example. The 300-year-old Lionheart King Leon. Chairman Oh affirmed, so that person is definitely 300 years old. Jin Su was flustered upon hearing that and asked back, is what that man said true? Leon did not answer, wearing an expression that showed he was not interested in anyone. Understanding, he bowed his head and yielded his seat. Your Majesty, and he politely invited Leon. Please be seated, Your Majesty. Leon's mood improved a little. Thank you, young man. Everyone around them thought the same thing. You've defeated the oldest and strongest person here. Leon began as if he were presiding. There is no tea. Park In-shin rushed over. I will brew it right away. In the atmosphere everyone was sweating. Yoon Soa smiled and opened her mouth. Oh my, she praised the handsome man with a covetous look in her eyes and began to make a pass at him. You are as handsome as the rumors say, Your Majesty. My name is Yoon Soa. Park In-shin, who was pouring tea, turned around upon hearing those words. How rude, how dare you speak before His Majesty has spoken? Soa was furious to hear that. His Majesty is quiet, so why are you getting angry? Let Leon speak. Enough. Upon hearing those words, Park Yong-shin immediately answered, Yes, Your Majesty. The Guildmaster saw this situation and thought to himself, what on earth is going on? Leon was growing impatient. Chairman, my time is more precious than gold. Hearing those words, he began to prepare. Yes, I will get straight to the point. As he pressed the remote control, a video began to appear on the screen. 13 years ago, a black gate appeared in London. That's right, exactly 13 years ago, a black gate appeared in London. The difficulty of the black gate was ridiculously high and no one has been able to clear it yet. The European Union was concerned that if they couldn't clear that black gate, they would experience what happened in Shanghai before. They assembled a raid party composed of S-rank hunters and attempted to clear the gate. The unit consisted of 24 S-rank hunters. In addition, there were 1,834 A-rank and B-rank hunters from various European guilds. Among them, Komong, the great mage from England's clock tower, commanded the unit. The attack continued for 2 months, and it was successful. That was our first case of clearing a black gate. Leon looked at the screen. He thought the results that followed were more important. Chairman O answered, pressing the remote. That's right. A sword appeared on the screen being analyzed. It was an epic-grade item. The Sword of Frenzied Slaughter, the most powerful weapon that had existed in the 30 years since the Great Cataclysm appeared. Everyone who saw it was seized with a desire to possess it. After a fierce fight over who would own it, the British government won. The sword was sold for 1.4 trillion. It was more expensive than a state-of-the-art warship. After that, they leased it to the greatest swordsman of that era, James Spencer, the president of the Gentlemen's League. And when he touched the sword, an evil aura enveloped and infiltrated James, extremely surprising the person next to him. After that, in a single blow, the person next to him returned to the earth, and that was the beginning of the great disaster. He turned into a demon with the sword in his hand. He killed 870,000 civilians and more than 600 hunters. Leon was curious. So what happened to that demonic sword now? Is that bastard dead? Chairman O answered. We succeeded in killing James, the host of the demonic sword. But the demonic sword escaped. After he died, it flew into the sky and no one has seen it since. Hearing this, Leon snorted. After that, we repeated the process of finding and killing the host of the demonic sword. Australia, Mexico, Laos, Spain. The last place we found a host 4 years ago was in Korea. Jeonjo, who was supposed to become the next guild master of the Sacred Sword Guild. That sword fell into his hands. Leon turned upon hearing that he had seen him. I'm sure your majesty has noticed as well. Jeonjo is the son of the current guild master of the Sacred Sword Guild, Jeon Jin-su, and the older brother of Jeon So-yin, whom your majesty accepted into the guild. The Sacred Sword Guild master showed no reaction even upon hearing his son's name, and no one could read his expression. Chairman O held out a tablet PC. This is the list of guilds that will participate in the demonic sword subjugation battle. He read the guild names: the Rising Pantheon Guild, the Sacred Sword Guild, the Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild. One person raised his hand. I will participate as well. Everyone turned toward the sound upon hearing those words. Dong-su asked back in surprise, Are you saying you'll participate too? Jin Seong, who had just raised his hand, answered calmly. That's right, the chairman easily agreed. It is decided then. Jiam sighed in relief upon hearing that. He scratched his head and spoke his gut feeling. I still have a bad feeling about this. We will gain nothing from doing this. Leon understood him and questioned, What do you mean by doing this? We will gain honor. We gain glory, and by fulfilling our duty as noble knights, we can create a wall for the people to lean on. Park In-shin was extremely impressed by his words. He trembled and clasped his hands as if in prayer. He shed tears and snot like a fanatic. Truly, you are our savior. I can't control my heart. He spouted crazed words. Ah, just hearing it warms my heart. You are so generous. Ian covered his face as if to say, I don't want to go with that person. Yuri patted his back and comforted him. Chairman O called him. Your Majesty, that madman was still enjoying himself alone in the back. Did you see how majestic His Majesty is? Seeing the situation, Chairman O knew he was right. He brought up his previous proposal again. Then the proposal for 10 trillion won in financial aid to the Japanese Federation. Leon answered comfortably. I will accept. He was a little surprised but still understood. Ah yes, I understand. As he was leaving, he did not forget to ask the chairman, There's a king there too, right? Contact the king there first. He could only answer, Yes, we will request it from the government. Leon passed by like the wind, flustering everyone. The chairman greeted him. Please take care, your majesty. As he went outside, Park Yong-shin followed him like a parrot, talking continuously. Where will you go next? Please come and see the hunters I have prepared. I'm sure you will be pleased. Leon did not answer his words. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey. Park Yong-shin turned his head, hearing someone call him rudely. Leon turned back with an expression ready to cut down anyone. Repeat that. Knowing he had misspoken, Jeon Jin-su quickly changed his words. Majesty, Leon stopped and asked him, Just get to the point, what is it? Knowing that he wasn't making an issue of his rude attitude, the old man sighed in relief. Phew, he extended his hand to express a proposal. I have a favor to ask, your majesty. I believe I have the right to do so. Following the principle of not agreeing without knowing what it is, Leon said to the old man, Tell me what it is. I will decide after hearing it. Jeon Jin-su knew that and said right away, Please help me with just one thing. You know that my granddaughter is in your majesty's guild. The child he was talking about was So-yin. He pleaded with Leon, Jeon So-yin, please do not let that child participate in this demonic sword subjugation battle. In the two girls' bedroom, So-yin seemed to be having a nightmare. Sweat flowed and her body was heavy. A strange call echoed. So-yin, she dreamed of a scene from her childhood where she was being held by someone and the surroundings were full of corpses. A bloody hand was extended and a scream echoed. Run, So-yin. A woman who had fallen to the ground was shouting at her to run, run. Behind her, a man holding a long bloody sword was approaching. At that time she was too young and could only stare blankly and cry. In the end that woman was stabbed to death by that bastard. He stood there covered in blood from head to toe, and it was impossible to know how many people he had killed. His eyes glowed red and he laughed wickedly. Kakeke. A strange voice echoed in the space. Found you. Just then she came to her senses, her two eyes wide with terror. She shot up in bed, covered her face and continued to cry. Sob, sob. After calming down for a moment she lifted her hand and looked at it. She knew it had started again. A can of drink fell from a roadside vending machine. So-yin sat alone under the bright light, seemingly unable to fall asleep anymore. She sat there and blamed herself. This is a chance, a chance. Just then a voice echoed, and the form of the god of vengeance appeared. A chance, you say? How deceitful, she said. That is what I call a negotiation, he replied. Yes, I understand. He was Ventusus. He appeared before her and said, Perhaps my false avenger taught you not to try and negotiate with a divine spirit. Her eyes were frozen cold, but the god of vengeance just stood there imposingly. Yes, I am the only one who has responded to your insolent demand for a negotiation. I am the only one willing to grant you power despite your lack of faith. Do not take that good fortune lightly. Hearing those words she was dazed, her face stiffened, and she said nothing. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she placed a hand on her chest. Ventusus, if I offer you what you desire, can I become a knight of the Holy Grail? The god of vengeance was a little surprised and paused. Ha, a knight of the Holy Grail. He extended a finger and lifted her chin. Thinking of the king, he said, Listen. Your achievements are nothing compared to King Leon's. Do you think someone like you could ever replace my agent of vengeance? Hearing these words, So-yin froze on the spot, with her eyes wide and mouth agape. She thought in horror, Does that mean His Majesty also borrowed Vanbaza's power? He began to slowly fade away. Before disappearing, he said, as you are now, you are nothing. Half of his body vanished. But I will help you with your revenge, although the price will not change. Finally, he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The moment you achieve your revenge, your soul will be mine forever. In a beautiful city inside a room, countless people were lined up in an orderly fashion, and above them was the king himself. He looked down and said, you will all become members of the association's army. Those whose names are called, step forward and receive your items. The blonde man next to them asked quietly, Ms. Harry, is Ms. So Yin also participating in this mission? I heard that old man was vehemently against it. Harry turned to him and answered, flustered, I heard that too. Recalling how he had shaken his head so firmly, Harry said to everyone, but His Majesty said he could not interfere in this matter. It seems he doesn't have the authority. The blonde man was stunned and surprised to hear that. What, really? On the stage, Leon began to speak. Next, Han Harry, Han Suho, Kim Jun-in and Jaeon So-yin, step forward. The people whose names were called quickly stepped forward. It's our turn. They approached the stage one by one, lining up in an orderly fashion. He looked down at them from above him. He said seriously, the achievements you have all made so far are as I expected. Leon turned his gaze toward Han Harry and praised her. Especially you, Han Harry. Hearing those words, her two eyes sparkled as she exclaimed happily, Yes, Your Majesty. A smile blossomed on her face upon hearing his praise. The gods greatly cherish the pure. You have proven your talent and purity. You are more than worthy of this praise. As he finished speaking, the woman beside him pushed out a cart on her own. On the cart lay a very exquisite set of clothes. He said, I shall bestow upon you a sword, a spear, and a suit of armor. This will help you manifest the true power within you. It was made by Sir Spinner, so handle it with care. Han Harry was so surprised to see the armor that her jaw dropped. Oh, is this star piece armor? Iron essence armor. Suddenly a voice came from behind her. Not bad at all. She turned around in surprise. Pathos and Poseidon behind her. A muscular, long-haired man with a cross-shaped scar on his face appeared. Next to him was a large shark. As he extended his hand forward, his whole body seemed to burn, and that power was transferred to the armor. Fight. As the saintess of this war, become the flame that incinerates the enemy. A blue flame also erupted from the shark's entire body. With a heart full of faith, entrust your body to the endless abyss. The two streams of light from the two beings intertwined and went straight into the armor, making it shine brilliantly. The group in white clothes below all knelt in unison. Some prayed, some clasped their hands, and all shed tears of emotion and cried out, "O gods!" Han Harry looked in amazement at the clothes spewing flames of power. With her eyes wide and mouth agape, she couldn't say a word. An information window appeared. Iron Essence sword blessed by the incarnation. Iron Essence armor blessed by the waves. The short-haired secretary next to her laughed excitedly and said, "They are all legendary grade." The others below were all amazed and exclaimed in admiration, "Legendary grade, it must be worth billions, or maybe it's priceless." Leon stood before the people, spread his arms and said, "Next, may the power of light always be with you." A tall blonde man suddenly appeared next to the blonde man. He got very close to his face and called out strangely, "Kim Jae-hyuk." He was startled. The old man looked like a god. Placing one hand on his head and casting a spell on his armor with the other, he said loudly, "You will become a judge and punish all the wicked around the Lion King." A blonde goddess appeared before Han Suho. She clasped her hands before him and began to bestow her blessing. "May justice protect you. Even when faced with corruption and depravity, you will stand firm. Even in the darkest places, may the immortal light always shine upon you." Jaeon So-yin stood to the side, silently watching everyone's gods with a dazed, sad expression. Suddenly he called her name. "Jaeon So-yin," she answered hastily. "Yes, Your Majesty," he informed her. "Your grandfather requested that I not allow you to participate in this mission." As soon as she heard that, she was startled and thought of her grandfather. He stared at her intently and asked, "What are your thoughts?" She broke out in a sweat, looking a bit troubled, then answered flustered, Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she said firmly, "I want to be a part of the mission. No, I must be," to this single sentence of hers. He closed his eyes and answered, "I understand." The space around the two of them immediately darkened, and the god Ventusus appeared behind her armor. He said, "Then have it your way." As soon as he appeared, the god clasped his hands and made a strange sound. "O Avenger!" He extended his hand toward the armor. "I will aid your revenge. May my gift allow you to summon the darkness of ruin." The entire armor was instantly covered in a black layer. The armor began to emit an increasingly dark aura. The god's voice continued to echo, "I will be your sword." Her sword was also turning black. Ventusus continued, "The only one to whom you can make your wish." As he was casting a curse on her armor, Leon suddenly approached and grabbed the sword. He asked in surprise, "What are you doing, O great Avenger?" He laughed lightly, and all the dark light around them disappeared. The goddess of light appeared behind him. He gripped the sword tightly, laughed lightly, and said, "I am merely concerned for my disciple's future." He seemed to not want her to fall too deep into revenge. Jaeon So-yin stood there stunned in surprise. Watching the goddess of light bless the armor, she said quietly, "Your Majesty." As the goddess extended her hand toward the armor, a fierce light erupted. She began to chant, "O lost lamb, may this light be your way out. Go toward the light." A giant beam of light flew straight out and broke the darkness of the armor. In particular, the sword that Leon held tightly radiated a halo of eternal light. Ventusus, as if he had been preempted, angrily questioned him. "What are you doing? How dare you change your mind?" The goddess looked at him, smiled, and answered gently, "I am merely granting my knight's wish." The space suddenly grew tense. He quietly looked up at him. He too looked at him with some surprise. Darkness was slowly covering this place. Vanbaza said with dissatisfaction, "Oh, Avenger," he aimed at him and said, "You have grown too soft on humans. It's truly disgusting." He looked up at him, smiled and answered, "I am the king of humanity, I cannot let you have your way." But he smiled strangely. "Like when you lost your daughter?" The goddess and he both froze without a word. Anger slowly appeared on his face. Vanbaza's two eyes glowed red. He got very close to his face and said, "Leon Dragonia Leonis, heir to the thrones of Leonis and Dragonia." He reminded him in a cold voice, "Do not forget that you who founded the kingdom found glory in the darkness." He calmly cut him off. "I will never forget what my ancestors went through." Black smoke once again billowed from his entire body. He changed his target to Jeon So Yin. He stared at her intently and said, "Do not lose your goal by relying on the light to find your way. Revenge can only be achieved in the darkness of the silent night." This was the truth. Revenge and light could not coexist. She placed a hand on her chest as if she couldn't breathe and listened quietly to the words he bestowed. "Never forget, my little Avenger." At this time, in a room in a high-rise building, a man was holding a wine glass and looking down at the splendid city before him. An orange-haired female secretary entered. "Chairman, I have brought the list of people who will participate in the raid," he commanded coldly. "Bring it." He was the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association, Kamiya Yasu. Now only the two of them were in the room. Female secretary stood behind him, quietly waiting for him to read the document. Suddenly he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. She knowingly massaged his shoulders. He said, "The Prime Minister must be very worried. To even try to use foreigners, what can those insignificant guys do?" She also played along. "Well, the government's prestige has been falling more and more these days." This Kamiya Yasu's face was like that of a cunning demon. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled sinisterly. "Yes, because I'm the one who caused that commotion. This country will be mine." He read the document and asked, "By the way, is this Pantheon Guild any good?" She also leaned over to look at the report and answered, "They are very scary, but how can they compare to us?" Thinking of that guild, she said, "This is still a matter we need to pay attention to. I heard there are a few Pantheon followers here. Their guild's promotional strategy is very effective. Strangely, there is almost no opposition to them in Korea." Kamiya Yasu listened, touched his chin and fell into thought. Really, could the plan to raid hell be possible? Their voice may be loud in Korea, but maybe not globally. Thinking so, he firmly slammed his hand on the chair. "Then let's do this." His eyes, filled with conspiracy, shone as he said, "In the initial stages of the mission, we will put the Pantheon Guild on the front lines to have them absorb all the initial damage." The female secretary quickly realized that Korea would object. "That's a given." He thought there was no way Korea wouldn't know, but he still said, "But we will also work on persuading them," he ordered her. "Tell them we will send 3 raid teams composed of S ranks," she immediately retorted. "Chairman, those teams belong to the Hunter Association." He became like a savage beast, like a madman, and laughed wickedly. "Yes, those guys have been very annoying lately, so it will be a good opportunity to get rid of them." He laughed triumphantly, thinking that after this attack his kingdom would become even more perfect. The woman behind him clapped and praised him. "Congratulations, Chairman," he schemed insidiously. "I'll have to throw a grand welcome party for them. When they come here, if we can just please them, they will surely be willing to stand on the front lines." At this time, Leon was already on the plane, and the plane had finally landed. The wheels dragged for a long time on the ground before coming to a complete stop. Many men in black suits were already standing and waiting. They looked very nervous and sweat poured down like rain. "Damn it, this reminds me of when the Thai royal family visited." He inwardly hoped there would be no accidents. He recalled the instructions from before he came here. There must be no political friction. The old man, very nervous, had earnestly instructed him over the phone. "That man is no ordinary figure." At that time he had asked back, "What do you mean?" The old man frowned. "He's more than just not ordinary. If something bad happens and an article with a headline like Korea-Japan relations worsen appears in the newspaper, both of us will be in a lot of trouble." The old man, drenched in nervous sweat, almost begged as he shouted, "So treat him like a king. I'm serious." Now, recalling those instructions, he became even more anxious. There was no end to wiping his sweat. A figure appeared from the plane. Leon descended with a beautiful woman, both dressed like aristocrats, looking very noble and conspicuous. Everyone there was shocked. The old man's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, "What is this atmosphere? It's not just dignity or power." The people next to him admired. "He truly looks like a noble." The more the old man looked, the more he frowned and his face turned red, thinking, "Every aura emanating from him is truly special. Just standing near this person, I feel an overwhelming pressure." He saw him standing there in shock. A serious and cold face like a lion. He knew this person was one who stood above all else. The party quietly welcomed him as he got off the plane. The man in the lead stood straight and said seriously, "Welcome, Your Majesty. King of the Leonis Kingdom and Her Majesty Queen Viss Gasparo." He just replied with a light As he was about to extend his hand for a handshake, a person beside him suddenly shouted in shock with wide eyes, questioning him, "Are you the king of this country?" He seemed extremely rude, which made the man even more nervous. He gasped, "Ha!" The white-haired old man standing behind him was too surprised to speak. He frowned in displeasure. That man was too rude. Just then Kamiya Yasu approached and laughed loudly. Haha, you don't come to Japan often, so it seems you are not familiar with our country. He aimed straight at those old men and said, that person is just a government representative. Would you mind stepping aside? Hearing those words, the old man was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, turned around and glared. Kamiya. He ignored him directly, walked straight to Leon and extended his hand for a handshake. His eyes were still extremely arrogant. I am Kamiya, the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association. It is an honor to meet you. He looked at his outstretched hand. His face was dark and contemptuous, and he said nothing, not even answering. Then his face contorted with disgust, his two eyes shone, and he said, how dare a country bumpkin like you try to touch the king's sacred body? Drag this man away. This single phrase immediately enraged him. It was probably the first time in his life he had been so painfully insulted. He was so angry and shocked that his jaw dropped and he couldn't say a word. All the subordinates behind him also glared at him. He was still fuming, thinking, what, how dare they treat me like this in my own country? Before he could even recover from the shock, he added another rude remark. This time one of his subordinates couldn't stand it, rushed forward and retorted. Who the hell are you to speak to the chairman with such an attitude? This man is the S-rank hunter, Takeda of the Hunter Association. Seeing someone dare to question him, he narrowed his eyes and asked angrily, an insignificant wretch like you, what rank are you? This time Kamiyasu was so angry that veins popped on his face and his eyes were bloodshot. The man named Takeda stood before the chairman, emitting a fierce power from his entire body, trying to show off for his master. The old Kamiya saw this and laughed triumphantly, while the people around them shouted in alarm, whose power is this? Someone stop that man. The other men shouted loudly, sir, please stop. The old butler and Han Harry, who hadn't even gotten off the plane yet, broke into a cold sweat at this scene. We're doomed. Leon's expression did not change in the slightest, and he sighed lightly. HMPH, an insignificant wretch, dares to speak to me like that. He took out a giant sword, and a power several times stronger than all the men here combined erupted from his entire body. He looked like a god they could never reach. He said in a cold voice, in that case this rude wretch must pay the price for his actions. Han Harry and the old butler were drenched in a cold sweat, at a loss for what to do. Leon seemed truly angry. The two asked each other, what should we do? I don't know. Takeda strained so hard that veins popped on his face, trying not to be pushed back. He growled and cursed. You demonic bastard. Just then a man rushed over in a hurry and reported urgently, emergency, emergency. Hearing the news, everyone paused. The demonic sword has appeared. Kamiyasu turned in shock and shouted, what, where? The man blankly held his phone, not understanding anything, before finally managing to say one thing, he is crossing the sea on his sword. At this time, over the blue sea, a man was riding his sword straight across the water. He skimmed across the surface at great speed. As he raised his hand, a streak of purple light appeared, and his eyes also shone strangely. Instantly the space before him opened up like a giant gate, allowing him to pass through. Such a gate also appeared in the sky. After he passed through, the gate slowly disappeared. On another part of the sea, a sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was him. He had pierced through space, and with him were giant, hideous monsters. His whole body shining, he shouted, Joe Soul Jew. Watching the scene of monsters appearing on the sea, a person said, as you can see, that sword caused a dungeon collapse accident at the Dragon Palace Gate and disappeared beneath the water. It destroyed the dungeon of the Dragon Palace Gate and disappeared underwater. Kamiyasu stared at the screen, slightly flustered. A dungeon crack? Could it be such a coincidence? A subordinate held a document and reported. According to the monitoring team's report, the dungeon crack opened right after the demonic sword entered the gate. Hearing those words, he got angry and shouted from above, questioning them. Why did a gate appear there in the first place? Takeda, standing behind, glanced at the red-haired man and asked, did that guy summon the gate? The man, flustered and sweating, answered awkwardly, of course that's impossible. Leon opened his mouth. It is not impossible. The red-haired man turned in shock and asked, what did you just say? He looked at all of them and said once more, I said that creating a gate is a possible thing to do. Everyone present stared at him blankly. They couldn't say a word and just stood there dumbfounded. He declared, this is a state of emergency. Any necessary information must be shared. He crossed his arms and leaned his back against the wall. Viss, explain. She immediately stepped forward with a bright smile. Haha, yes, your majesty. After speaking, she looked at the golden sphere. Sir Spinner, please help me. It immediately agreed with a beep. Instantly, the sphere began to connect to the system screen here. Even the technicians sitting in front of the screen could do nothing. They shouted in shock, haha, what's wrong with the screen? Have we been hacked? An image of a black hole now appeared on the screen. Viss stood to the side and began to speak. About 4 weeks ago, our team, along with the federal hunters, occupied the eastern sea gate. She looked at a few people very seriously and said, we had doubts about the gate, about the system and the missions it gave. Those men gritted their teeth, slightly worried. And we reached a conclusion. She pointed to the image of a space gate on the screen that Spinner was simulating and said, the conclusion is that the gate could be an artificial one. As she finished speaking, the group couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, what? The men's eyes widened and their mouths fell open as they blurted out, that's insane. That shatters the basic premise of gate raiding. Leon, standing to the side, calmly opened his mouth. That does not change what we must do. He put both hands in his pants pockets, glanced very lightly past the group in the room, and showed the demeanor of a leader. I will give the order. Prepare for battle. We must prepare for the appearance of the demons and find the location of the demonic sword. The female secretary quickly ran over and questioned him. Why are you the one giving orders? It seemed she still thought her Kamiya Yasu was the best. But as soon as she finished speaking, that man quickly raised his hand to stop her. Understood. But the demonic sword is very powerful. The monsters that will soon rush in are probably to distract us. He looked at his departing back and offered his opinion. So let's organize a special unit that can be mobilized as soon as the demonic sword appears. In an emergency, it will be faster to combine our forces. He didn't even look back and tossed out a single sentence. Understood. I'll leave it to you. Then he walked straight out. Only Viss turned back and smiled at him. Seeing that the discussion was over, the gray-haired old man looked at him. Then everyone in this room now has one goal, one mission. We will launch a surprise attack on the demonic sword. A detailed plan was projected onto the screen. The main forces are in 3 locations: Kyushu, Shikoku, and Wakayama. Wakayama is the Japanese Hunter Association, Kochi is the Korean Hunter Association, and Misaki is the Leonis Temple Guild. Looking at the battle map, everyone began to analyze. We have blocked the monsters landing in Tokushima, Misaki, and Wakayama, the old man said in front of the screen. Understood. Looking at the screen display, one man said, Really? Was that 30 minutes ago? Korea is fast. Suddenly, a man turned around and shouted at a few people, Hey, it's clear a giant cannon fell from the sky. The old Kamiya Yasu realized it immediately, his eyes widening as he blurted out, Truly amazing. As the queen appeared, he picked up his phone and made a call. Takeda, looking at the screen display, one of the 4 points was offline. He held his phone looking impatient. There's no word from Team 4. Check immediately. A shout immediately rang out from the phone. Yes, Chairman. I'll go right away. Seeing the red glowing offline text, he was flustered, thinking it might be a technical problem. At this moment, a pair of feet landed on the ground. Before Takeda's group was a desolate, death-filled city. Houses and cars were all in disarray. Seeing this sight, a few people were shocked, gritted their teeth, and cursed in anger. Damn it, a scene of death and fire. Everything was destroyed. There were no signs of life. On the ground, their comrades had been stabbed to death. It couldn't be the demonic sword, Takeda thought in a fluster. No way, how could he have gotten in? The more he thought, the harder it was to understand. He wasn't caught on the equipment. We didn't detect any trace of him. A few people scattered to search the area. Nishimori is dead. Another man shouted loudly, Take, everyone is injured. Seeing the corpse of his comrade before him, he was so angry he was about to go mad. Damn it, why did it have to be our hunters? He took out his communication device and reported. This is Takeda. Team 4 has been wiped out. It seems the demonic sword has landed here. Just then a comrade drenched in sweat and looking as if he had seen a ghost shouted, Mr. Takeda, come over here. He quickly ran over and looked down. What is it? Before them was a very large whale carcass with a large hole in its belly. Seeing this hole, a few people guessed that someone had come out from the monster's belly. Takeda furrowed his brow in shock. What, are you saying he used a monster to avoid detection and land? The communication device in his hand trembled. How could this happen? Just then a voice came from the device. Takeda, a report came through. Team 2 has also been wiped out. At this shocking news, he blurted out in surprise. What? At the Korean Hunter Association, the bald man held a communicator and reported in a fluster. The demonic sword has appeared. The few people in the control room all grew tense and quickly asked, Oh, where is it? The bald man reported again. 3 S-rank hunters have been killed in Wakayama. The old man couldn't hold back and shouted, Damn it, it's already come to that, the bald man reported again. Hunter Association's Takeda is gathering the other teams excluding the Temple Guild, the red-haired man asked in surprise. What? Why not the Temple Guild? The bald man answered in a fluster. They tried, but a monster shot down their plane. At this time, Leon's subordinates stood watching the explosion before them, and all 3 seemed to be unharmed. The system also activated the Hateful One trait. The red-haired man heard this and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, the front line has collapsed now. He made up his mind. In that case, he sat down in his chair, his eyes shining as he looked at the others. Can't we just stay here? He really didn't want to die, so he didn't want to go to the battlefield. The white-haired old man heard this and got so angry that a vein popped on his forehead as he cursed. What nonsense are you talking about now? At this time, high in the sky, a helicopter was circling over the sea. A loud shout rang out. Hey, why is this plane so slow? Go faster. Only the pilot explained wearily. This is the maximum speed right now. Wakayama was littered with nothing but monster corpses and debris on the ground. Corpses and blood were everywhere. Suddenly, Takeda looked ahead. The old man, the red-haired man, and the people from the control room had finally arrived. He said, Thank you for coming. The few who had just arrived were all flustered and scared, looking at the desolate scene before them. The old man asked, Should we postpone the fight with the demonic sword? Takeda said. Honestly, he is stronger than we thought. If we fight scattered, he will surely defeat us all. 2 teams have already been wiped out. A black man with dreadlocks turned and said, Anyway, including your 4 teams, we now have 5 teams here. That's a total of 9 S-rank hunters. The red-haired man turned away unpleasantly. Why are you leaving me out? The man with dreadlocks continued. I think this should be enough at this time. The red-haired man once again boasted confidently. Well, we've also gathered about 100 A-rank hunters nearby, so I don't think even the demonic sword can do much to us easily. but as soon as he finished speaking his whole body suddenly felt uncomfortable and strange. His eyes widened in shock. It was as if he was being crushed by something. In the distance, the sharp tip of a sword stuck in the ground was being dragged along. Dazzling sparks flew. Seeing this sight, the few men immediately raised their weapons and went on maximum alert. The demonic swordsman had come. He approached with his sword, and a murderous aura emanated from his entire body. A strange voice echoed, "Cruel slaughter, merciless destruction." He smiled so wide the corners of his mouth split to his ears, and his two eyes shone brightly. "I am the murderer Asa, the destroyer of life." Everyone gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. One woman cursed inwardly. "Damn it." Seeing him approach murderously, everyone was terrified, except for the king. "I've never met anyone this strong." "What on earth is this?" Just then, something suddenly fell from above, making him pause. The surrounding ground cracked and collapsed. Surprising even him, Asa stood with his sword. It seemed to be the work of those men. Takeda swung his arm and shouted loudly, "Now attack!" A few men immediately rushed forward quickly. One man shouted in excitement, "That weapon is worth hundreds of millions of yen." "Get him!" Takeda shouted in excitement. "Don't be afraid. No one can withstand multiple attacks at the same time." Suddenly, the red-haired man who was drawing his bow turned and warned, "Wait." Before his eyes, Akasaka had already slipped out. His eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward, laughing madly. The red-haired man was so surprised he froze on the spot. Their weapons were nothing compared to this demonic man. He swung his sword once and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Instantly, a man nearby was split in two at the head. The cut was very sharp and clean. Wherever he passed, anything touched by the spiderweb-like blades was split in two. Hundreds of people died at his hands like that. The more he cut, the more excited he became as he charged forward. The red-haired man's mouth fell open, and he couldn't say a word. Terrified, he thought, "What?" Seeing the pile of corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but be shocked. He took down A-ranked hunters in a single blow. Takeda also collapsed blankly onto the ground, at a loss for what to do. Only now did he understand. If he hadn't told us to get out of the way, we would have died too, but it was too late to run. The demonic swordsman appeared before him. His two eyes glowed red as he raised his sword, preparing to cut Takeda down. Just then, a streak of flame flew and blocked him, and he looked over in surprise. He lightly swung his sword very quickly, and the flame technique was immediately deflected and flew off to the other side. The red-haired man shouted loudly again, "Now attack!" The man with black braided hair quickly rushed in with a hammer and struck down, but the demonic swordsman's expression didn't change as he stood there calmly. He swung his sword once and knocked down the man with the hammer. He was like an adult fighting children, not taking the group seriously at all. The man with dreadlocks who was fighting him was also terrified, his eyes widening as he thought, "What?" He blocked it with one hand. Akasaka's two eyes shone like flames. He cursed, "You're too weak," and charged in, resolutely swinging his sword down to kill this man. Just then, thousands of swords fell from the sky. The old man's voice echoed, "Infinite swords." The old man flew forward with thousands of swords following behind. That was his falling blossom thousand swords technique. The old man and two others saved the man with dreadlocks' life in the nick of time. The old man furrowed his brow and asked, "Is that the same guy we fought?" The man next to him nodded. His face was filled with a grave expression. "He is very strong." Akasaka held his sword, exuding killing intent. He said, "I fought him in Yusan, but he wasn't this strong back then." The old man looked at his subordinates being treated on the side and asked, "Is Takeda all right?" He groaned in pain and replied, "Yes." The nurse treating him said, "The treatment is not working. This is the first time I've seen anything like this." The old man immediately called for the red-haired man, Yin Wan, behind him, and he answered immediately, "Yes." He's seeing the slaughter mode activated on the system screen. His eyes widened in horror. Seeing the blood-red screens before him, he knew this was not the only problem. There were many other absurd things. He would be on par with the demon Grand Duke Rusha, or perhaps even stronger. The old man's face hardened as he drew his sword. "Don't mind it, there's no time to be distracted. We just have to kill him." The red-haired man asked in surprise, "Yes?" A few men with weapons lined up facing the demonic swordsman, Akasaka. The old man frowned and looked at him. "You seem pretty good." That demon bared his teeth and laughed heartily. "Ha, I know you. We share the same blood." The old man, enraged, with veins popping and gritting his teeth, replied, "I have no son like you." The demon didn't care at all and asked again sarcastically, "Ha, old man, where's your granddaughter?" The old man gripped the sword in his hand tightly and answered coldly, "That is none of your business." A blue light erupted from the old man's entire body. "Today you will die by my hand." The helicopter had finally arrived. The man in white on it placed a hand on his chest and said with satisfaction, "I'm glad we get to ride a private helicopter. Well, they're currently reviewing who will join the battle, so it seems there's nothing for us to do." After speaking, his eyes shone with confidence as he asked her directly if she was ready. He saw a girl dressed well in armor who looked even more serious than him. Beside her was Jeon So Yin with a sword. She frowned unpleasantly and replied, "I volunteered." She asked him sarcastically, "I am of course always ready. Do you want to join this battle, so much so that you'd sneak onto the helicopter?" Hearing this, the man shouted excitedly, "Of course, but I ask for nothing from His Majesty." His two cheeks turned red as he exclaimed happily with great excitement, "We are only seeking forgiveness. He will watch over us and grant us mercy. If this is not salvation, what is?" Seeing him like this, she was at a loss for words and thought, "He really wants to dedicate himself." Suddenly, the plane shook violently, flustering everyone inside. A man's eyes widened as he looked outside. Are both sides fighting so fiercely below? Even with several people fighting together, they couldn't defeat Akasaka. infinite swords and invincible light sword. The more the demonic swordsman fought, the more his momentum grew, and he charged straight in, intending to cut down the old white-haired swordsman. He fought just as fiercely, but despite his old age, his energy was still vigorous and he was determined to kill him. The two men's swords clashed fiercely, but at first they could not determine a winner. Suddenly, the old man shouted in surprise, and that guy laughed triumphantly, his two eyes glowing red. He shouted loudly, "Slaughter Lord, summon the sword of Akasaka." Instantly, a giant red sword appeared in the sky. Looking down from the plane, it was clearly visible. A few people quickly looked out the window. "Oh my God!" Jeon So-yin shouted loudly. "Grandfather!" The giant red sword plunged straight toward the ground. A loud shout echoed in their ears. "Ms. Yuri, are you all right?" She slowly opened her eyes. Beside her, the red-haired man Ian Wan was worriedly supporting her and kept calling Ms. Yuri. She rubbed her head and shouted, "Don't shout, my head hurts." Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as she looked ahead. Wait, what happened? On the ground were the shattered pieces of the old man's sword. Seeing the demonic swordsman grab the old man by the neck and lift him up, she asked in a fluster. The old master lost How around them. Other people were seriously injured and barely breathing. That demonic swordsman did not stop laughing. "Ha ha ha, not bad." He squeezed the old man's neck and said, "But you've gotten old." The old man still struggled to curse him. "I will kill you," he said sarcastically. "But it's strange. The power is weaker than I thought. You should have died from that attack." Seeing him rush in with his sword, he said, "Something interfered." It was none other than Jeon So-yin. Her two eyes were as sharp as a sword, and as she rushed in, she shouted loudly, "Let go of my grandfather." The system announced, "Demonic sword Ventusis is interfering with the black sword Akasaka. The holy sword she used drove away the darkness." Perhaps that was the reason the old man's life was spared. She resolutely cut off his arm. The demonic swordsman was slightly shocked and stared at his own hand falling off, while the old man shouted loudly in fear, "So-yin, no," but she seemed to have already lost her reason. Her entire body shone brightly. Right now in her mind there were only the two words, revenge. The system announced, "Avenger has enacted revenge. Power increases with the soul as collateral." She unleashed a very powerful sword strike. Soul consumption rate 12. This was the price she had to pay. Jeon So-yin held her sword and stared fixedly at Akasaka. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide, and thought, "With this power I can defeat him." The demonic swordsman saw her imposing appearance, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He bared his teeth, smiled sinisterly, and taunted, "Brat!" Then he immediately rushed in to attack, and fortunately, the girl quickly raised her sword to block. He got very close to Jeon So-yin and threatened, "The holy power is certainly very powerful. Many of my comrades have died after facing that power." Suddenly, another stream of power erupted from him. She widened her eyes and broke into a sweat, tilting her head to the side. He cut her down to the ground. "But you are neither a knight nor an orc." His two eyes glowed red, and he looked at her with contempt and said, "You are nothing." Just then, a few men with swords rushed in from behind him. They were the youths in white clothes, and although they were not strong, they were very united and belligerent. Each held a sword and rushed in, shouting loudly, "Protect So-yin, all for Leonhardt." An alert appeared on the system. "Fanatic activated, resist some curses." As that many people rushed in, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. The demonic swordsman saw this scene and became so enraged that he gritted his teeth. A vein popping on his forehead, he threw his sword hard and it landed right in front of a few people. A red light erupted from the sword, making the few people pause, and for a moment they did not dare to rush in. Jeon So-yin looked at the sword, her mouth agape, and stood there blankly. In just an instant he had taken care of that many people, and the group all flew far away in pain. The fight ended, and he laughed heartily and taunted, "Haha, even a dog on the street tucks its tail when it sees a tiger." "You foolish bastards." Akasaka slung his sword over his shoulder, looked at the people lying dead on the ground, and laughed triumphantly. "I am immortal." Just then, Ian burst into laughter again. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling with laughter. And the demonic swordsman also turned to him unpleasantly. He asked angrily, "Is it funny?" The red-haired bastard truly did not fear death. Still laughing, he taunted him. "No, it just seems a bit exaggerated." At this attitude of his, the black-haired woman also opened her eyes wide and looked at him as if she couldn't understand. That demonic swordsman's eyes widened, and he stood there blankly, slightly shocked to hear that bastard dare to openly mock him. "Do you want to die?" Just then, a streak of light appeared from behind the demon, making him turn around, and Ian's voice still echoed right in front of the man. It turned out he had become so bold because he saw Leonhardt had come. From the sky he appeared, riding a horse with spread wings, shining dazzlingly. "Is everyone not dead?" He seemed very angry, his eyes wide and brow furrowed as he clenched his lips and looked at the demonic swordsman. How could he not be angry? He had killed many of his subordinates. A world had existed for a long time. In that world there were kingdoms protected by the gods. In those kingdoms there were knights blessed by the gods. A finger pointed to a large building on a map. "These knights are a headache for the immortal demons. The knights use holy law to break the laws of nature. They eliminated evil. 4 of the 7 lords were summoned, and 6 grand dukes and 87 archdemons led an army of 10 million to successfully invade the world of the gods. They destroyed most of the world, and only 2 forces remained. The leader was none other than Leonhardt, and the Knight Order along with the remaining army prepared for the final battle. The Orc Legion enjoyed this great war like a festival and destroyed the East. Akasaka moved to another world during the war and did not see its end. He would soon realize that he was very lucky. At this time, seeing him, he called out in a strange voice, "Ah, Leonhardt." He taunted him and said, "You can still call yourself the hope of this world." He took out a sword from space and cried out lazily, but as soon as he held the sword his eyes were filled with more anger than ever before. His 2 eyes shone as he said in a threatening voice, "Who dares to speak my name so freely?" Then in the blink of an eye he appeared before him, slung his sword over his shoulder, hardened his face and said to Akasaka, "Ah, so you were here." Leonhardt said nothing and punched him right in the center of his face. The punch was so strong and fast that before he could even react his face caved in, and he screamed in pain. Huck, that bastard, immediately flew several meters away, rolled on the ground a few times and slammed his head into a pile of bricks. The old man's eyes widened in horror and fluster. He sat there and looked at where that bastard had slammed his head and fallen, thinking, "Unbelievable. He took down that demon with a single blow." Seeing the demonic swordsman with his head tilted to one side in the pile of bricks and his face swollen, he was surprised and asked himself, "How strong is he?" But it did not end there. His strange laughter echoed again. "Kakeke." He stood up, and as he extended his hand toward him his palm shone, and he laughed cunningly and said, "It's useless. You are just a mortal human." At this time the system continuously displayed alerts proclaiming slaughter, corrupted soul, and heart eater. The limit of darkness, countless effects appeared around this place. The old man, horrified, gritted his teeth and watched this scene, thinking with some worry, "Ah, that debuff." He believed that even with it he would not be able to win. Leonhardt still stood there, not afraid in the slightest, his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead. A powerful golden light erupted from his entire body. His legs seemed to be changing. The guardian of the Holy Grail is resisting all curses. He slung his sword over his shoulder and without the slightest hesitation walked toward him. "Every step of yours is history." Now the old man's mouth opened again as he saw the alerts for the race of terror, the evil race. Weakening the demon Grand Duke, he was a being very different from an ordinary human. A demon. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was a being that all living creatures could never reach. One terrifying legend, one-man army, demon slaughter effect. Warrior, destroyer, demon king. He passed all the demons without any effort, walking straight on only one path. The more the old man looked, the more his brow furrowed and his eyes widened in horror. Unbelievable. He nullified all debuffs with a stronger buff. In an instant he stood opposite him without any obstruction. The demonic swordsman looked very excited, his 2 eyes glowing red as he opened his mouth and roared menacingly. "Ah, the destroyer of all life." Leonhardt did not back down and immediately opened his eyes wide and roared even louder than him. "No, I am your destroyer." The demonic swordsman rushed in, about to strike him down. At this time elsewhere people were still living normally, but today the traffic was quite heavy and they had to wait in a long line. A few people sitting in their cars were annoyed and shouted and questioned the police. "Officer, when can we get out of here?" The police were flustered and quickly reassured him. "We are trying to find out, so please wait a little longer." Another driver also clutched his head in distress, and in the car were his wife and children. He clutched his head and cursed, "Damn it, why isn't there anything about this in the news?" The wife sitting in the back also frowned and called out, "Honey." He was sweating as he turned to look at his wife and children and said, "We'll be stuck here. It would be better to just walk." Just then, before he could even get out of the car, another car from behind rushed straight in and rear-ended that guy's car. The people in the car were immediately flustered and asked each other, "What, are you okay?" The wife calmly replied, "Yes, my child and I are fine." After speaking, she asked her son, "Haruto, are you okay?" The child just kept staring out the window and said nothing. He was flustered and called out to his mother, "Mom, do you see that?" That guy saw 2 powerful and dazzling lights, one blood red and one golden, appear in the sky. The child was even more horrified and said, "Someone is fighting in the sky." It was true. At this time in the sky above, Akasaka and Leonhardt were fighting fiercely. That guy held his sword with both hands, raised it above his head and brought it down. Leonhardt. He dared to call out his full name and title, but very quickly he just swung his sword once and he flew straight up again. Then he fell here and exploded. The crowd below was flustered and fled in all directions, all terrified. "Run!" At this time in the car, the father also stuck his head out to look behind and said in surprise, "2 people are fighting up there." Seeing the scene of a person and a giant sword falling, he asked as if he couldn't understand, "Is that a human?" Akasaka fell. But he also quickly changed his posture, proactively rushing down, and kept laughing and saying, "Die!" Then he dodged to the side, letting the giant sword fall straight to the ground. Unfortunately for that family, it seemed that sword was falling on their car. The mother could only hold her son's head tightly and tremble. That guy's giant red sword almost touched the ground. Leonhardt above was holding his golden sword. He raised it and said, "Talion Dragon Leonhardt, Holy Sword release." He jumped down to the ground and the supreme holy sword in his hand was already activated. He raised his head to look at the sky and stared intently at that giant red sword that was about to touch the ground. He knew he would not yield to despair. A knight of the Holy Grail receives 3 holy items upon completing their mission and receiving the god's recognition. Armor, a magic spear, and a holy sword. The dazzling sword emanated a source of fantastical power. So what is the sword of a guardian of the Holy Grail? The guardians of the Holy Grail are those who have inherited the heart of the Lion King and become demigods to protect the Holy Grail. The King of Leonis does not represent the power of the gods. Instead, the King of Leonis is the one who executes the will of the gods. Hephaestus forged the holy sword of the Lion King, and Pathos tempered the sword with his flame. Afterward, Ariana fused her light into that sword. The sword he uses now is that very sword. Besides them, many other gods have blessed this sword. This holy sword is the pinnacle of light. Leon Dragonheart raised the shining sword high, his face filled with extreme anger. As the one who executes the will of the gods and protects the Holy Grail, he calmly blocked the demonic swordsman's giant sword without a shred of fear. Seeing this sight, Akasaka broke into a cold sweat in shock. He opened his mouth and said in disbelief, "What? You are nothing but a mere human." He opened his eyes wide and saw clearly. Countless gods were simultaneously bestowing power upon that sword. He shouted loudly in shock, "How many gods' powers have you accepted?" This demon clearly realized one thing: he had to kill him before he became stronger. So he quickly extended his hand forward, intending to finish him off swiftly. "Die, your glorious days are over." His face did not change in the slightest, only becoming more enraged. He hardened his face, raised his sword and growled, "My glory is immortal." After speaking, he resolutely swung his sword once and the demonic swordsman's sword was instantly split in two. Akasaka froze on the spot with his mouth agape. Unable to react in time, he gnashed his teeth, his eyes red with anger, and cursed, "You monster, now you'll know who the real terror is." His strike was so powerful that the light emanating from the technique could be seen even from outer space. The space grew quiet and the ground was cleanly swept with not a single surviving demon. This entire place was purified. Suddenly he furrowed his brow unpleasantly and snorted lightly. Surprisingly, Akasaka was still alive, approaching while leaning on his sword. He staggered, walking while making strange sounds as if on the verge of death. Seeing that, he said in a sarcastic voice, "You cockroach, you're really hard to kill." That bastard was on the verge of death and his face was covered in wounds, but he still had a wicked expression and his two eyes flashed. He bared his teeth and shouted, "Haha, you've gotten weaker, much weaker than back then." Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. "Ah, I see." Seeing the small wound on his face, he became refreshingly triumphant and said, without even thinking to look at himself, "This land lacks faith." That was why his words were not entirely wrong. This was not a holy land. He lightly wiped the wound on his face with his thumb, his eyes shining as he taunted, "Yes, you're good enough to be a cult leader." But this did not greatly affect his power. Leonhardt sneered and asked him, "But what can that change?" He was a little surprised. "Ah," he sneered triumphantly, slung his sword over his shoulder and told him an obvious fact, "Even if I've weakened, you are still not stronger than me." This demonic swordsman was infuriated by those words. You can't accept the truth, yet you get angry when someone else says it. He couldn't hold back his anger and immediately charged in. "Then take this." Instantly, hundreds of black shadows flew straight toward him. As the shadows were about to reach him, he snorted in contempt and dodged to the side. No matter how much he attacked, he couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair. Even amidst the smoke and flames created by his technique, the tip of his sword had already flown and stopped right in front of his face. If it had gone a little further, he would have died. It was a moment so tense just to watch. Over there, Leonhardt charged in with his sword and grazed past his face. The sharp sword, combined with great power, instantly cut his facial hair as cleanly as plucking a chicken's feathers. But this demonic swordsman was very fast and was still able to dodge. He raised his sword and began to counterattack, still lucid enough to curse, "You fool." He raised his sword high and brought it down. "Are you going to waste what little holy power you have left?" He held his sword hilt in a reverse grip and replied coldly, "You talk too much." The two swords clashed, creating a dazzling spark. One demonic sword and one holy sword were evenly matched. The two continued to fight like that, but could not determine a winner. Finally, Akasaka showed an opening, and he stomped his head hard into the ground. An entire section of the ground split completely. His head was flattened, but he was not yet dead. Leonhardt's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at him intently. This Akasaka, befitting his name as a tenacious cockroach, stood up again after being beaten like that. A stream of power spewed a bloody mist. A guy like him dared to stand up and curse him as a monster, not even knowing what kind of guy he was himself. Although he pretended to still have strength on the outside, he was truly exhausted. He gnashed his teeth, poured sweat, and thought worriedly as he held his sword, "I can't beat him alone. I can't beat him." He knew very well that he was much weaker than Leonhardt. At this time he also noticed a change in the space, looked around and said, I was wondering why they weren't around." Seeing the giant beast that had appeared here, he said one word, "Monsters." His two eyes widened with contempt as he cursed him. "Do you think you can stop me with these foolish monsters?" He laughed triumphantly and answered shamelessly, "Haha, of course not." This demonic swordsman had summoned a legion of monsters big and small. "I stood in a line like a wall of monsters," he said. "But they will buy me some time. As expected, when you can't win by fighting, you resort to dirty tricks." Realizing his intention, he became so enraged that veins popped on his forehead and he shouted, "You bastard, are you trying to run away again? Do you think I'll let you escape?" He didn't care at all and swung his arm, flinging his sword to the side. "It's only for a moment," he shouted as if he were very powerful. "In just a little while I will become a complete demon." He was trying to bide his time, waiting for the day he would be reborn. His entire body burned red. He waved his hand forward and commanded the monsters, "Deal with that guy and buy me time." The monsters immediately obeyed the command and rushed in to attack Leonhardt. Although he was very strong, he needed time to deal with these demons alone. In the meantime, that bastard had already fled. His two eyes flashed with anger as he gnashed his teeth and cursed, "You damn bastards." Just then a cannonball flew straight toward a monster's head, followed by an alert, "First lock on target, activate annihilation device." After that, hundreds of cannonballs were fired, instantly felling countless monsters. The demonic swordsman Akasaka was shocked to see the monsters being dealt with in an instant and shouted loudly, "Huck, what, who dares?" The ones who attacked them were machines. A voice rang out, "There's no need for that." He looked at where the sound came from and was surprised. I am a high-pressure cloud that can be used right here. Akasaka had no time to react as countless bolts of lightning from the sky struck straight down on his body. The one who attacked was Viss. She waved her hand forward and said, I need to conserve mana for any unforeseen circumstances, so for now I will only provide support, she asked cheerfully while controlling the robot and attacking. How is it? Not bad, right? Han Harry answered immediately. Yes, your majesty. Han Harry, Han Su-ho and Kim Jae-hyuk had arrived leading Leonhardt's army. This time it is our turn to help your majesty. Everyone looked seriously at the monsters before them, and Queen Viss also took action. Seeing this sight, the demonic swordsman Akasaka revealed his true colors in anger and cursed those sycophants inwardly. He said it had been 4 months since he had last seen the king of Leonhardt. Seeing the powerful army before him, he thought in disbelief, could it be that bastard created an army in just 4 months? Leonhardt raised his sword, pointed at the monsters, and shouted loudly. Soldiers of the kingdom, they quickly prepared, and everyone seriously awaited his command. Defeat the enemy. The battle between the two sides finally ended and only corpses and thick dust remained here. Leonhardt furrowed his brow and looked down at the ground. Queen Viss stood beside him, placed a hand on her chest and said, What we were worried about has happened, your majesty, he just replied calmly. I know. Seeing the scene before him, he was slightly disappointed. It's a shame, all the monster corpses are here, but only that damned demonic swordsman's corpse is missing. He escaped a while ago. He had raised his sword and ordered his subordinates to advance. The new soldiers, full of fighting spirit, could easily defeat the monsters summoned by the demonic swordsman, but they could not stop him from escaping. The only thing left of him was one arm, which had been cut off when he fought him earlier. Queen Viss seemed to know him well and asked with a completely unsurprised expression, Your Majesty, you must have a plan, right? The corners of his mouth immediately rose triumphantly. Of course. He raised that bastard's arm and looked at it. His eyes shone as he asked, Can you open a dimensional gate with this? She covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, with this he cannot escape me even if he flees to the heavens. The two people's insidious and triumphant expressions were a perfect match. The two understood each other's meaning and looked at the arm together. No matter where he was, he would be discovered. Their terrifying laughter echoed throughout the entire area. That evening, in a luxurious room, Han Harry and Han Su-ho, dressed in handsome and neat clothes, all opened their mouths wide and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, the boy said excitedly. Harry Nuna, this is the first time I've been to such a luxurious place. The banquet table was lavishly set and a waiter brought wine and offered it. It was clear that only rich people were in this room. A waiter holding wine approached them. You too, would you like something to drink? Han Harry immediately picked up a glass. Just one glass, please, thank you. Han Su-ho next to her was very angry. Nuna, why are you so selfish? I'll be an adult in a few months. But she still did not agree and held the wine glass to tease him. Ho ho ho, not right now. Just then, Kim Jae-hyuk approached with a wine glass and waved his hand. You two are here. What are you doing? The two siblings both recognized him. As soon as she saw the wine glass in the blonde younger brother's hand, Han Harry immediately used magic to retrieve all the wine in his glass and showed a triumphant expression. You can't drink yet either. The young man was surprised and pleaded, no. The two who were forbidden from drinking went to a corner and whispered. Seeing Han Harry laugh like a landlord who had a bountiful harvest, he said, Why does she look so happy? Shouldn't she be with Mr. Oh Kong-hyuk by now? It must be the first time she's been to such a beautiful place. The blonde looked to the other side and said, Our battle was pretty impressive too, Han Su-ho immediately continued. Nuna received a lot of interview requests, but His Majesty didn't agree, so she's very happy. Han Harry heard that and recalled that time hundreds of people were waiting to interview her, and she frowned and answered, Yeah, it was a bit scary. I was really in a panic at that time. Hundreds of people swarmed me. The blonde Kim Jae-hyuk furrowed his brow, sweated, and asked, What on earth did you do? She didn't want to mention that matter anymore and changed the subject. That's enough. Have you guys met His Majesty and Ms. So-yin? They all answered, Not yet. Outside the castle, it was already late at night, and the city lights could be seen in the distance. Jaeon So-yin, wearing a charming black dress, stood on the balcony, lost in thought, and sighed. Thinking of that demonic swordsman, she clenched her fists and vowed to herself, This matter is not over yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Ventusus appeared. He looked at her and said, That's right, but you cannot handle this matter alone, he told her directly. You are talented but not yet mature. She immediately understood his intention and asked, Are you comparing me to His Majesty? He did not answer. He just continued, But there are some things you can do. My subordinate dealt with the Grand Duke of Sloth with the power I gave him. She looked down, bored. But I have already given my soul to you. I have nothing more to trade with you. Surprisingly, he smiled strangely and his two eyes shone red. I don't need anything more. To kill those abhorrent demons I will give you power. She immediately tensed. This deal seemed quite good, she said firmly. In that case, just then a voice rang out from behind her. Stop. Leonhardt had arrived. He crossed his arms and looked at them, advising her. Stop before it's too late. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Seeing him, she was slightly surprised. Your Majesty, she seemed dissatisfied, turned around and questioned him. Are you telling me to give up my revenge? If you're saying revenge is meaningless, I don't think so. He approached her and said seriously, Who do you think I am? I am a man who fully deserves the title of God of Hatred. Ventusus, who was standing there, also clenched his two fists and admitted, what he said is true. He bared his white teeth and smiled. His two eyes turned red as he said, You should listen to him. Recalling the scene where hundreds had died, he vowed to avenge his people, his comrades and himself. the one who harbored the most hatred, recalling his roar as he vowed revenge that day. Vanbaza said that he was an independent being who had fought alone for 2 centuries. Remembering how he had constantly stained his sword red with blood, he affirmed that he had accomplished seemingly impossible things, using hatred as his driving force solely for revenge. After speaking, he placed a hand on his shoulder, stood beside him and asked So Yin, "So, do you think he would advise you to give up?" He also said right away, "I am not telling you to let go of your hatred. In fact, I want you to succeed in your revenge even more." She still seemed not to understand, clenched her fists and asked in confusion, "Then why?" The 3 of them stood outside on the balcony and talked. Leonhardt leaned his back against the stone railing, looked into the distance and said, "The result of revenge is sweet, but to succeed you must change. But if you lose yourself, that will be your greatest failure," he told her. "In the end, hatred will eat away at your heart." But she was very stubborn and retorted loudly, "It doesn't matter." As soon as she finished speaking, he gripped her shoulder tightly. His face grew even more grim and he furrowed his brow and warned, "Do not take the consequences lightly. The god already has your soul in his hand, so even if you break the contract you will be punished and must repent." Finally, she calmed down and listened to his analysis. "If you pursue only power and hatred, in the end all that will remain is the abyss of eternal solitude." Leon patiently persuaded her. "If you feel empty, find a way to grow yourself instead of losing yourself. After you succeed in your revenge, what will remain on your lips is a smile." Jeon So-yin listened, stunned, and could only utter, "Your Majesty." He furrowed his brow and asked Jeon So-yin, "Who exactly do you want revenge on? Your father who killed your mother and friends?" She herself didn't know. Only now, after hearing his question, did she stand there blankly. "Or is it yourself for choosing to pursue the demonic sword?" She had burned with vengeance day and night, but now faced with this question she could not answer clearly. Finally she too broke down. She couldn't help but cover her face and burst into tears before him. Teardrops fell to the ground. He recalled that day. "It was I who awakened the sword. I was tempted by it, and that's why my father," she cried until her face was red, blaming herself. "If it weren't for me, my father, my mother and everyone else." Leon turned to look at her and quietly comforted her. "How foolish," he sighed and said, "Why do you treat the victim like the perpetrator and make them the target of your revenge? You don't even know who you want revenge on." Thinking up to this point, she realized, "Then are you saying the one I must take revenge on is that demon?" He answered without hesitation, "That's right. Fulfill your contract with the god of darkness and hatred and achieve your goal." He gave a smile of relief. "That is the true path of revenge." Jeon So-yin, as if waking from a long dream, fully saw the true path of revenge. She was no longer hazy and blind as before. 10 days later, the demonic sword attack squad assembled. There were those who did not agree with this matter. Kamiya was one of them. They opposed opening a black gate in Japan. After the Hunter Association president made the matter public, the number of participants grew steadily. Takeda gnashed his teeth and thought in anger, "To sacrifice the people of one's own kingdom for profit that will affect the future of this country." The people's shouts rang out. "Let's go in." Then, one by one they passed through the dimensional gate. Takeda was also among them. He walked and thought seriously, "I will make the demonic sword pay the price for the lives he has killed, and I will see what the Temple Guild is capable of." After the earth-shattering battle last time, he had yet to see their greatness clearly. A flash of light and the group had just passed through and said, "I'm really curious, just how strong are Leon's king and the Temple Guild?" But what appeared before their eyes was a truly unbelievable sight. Takeda's eyes widened and he stood there with his mouth agame, unable to speak. What in the world? Before them a gruesome battle scene was unfolding. The place was desolate and grim, and the group was frozen in place, not knowing what to do. They all thought it was horrifying to see the Temple Guild's army attacking the civilians here. They attacked mercilessly, and the place was a complete pandemonium. They even laughed refreshingly while capturing people. A child stood alone crying, "Ah, save me." Then a scolding voice was heard immediately, "Tisk, be quiet." Takeda's group was horrified by the sight and thought, "What on earth are those guys doing? I almost forgot." Among that group, Leon was also participating. He had just slung that child over his shoulder, opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, looking like a kidnapper abducting a child. He shouted to catch as many as possible. "These trash-like bastards must become slaves and live in suffering." Others thought ill of what a terrible person that king was. In fact, this strange sight was from a few hours ago when the group arrived here and began to scout the area. "Oh, this is really cool," one of them said, looking around. "The atmosphere is completely different." One of them asked in a fluster, looking around, "Is this the demonic sword's domain?" Just then a system alert popped up. "You have entered the Grand Duke's domain. All stats are reduced by 80. Seeing it, that guy shouted in horror. "What?" The guy next to him also saw it and shouted in surprise. 80? That's insane. What kind of ridiculous debuff is this? Leon turned and calmed them down. "Calm down." The system immediately changed, surprising that guy. "Ha!" Seeing the golden screen, he was agape in astonishment. This was the system sending another alert. All skills of the entire legion were enhanced, and it even reduced the enemy's defense, greatly enhancing their abilities. He looked at the Temple Legion walking calmly without any change in expression and thought in astonishment, "Not just one or two, but casting a buff effect on thousands of people. I had some idea of the king's power, but I never thought it would be this much." Just then, Han Harry, who was beside him, turned and said, "Your Majesty, there is a mission." He replied, Tell me." She read him the information. "You are the expedition team of King Leon on a journey of death to Akasaka. Help King Leon defeat Akasaka." "That's what it says." He smiled lightly. Getting rid of him is a matter of course. After speaking, he shouted loudly to them, "We will do everything we can here, in the demons' territory. And since this is the first time humans have come here, gather as many clues about the demons as possible." All his soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, your majesty." The large black man with dreadlocks was slightly flustered, unsure of what he could do. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out, "Why are you so surprised?" He looked down and realized with a start, Sir Spinner." He looked at the robot on the ground and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Are you participating in the battle too?" It replied nonchalantly. "Of course." He still sighed in disbelief. "Oh my God!" Harry also turned in surprise and blurted out in astonishment, "That light." Leon also turned and asked with interest, "Oh, is it done?" He looked at Spinner and praised it. "The external frame is perfect. I can feel a stronger energy than before." It also made a sound and replied to him, "I have integrated a weapon with fairly high initial stats, and the automatic combat cycle has been activated," it told him. "This is the current reconnaissance report." Seeing it handle things so quickly, he was a little surprised and asked, Is it already done?" It immediately reeled off, activating roll. Multiple barracks presumed to be enemy forces have been discovered. A look of interest crossed his face as he asked back, "Barracks?" After speaking, he decided to lead the group. "Then let's go to the nearest one." It immediately moved forward and shouted, "Understood, I will lead the way." After walking for a while, they finally arrived at a place. Looking inside, it looked like a village. A loud shout rang out, "Who are you?" Leon and Harry were in the lead. She looked up and asked in a fluster, "Is there only one person?" She was still saying it seemed like a small number, but the face of the man standing on the watchtower had already turned pale. He was gritting his teeth, looking extremely flustered. Leon rode his horse and approached him. He then asked in a loud voice, "Who are you?" He was stunned for a moment, then without answering asked back, "I asked first." Since he dared to talk back, he was enraged and his face immediately contorted. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "How dare a mere commoner make me repeat a royal command? For this once I will forgive your foolishness." Seeing him so angry, he was terrified and quickly said, "Wait a minute, I'll call the village chief." Leon snorted loudly, showing his displeasure, and simply replied with one word, "Fine." After waiting a moment, the large village gate opened. The man from before came out with a stooped old man. As soon as he saw them, the old man asked, "You are not from around here, are you?" The old man introduced himself. "I am the chief of this village." Oh, the old man also recognized him and couldn't help but shout in astonishment, "King Leon?" He asked in surprise, "You know the king?" The old man's sweat suddenly poured down like rain and his face was extremely contorted. He tried to act fine, but it was no use, and he stood with his mouth firmly shut, unable to say anything. Then he suddenly ran behind the gate and disappeared. He vanished. He did nothing and just said lightly, "Sir Spinner, shoot that man." It immediately set to its task and prepared the cannon. As soon as the words were spoken, a cannonball flew straight into the village, sending the old man screaming as he was thrown out. Not only that, but the other people inside were also hit by the shelling and scattered in all directions. The entire village was destroyed in an instant. His voice rang out, cold and terrifying, "Were you trying to run away?" These guys had been so rude to him from start to finish. The old man lay on the ground, looked up at him and gasped for breath in fear. Leon's face hardened as he rode up and asked, "Who are you?" A murderous aura emanated from his body. "Why do you run away upon seeing me?" The old man was so scared seeing him that he was on the verge of tears and quickly pleaded, "Please spare my life, your majesty." Finally, he returned to his usual expression and said, "I have not come to take your life. I simply wish to strike down the demons." Suddenly, a voice was heard in his ear, "Your majesty." One of them appeared before him and whispered, "It's him." Seeing that, he asked in surprise, "Oh, do you know each other?" He looked at the old man before him and exposed everything, saying he was once a commander of the royal army, who followed the demons and lived with the Archdemon murderers. He was speechless upon hearing that. This old man's sins were unforgivable. His eyes gleamed and his face became terrifying again as he roared, "What demon worshippers? Capture every last one of them." The flames of war blazed in Leon's heart. Returning to the present, all those villagers had been neatly captured by his subordinates, tied with ropes and forced to kneel on the ground, guarded by soldiers. He furrowed his brow, looked at the old man and asked, "I heard that you gained immortality thanks to the wisdom you showed in the Akasaka massacre." The old man squeezed his eyes shut and admitted loudly as if it didn't matter, "That's right, but it was just a lie to control us." All the captured people were extremely tense, drenched in sweat, gritting their teeth as they listened to the elder's shouted excuse. "We had to listen to the demands of those demon bastards. The future is still bleak and we don't know when we might die." The old man hypocritically crawled to him and wailed, "O Lionheart King, please save us. Please forgive these foolish people." The soldiers standing around were saddened and thought to themselves, how pitiful. In the end, they were just controlled by the demons and had no choice but to commit evil deeds. But Leon didn't think so. He opened his eyes wide, showed his contempt and sneered, "Village chief, what nonsense are you spouting?" He knew very well that he was lying to escape death. The holy sword was drawn. He plunged it straight in front of the old man and threatened, "Answer me directly, you useless piece of trash. How many innocent people have you killed with your own hands?" At that, he shut his mouth, unable to act any longer. That is, an overwhelming aura enveloped the wicked civilians. His voice thundered like a roar as he reprimanded them. "I will ask again. How many innocents have you killed? Anyone who can answer, step forward." The old man was still running his mouth, shouting, I had no other choice. If I had been by someone like your majesty, I would not have done so. The more he listened, the angrier he became. He aimed his sword straight at him and shouted, "Oh, do not shift your sins onto me. This verdict is solely the result of your choices. If you have sinned, pay the price." Suddenly he lowered his voice, but the others, seeing his sudden change in attitude, each became happy and started a commotion. He continued, "People like you were once descendants of angels." They listened, mouths agape, and thought in joyous disbelief. "No way is he forgiving us," he said. "I will spare your souls." Leon stood straight before them. "Until St. Tatus judges and punishes your sins, you will serve for 50 years as slaves." The old man froze upon hearing those words, his mind in turmoil. "No slaves," he raised his hand toward them and shouted loudly. "You will serve the gods and purify even a little of those filthy souls." The other civilians immediately exclaimed in joy, thank you, your majesty." For them, just keeping their lives was enough. But it was the old man who was now causing a commotion and resisting. He prostrated himself on the ground and cried out miserably. "Ah!" He resisted stubbornly, rolling on the ground. "How ridiculous! A slave, a slave!" The others looked at their own man and uttered in disbelief, what's with him?" Everyone was happy, but he was acting like this. The old man continued to shout like that. No, to become Leon's slave I cannot obey." Han Suho thought in shock and confusion. "Should we stop him?" Kim Jae-hyuk thought with a dazed expression. "He's going to forgive him, but why am I so scared?" The old man was still shouting, "I'd rather die," when a young man from his side quickly rushed in, covered the old man's mouth and cursed, "This old man has gone mad." Others also rushed in and held him down tightly. "Get him, got him." The word death was now very sensitive to them, and they were grateful just to have their lives spared. The old man was still stubborn. He was truly a difficult age to handle. Suddenly a pair of feet approached in front of the group and a voice was heard. "Stop!" It was a goddess with black sunglasses and her platinum blonde hair was very captivating. She emitted light from her entire body and stood behind Leon. He looked at the group seriously and said, "All of you, these 50 years will help you pay for your sins. But you must carry out your orders without hesitation." After speaking, he asked, "Understood?" The others were terrified and quickly answered, "We will obey your majesty." Only the old man was still struggling to break free from the group, shouting in defiance, No, I don't want to become Leon's slave." Truly a wicked old man. He would become a slave to a demon but not to a king. The goddess said nothing and resolutely lifted one finger. Instantly a yellow streak of light appeared on the old man's neck. Soon after, the streak of light exploded and shot straight into the sky. The old man was still screaming. "Oh no, I cannot obey," Leon commanded. "Go, take them and let them wash away their sins." In the end, everyone became unpaid labor, a total of 5,034 people. The group was tied with ropes and went in single file. He rode his white horse at the front and said with a look of satisfaction, "Quite a decent harvest." Queen Viss rode her horse beside him, covered her mouth and laughed with interest as she replied, "We should see if there are more nearby." The group looked as relaxed as if they were out on a hunt. Spinner shouted, "Majesty," reporting a large number of enemy forces ahead. He was slightly surprised and asked back, "Really? They'll be here soon then." Looking at the various forms of monsters before them, it reported that they were likely subordinates of the Grand Duke of Murder, Akasaka. The soldiers behind them heard this, became excited and drew their swords. The time for a real battle had finally come. "My hands are itching for a fight, I can't stand it. This is great." The others behind them were also excited, raised their swords and shouted, "All right, I'll have to test what this buff effect is like. Let's fight. I will avenge our comrades." Suddenly, he grabbed the rope that bound the hands of the man in the lead. As he pulled him forward, the man was startled and screamed. Then he turned his head and stared blankly at him. Suddenly, his two eyes shone, followed by a strange and wicked smile. That man broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. His voice echoed like thunder in their ears. "Slaves, charge." He was stunned and asked himself, "Is he talking about us?" He asked in a fluster. Are we the vanguard?" He answered right away. "That's right." He glared his eyes and threatened them. "Even if your hands and feet are cut off and your guts spill out, hold on to the enemy before you. That is your value on the battlefield." They immediately opposed in unison. What did you say? And you dare to call yourself a knight of justice? How ridiculous. Did we become serfs just to die so meaninglessly?" But suddenly, their feet moved forward. The entire group moved like controlled robots, walking straight ahead in extreme bewilderment. What is this? Why is my body moving on its own?" one of them shouted. "Stop." It turned out that the one controlling them was that goddess from before. He added, "You have accepted your punishment. Until the punishment is over, the concept of freedom does not exist for you." Only now did they realize they had been trapped and shouted loudly in horror. What did you say?" At this time the demon army swarmed in like a horde of ants. Suddenly they stopped and asked each other in surprise, What is this? Why are the domain's residents here? Have these guys gone mad? Hurry back to your village." Leon smiled lightly, pointed his finger and shouted loudly, "Charge!" That group, as if entering a cauldron of boiling oil, cried out with tears and snot streaming down their faces. "I don't want to die, especially that old man." The leader buffalo raised its axe and shouted loudly, "These madmen killed them all. One side was human, the other was beast, and they charged at each other. Of course the monsters showed no mercy to anyone. They raised their weapons, brought them down, and shouted, 'Die, you insect-like bastards!' With his strike the ground shattered. Suddenly the buffalo's mouth fell agape and its eyes widened. It turned out that the group couldn't fight, but they knew how to unite, rushing the buffalo, scratching and climbing on it. When the buffalo was momentarily unable to move, it got angry and shouted, What is happening? Humans and monsters fought like that, and one person even bit the buffalo's ear hard. Die. The buffalo groaned in pain and cursed. Damn it, let go now. It swung its axe wildly around. You damn bastards, get off me. As both sides were fighting, the buffalo suddenly paused and looked back. In the distance, a legion was rushing in very quickly. The monsters were terrified at the sight and immediately turned to flee. At this moment, Leon and his army charged in as if flying with a shout that shook the heavens. Watch your back, all these madmen. As the giant buffalo was shouting, watch out, it was already struck squarely in the face with a sword. There was no longer any time to be careful. He gripped the horse's reins tightly, smiled refreshingly, and shouted. For Leon, after fighting for a while, surprisingly, that village chief old man was still alive. He was still tightly bound and rolling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The surrounding landscape was very desolate, and many people had already died. Then the old man said happily, I survived, although that old man was the one who most deserved to die. At this time, Spinner approached and reported, Your Majesty, we have annihilated 3,423 enemies and captured 300 cannons. He heard and snorted lightly, asking, Is that so? Then Leon looked back at the queen. Viss, what do you plan to do? There was no doubt about the queen. Her contribution was paramount. She covered her mouth with her hand and smiled triumphantly. Oh my, are you showing interest in me? Her gaze suddenly glanced at him, and then she looked at the hundreds of monster cages before them. She asked, Could you give me about 30 demons of various ranks? The higher the rank, the better. He was slightly surprised and furrowed his brow. It seemed he had to close the gate to the demon's tomb. Why? She placed a hand on her chest, bowed her head, and answered, Oh my, your majesty. Her two eyes shone, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from her body as she said, Wouldn't it be better the more chances we have to open the demon's gate? His two eyes shone. Oh Leon, you once thought only of death. As the two were talking, a person suddenly approached. Your majesty, it turned out to be Takeda. He looked at him and asked, What is it? He answered in a fluster. Well, he looked him straight in the face and said with a serious gaze, Could you grant our assault team a few demons? He answered resolutely. I will not allow it. Seeing him refuse so quickly, he was displeased and questioned him. Why, our hunters have also shed much blood, he answered calmly. I acknowledge your contribution, but the reason is a different matter, he informed him. Can you be confident that humans will not be tempted by the demon's schemes? He heard those words and was slightly flustered, breaking into a cold sweat. Leon glanced at the queen. Both of them sighed in disappointment, then finally turned and agreed to his request. Well, 3 should be fine, but handle them cleanly. He heard those words and asked himself in a fluster, Handle them cleanly? Just then, a demon in a cage looked outside, bared its teeth, and growled. Leon immediately looked down and glared, his appearance more terrifying than the demon's. He looked at them one by one and picked which one would be suitable. He even made the demon break into a cold sweat with fear. Finally, he grabbed one's head and dragged it out. This one should do. It screamed. Takeda was dumbfounded to see him drag the demon out so rudely, as if pulling out an enemy, without even opening the cage door, and he was equally terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. Leon glared his eyes and stared at the demon. Only one, the demon roared. I'll let go. It dared to turn back, glare its eyes, and stick out its tongue, threatening him. I will destroy humanity and hold a feast of slaughter. Not a single one will be left. Seeing it act so rudely, he said just one thing. Shut up, you demon bastard. As he spoke, he threw a punch at its head without the slightest hesitation. After being punched, the demon's head caved in, and it fainted on the spot. HMPH, is this all these guys have got? Takeda was horrified to see it. He lifted the demon, and it had become much more docile. These lowly creatures will try to dominate humans with their vile mouths if they get a chance. This way, no demon will dare to cause a disturbance or bite recklessly. After speaking, he glanced at him. Its weakness is wandering around and spouting nonsense, but it should be fine for observation. The other side was so surprised they couldn't say anything, still extremely flustered and not believing their own eyes, asking themselves, This is handling them cleanly? He dropped the demon on the ground, turned, and left. Deal with it once they return, do that. Seeing him leave, he could only reply, yes. The demon's brain was damaged, and now it sat alone, playing naive and cute. After the matter of obtaining the demon was over, Takeda followed him again and asked, Then are you planning to capture Sun Fortress? He answered. Good, he continued to ask from the side. Will you send the serfs into battle first this time as well? Although we won, our side also suffered considerable losses. He answered coldly, Yes, many were injured. Statistics show that 10, no more than 20 were sacrificed. Takeda was surprised, looked at him, and asked back, What are you talking about? Is it different from the report? He furrowed his brow and suspected. No way, it can't be. He quickly called out, Your Majesty. Then he said, In the previous battle, more than 900 people died. At these words, Leon paused, slightly flustered. What? He raised his hand and repeated in disbelief, Hundreds. Suddenly, his complexion changed and he called out. You, standing beside him, he quickly answered, Yes, Your Majesty. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He sneered at him. Did you just include the serfs in that number? That's right, in his eyes, they weren't even treated as people. Takeda froze on the spot and thought with a terrified face. The future of humanity is truly bleak. Night fell. Inside the castle, the stronghold of the Grand Duke of Murder, Akasaka sat on a chair, and on the ground a demon knelt and reported. Grand Duke, the demonic swordsman, gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and killing intent emanated from him. What happened to the request for support? His subordinate prostrated himself in fear and answered in a fluster. There was no response to the summons, he added. Are you not qualified, Grand Duke? Hearing those words, his face darkened and he said in a cold voice, HMPH, the authority to summon archdemons is in the hands of the Lord. Thinking of that powerful figure, he gritted his teeth and thought, it's all because of the orc chieftain Mika. If only we hadn't lost our lord in the Great War. He gripped the weapon in his hand and bowed his head. I must recover from the wound Leon gave me. He deserves to be crushed. Suddenly his eyes flashed. He had thought of a wicked scheme. He slammed his staff and commanded, release this. The subordinate asked in a fluster. Grand Duke, he gritted his teeth and did not answer. He looked extremely anxious. He clutched his head, leaned back in his chair and laughed coldly. It's nothing, the Lord. A consciousness awakened within his wounded body. Release this. The demon bound within his body was wailing. Suddenly his face became strangely calm. Not good. He quickly racked his brain. I must find a perfect Lord. Lord with genius talent. He realized that person was Jeon So-yin. It's that bloodline after all. That night when Jeon So-yin was talking to Leon, he looked straight at her and called out softly, Jeon So-yin. His gaze was very serious. Do you want to save your father? Do you yearn for revenge in the right way? She answered resolutely. Yes, even if I have to risk my life. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately smacked her on the head. She was slightly hurt and she blankly held her head and looked at him. Leon reminded her, pay some attention to yourself too. It turned out he had hit her to bring her to her senses. She was embarrassed, her face turned red and she touched her head and answered softly, yes. Then he placed something in her hand. Take this. She held it and asked curiously, this is a strange light emanated from the object in her hand. Is it an earring? At this time Queen Viss approached. This is equipment made from the shank of a star and it contains the power of dreams. I made it as a gift for the trainees, according to her. It could create a shield to protect the mind. It was because there were many demons that interfered with the mind. Jeon So-yin was surprised and stared at the earring, saying with emotion, Thank you, your majesty. Suddenly he furrowed his brow and said, Jeon So-yin, if you fail, you will become a host for the demons of darkness. He spoke directly without any hesitation. If that happens, I will have no choice but to dispose of you. At this time, wearing her armor and heading to the demonic swordsman's residence, Jeon So-yin was full of confidence and determination, declaring to herself, I will not resent it even if that happens. Looking at the great man before her, she acknowledged seriously, I will trust him once. Your majesty. Everyone stood before the gate of the demonic swordsman's castle. Leon's two eyes shone and he extended his hand to the side, creating a hole in space and said, I will break the castle gate. Before taking action, he urged the army behind him. Enter immediately. He stepped on the ground, charged with his sword in hand and shouted loudly. For Leon, with a single throw, the sword carrying a powerful force flew, emitting light and went straight toward that castle gate. Inside the castle, Akasaka and a small demon looked outside. A small demon seemed extremely terrified. It asked in a flustered shout, Grand Duke, what should we do now? Akasaka laughed strangely and looked down at the group outside the gate. Have you come? It turned out that his target was Jeon So-yin. I can feel his bloodline. It is the only way to turn the tables. Then he turned to the small demon beside him and commanded, 5 minutes, buy me time. I will take that body. Outside, Jeon So-yin was fighting with her sword. She alone could block the monster's attacks, killing them and not letting them go. Suddenly a voice echoed in her ear. How foolish. Before she knew it, the demonic swordsman was targeting her from above and swooping down. She quickly dodged to the side and his strike was so powerful that the floor tiles shattered. Seeing him, she shouted loudly, Demonic sword. He laughed sinisterly. Ha ha. As her hatred boiled, she swung her sword once powerfully and shouted, Give me back my father's body. Hearing those words, his two eyes glowed red and he smiled insidiously and answered, Fine, if that is what you wish. Suddenly he attacked her straight on as fast as lightning, extending his hand. If it had gone a little further, it would have struck Jeon So-yin's face, but very quickly his hand grabbed her head and slammed it straight to the ground. The impact was truly powerful, and with one hand he pinned her two hands tightly above her head. She screamed in pain, Ah, let go, let go. He still held her tightly, smiled insidiously and raised the sword in his other hand high. By taking your body I will become more perfect. Suddenly she paused as if she had seen something. Before her eyes he suddenly changed and said softly, No. She immediately recognized him. Father. The man before her was her father. He had regained control of his body for a moment and urged her with a terrified face, So-yin, run. She was even more certain and shouted, Ah, father. But in an instant that face smiled wickedly again and said, Too late. His hand quickly grabbed hers and an intense purple light shot into the sky. Offer that body to me. The light enveloped both their bodies. Suddenly a single tear fell from the man's face as he called out, So-yin, in his place. Her face had eyes glowing red and a sinister smile. She had been possessed by the demonic sword and couldn't stop laughing. Kakeke. He controlled So-yin's body and stood up. He. He looked up at the sky and laughed triumphantly. Truly magnificent. If she had continued to grow like this, she could have aimed for the title of Sword Saint. His face turned cold. I have lost the essence I have accumulated, but I have gained a new body. His two eyes turned red as he smiled slyly. He said to himself, First I must leave this place and gather the lost essence again. But before he could even leave, a voice echoed from behind him. That will never happen. He recognized it as soon as he heard it and turned his head coldly to look. Ah, Leon. The small demon collapsed in pain and died before his eyes. He slung the holy sword over his shoulder and said, Let's end this slowly, you disgusting parasite. All the glass windows shattered and something as fast as lightning flew by. Leon and the demonic sword that possessed So Yin's body charged at each other and fought. He fought while laughing refreshingly and thought, this body is truly a masterpiece. 2 streaks of sword light shone in the air. He felt that it was filled with pure and outstanding potential. When the 2 swords clashed, he suddenly paused. Only now did he realize he hadn't even used the sword properly until now, but the streaks of light kept flashing, yet they couldn't reach him. Leon frowned in contempt and said, HMPH, is this the swordsmanship of the previous demon hosts? Yet he didn't realize and answered triumphantly, that's right, the swordsmanship of all those guys is in my head. After speaking, he began to demonstrate, quick sword. He gritted his teeth and frowned at the incoming sword techniques. Then he lightly raised his sword to block. He also countered with a strike, but he jumped back to dodge. The 2 faced each other once more. He knelt on one knee, gritted his teeth and said in surprise, amazing that a mere human can match a demon in skill. Hearing that, he sneered in contempt. His 2 eyes shone, and now he looked no different from a demon. He pointed straight at the demonic sword and laughed. Unexpectedly, Leon placed a hand on his forehead, tilted his head back, and laughed refreshingly. That guy was stunned and shouted in anger. You damn bastard, what's so funny? He opened one eye, looked at him, and taunted. As expected of a parasite, thinking of those swords, he said, having seen so many outstanding swordsmen, you haven't learned a single thing properly. With just one sentence, his pride was completely shattered. Who could stand this? The demonic sword gritted its teeth and shouted, how arrogant! Its hand immediately gripped So Yin's sword tightly. He swung the sword and charged in to cut, shouting loudly, how dare a mere human who has only lived for 300 years. He was using the frenzied sword. Seeing such a thing, his face did not change in the slightest, and he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. That is why you are an insect. He lightly raised one hand and blocked his technique. You have even stolen the weaknesses of the swordsmanship. Breaking the technique just now, his hand reached for his face. He hurriedly dodged. Leon grabbed this madman's head and slammed it hard against the wall. He screamed in pain. In an instant, the demonic sword collapsed at his feet. Its eyes glowed red. It smiled defiantly. Cruel monster. Believing he was in So Yin's body, he asked, are you going to kill me? I am your knight after all. His eyes shone with a brilliant golden light as he answered resolutely, justice will never waver. After speaking without the slightest hesitation, he thrust the sword in his hand straight down. As the sword pierced and shattered her earring, he looked on in surprise. The glass fragments broke, and in the subconscious a guy was tightly bound. He looked around in astonishment and asked, where is this? He was none other than the Grand Duke of Murder, Akasaka. A girl appeared before him. Before he could even see her face, a laugh was heard. Ho ho ho! Ms. Flew approached with a lantern, and next to her was the boss, completely covered like the god of death. She looked at Akasaka and smiled. Weren't you taught not to speak rudely to your mother out there? That's called running your mouth. The guy standing next to her bared his white teeth and chimed in with a smile. But that won't work on you demons. My avenger has already fulfilled his promise. Akasaka, enraged, howled and cursed. You holy bastards, those who help Leonhardt. I will not forgive you. He cursed madly in despair. You will pay for your sins. Ms. So Yin, who was standing there, glanced at him howling and snorted lightly. The 3 stood before Akasaka. She asked, is that all? Flew smiled, placed a hand on her shoulder and answered, yes, how could I refuse Leon's request? Only a small fragment of the Grand Duke's soul remains. So Yin turned her head and asked, then can I go now? I don't want to stay here for another second. Flew immediately agreed. Fine, I'll take care of the rest. Although things didn't go as planned, which is a bit disappointing, it's fine. They continued to talk right in front of him. That new generation priest subordinate of yours is a truly strange one. How dare he use your dream talisman for such a purpose? Akasaka sat there, completely bound, and cursed inwardly with his eyes wide open in anger. How dare you ignore me? Even in this situation, he still put on a brave face and shouted at her, ordering, So Yin, capture them all. He even tempted her. I will give you the power to destroy and kill everything. Do you not desire that power? But her face was cold and showed no interest, looking at him with a contemptuous gaze as if he were a madman. As she approached him, he mistakenly rejoiced and said, yes, yes. He was smiling and saying, come and accept me, when suddenly her fist struck him squarely in the face. He himself did not know that his end would be so miserable. Miss Flew and that guy laughed amusingly and taunted, put some strength in your legs and waist, Avenger. Akasaka's eyes widened as he cursed in anger. What, you're just a useless woman. So Yin looked at him, speechless, and said nothing as he hurled insults and threats. Do you think your petty tricks can scare me? Before he could finish speaking, she slammed his head hard with her knee, and the impact felt like it would shatter his brain. Her 2 eyes shone, and only then did she speak her first words. Get lost, you trash parasite. In the hospital, the sound of a machine beeped. A girl lay on the bed and the sunset filled the room. Suddenly, an old man's hand touched So Yin's head and gently stroked it. She immediately woke up, saw the old man sitting normally, and quickly called out, Father! The old man also called out, So Yin. Tears streamed down her cheeks and her face turned completely red with emotion. The father and daughter embraced each other happily. She kept calling out, Father, Father, Father. The old man also cried and called for his daughter, So Yin, my treasure. She continued to hug her father tightly, and he also hugged her and said, It's all right now, everything is over. She nodded happily. Yes, everything is over. Looking at the family photo of 3 on the desk, she asked softly, Father, what should I do now? The old man answered with a hint of sadness. I must find a way to atone. Although I was controlled, those memories still remain within me. He told her his plan. First, I will return to Pantheon and find a way to help him. She shouted in surprise. Suddenly she turned and said, That won't do. The old man stared blankly with his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. So Yeon, her face suddenly turned red and she looked to the other side shyly and scratched her face. She declared, I have been chosen by the god and have been granted permission to use the power in exchange for the Grand Duke's soul. The old man truly couldn't believe it. He sat there with his mouth agape. So Yeon added, Father, you must return to the guild and accept the position of successor to Pantheon. I will take care of myself. Hearing that, the old man's face turned pale. He asked again to be sure, Is that true? She smiled brightly, looked to the other side and said nothing as if she wanted to hide something. The old man frowned and asked, So Yeon, but is that really all? She smiled and said, What do you mean, is that all? The old man tried to hold back his laughter, scratched his nose and didn't ask any further, thinking to himself, My daughter. Looking at the girl before him, the old man smiled, You've grown up so much. Only the father and daughter remained in the family photo. They relied on each other to live, and steam rose from the teacups in their hands. Leon was sitting outside thinking seriously, when suddenly someone approached and called out, Your Majesty the Lion King. He looked up, snorted lightly and asked him, Have you come to see your son? Old man Jin-Soo supported himself with his hands and laughed refreshingly. Yes, I have been here for the past few days. It has already been 4 years. The old man also asked him back. But why did your majesty come here? He looked down at the teacup in his hand, frowned and answered, I have to clean up the mess. The old man asked in a fluster. Clean up the mess, he informed the old man. The demonic sword has deeply ingrained the martial arts and souls of the previous demon hosts in his body. Without a priest like me, that soul cannot be purified. Old man Jin-Soo did not know this, and hearing his words he touched his chin and asked in surprise, HMPH, are you saying that the souls of other demonic swordsmen are also there? He answered nonchalantly. Who else in this world can guide lost souls like me? The old man listened and fell silent, saying nothing. Finally he clasped his hands, bowed his head deeply and said sincerely, Thank you, your majesty. The old man looked very sincere. My son and granddaughter are both indebted to your majesty. Our entire family is indebted to your majesty's grace, so please tell us if you need anything. Leon took a sip of water and answered seriously, Do as you wish, as long as we can stop the demons who raise their heads in advance, I am willing to do anything. Hearing this, old man Jin-Soo suddenly burst into laughter. HMPH, how about this? This old man unexpectedly laughed loudly with great confidence. From now on I will treat your majesty as my older brother. He was at a loss for words. What? The old man continued to ramble on. In our world it is called the Oath of the Peach Garden. To become sworn brothers for a great cause, from now on I will be Guan Yu and your majesty will be Liu Bei. It sounded as if they were equals. Leon was annoyed and sneered, What, you want to become sworn brothers with me? Your status is still far from sufficient. The old man listened, narrowed his eyes and smiled, shouting even louder, HMPH, even though I may look like this, I am the 37th descendant of the Jeon family. In other words, I am also a noble. He glanced at the old man and taunted, In that case, hurry and convert and accept faith in yourself. All who have that faith are my brothers and sisters. Old man Jin-Soo listened, narrowed his eyes and smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Haha, I'll have all my guild members convert at this opportunity. If I call in a few branches, it will be quite a number. He stood up past the old man and raised his hand to lightly pat his shoulder. Good, but I will reconsider the matter of the sworn brothers. The old man snorted lightly. You are truly as hard as a rock. Seeing him saunter off, the old man was surprised, turned around and asked, Are you leaving? Leon put his hands in his pants pockets, looked at the old man and smiled lightly. Haven't you met in 4 years? Enjoy this reunion to your heart's content. After speaking, he left the hospital. Suddenly a light shone from his chest and Leon placed a hand on his chest and asked, What is it? Do you have something to say? He stretched his hand forward, creating a black hole in space. Come out. Light and power exploded and he smiled lightly. Good, now it's time to use this. What he held was a book, and he immediately recalled Jeezy's muscular appearance and how to capture a giant with royal authority. The group looked at the huge giant before them who was picking his nose. Leon studied the book. Ms. Han Harry stood beside him, a little scared, and said to him, HMPH, he looks to be about 4 meters tall. A few days after annihilating the murderer Akasaka, Han Harry and a few trainees had now become official royal knights and received their first mission. Leon pointed to the blackboard. I will give you a main mission. From now on you will use those serfs to capture the giant. Kim Jae-hyuk raised his hand and asked immediately, Yes, do you mean we should use the serfs as bait and we will deal with him? He explained in more detail. Just use the serfs to capture him. He did not understand and was puzzled. He asked again, Then are we only giving them each a dagger? He answered. According to the materials, the giant can only be defeated with a dagger. But he himself seemed to think it wasn't very good, sighed and clutched his head in fatigue, lamenting. Look at you, your eyes are full of doubt. Did I not tell you not to believe the common sense of this world? He said confidently. Before you try, I will demonstrate first. The students sitting below were stunned and could only say, Yes, so it was. Now, as expected, he and the group stood there holding a book and studying it seriously. Before them was the giant. Han Suho was so scared his face turned pale. Can we catch him? The serf's physical abilities were at best at the level of a D-rank hunter. A few people standing beside him were also scared and sweating profusely, lamenting. Oh my God, one guy rubbed his hands together, approached and pleaded, Your Majesty, how can we capture a giant? He was the brave serf, but he didn't care and continued to read the book, touching his chin and thinking, HMPH, let's see. According to G's theory, the content has been translated for the reader's convenience. How to defeat a giant using serfs. Let's assume the giant's health is 3000 and the attack power of a serf with a dagger is 1. Then 1,000 successful attacks can inflict a significant wound. With 2,000 successful attacks it will die from excessive bleeding, and with 3,000 it will surely die. After reading it all he suddenly found it rational and said with a smile, "What an intuitive and straightforward point." The fat man's face turned pale, and he froze like a stone upon hearing those words. It meant that if each person stabbed the giant at least 6 times they could bring it down. He stood there blankly. What is this nonsense? Leon saw no problem, and his whole body seemed to shine with the light of knowledge. Yes, isn't it obvious? Can't 500 people land 3,000 stabs? If they fail they will simply die. The serfs standing behind were extremely flustered. That madman really plans to kill us all like this. The fat man's face changed and he asked in horror, "Then do we have to do this for 50 years? As soon as he finished speaking he fled with no intention of staying. The others were shocked. What? The fat man, perhaps thinking himself clever, turned back and laughed loudly as he ran away. "Don't mess with me. I will never dance to your tune." Behind him, Kim Jae-hyuk suddenly gasped in surprise and cast a 20 attack power buff on all the serfs just as the fat man was shouting, "I'm leaving with my head held high." A giant monster smashed him to pieces with a club after crushing him. The monster lifted its club and looked as if it had just swatted a rat. It sat down on the ground with a pleased smile on its face. Han Soo-ho was terrified by this sight. "Oh, something feels wrong." Han Harry also covered her mouth and said, "This is not good." Only he watched calmly, remarking nonchalantly, "How disappointing. He couldn't even stab it once." Suddenly a notification appeared on the screen and Kim Jae-hyuk's jaw dropped in shock. What? The attack power buff increased to 20,001. He hurriedly reported to him, "Why, Your Majesty, the attack power buff increased from 20 to 20,001. Leon turned around in surprise. "What?" His eyes lit up and he exclaimed with wide eyes, "Really?" The book in his hand was truly strange and now it seemed to shine brilliantly in his face. Leon was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Does a 2 buff increase mean it absorbed the life force of 200,000 people? This is truly a holy Bible with mysterious power." He was very pleased with this book, holding it high in reverence. "Lord GZ has truly left behind a fearsome treasure." The people standing behind were speechless and thought to themselves, "He calls that a holy Bible?" The serfs flustered, scratched their heads and talked amongst themselves. "Well, that's enough of an explanation for a holy Bible." Leon, as if he had discovered the truth, laughed maniacally with his eyes shining. "Now die. If you don't want to die you have no choice but to eliminate that giant." As he had calculated, the giant was finally dead, but many serfs had also perished. Using serfs to defeat a giant grants a buff effect to the serfs. Attack power increases by 20.0144 when facing giants. This buff effect is permanent. He was very satisfied after reading it all. Reading the book again he couldn't help but admire it. Truly amazing. Leon was full of admiration and praise. How much hardship Lord GZ must have endured to create this holy Bible. It is truly outstanding, Your Majesty. The two of them were stunned by his words, their jaws agape. Han Harry asked, "Why is that?" He turned and asked, "Why what?" Flustered, she elaborated. "Didn't you give the serfs a chance, Your Majesty, a chance to wash away their sins for 50 years? He readily admitted. "That's right." Looking at the miserable corpses of the serfs scattered on the ground, she felt a pang of sympathy. "Then you shouldn't have driven them to such a meaningless death." Leon's expression remained nonchalant. Seeing the light of goodness on her face, he offered a word of praise. "Harry, you have a point. The gods, too, greatly cherish such purity." She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. "Your Majesty." Suddenly his tone changed, but he crossed his 2 fingers, his face darkened, and he declared, "A serf of Leonhard is not human." Hearing this, Harry's mind went blank. Her jaw dropped as she thought in horror, "Is he a racist?" Seeing her confusion, he seemed to realize it immediately. "It seems you don't quite understand. A mere explanation won't do." He gestured to a plump serf and called out, "Come here." The man was startled. "And me?" He scratched his head and fearfully approached him. He unexpectedly asked him directly, "Tell me the sins you committed when you were human." The old man stammered in a fluster, "What? Well," he scratched his head, unable to bring himself to speak. Not allowing him to hesitate further, he decisively shot a burst of flame. He shouted at the old man, "Speak." The fire was too hot for the old man to bear and he screamed in agony, I'll talk." He began to confess everything. I killed people. I committed murder. I killed a husband and raped his wife and daughter." The people around them turned pale as they listened. "After that, I dismembered the body and ate it, and I even used the corpse to perform a ritual for a god." Leon glared and continued to press him. "Which sin brought you the most pleasure? How did you feel at that moment?" Crushed by the fierce flames, the old man had no choice but to speak, even if he didn't want to. Sweat poured down like rain and he gasped heavily for air. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked incredibly cruel. What he had done was no different from a demon's work. "I would choose children to offer to the bloodthirsty demons, throw them into a deep pit and have them kill each other. They struggled to survive, screaming as they killed one another." He even said he found the sight truly enjoyable. As soon as those words were spoken, Kim Jae-hyuk couldn't bear to listen anymore. He jumped up, kicked the old man in the face and yelled, "You son of a bitch." He beat the old man mercilessly. "No need to wait 5 years, I'll send you on your way right now." Han Soo-ho held him back. The old man cried out desperately, "Ah, spare me." It was already an act of great mercy that Leon had let him live this long. Han Harry's question was finally answered and she gasped, "Oh my God." Leon glanced at them and said, "They chose evil when they could have done good. Do not take that lightly. Those are the real demons. They have no right to exist." She frowned, sweating as she listened to him. But the only reason I am giving them this chance," his eyes gleamed and he brought a finger to his lips, "is because they are not yet demons." After speaking, he got straight to the point. He shouted to the group, "I have given a demonstration, so now it is your turn. Each of you will take 5 serfs." He pointed his finger and shouted, "The one who captures the giant with the fewest losses, no, the one who captures the giant by inflicting the greatest damage will be appointed knight commander." He clearly wanted as many serfs as possible to die. Standing to the side, Harry thought to herself, "Your Majesty, your true intentions are showing." As some of them were clearing the serfs' corpses in a fluster, he shouted, "What are you hesitating for?" In the final count, Harry had 88 serfs left. She watched the serfs fighting a giant and shouted, "Left, block the left." The serfs lost their sense of direction and retorted while fighting. "From my perspective, that way is my left," he evaluated. "She lacks boldness in her utilization." Next was Kim Jae-hyuk with 32 serfs remaining. He commanded very roughly from the sidelines, waving his fist and shouting, "Run faster!" From a club that size, dodge like this, "Ah, you idiots." His evaluation was that too many useless commands confused the serfs. Han Suho's result was even more miserable with only 2 serfs left. After the battle, his 2 serfs hugged each other and wept. Sob, "We survived." Sob, "They were surrounded by corpses." He knew that in his case it was a compatibility issue and that blessings were not suited for utilizing serfs. Last was Jaeon So-yin with 154 serfs remaining. Before starting, she picked one at random. "Hey you." He quickly turned and answered obediently, "Yes." She asked him, "The ones who came just before, they're dead, aren't they? Will you avenge them?" The god of death standing beside her laughed sinisterly. He said with delight. "A target for revenge has been designated. Power will be enhanced by consuming souls." "Excellent, my little avenger." After the test, Leon stood on a podium and the people below sat seriously listening to his words. He looked at the report in his hand and spoke. "Good, I will assign the missions now. Jaeon So-yin, you are the knight commander." She immediately accepted. "Yes," he explained to the others. "Using your control over the serfs to act as a medium for the revenge contract was a very effective decision." The others turned to look at her, their jaws agape in surprise, and she simply asked, "Did I do well?" Leon had to praise her as well. "Yes, even I was impressed by your decision." She blushed at the praise, embarrassed. "Yes." He held the report and called out Han Suho from the podium. He immediately shouted back, "Yes, yes." Leon crossed his arms and said seriously, "The reason Lord GZ started the serf trial in the past was to effectively reduce the overflowing number of serfs. It's just that you weren't compatible with it." He also had to admit, "The blessing of light is not very suitable for controlling serfs." He answered obediently, "Yes." Suddenly he placed a hand on his shoulder, but his eyes widened and shone, and with a perverted look on his face he exclaimed, "You have a talent for pushing serfs into hell." He broke into a cold sweat at his expression. "Yes, that is," he decided right then and there. "With that talent I will give you 500 more serfs. Keep up the good work." Leon's smile did not fade for a long time. At this time in Pantheon there was a small tree in front of Leon. Leon touched his chin, deep in thought. He noticed that the sapling he had received from Guna had not grown at all. A girl's voice answered, "It is by no means easy to raise a sapling of the world tree in this land." He asked in surprise, "Is it because the soil is not right?" The girl replied, "That's not it. I have blessed this place, so if there's any difference it would be the holy power." Although he knew the cause, he had to think more. In that case," he waved his arm, and a golden light emanated from his palm. The light radiated from his hand, dazzlingly enveloping the entire small tree. The tree grew larger and larger, its branches intertwining and beginning to stretch toward the sky. He stood there, infusing the tree with holy power to help it grow quickly. He observed it carefully and finally realized it was not because of a lack of holy power. The girl also agreed. "That's right, could it be a matter of its nature?" Her words made him think of the gods. "You have stronger holy power than anyone, but it is by no means pure, because you possess the power of many gods." The girl told him, "A knight of the Holy Grail might be able to do it, but for now we can only leave it to fate." Leon resolutely turned and left. "I must return to the celestial realm and meet my comrades. Perhaps I will learn more." But the girl on his shoulder quickly stopped him. "Don't," she advised him. "Living in the world of the dead will not lead to a good end." But he still answered firmly. "I can endure it." She suggested they play with Kala for a night. He had little interest in this and said nothing. She made another suggestion. "How about having a drink with Gigi? How about participating in a horse race with Gillingham? How about a life or death battle with Lily to determine a victor? Can you throw away those precious memories?" At these words he was extremely troubled, gritting his teeth and saying nothing. She continued, "At first it will be brief, but the second time will surely be longer. The third time you will think you want to stay there longer." She cupped his cheeks and advised, "You must be careful unless it is absolutely necessary." Her words were truly helpful. Leon placed a hand on his chest, sincerely closed his eyes and answered, "I will keep the words of the Great Mother in mind." She was very satisfied. "Yes, good boy." He was walking alone in the forest. Just then a person's voice echoed, "Your Majesty, are you out for a walk?" He was startled, turned around and immediately recognized who it was. He looked at the girl before him and asked with curiosity, "Did you come to see the sapling too?" She smiled lightly. "I come here often these days." The two talked in the garden and she asked, "What power does it have that your Majesty wants to raise it?" He answered, "Guna is the sage of the forest and an old friend of mine. That is the origin of this tree," he added. "The sages of the forest will prepare a sapling of a sacred tree. It will become the heart of the forest. That is the only way for a sapling to grow into a trent, she asked in surprise. Could it be that your majesty wants to raise your friend's race in this land? He immediately admitted. Of course, but then, thinking of the blessing bestowed by the gods, Leon said. The sacred tree is also the foundation of the temple, and it is where the world tree exerts its divine power. Besides, without a sacred tree, the world tree cannot awaken, Viss, curious, asked further. Then is there another way for the world tree to awaken? He answered right away. There is. The moment the world tree awakens, the divine power it emits prevents countless demons from surviving. Hearing this, she seemed to have realized something, covered her mouth with her hand and fell into deep thought. To awaken with such powerful purification, isn't that a formation of the god's power based on faith? Leon added an explanation. That is the characteristic and limitation of the divine race. He placed a hand on his chest. Just as the lion's heart was transplanted into me, the world tree creates its own holy power. Thanks to the power that purifies all things, demons cannot approach the area around the world tree. Hearing his words, she understood more. I see, with that power everything could become easier. Since demons like to hide among intelligent beings, after just a few words she immediately thought of something. In that case, your majesty, I have a way. He immediately turned and asked. What way is that? She then told him her plan. The two discussed it until sunset. The next day a magic circle was created in the sacred tree area. Large rocks glowed with a mysterious purple light. He looked for a long time and said, this should be enough. Viss also agreed and answered, yes, your majesty. A giant magic circle was arranged with great care. He asked, should the trent be placed in the center of the magic circle? She nodded. Yes. He went inside and placed the tree in the center of the giant magic circle. After finishing, he went to her side and said, I'll leave it to you then. Viss. She extended her arms forward and acted quickly. Yes, your majesty. A dazzling light erupted from the center of the magic circle. The brilliant light that appeared from the center of the magic circle spread to the surrounding crystal stones. She then opened a magic portal. The onlookers were surprised, pointed at each other and said, over there, what color is that? The people murmured and talked. A colorless gate. I've never seen a top-tier gate like this before. Leon gritted his teeth and sweated as he thought, what is this powerful energy? As Viss turned around, he warned with caution, we must be careful with this gate. The two looked back. All the unit members had arrived. He looked at the people before him and began to assign tasks. This gate will be entered by everyone from the scouts to the elite soldiers and the dim. All soldiers below the rank of Kingdom Knight must always be prepared. A few were surprised and asked each other. We have to go in there, into that gate. Leon did not say much. Let's go, all right, let's go, everyone be careful. A few on horseback formed a formation and prepared to enter. With Leon in the lead, they all gradually entered the colorless gate. As the last horse's leg crossed over, they entered the gate. The others standing guard outside did not take their eyes off it. Suddenly a change occurred in the gate and people screamed, turned their heads and fled. What strange phenomenon is happening at the gate? Is the gate moving? Something shot out of the gate like lightning. Looking closely, it was a person. The momentum was so strong that the person shouted. Ah, looking closely again, it was Leon. He was ejected from the gate, his entire body slamming into a wall. The soldiers around him shouted in surprise, Your Majesty, are you all right? Having never experienced such a situation, he was a bit flustered. Something is not right with this. Not only could I not enter the gate, but I was also thrown far away. I'm the only one in the group who was ejected. System alert warning, a duplicate individual has been detected within the gate. Entry of the same individual is denied. A few on horseback entered that gate. Harry covered her eyes, looked around and thought, where is this? Looking around, she asked, Your Majesty, where are we? Suddenly noticing he was not there, she shouted in surprise, Your Majesty. Only then did a few realize that Leon had not entered with them. Everyone stared blankly around, asking each other in a fluster, Where are we? The timid Jae-hyuk shouted. Again, where on earth is His Majesty this time? Viss fell into deep thought. She broke into a cold sweat and worried. This was a serious problem. It seemed His Majesty could not enter the gate. Harry asked in surprise, Why can't His Majesty enter? She didn't know either and could only answer, I'm not sure, let's exit the gate and check again. While some still didn't know where they were, a strange voice suddenly echoed from the surroundings. Surprising, so there is another who can control gates? I cannot allow you to interfere with the mission. Jae-hyuk, surprised, pointed toward the gate and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, the gate is closing. Viss quickly extended her hand. A purple light flew from her hand toward the gate as she shouted loudly, Get back quickly, the space is collapsing. She created dozens of magic circles around the gate, but she could not stop it from disappearing. She herself thought in a fluster, What kind of unreasonable magic is this? I can't maintain it. Even her magic circles shattered, and she exhausted her energy and coughed up blood. Harry called out worriedly, Your Majesty. A few looked at her. Seeing her spit blood, they hurriedly asked, Are you all right? Viss answered, My mana flowed backward. She looked at the robot and asked Spinner if it had found anything. It activated immediately, reporting, The gate has vanished and there is no response from the outside. The people stood there blankly. Especially the timid Jae-hyuk, who froze like a stone and was mad with fear. We're doomed. In the canyon, a very large army stood filling the canyon, and a bolt of lightning struck one of them directly. Jae-hyuk exclaimed in disappointment. Just one, Harry said fearfully. Sir Zaffi, there are too many of them. The people turned and quickly fled. A vast number of enemy soldiers were approaching. The estimated number was about 5,304. Jae-hyuk rode his horse to Viss's side and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" She turned and answered, "I've used up all my mana. More importantly, it seems the gate's opening connected us to a terrible place." Suddenly, Han Suho shouted in surprise. Han Harry turned and exclaimed loudly, "There are enemies in front too." Were surrounded. Two forces from the front and back pressed in on them. A few quickly went on guard, at this time feeling afraid. They wished His Majesty were here. As the monsters opened their mouths and charged, the robot quickly drew its weapon. Firing main electron rifle, a single shot from it shattered that monster unit, but there were still very many of them. Han Suho said worriedly, "There are too many of them." Just then, someone rushed over and helped a few of them deal with the monsters. He was clad in armor from head to toe and unleashed the fury of the Thunder Crown. Wrathful punishment lightning, hundreds of giant lightning bolts fell upon the monster horde. Viss's group had found an ally. That hero's army charged and chased the monsters, and they fled madly. That hero even drew his weapon and charged, shouting loudly, "Break through the center of the enemy line." The soldiers following him shouted in unison, "Understood, my lord." The entire army formed up and charged. Sacred Knight Legion, Vanguard charge. The monsters saw them and were so afraid their jaws dropped. That army shattered them wherever they went. The monsters were struck by lightning and thrown into the sky, and the horse's hooves dug into the ground and stopped. He stopped right in front of Viss's group and said casually, "I felt a powerful holy force and came here, but you are all unfamiliar faces." He stood holding his weapon and introduced himself. "I am Ultima, a knight of the Holy Grail with the power of the Thunder God. My name is Jinham Duran." A light emanated from his entire body, making him look very strong. His two eyes shining, he warned them, "First get out of this place. The thunder will soon stop." That night the people camped together. Han Harry's eyes were wide. Duran spoke first. "Who are you?" he asked pointedly. "Especially you, Knight of Steel and Forging. I can feel a holy power like that of Lord Ant, the guardian god of the mines." Viss, on behalf of everyone, introduced herself to him. "We are travelers from the kingdom's border," he asked in surprise. "From the border?" she confessed honestly. "We were worried about the kingdom and came here in a hurry. But the demons blocked our path." She took this opportunity to ask him directly, "Sir Duran, could you tell us about the situation here?" He let out a light hum. Though they were strangers, he was not very wary of them. "Well, I think I can trust you." Thinking of the current situation, he said, "After the Battle of Ganch Plain, where Lord Bukanut and the Grand Duchess of Power disappeared, the kingdom was occupied by an unstoppable force." A few listened to him quietly. "King Leon gathered orcs, treants, and even the remnants of the empire to form a united front." After listening, Viss nodded lightly. "I see, so that's what happened." Through his words she understood that this was His Majesty's world and it was being occupied by demons. It seemed the knights had gathered survivors from all over the kingdom. Han Harry turned to her and called out quietly, "Your Highness." "No, Princess Viss." She understood her meaning and immediately continued, "Yes, it seems the situation is more difficult than we thought." She quickly gave an order. "Harry, avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window." The girl received the command and exclaimed, "Ah, understood." She went to the side with the other two and checked the window. But the situation was not good. Harry reported again. Some of the content is obscured." Viss looked at them. This would not be easy. Duran bowed his head deep in thought. I didn't check on my soldiers enough after the march just now." After speaking, he looked at Viss and said, "We will depart at dawn, so rest as much as you can until then." Time passed, and the next morning the people rode their horses and galloped swiftly. Everywhere they went, a desolate landscape was visible. Corpses were strewn about, and the group galloped on. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone, and Han Harry had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the light, she was surprised, her jaw agape. As she looked at the surrounding scenery, wow, before her was a giant castle. The scenery was truly peaceful. It was unbelievable that there was a giant Trent here. This place was very wide, and under the dazzling sunlight the castle was magnificent. It was completely different from what they had seen on the way. Duran turned and said, "We have arrived." He introduced this place as humanity's last refuge. "Welcome to the temple." Only now did Han Harry understand. So this is the temple. Here, scenes of brutal slaughter appeared everywhere. Here was a His Majesty we did not know. When the fight was over, he shouted, "Let's return." In the 6th year of Leon's reign, March, a monarch-class archdemon was summoned in the imperial capital. It looked terrifying, but in the end it was killed. In the 66th year, Marut, the Lord of Chaos, was annihilated. The 1.33 million Demon Legion of Mott, the Lord of Chaos, and the 980,000 Demon Legion followers under 13 imperial lords were destroyed. Maga, the Knight of the Holy Grail of the Sea and Waves, ascended. Killian, the Knight of the Holy Grail of Life and Prosperity, ascended. About 3,000 temple knights from 14 kingdoms were killed in action. 10,000 wandering knights and 270,000 kingdom soldiers were sacrificed. 22.7 million people from the empire and various kingdoms died. In the winter of the 66th year of Leon's reign, the Demon Legion launched its second large-scale invasion. Following the fall of the empire, the elf forest was completely burned. The dwarves' mountain range was annihilated and the eastern sky kingdom collapsed. 9/10 of the Leonhardt kingdom's territory was destroyed. In the 85th year of Leon's reign, the kingdom stood on the brink of collapse. After the army finished its battle, he stood at the forefront and said, "Let's return to the High Temple." The people began to set up camp and loud shouts were heard among them. "Knights, please put it here." "Ah yes," one person asked Jae-hyuk how he was doing. You came from the border region, right? You must have had a hard time. He scratched his head and answered in a fluster. Not at all, I'm happy to be able to help you all. Han Harry asked Viss. Your Majesty, what should we do? She exclaimed at the sudden question. Ah, after thinking for a moment she answered. I heard that Lord Jam is returning after finishing the work of restoring the ruins after the war. Before Han Harry was an incredibly long staircase. She was flustered and broke into a cold sweat. How am I supposed to climb all the way to the top of this? Riding a horse up would be disrespectful and get her scolded. So she had no choice but to walk. As she was walking, a carriage passed by. The young lady sitting inside the carriage parted the curtain and exclaimed in surprise, Oh my saintess, she asked in surprise. Why are you walking instead of taking a carriage? Han Harry was dazed. Yes, she thought in a fluster, who is this person? Seeing the light emanating from her, Harry was very surprised. She inwardly assessed that her holy power was almost on par with His Majesty's. That young lady seemed to have a very good personality as well. Oh, I'm sorry for calling out so suddenly. If you don't mind, she offered casually, would you like to ride in the carriage with me? Han Harry was taken aback by this enthusiasm. She had not thought she could go with her. Of course she agreed immediately. Inside the carriage, the girl smiled and explained, People who come to the High Temple for the first time often get confused like that. There are carriages for official business, so you can use those. Han Harry was too embarrassed to say anything other than thank you. The girl introduced herself. I am Anya Doja. I am a handmaiden to the goddess Diana. Han Harry also smiled brightly and received the greeting. It is truly an honor to meet you. I am Han Harry. After she finished speaking, the girl leaned in and waited as if expecting her to introduce herself further. Harry was flustered. She said, I am the saintess of two gods, Lord Vitos and Lord Poma. Doja's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, to serve two gods at the same time, you must be a very special person. She enthusiastically took Harry's hands. You must have gone through a lot. It was the first time Harry had received such attention, and she was so happy she was on the verge of tears. You understand how I feel. After a short while they arrived at the castle gate. Doja smiled and said, We arrived in no time while talking with you, Saintess. This is the High Temple. Getting out of the carriage, Han Harry was still a bit shy, smiled and scratched her head. Thank you for waiting for me, that young lady answered with an enthusiastic smile. Not at all, of course I should escort you. The two entered together. Then let's go in together. You have business inside the temple, right? She agreed immediately. Yes, on both sides of the gate a few soldiers in iron armor stood like statues seeing Doja approach. The two shouted in unison, Great Saintess, you have arrived. Harry was startled to hear that and exclaimed, Great Saintess, without a moment to think. She hurriedly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, I offer my infinite respect to the Great Saintess. The Great Saintess, Doja exclaimed in a fluster. Please don't do this, Saintess. She hurriedly helped Harry up. Before the gods we are all equal. Harry had never heard such words before and her eyes widened in surprise as she asked. Yes, unable to understand, she asked again. Equal? She recalled the few times she had been treated unfairly by Leon. Doja also did not understand Harry's behavior. Why are you doing that? She asked. Harry smiled and explained vaguely. I remember you as someone who is very concerned with restoring the ruins after the war. Hearing those words, the young lady immediately showed interest. Oh my, you have met His Majesty. It turns out you are a saintess from a great temple. She smiled with her eyes and said, Come to think of it, I can feel a very strong holy power from you. Han Harry's eyes widened as she let out a yes. Suddenly, Doja quickly ran forward. This is truly perfect timing. She turned, smiled brightly and asked, May I ask you for a favor? The sunlight shone on her, making her truly dazzling. When they arrived at the main gate, two girls were talking outside. Seeing Doja approach, they both greeted her. Great Saintess, you have arrived. Han Harry stood behind them and thought to herself, As expected, she is a person of high status. Doja spoke with them and asked, Where is Priestess Isabel now? One of the girls answered. Priestess Isabel is in her private room, absorbing the holy power of the moon. Hearing this, Doja smiled and replied, In that case, I will prepare the holy fire ritual first, so please tell the priestess to come down. Upon hearing those words, the two became very excited and exclaimed in unison, The great holy fire ritual? His Majesty is returning in glory. Doja did not deny it and added, He must be very mentally exhausted from being stained by the blood of demons, so we must hurry. Listening to their conversation, Han Harry immediately thought of King Leon. She guessed to herself that this might be the gate's recreation of His Majesty's past. What on earth is he like? As she was following the three girls, a loud shout came from outside. His Majesty of Leonhardt is entering. The four girls all turned in surprise. A figure appeared, his two eyes shining brightly. Clad in blood-stained armor from head to toe, his steps as he entered were truly strange, and a long trail of blood followed wherever he went. Han Harry covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God, this was a version of the king completely unfamiliar to Han Harry. This was not the usual gentle yet majestic Leon. This person was fear and horror itself in human form, emitting a heavy killing intent and dark energy in all directions. For he was the messenger of death. She stared with her eyes wide open, her face darkening. Suddenly a hand was placed on her shoulder, startling Han Harry so much that it sent a shiver down her spine. It was the other girl. She looked at him and said, I will handle them. Leon looked at her and recognized that it was Isabel. The handmaiden standing beside her turned worriedly. Priestess of the moon, he is here. The woman named Isabel crossed her arms and scoffed lightly, not the least bit afraid of Leon as she glanced at him and said, in life he was the king's executioner and in death he became Lady Gina's first hunter. Why would this be so surprising to me? She even teased him. Your Majesty, don't take it so seriously. Come over here. You must undergo the holy fire ritual. He scoffed and followed them into a luxurious room. Doja pointed to a holy water basin and called out softly, Your Majesty, the holy fire ritual is ready. Leon took off his armor and stepped forward. I understand. He threw the blood-stained items on the floor. Han Harry stood there watching everything, speechless with surprise. His entire body was covered in black hideous scars. As he passed, Doja called out with some concern, Your Majesty. He looked down at the black marks on his body and explained, This is the aftermath of tearing a cruel demon to pieces while it was still alive. That bastard's pain and screams became a curse and clung to my body, but they dare not harm this body. Isabel crossed her arms and teased, This looks quite painful, Your Majesty. Doja quickly cut in. Priestess, how can you say such a thing? But Leon was not the least bit angry. He was all too used to this. It's fine. The priestess's rudeness is nothing new. Through this slaughter I have committed a great sin against the goddess of purity. Proceed with the ritual at once. He walked straight into the holy water basin. The two girls followed behind. Suddenly a shout came from outside. My lord, you cannot enter. The holy fire ritual is in progress, but the door opened anyway. He quietly looked at the newcomer and could not help but ask, What is it? The woman who entered had a cold face. He called out the name Kinna. She was the commander of the Northern Army and the rightful Grand Duke of the Dragonia territory. The Grand Duke of Donia. In addition, the woman who had just arrived looked straight at him and said, Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty of Leonhardt. The daughter of the Leonhardt family, Leon Dragonia. He stood in the holy water basin, looked at her and asked coldly, Is that so? The Grand Duke of Dragonia stared straight at her and asked, What is it? She, no less cold, emitted a killing intent and said, Our Northern Army hereby declares its secession from the alliance. Leon furrowed his brow, showing his displeasure. I do not permit it. He looked at the woman before him and said, The Northern Army is a great pillar of the alliance. If you secede, our army will surely be weakened. She coldly said nothing more but still firmly disagreed. She looked at him and said, Adding more strength won't change the meaning. Seeing his expression change, Doja called out softly, Your Highness the Grand Duke. Anna said loudly, Your Majesty, she doesn't care. Let me be frank about what is happening. The capital has fallen, and the entire continent has become a ruin, even including the serf soldiers. Our army does not exceed 300,000. On the other hand, the enemy's forces have surpassed 10 million, and they are still being reinforced. Her face darkened. Your Majesty, you are the representative of the temple and the commander of all knights. She dared to ask directly, Are you certain that we have a chance of winning this war? Leon was silent for a moment. He could not be certain and said helplessly, Then what am I supposed to do? Kinna trembled with anger, her fists clenched tightly. The Grand Duke's territory was the one destroyed right after the Empire. The 30,000 soldiers of the north have lost their homes and families. Now all that is left of the Northern Army is us. She gritted her teeth and covered her face. She was maddeningly angry. In that case, I can't stand it any longer, she exploded. Even if we cannot rip all the demons to pieces, we must avenge our families. We will annihilate the demons who have nested in the Grand Duke's territory and insulted the dead. He listened and suddenly grew sad. He smiled lightly and said, Kinna, do you resent me? He asked her directly. Do you think my action of annihilating the demon's main force instead of protecting the territory was wrong? She immediately lowered her voice. No, Your Majesty. Although her expression was not good, she knew that His Majesty had done what he had to do. The entire kingdom was more important than the Grand Duke's territory, so you had to make that choice. Hearing those words, he asked her coldly again, But what do you intend to do now? She pulled back her collar. This is a completely personal revenge. Magic power emanated from the black tattoo on her neck. This was the proof. Leon's entire body was seized with shock. He stared with wide eyes, unable to believe she had done such a thing. As if screaming, he shouted loudly, Kinna, but now nothing could be done. It had already happened. She also declared, I and the entire Northern Army have made a pact with the god of vengeance. Behind her, a god cloaked from head to toe, reeking of dark energy, appeared. A wicked smile. From now on, I am a knight of the Holy Grail who serves Ventusus, the god of darkness and revenge. I am the Grand Duke of Dragonia, commanding the 30,000-strong Legion of Vengeance. His hand trembled with anger as he clenched it into a fist. He could not believe she had dared to do such a thing, and she said nonchalantly, My mission is no longer survival. Before her words were even finished, Leon could not hold back and roared, I do not want to see you anymore. Disappear from my sight at once. She left without a backward glance. Isabel watched everything, scoffed, and asked him with her arms crossed, Are you all right? At this point he too was helpless and could only answer, It is already too late. She has made a pact with the god of vengeance. Now there is only one path left. As she extended her hand, a light shone upon the wounds on his body. I see there is no other way. Leon looked at the girls before him and asked in a low voice, Did I make the wrong decision? Isabel said immediately, without a second thought, No, Your Majesty has never once made a wrong decision. He was quite surprised by her words. For you of all people to say that? This time she did not tease him. Her voice was very serious. What about the incident where my sister, a priestess who serves the god of purity, was abducted and forced into marriage? That can be seen as an agreement by both sides to ensure peace. But more than that, shouldn't the Northern Army's secession be disguised as your Majesty's order? This is also quite important for stabilizing the morale of the army. Leon furrowed his brow. He didn't think she was wrong, but he could only sigh and reply, "Perhaps so. The situation is too unstable right now." Suddenly his gaze shifted to another place. He stared straight at Han Harry and asked, "Who are you?" She was so startled her jaw dropped. On the street, people bustled back and forth. Two men were talking. One person asked, "How many materials are left?" The other man answered, "The reserves have run out, so we need to bring in new materials." The man asked again, "The timing is not good." "Did the Saintess say anything else?" The other man also answered helplessly, "No, she did not." The two men did not notice that something was eavesdropping from the roof. The man answered helplessly, "I understand." The small robot also took out a camera and recorded everything, recording the video, analyzing the behavior, and starting a backup download. Inside this house, a man sat before a large furnace, holding a hammer in his hand, constantly striking down, focused on his work. He was the blacksmith. He suddenly glanced back and scoffed as if he had noticed something. He raised his head and extended his hand forward. There was a sewer rat. He accurately caught the small robot. It was startled and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The man's hand glowed, and the robot was pulled forward by him. It paid no mind to the robot's shouting. "Why are you doing this?" He gripped it tightly in his palm and said nothing. It too fell silent. His two eyes shone brightly, and a killing intent that threatened a stranger blazed. The robot was terrified and hurriedly explained, I have no ill will." It shouted and introduced itself. "I am a creature that understands humans." A dazzling beam of light shot out from its rear. It pierced straight through the old man's hand, and he exclaimed in surprise and admiration, "How truly bizarre! I thought it was." The old man finally released it from his grasp. Looking closely, wasn't this a sewer rat? The old man was surprised, his eyes widening as he asked, "Turns out it's the lovely priestess's thing." The freed robot hurriedly soared high. The old man saw it and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha!" The old man's face was smiling gently, and he spoke first. "It's fine, we're all servants of the divine, why should we be at odds with each other?" The robot asked in surprise. "Stranger." The old man raised his head to look at it, his eyes wide as he asked, "You do not recognize me?" The old man sincerely placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I am Antok, a knight of the Holy Grail who serves the god of the forge and metal. Do you know Antok, the guardian of the mines?" At this time, in the temporary residential area outside the city, Han Harry carried some things and returned to the tent. Opening the door and entering, she asked happily, "Sorry, am I late?" As soon as Han Su-ho saw her, he happily called out loudly, "Nuna?" Seeing the basket in her hand, he asked in surprise, "Nuna, what is all that?" She smiled, scratched her head, and replied, "Ah, this is what they gave me for working hard at the temple." Han Su-ho's eyes widened as he asked, "Nuna, did you just come back from the temple?" She answered right away, "Yes, I met His Majesty there too." Hearing those words, everyone was surprised. Kim Jae-hyuk turned completely around. "His Majesty," she said firmly. "To be precise, it's this gate's His Majesty, not the one we know." Jaeon So-yin did not find it too strange either and turned to say, "So this gate really did belong to His Majesty's world." Han Harry pulled a chair over, sat down, and asked, "Did you guys hear any news?" Kim Jae-hyuk said immediately, "Ah, that matter." He told her what the group had found out. The capital was occupied long ago, and other places were also occupied by demons. "So this is the only city left," So-yin added. "I once heard from Lord Ventasis about the final battle. That battle is probably the main story of this gate." Kim Jae-hyuk looked at the screen before him. "This is really difficult. If we could see the mission, it wouldn't be this hard." On the system screen, important keywords were still obscured. As they were talking, a few people suddenly paused. The two men looked at each other and asked, "Is there anyone among you connected to the temple's gods? I can cast holy law." But the response from Lady Ariana is quite weak. Han Harry tried to use magic. The two girls both gasped and exclaimed in surprise in unison, "Huh?" Kim Jae-hyuk also tried to use magic. It's true, I can cast holy law." Han Harry looked at her hand in surprise and asked, "How can this happen?" Suddenly Jaeon So-yin raised her hand, stopping the few who were discussing. "Wait." She scanned her surroundings with a sharp gaze. "This area has been too quiet recently. It was quite noisy just a moment ago." Indeed, there was no sound around them. It was frighteningly quiet. "What is it?" Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyuk saw several pairs of feet entering from outside. They looked very strange. He screamed in terror, "Ah!" Just then, a giant tree from outside lifted their entire tent high up, and the surroundings were surrounded by soldiers. Han Harry's group was surrounded. All around them were soldiers with weapons aimed at them. An old man drew a sword from his bosom. The old man roared and introduced himself first. "I am the judiciary of the Leonhardt Kingdom, and a knight of the Holy Grail who serves the god of the sun and judgment. My name is Rotley." The old man roared loudly and pointed at the group. "Sinners, receive the punishment of radiance." It was as if they were receiving a death sentence. Han Harry was terrified out of her wits, as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide as she shouted loudly. High in the city, people were still bustling about, but Han Harry's group of 4 had hoods placed over their heads and were sitting in a cart, trembling as they asked each other, "What do we do now?" The cowardly Kim Jae-hyuk shouted loudly, "We're all going to die. Those reckless guys will kill us without a second thought." As soon as he finished speaking, old man Rotley shouted and cursed at the group inside the cart from outside. "Will you shut up?" The group was terrified out of their wits and exclaimed in surprise, "Yes, my lord, we will shut our mouths." As soon as he was scolded, Han Su-ho asked again, "Nuna, where are we going?" She asked back, guessing. probably to the execution ground. A few put their heads together and talked. Don't they usually give sinners a chance to become slaves first? We're not even demon worshippers, Jeon So-yin even said bluntly. If we have to become slaves, isn't it better to die? Kim Jae-hyuk immediately agreed. Right? Suddenly, the cart moved onto another road. Han Harry said right away, it's a ramp. She guessed to herself, are we going to the temple? This ramp looked quite similar to the place she had gone to last time. Kim Jae-hyuk couldn't help but shout in fear again. We're all going to die, there's no use explaining, Jeon So-yin reminded him in annoyance. Calm down for a boy, you're quite a coward. Suddenly the door opened and a light poured down on them. Kim Jae-hyuk trembled all over and 2 soldiers held him on either side. He struggled and shouted, and the others could only sigh helplessly upon hearing his words. The 4 of them were led into the castle with hoods over their heads, and this place was the temple. Finally the hoods on their heads were removed. Han Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Before them was Duran, and she and Isabel were here as well. Not only that, but even Leon stood right in front of them with his arms crossed alongside the Saintess. Everyone stared at them, but their gazes were much gentler, without a trace of malice. Doja even smiled lightly. Only Leon looked the most serious, his gaze fixed on them, full of scrutiny. The 4 of them were brought before the holy water basin with their hands bound, facing each other across the pool. He opened his mouth to speak. Leon was the first to give the command, throw them into the holy water. Old man Rotley immediately accepted the order. Yes, after speaking he raised his sword and pointed it straight at them, shouting loudly at the 4. Sinners, jump into the holy water at once. That alone was enough to make Kim Jae-hyuk tremble in fear, thinking this was the infamous water torture when no one moved. The old man pointed at the coward. How dare you make me repeat my words? Do you wish for your head to be cut off by my sword? Kim Jae-hyuk was madly afraid and shouted loudly. No, not at all. I'll jump into the water right away. The old man had chosen the right person and he jumped into the pool just like that. Han Suho followed and jumped in as well. Nothing happened, and a few of them swam in it as if in a swimming pool. Isabel looked at Leon and called out softly, Your Majesty. He stood quietly and observed. He said, looking at the 4 people still safe in the pool. Isabel saw that they did not dissolve in the holy water and knew they were probably not demons. Doja also sided with them and said, Their bodies have accepted the holy power. They cannot be demons. Duran also placed a hand on his chest and agreed. The priestess is right. That is why I brought them here without suspecting them. Old man Rotley was still quite dissatisfied, slung the sword in his hand over his shoulder and frowned in vigilance. HMPH, who knows what conspiracies those loathsome demons are plotting? His noble majesty is a demigod and possesses the wisdom of the spirits of the sacred mountain, so he could not have failed to anticipate this. A few of them sitting in the holy water basin were flustered and thought to themselves, basically it means your majesty can't make a mistake. Nuna, it's so scary. No one dares to say a word, Leon called out seriously. Gillingham. I heard there were 2 more people. Duran immediately thought of Viss. Yes. A woman with the divinity of dreams and death, and a being of another race with the divinity of steel and forging. He even said that both of them had holy power comparable to that of a living saint. Isabel and Doja were so surprised to hear that their mouths fell open and they couldn't say a word in shock. Leon was silent and deep in thought. He looked at the people around him. Everyone withdraw, I have something to ask them. Old man Rotley was surprised and immediately objected. But your majesty, he calmly reassured them. I understand your loyalty, but for now trust my judgment. Since he had spoken to that extent, the old man did not stop him any longer, bowed his head and answered. Yes, he glanced again at the 2 girls who were reluctant to leave. Just like that, everyone left the room. Leon looked at the 4 people still submerged in the holy water, unable to move, like fish waiting for their master to feed them. He was still deep in thought. Suddenly he asked, You said your name was Han Harry? Han Suho quickly lifted his sister above the water to let her speak. She shouted loudly. She barely managed to finish her sentence. Yes, that's right, your majesty, I am Han Harry. After speaking, she sank into the water just like that. Han Suho turned in annoyance and scolded, I told you not to do that. She still retorted firmly, but it worked. It worked when we first met your majesty too. Leon was at a loss for words and looked at the 2 of them. I can't leave them like this. He crossed his arms and commanded seriously, State your names each of you, a few of them said in turn. I am Jeon So-yin, I am Han Suho, and I am Kim Jae-hyuk. After listening he fell into deep thought again. He muttered the names of a few people. Jeon So-yin, Han Suho, Kim Jae-hyuk, he asked again. Good, where are you from? The 2 were startled, broke into a sweat and stammered. Well, as a few hesitated and looked at each other, Leon got angry and shouted, Why are you looking at each other? Can't you answer at once? The 2 were madly afraid and immediately blurted out, Seoul, Korea. Kim Jae-hyuk even added an explanation. Well, it's a very distant country. Suho chimed in. That's right, very, very far. Leon fell silent again, propped his chin on his hand and thought. A golden light emanated from his body and he said calmly, I see. When he opened his eyes, a golden light shot out from his white pupils. Divine advent, a golden light poured down from the sky, illuminating the entire room, and a pair of feet appeared with a horse. It was true that Leon had summoned the 3 great gods, but they all looked at the 4 people with unfamiliar eyes. I have never seen these people. The god with the crocodile frowned and asked, Then why did they receive our blessing? Is it not the work of evil beings? Another god also said, I remember everyone I have blessed. If those are impostors, I will inflict divine punishment and tear their souls to shreds." Harry stared with her mouth agape, thinking in horror. He summoned the gods. I heard he was still coughing up blood from his promise with Lady Mercy. She saw that 3 gods had been summoned at the same time. "This is the power of His Majesty in his prime," Leon also told them honestly. "This is why I had you arrested." His gaze also became less uncomfortable. "I could feel the holy power from you, but none of the gods knew you." The 4 people stared blankly at him. They let out a awe in unison in surprise. It turned out that no one had intended to make things difficult for them from the beginning. They were all worrying for nothing. In the blacksmith shop, a few blacksmiths stood around, their mouths agape and their eyes wide, watching the small robot work. It worked very quickly, and without any interference it knew how to weld and forge like a human. It spoke while working. "Start recording, ignite, arrange in slot 3, completion rate 62.2, multitasking up to model 14. The people standing outside praised it with interest. "Oh, that's fast." It proceeded to the polishing process. Polishing, every step was no different from what a human would do. In an instant another piece of iron armor was completed. Model 157 basic assembly complete. It looked at the pile of armor it had stacked on the floor. Every single one was identical, truly as precise as a machine. Moreover, it worked very quickly. The other blacksmiths broke into a cold sweat as they watched, unable to believe their own eyes and constantly marveling. "Really, truly amazing. Is there really a race that can do such a thing?" Old man Antok seemed to quite like it, his 2 eyes shining like stars. "You are truly extraordinary, newbie." It asked again. "Record," the old man said excitedly, "just like Leon." I'm sorry, it's like watching His Majesty's training process. Do you know His Majesty too?" The robot continued to speak. "Record, this device's close cooperation target." The old man did not understand what it was saying and asked back. "Cooperation target," it answered him. "Demon hunting partner." The old man burst into laughter. "Kahaha, I want to participate in that too," the old man told it himself. "I was His Majesty's companion during a long journey. We trained together." Robot asked back in disbelief. "His Majesty?" The old man nodded and affirmed. "That's right." He closed his eyes, recalled the past and spoke. "I was about 30 at that time. That was when I first met Leon. It was a crumbling border town and they had sent a request for help due to a sudden orc attack. Since it was a border region, only Jidu and I who were training nearby were there. I also met Gunzart at that time. He was on a journey to find spiritual stability." Recalling the large and fierce orcs, the old man also had to admit that it was quite a difficult battle. There were more orcs than expected, and there were even elite warriors. The monster horde was already numerous, with many weapons, and they were also large and massive. Just then a figure flew across the sky. I met Leon. He was like a god descending from the sky, crossing the full moon, and he charged with a large sword in each hand, shouting loudly, "Die, you damn green monsters!" He cut strongly through the middle of the loathsome monster horde. The 3 of them stood there blankly and watched. Before they could even do anything, he had already charged in and was crushing almost half of the monster horde. Truly amazing. It was hard to believe that that power came from a knight who was only half my age. The sight of him cutting the orc warlord in 2 in the blink of an eye was truly overwhelming. After dealing with them all, he frowned and cursed. "These trash-like guys." The robot stood quietly and listened to the old man speak. "Anyway, I see that quality in you too." It pricked up its 2 ears. It was still only that one word, record. Suddenly, the old man crossed his arms and asked with a smile, "Do you want to become my disciple?" The robot stared at him and was silent for a moment. The space between the 2 became tense and they stared at each other like that. The robot suddenly prostrated itself on the floor. It giggled. "You, haha. For an organism that must be a very miserable pain." Antok crossed his arms and asked in surprise, "Do you not know who I am?" The robot looked at the old man and answered calmly, "Of course I know. The Holy Grail Knight Antok." The old man asked in surprise, "You know and you still dare to speak like that?" But in its eyes even a Holy Grail Knight was not that great. It was not human. No matter how talented, still just an organism. It cannot be compared to this device's efficient production capacity through a perfect process. It was the first time the old man had been criticized like that, and his eyes widened in surprise, but he did not get angry at all and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you are truly a tough young one." The robot accepted the praise immediately. "Of course," the old man suddenly picked up a large hammer. "In that case I'll have to show you something." The old man sat down and swung the hammer. "What I mean is, if I were to teach you, I couldn't just do it roughly." On the bustling street, a few groups gathered and talked. From the blacksmith shop the sound of a hammer continuously rang out. Old man Antok worked seriously and showed the robot. He spoke while working. "I am also very satisfied with your perfect technique. The output of a single blacksmith is definitely incomparable." After speaking, the old man brought down the hammer once more. The 2 eyes of the watching robot suddenly turned red. It reminded him in annoyance. Error detected, internal cracks increasing. Antok was drenched in sweat, but he still smiled and explained, "This is not simply forging a weapon." He raised the hand holding the hammer high and brought it down strongly like that, one by one. The robot watched with wide eyes and continued to record. The old man shouted loudly as he brought it down, "This is art, my friend, the art of forging steel and polishing even the soul." Finally, the finished product came out. The old man held up a piece of armor, stroked his chin with his hand and was interested. "This is something that cannot be achieved with perfect technique alone. I firmly believe that such a realm exists." After speaking, he put it down. When he took it out, the piece of armor was already complete and shone with a sparkling light. The robot watched, deep in thought for a moment. AB has confirmed it. It evaluated the old man. With this man's skill he could definitely create Leon's armor, which failed due to a lack of 0.001 completion. The robot stood behind and looked at the old man. It was the first to speak. This device's big data is still incomplete, and I feel the need to record the technology of organisms as part of its knowledge. The old man listened and burst into laughter with interest. So you mean you want to become a disciple to learn from me? But it shouted and immediately denied it. No, it is merely to observe the development of the organic race's technology. The old man burst into laughter and happily patted its head. Haha, follow me, my disciple. The robot was also at a loss for words and could only submit. Ah, really? Just then, someone entered. Sir Antok, he turned. Seeing the man before him, the old man immediately recognized him. Gillingham, he informed him. His Majesty has urgently summoned you. Inside the castle, a few people sat seriously at a conference table. Leon sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought, and said nothing. The others sitting at the table also thought seriously and waited. Isabel sighed. She turned and seriously suggested, "Let's create the ultimate Holy Grail," Lan immediately reminded her. Chief Priestess Isabel, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. She immediately retorted, "Hey Knight, if His Majesty orders you to charge into the Demon Legion alone, could you do it?" He said immediately without needing to think. "If that is the command." Her two eyes shone and she bowed her head as if slightly sad. "I am the same." She looked towards him. "Your Majesty," Leon answered calmly. "Speak, sister-in-law," she asked. "The sacrifice I must make is surely the path to the future, right?" He did not look back and affirmed in a low voice. "That's right." The faces of the others darkened. Isabel immediately decided, "Really, I will end this pain once and for all." She placed a hand on her chest and offered herself. "Let's create the ultimate Holy Grail. I will sacrifice myself for it." A few went outside and stood. A voice echoed, "Permission has been granted." Leon turned his head and looked at Isabel. She came out with a bow and arrow. There was still a smile on her face. "I never dreamed I would commit such a blasphemous act." He looked towards her and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry," she answered in a gentle voice. "No, you don't need to apologize, brother-in-law." She quietly raised her eyes to look at him and still joked. "You may be a ruffian who took my sister's purity, but you are not a king who makes wrong judgments. Now that we have lost all our territory to the demons and can no longer perform rituals, the only way to gather the stellar metal for the ultimate Holy Grail is..." She looked up at the moon high in the sky. She aimed her bow and arrow straight. "It seems I'm not the protagonist of this story. The goddess of the moon and purity was not originally a god suited for battle." Isabel drew the bowstring taut, with the talent of a master archer who never misses. She gritted her teeth, HMPH, and repented inwardly. "O moon, I am sorry. For the high priestess of the moon to shoot an arrow at the moon was truly blasphemous. As the powerful strike, the greatest act of blasphemy permitted by the goddess, was decisively fired, it unexpectedly became a beautiful Milky Way adorning the night sky, and the launched arrow emitted a dazzling light. The people there also looked up to admire it, pointing at each other and telling one another to look. The arrow pierced the moon and flew straight out of the universe. A hole was blown clean through the moon, and as the moon shattered, a little large pieces of rock fell. Duran looked up and shouted, "Success, the moon has really been pierced." Leon quickly turned and shouted, "Great Saintess Doja." She understood his meaning and quickly shouted, "Yes, your Majesty." She quickly closed her eyes, clasped her hands before her chest in prayer, and raised her two hands to the sky. A streak of light shot up dazzlingly, and Duran's two eyes shone as he shouted, "Success." A fragment of the moon was heading this way, but Isabel, who was beside them, suddenly collapsed. Leon quickly supported her and called out loudly, "Isabel." She coughed in pain, hack, and groaned weakly. "Damn it, it hurts like hell." Blood flowed from her eyes and mouth, and she still smiled optimistically in his arms. "But Gina shared the backlash with me. She's a really good person." Leon gritted his teeth, feeling sorry for her. "You did very well. I will bear your burden." Suddenly, Duran looked up at the sky and shouted in a fluster. "Your Majesty," he quickly reported. "The direction of the fragment's fall is changing." Doja was already doing her best. She looked up at the sky. A dark energy had appeared from somewhere, wrapping around the moon rock and pulling it away. A giant force dragging the fragment. "I can't control it." She was exhausted. Viss stood there and immediately recognized that this power was the same as the one that had closed the gate at that time. A few of them could only stand below helplessly, watching the rock fly in another direction, the fragment's falling direction completely off course. Leon was so angry he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes shone, and he immediately gave an order. "Dispatch a special unit to collect the fragment. We must not waste the opportunity that great Saintess Isabel created with her life." A giant rock lay on the ground. This was the landing spot of the moon fragment. The ones who found it were Viss and Antok. He sighed. "Is this it? What a waste of a whole day." The moon fragment transport team arrived. Viss called for Sir Spinner. The robot appeared and immediately deployed reconnaissance drones. The old man was surprised to see it, and he stared as the drones flew into the sky to scout. The old man's mouth fell open. "What kind of magic is this? My disciple is quite capable." The robot, called a disciple, got angry and retorted, "I suggest you use the correct terminology. I am only a technology provider, and this device lacks the intellectual capacity to fulfill a master-disciple relationship." The old man burst into laughter, patted its head and teased, "Ha ha ha, I'm jealous of your intelligence." It got even angrier. It stepped back and shouted, "Do not touch me." Suddenly, the old man grew quiet and seriously observed the surroundings. He turned to Viss and said, "I believe you've guessed it too, young lady." She understood his meaning and nodded. "Yes, Sir Antok." Looking around, there was no one else besides them. She said right away, "It's strangely quiet for a time when the demons are weakened. They would not miss such an opportunity." The old man guessed that they would probably attack as soon as we started mining the fragment. After speaking, the old man immediately slid down to the rock. "But we can't delay, so help us, Sir Spinner." The soldiers also took out wooden boxes. A shout of command echoed from the surroundings. "Everyone assemble, begin extracting the stellar metal." The soldiers worked quickly. "Understood, Sir Antok." Time passed just like that. Finally the boxes were filled with moon rock. A few worked competitively, thoroughly mining the giant stone. Suddenly the robot sounded an alarm. Enemy movement detected. It saw several giant monsters rushing this way, approaching at high speed. The others did not find it strange, Viss thought to herself. As expected, they wouldn't miss a moment when we're undefended, she shouted loudly. "Sir Antok, the enemy is coming." The old man turned his head to look and shouted, "They're still far, we must stop them." She called for Sir Spinner. The robot immediately created a giant bolt of lightning and fired a suppressing shot. The dazzling light shot straight toward the charging monster horde. They screamed in pain. "Ah!" Viss's two eyes glowed red. "I will buy as much time as possible. Act immediately." She used several spells at once: spell enhancement, elemental activation, tier 3 ascension, maximum defense. A giant magic circle appeared. Principal analysis, magic reconstruction. The entire sky boomed with explosions. Rage of Lamonta. Old man Antok was so surprised to see the desolate scene behind the series of magic circles that his eyes widened. "Amazing, not even marquises can use such great magic." Viss answered calmly. "The speed of this world's mages is not bad. They develop destructive magic to counter holy law, but it's still not enough." She hurriedly continued to attack and shouted loudly, "Quickly separate the stellar metal. This is just the enemy's vanguard. The main force will arrive soon." Antok understood her meaning and quickly cast the rock. "Understood, everyone, hurry." The group raised their hammers and continued to strike, working quickly and pouring sweat like rain, but they dared not stop for even a second. Right now, time was like gold. As the last golden rock broke off, the old man turned and growled, "It's done." But suddenly he froze on the spot. From the sky a giant fireball was falling. It was him. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." This giant fireball shone dazzlingly. Viss was surprised and looked up. Huck! The giant fireball fell straight on a few people and a guy appeared. A sinister demonic aura emanated from his entire body, and he extended his emaciated hand forward. The robot was still operating, searching its internal database. Destructive entity detected. The demon king of wisdom and inquiry, Kazakeo. He floated in the air, his head that of a crocodile, and his two eyes glowed yellow. He was the one who destroyed this world. Kazakeo looked down from the air. The ground was shattered, but fortunately Viss was still alive. She lay on the ground frowning. "Spinner, report the damage." The robot did a sweep. 30 knights who delayed the deployment of the holy law were killed instantly. The free cavalry has been annihilated and the number of injured cannot be confirmed. He stood on high, opened his eyes wide and looked down, threatening the lower beings. His other subordinates also appeared. He warned, "Do not resist. How can a mere mortal stand against an immortal being?" He raised his head and laughed triumphantly. "Die in peace." Antok approached. "The Wizard of the Bound, you even brought an Archdemon?" The old man looked at the girl below and asked, "Miss Viss, is there a way?" She was silent, opened her eyes wide and thought with concentration. "If I use long-range spatial teleportation magic." Before she could finish speaking, Spinner immediately cut her off. "Impossible. Even if you use teleportation magic, no one can escape." It even emphasized, "The probability is 0. She furrowed her brow and touched her chin, having no choice but to accept it. If I force the teleportation magic, the Demon King will interfere again." Antok understood upon hearing that. I see." No one here did not know the meaning of these words. "Die." The soldiers were afraid in their hearts, but it was a simple command and they still tried to grip the weapons in their hands. Even if it was an unreasonable command, the group decided to sacrifice themselves and shouted in unison, "The gods obey the command," but they still accepted that unreasonable choice. The robot's shout echoed, "Spinner." Antok smiled and told it, "You're smart, so you can't be wrong." He trusted it completely. He gripped the iron hammer in his hand, slung it over his shoulder and said confidently, "Stop, my blacksmith." The old man went out to face them alone. "If you summon me, ordinary mortals will not be able to withstand it." The old man was summoning his god, his entire body shining as he muttered, "Ah, the god who led me from the lowest place. No matter who comes, I will do so." The god's voice echoed, "Yes," a piece of armor wrapped around his body. "That is why we gods love you. Because that dazzling faith and the burning flame of life are so beautiful." His hair grew long, his entire body shone dazzlingly, and he shouted powerfully, "Ah, Holy Grail, Knight of Iron and the Forge, Antok, you are the guardian of the mines, the best blacksmith in the kingdom." The hammer that once faced the future now stood still with the blacksmith who had met a determined death. The future no longer existed. The old man had accepted the sacrifice of his own life. Nevertheless, the sound of the forge's furnace and the echo of the fire tempering steel will never cease. The light emanated so dazzlingly that even those monsters did not dare to approach. Because every strike of the hammer is for a clear future, divine advent, the iron blacksmith. He gripped the giant hammer in his hand and declared, Right here the Iron Oath is engraved. Kazekeo also sensed Antok's power. He opened his eyes wide. This holy power, you used it. Antok's eyes flashed and he laughed with interest. He was full of confidence. To defeat you, why not? As the old man's hand aimed the hammer straight at the monster, the ground immediately exploded. He coldly told them to retreat first. The monsters nearby were all struck and killed. Kazekeo landed on the ground. The divinity of iron and the forge change all creation into materials other than iron. All the iron in this area came under his control. He was using alchemical transmutation. Antok held his hammer and aimed it at them, opening his eyes wide and laughing, as expected of a quick decision, the other races. The old man was using none other than the hammer of Hephaestus. Hundreds of giant and massive hammers appeared in the sky above the monster horde. They were surrounded. One guy quickly raised his hand and created a shield, great magic shield of Asa. But before he could even finish speaking, the hammer slammed down, crushing him on the spot, and he screamed, "Ah!" The other guys were the same. They were crushed by the hammers and died without even a chance to breathe, screaming, "Ah, what is this? It's piercing through absolute defense and inflicting damage?" But Kazekeo was still holding on with a protective shield around him. He said with interest, "Amazing," he looked at Antok, "that a mortal who has lived for less than 1,000 years has such terrifying power." The old man slung the hammer over one shoulder and leaned his body with his other hand. "HMPH, and yet you blocked it without a single scratch." The two sides faced each other. That guy challenged. "Then shall we begin?" he said with a triumphant face. "Let me teach you some manners. This is merely the prelude to the cruelest great war of the century." On the other side, Viss asked Spinner, "What is the progress of the work?" It reported, 86 complete. "Since I've seen it once, there's no problem drawing it." The two continued to draw the magic circle. She told it, "But the moment you unfold the magic circle, he will notice. Even so, this plan has a chance of success," it told her. "This time there is a way, a 2.714 success rate." She felt a slight glimmer of hope upon hearing that. Better than last time. Watching the two fight, she thought that a mage must be rational, but she decided to pray for a miracle. The magic circle gradually took shape. On the other side, the two fought to a standstill. Kazekeo laughed and praised. "Strong, each one is a great magic, yet you shatter it with a single hammer." Antok stood far away, and before charging in again he thought that he was indeed one of the strongest in the world. The strongest creature that even demons feared. If even a Holy Grail knight of the lowest rank was this strong, what kind of monster was the one who stood at the top? He finally extended his hand and said before attacking, "I admit, if you have the pinnacle of what you possess, it's enough to defeat a single lord." Dozens of magic circles appeared in the air attacking Antok. "But you are not." The old man stood there alone, facing the countless attacks pouring in from all directions. His body shone as he shouted, "Block it." He used the holy law forge of Hephaestus. The old man blocked all his attacks and the dust was thick. This guy grumbled, "This is getting boring." Suddenly a voice was heard. "Do you know why you other races are despicable?" He immediately raised his head and looked up. Above, looking up, it was indeed old man Antok holding a giant hammer and striking down strongly from above. The old man's gaze was filled with killing intent and his power overflowed. "Because you have no faith." But Kazekeo was not the least bit afraid and instead laughed loudly and taunted. "Fool, you can't touch me," he laughed loudly. "The analysis is complete. Now die." Spinner's voice echoed. It aimed its muzzle straight at that guy. Self-destruct sequence activated, energy core forced into overload. Old man Antok shouted loudly. "Spinner." Spinner floated in the air, creating a giant explosion right above Kazekeo's head. A huge explosion, a dazzling light. It was unknown if that guy could survive this time. The demon with the scythe sat with its legs crossed, looking down at the demons below. The demons grew more and more numerous. The last survivor of the Gunter Empire, the commander of the Silver Knights, he clearly remembered that he had led the empire to its ruin. Evil and terrifying creatures crossed time and space and invaded this world. Two soldiers were talking. One person held binoculars and surveyed the surroundings. "Those horned guys are chaos demons. They're the ones who destroyed my hometown 20 years ago." The guy next to him sighed lightly. "This really is the end. 23 years ago, the emperor summoned a demon king, and naturally, the capital was destroyed and the entire empire immediately fell into the hands of demons. Finally, the Lion King Leonhard appeared and annihilated the demon king and his army. But that was just the beginning." The old man clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and imagined aloud. "If I were the Lion King, we might have won, but that's just my wish." They could see an explosion burning one side of the sky red even from a distance. The ground where the two stood shook and both were startled by the vibration. A few guessed it wasn't a monostorm. A battle must have broken out somewhere. It was where Viss and Antok were fighting. Despite such a massive explosion, Kazekeo was not yet dead. He even spat out that it was absurd. The ground around them was shattered. The dust was thick, and he stood there arrogantly with his two subordinates. "A nuclear explosion? Did you think you could harm me with such a cheap trick?" Suddenly, a small demon turned and reported hurriedly, "My lord, they have opened a dimensional gate." At that moment, Viss's group was moving quickly together through the spatial gate. He realized from the report that the nuclear explosion was just a smokescreen. He calculated inwardly. A short-range dimensional gate can only be passed by a few people. In other words, he immediately guessed that they intended to abandon the remaining soldiers and knights. His hands quickly formed an energy sphere as he cursed loudly. "Arrogant bastards, you think you can escape my grasp?" After speaking, he shot it straight at the warriors. His eyes blazed with anger, and he cursed as he fought. "You bastards!" Seeing it, a few soldiers rushed in without hesitation, shouting loudly to block it. They charged forward without fear, yelling, "Block that loathsome thing, defend with your lives!" Kazekeo was mad with rage. Without pausing, he leaned back, preparing to hurl the energy sphere. "Foolish bastards. They don't even realize they've been abandoned." He hurled the giant energy sphere, shouting, "Disappear!" His power was truly superhuman, and the blow was anything but ordinary. It was thrown straight toward the spatial gate. A cunning smile spread across his face as he delighted in it. "I missed a few, but you're too late." The subordinate beside him bowed his head. "I am sorry, my lord. I did not know he would be so generous to his own people," he answered calmly. "It's fine, I got my target." And indeed he had. Viss's group had escaped through the spatial gate, but someone appeared to be seriously injured. Blood poured out. "Cough!" Viss, her face pale, called out in horror, "Sir Antok." His chest was pierced and his heart was gone, but he still held on and said, "It seems this armor isn't quite perfect after all." She shouted in surprise, urging him to get treatment. But before she could finish, the old man raised his hand to stop her, smiling faintly in exhaustion. "Take me to the forge." The robot also felt extremely sorry for him. Everyone on the street turned to look. Antok headed for the forge, carrying the box of moonstone in his hands. Viss followed behind. Everyone who saw him in this condition stared with their mouths agape. Some were on the verge of tears with worry. The first knight of iron and the forge, the guardian of the mines. Everyone felt sorry for him. People from the entire street wanted to follow him to the forge. He maintained a calm expression, smiling faintly. He stood before the forge and said, "From now on I will forge the stellar metal with my power." He sat on a chair ready to work. Spinner also stood there and said to Antok, "It seems your life is about to end." He bowed his head. "I know it was destined from the moment an ordinary sinner like me gained divinity." He even stroked its head and said lightly, half-jokingly, "A knight of iron is forged from iron. The master doesn't have much time left. There is only one chance to teach my disciple." His two eyes shone and light radiated from his entire body. "I will show you. This is the first and last lesson I will teach you." Antok lifted his hammer and began to work diligently. "I once embarked on a journey of trials to receive my mission. On the road I met the future Lion King and shared that glorious journey with him." He poured his heart into every hammer strike as he spoke to Spinner. Even though his heart had stopped and he had little life left, looking back on those days, "I was taught by the greatest blacksmith and learned many things. Later I challenged him. But in the end I could not surpass him. Nevertheless the knights who wielded the swords I forged defeated the kingdom's enemies, and the knights who held the spears I made kept this empire safe." Though his trembling hands could no longer lift the hammer, his eyes were already closed. Though he could barely see with his blood-dried eyes, he looked extremely exhausted, sweating profusely. His body's life force was spent. "I still do not stop swinging the hammer." As if leaving behind all the motion of this world, slowly but surely, the hammer was lifted and brought down again and again, even with a large hole in his chest. "It contains the will of the gods and 1,000 years of history in every single hammer strike. I shared glory with the Lion King and received the undeserved honor of the gods' love." He worked like that, telling it stories from the depths of his heart. "Breathe your faith into the iron and imagine the future you will forge with your hammer. The sword you forge will cut down the enemies of the empire. The armor you cast will protect your comrades." Brilliant light erupted. A holy grail was formed. A weapon is a tool for survival, but in the hands of the right person it will become a shield that protects the world. He was already too exhausted. Using the last of his strength, he created his final masterpiece, the Holy Grail, and implored it. "Remember this. I pray that the sword and shield you create will protect this world." A pair of hands rested on his shoulders and his eyes gradually closed. "Ah, Lord Leon, you've come." He leaned against Leon's body. He still had enough strength for a joke, to be held in another man's arms. "Jansu would be surprised to see this. Who would doubt a sincere man like you?" he replied in a low voice. "That is also true," he whispered in the old man's ear. "Do you have any words for your son, Ayan?" He was too tired to move. "I have been loved, respected, and taught. I have nothing more to wish for." He was in extreme agony, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain. Suddenly the old man suggested, "Leon, can you help me up?" He immediately supported him. "Of course." Leon helped Antok outside, where many residents had gathered, filling the area. They all wept with sorrow. Until the very end, the old man used his last strength to strike his shoulder hard and shout, "Protect the kingdom, protect the emperor." Leon's face darkened. "I will see you in heaven soon." The light in the old man's eyes gradually faded as he called out weakly, "Leon." Before collapsing, he finished his words, "You must live and protect this kingdom. Do not rush to meet me." He died. Leon supported the old man, feeling a great sense of loss. Truly, he gently laid the old man's body on the ground. "You should have at least been able to leave your last words in peace." The surrounding residents all knelt to mourn him. In the 85th year of Leon's reign, Antok, the knight of the Holy Grail of Iron and the Forge, passed away. In a barracks, Leon stood with old man Antok's hammer on the desk. A voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, it is Jansu." He just hummed lightly. Two people lifted the tent flap and entered, an old man and a young man. Seeing them, he smiled lightly and greeted them. "It has been a long time, both of you. Please come in." The young man greeted him first. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The old man also smiled faintly and greeted him. "Your Majesty, it has been a long time since we last met." Leon spoke to them casually, without formality. "You don't need to call me Your Majesty, just call me Uncle." The young man was shy. "How could I dare?" The old man also chimed in. "You will spoil the child, Your Majesty." His gaze softened. Why, I've looked after him since he was in diapers. Am I not this boy's godfather? After speaking, he put an arm around the young man's shoulder and led him inside. Come here, you were so young back then. The old man standing behind watched them jest and laughed happily. Haha, my apologies, your majesty. Suddenly his gaze grew a little sad as he asked, Where is Aeon? The old man bowed his head and answered frankly, He is on a reconnaissance mission. I relayed the news of Sir Antok's ascension, but he said he could not leave his mission. Leon's face darkened upon hearing this, and he sighed helplessly. He really is as stubborn as his father. Suddenly a sound came from outside and the ground shook violently. He realized at once, it seems he has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the old Trent peeked in. The entrance was small. Leon said to him, Come in, my friend. The old man saw the Trent, laughed and teased Kuna. To think you moved that heavy backside of yours. The old Trent frowned at his old friend. I do not have what humans call a backside, my old friend. The old man narrowed his eyes, smiled and rested his hands on his hips. It's just a jest. Someone called a sage can't be that dense. Kuna, the old Trent, was not one for jokes, and he grew increasingly irritated with each of the old man's remarks. Oh, I'd rather not hear that from a knight who fought windmills in a drunken stupor. That alone was enough to start a quarrel between the two. Why bring up something from 70 years ago, and I wasn't the only one? The two old men bickered. Besides, I won, Guna frowned and retorted. You call that a victory? Leon watched the scene and smiled lightly. Memories. He recalled the old days when they had all sat around a table together, happy. Now only the four of them remained. The bonds we forged throughout our journey remain strong to this day. This friendship is truly a blessing, he told himself, so there is no need to be pessimistic. He got to the main point. Antok was our old friend. He brought a bottle of liquor and some glasses. I always thought Junsu would go first. Guna burst into laughter. I thought so too. The old man didn't take offense and teased back. Oh, are you mocking me for becoming a paladin? A few of them poured liquor into their glasses. He smiled lightly and raised his glass. He achieved success in glory and honor. How could that not be a blessing? The others listened quietly. As his friends, we must bid him farewell with the most sincere hearts. Old man Gensu raised his glass. To our friend Antok. After he spoke, the group drained their cups. Only old Guna ate fruit instead of drinking. He drained his cup, let out a long sigh, and looked at the cup in his hand as he spoke seriously. Now we must carry on the legacy he left behind. He asked Guna, the old Trent. What about the item? He replied. It is perfect. The god of the forge has bestowed his blessing, he continued to ask. Then what of the will of the forest? He has handled it well. The sages have agreed, so now we will refine the essence and place it inside. That will suffice. He stepped out of the tent. Then the preparations are complete. I am always grateful for the dedication of the sages. As he lifted the tent flap, the outside was filled with bright light. The army stood in formation and Doja was there. The cavalry was also present. He remarked as he passed, Sir Gunter, the army has truly grown. Recalling the image, he answered seriously, Yes, the army from the capital is on the move. They are the demons of sloth who survived the Ganch plain and the worshippers of the beast god, and we have also confirmed the presence of the fallen from the empire. He frowned, wanting to know the number in more detail. The old man spoke a rather large number, 10 million. The old man reported to him. They are leading an army this way. Leon's face remained calm, showing no fear. I see. The final battle is approaching. He urged them to prepare for battle. They will arrive soon. Outside the castle gates, the soldiers were preparing everything for the battle. Everyone worked very hard. This would probably be their last fight. Han Harry's group entered the room and said to him earnestly, Your Majesty, we want to help too. Without a moment's thought, Leon refused decisively. No, you will remain in the main camp. He knew this was not their timeline. They should not interfere with the events here. He said firmly, You must not put yourselves in danger. Jeon So Yin tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, I have enough power. The king of the future knows that as well. Leon smiled softly. It wasn't that he doubted their abilities, but he still answered firmly. No, Leon's judgment is correct. Unlike the Leon who merely reenacts the past, Harry's group was made of real humans. He knew that if they died within these walls, the Leon of this world would be finished. You must see the future, so there is no other choice. He looked at them and said, You have other work to do. Han Harry asked in surprise, her eyes wide. Other work. Outside, people bustled about. Harry and Kim Jae-hyuk stared with their mouths agape. What are you waiting for? It was Isabel. She was lying in bed, her eyes covered with bandages, surrounded by handmaidens. She beckoned them to enter. Kim Jae-hyuk stammered, Are you the high priestess of the moon? She admitted, That's right, I am Gina's first hunter. The goddess of the moon and purity. She even pointed to herself, smiled and joked. The second strongest in the kingdom, King Leon's sister-in-law. I am Isabel. Hearing those words, Han Harry was so shocked that tears welled in her eyes and she covered her mouth with her hand. Kim Jae-hyuk froze on the spot. Seeing their expressions, a few handmaidens sighed and reminded her, My lady, you must rest. Do not deceive the children. Isabel burst into laughter. She trembled as she tried to get out of bed. There's no one free anyway, and His Majesty has no other way. She stood before them and said, Come, inexperienced children, you must be wondering why you are here. Thinking of the gods Leon could summon, she began to explain. There is much gold on the path ahead, but among it are those called pure gold. With a few exceptions, the 7 strongest gods have been recognized. She took out a box like a treasure chest and pulled a few smaller boxes from it. First, Arya, the goddess of light and justice. She even kicked the box open with her foot. Inside was an object that emitted a powerful spiritual energy. She is revered by all knights and is the noblest god of the kingdom, Han Suho exclaimed in surprise. A shield. Items emerged from the other boxes in succession. a bracelet glowing with a blue light that symbolized the sea and waves, a red diamond shape that symbolized war and fire, and a spear that symbolized the sky and thunder. Isabel looked at them and explained, since ancient times water and lightning have been considered nature's most terrifying wrath. Seeing these, Han Harry broke into a sweat in shock listening to her next words without even blinking. There are many others, but for now I've only taken out the ones related to you. Han Harry realized that these were all holy relics. Isabel crossed her arms in front of the items and said, yes, these are all legacies left by the holy knights and high priests of the past. Kim Jae-hyuk, curious, asked as if he couldn't understand, why are you showing these to us? She did not answer but smiled lightly and said a single sentence that surprised everyone. Because you will inherit them. Seeing the few people unable to speak from the shock, she explained, don't misunderstand, you don't have the ability to use these legacies yet. These legacies won't accept you either. Jaeon So-yin asked why then. Isabel smiled lightly, raised her hand and touched her ear. I too will entrust the future to you. His Majesty seems to believe that you will survive somehow. Her voice sank sadly. You will be able to use them better than a dying person like me, whether those legacies accept you or not. Han Harry was so moved she was on the verge of bursting into tears. How can she be so calm? The others were also very troubled. This was truly a noble responsibility. The people here were already prepared to die. They entrusted all their hopes to Han Harry's group. Isabel turned toward So-yin. And you have a strong dark energy, she introduced herself. I am Jaeon So-yin. She felt that the god of dark retribution was here. So she crossed her arms and said bluntly, will you do me a favor? It is something only you, a follower of the god, can do. Jaeon So-yin did not refuse and agreed immediately. If it's something I can do, she was the strongest here. While the others were on the verge of bursting into tears with sympathy, only she still had an ice-cold expression. Isabel answered with interest. Good, very polite. I like it, she said immediately. Then, as she clasped her two hands before her chest, a golden light began to emanate. Let the succession begin, and so everyone began their own preparations. The knights prepared for war, and everyone prayed for those who would shed blood. The soldiers and wandering knights also began to return. The final battle, this entire city was prepared to fight the monsters, and it was about to begin. The sages approached the church. Doja welcomed them gently. Sages of the forest, welcome. Viss's group was also here, and the ritual was prepared. An old Trent made an O sound. He saw the Holy Grail and praised it. The Knight of the Holy Grail has forged it perfectly, the old man beside him agreed. He is a friend who knows steel better than anyone. He has completed his mission, and now it is our turn. A hint of sadness was in the old man's eyes. I understand, little sapling, we will now do our duty. A Trent looked toward Han Harry's group of 4 and said, those who remain must also fulfill their roles. Viss smiled lightly and nodded slightly. She answered, Sir Spinner and I will support the front lines and try to buy as much time as possible. And as for the young lady and the others, Han Harry spoke on behalf of the 4, we will continue the succession under the guidance of High Priestess Isabel. The robot stepped forward, placed its 2 hands on its hips and said loudly, once everything is decided, we will gather at the designated point. This unit will protect the Holy Grail containing the essence and then join you. Someone called out to Lady Han Harry and she bowed her head and answered in a low voice, yes, Lady Viss. The woman extended her hand, gently stroked Harry's head and urged her, always remember our role. Harry answered seriously, yes. After speaking she turned to Doja. Great Saintess Anya, we will take our leave now. She, the great Saintess, clasped her hands and blessed them. May the blessings of all the gods be with you. Han Harry bowed her head in farewell. The old Trent also turned and looked at them, seeming reluctant. Suddenly he turned toward the great Saintess. As you know, when everything is over. Before he could finish she cut him off. I know, to complete the essence the god must descend. The 3 giant old treants stood around Doja and the Holy Grail. One old man said, Leon is commanding the front line so he cannot do it. Therefore that responsibility falls to you. It is your mission as the great Saintess of light and justice. She accepted everything, smiled lightly, bowed her head and agreed. If my sacrifice can open the path to the future. Great Saintess Anya Doja, she had spent her entire life in the temple reading the scriptures and teaching the doctrines. That did not change even when the great war with the demons broke out. Only her prayers changed from being for the living to for the dead. She comforted countless fading souls, always blaming herself for not being able to do what the knights could. So the little saintess who once shone with justice stood there, clasped her hands, closed her eyes, bowed her head and said with all her heart, I am grateful that there is still something I can do in place of His Majesty, and I am grateful that I still have a role in this final battle. With a calm heart, she prayed for the king. May light and justice always protect him. The dazzling sunlight shone on the castle, and the endless legion of destruction. The people standing on the walls tensely awaited the enemy's arrival. The evil legion stretched to the end of the horizon. The evil gods had built abominable temples on the ashes of the dead, desecrating every trace of civilization. The Leonheart Kingdom, even the land of the successor to the Lion's Heart. This man was so afraid. Sweat poured down like rain and he couldn't even breathe. His whole body trembled at the sight of that army. A soldier next to him had to turn and remind him. "Newbie, get a grip," he managed to say. "It's fine, only the last fortress remains." A soldier in iron armor comforted him. "Don't worry, with the power of holy law, ranged weapons won't be able to harm us." That guy stammered, turned, and asked, "Really, is that true?" Suddenly, that soldier's eyes widened and he looked up at the sky in disbelief. Since when a pile of corpses poured down from the sky like rain, and a few people shouted loudly and asked, "What is that?" The newbie was terrified and fled in fear. "Ah, what's happening?" He froze in fear. A corpse fell from the sky before his eyes and shattered, blood splattering everywhere. He thought in horror a shattered corpse lay there when suddenly it emitted a blue light. The experienced soldiers immediately became vigilant and shouted, "Warning, don't breathe, it's a poison bone, cover your mouths." The entire army fell into chaos. "It's coming, damn it, these fucking bastards." The commander quickly gave an order. "Form up, priest of life, purify the poison bones from the northeast first." A few people moved chaotically and worked. "Purify this area, yes." Only the newbie sat huddled in a corner in fear, clutching his head, his whole body trembling. "Ah!" As a strong person passed where he was surprised and looked up. That person walked and said, "Oh, flame!" A pile of fire blazed up. It was Leon. Aeon saw him and called out in a low voice, "Lord Leon." He recognized him too. "Lord Aeon," he said to him seriously, "be proud of this. Your father fell in glory and is now with the gods at the celestial banquet." He answered sadly in a low voice, "Yes." The two passed each other just like that. The battle before them was more important. He stood on a high place and looked down at the army below. How tragic. The last days of the kingdom passed down by posterity. An unavoidable end was approaching once again. He stood there and spoke seriously to the crowd. "Those who hold honor within yourselves, hear my words, O goddess." The soldiers below stood quietly and listened, although a few trembled in fear, unable to even breathe properly. "Mistress of the Holy Grail, you who ignite the shining holy sword, here. Your little lambs are trembling in fear. Do you see them? I see them. Mothers soothing their crying children swallow their own tears. The young struggle to protect the last embers of resistance. Knights shed blood for the seeds of hope. Even on this barren land, monsters as numerous as a swarm of ants are approaching. Do you hear them? The shouts of the vile ones who seek to trample all that I hold dear. I hear them. But what about you, mistress of the holy sword, the holy spear, and the holy grail, those who massacred our brothers? Do you hear them? The cries of the souls stolen by the filthy ones. Your first knight knows that he cannot stop the evil that stretches to the end of the horizon. I hear you. O goddess, my goddess, what do you bid this foolish knight to do?" The goddess appeared on his shoulder. "My knight, noble warrior of the silver armor, your goddess will be with you until the end." So he listened to her words, smiled lightly, and felt a sense of calm in his heart. "Do as you wish." He drew his sword and stabbed it hard into the ground. "Be enraged," Leon shouted loudly. "Son of Knight Antok, the renowned Holy Grail Knight of Iron, great knight who defeated the great horned beast of the Black Forest, Knight Aeon. Be enraged." Those old men also stood quietly and listened to his words. "Battle Knight Rut, hero of the Vo Plains, and his son Ganvion. Be enraged, guardians of the Oak Forest, the noble archers of the F tribe, the armor breakers of the Iron Mountain, those who faced the dragon's flame. Be enraged." The sword he had stabbed into the ground grew stronger and stronger. All his suppressed anger was channeled into the sword. He roared fiercely, "All you who hold the honor of this era, why do you not rage? Why do you accept the insults of that evil horde?" His two eyes shone and he roared like a madman, facing those foolish ones who mistake this for victory. "Rage as is your right, rage as is your right." After speaking, Leon struck his own chest hard, showing his unwavering resolve. "Gillingham, answer me, who am I?" He too struck his chest with his fist and shouted in reply, "You are a living demigod, the will of the gods and the guardian of the Holy Grail." "Rotley, who am I?" The old man also struck his chest and shouted loudly, "You are the Lion King of Leonhart, who fought against Marut, the Lord of Chaos." He too roared at the crowd, "I am the first knight of the goddess, and I am the Lion King of Leonhart." His voice echoed throughout this place, transmitting strength, belief in victory, and a burning passion to the soldiers. "And I am your sword and shield, standing in the last fortress of humanity." The soldiers standing below listened to his words quietly and seriously. "Winter is coming, my brothers, but do not fear. Our swords and shields will be the flame that burns away this winter." Everyone stood seriously and listened to his cry. "Today we will fight here. This place will be the grave of those vile creatures, and on their ashes we will erect a monument engraved with our honor and glory." Leon shouted loudly and asked, "Brothers, are you ready to fight with me?" The soldiers, whose spirits had been greatly lifted by his cry just now, all swung their swords in unison and shouted, "Ah!" Everyone struck their chests and shouted, "Lion King Leonhart, Lion King Leonhart." Everyone was ready, and he stood on a high place and looked down. The sunlight shone on this place, and he opened his eyes wide and growled, "I command you, fight to the end, great heroes of the world." The final battle of humanity began. The monsters had already passed through the castle gate. They said to each other, "Look up carefully. You lowly and vile creatures, this is the source of malice older than divinity, the grand magic symphony." Kazakeo stood at the forefront creating numerous, blazing red spheres. "I will wipe you all out, seal them away." Giant rocks fell just like that. He aimed at the soldiers below. Viss and the others stood and watched with concern. Leon was also already prepared. He called out in a low voice to Old Man Rotley. The old man held a sword in his hand and shouted seriously, "Yes, your majesty. Divine punishment, arena of fire." The two did not need many words to understand each other's meaning. Divine punishment, path of the sun. A giant fireball rose above the city. He told the old man to only attack the fragments that could threaten the temple. to ignore the areas where there were no people. The old man received the command and answered immediately. Yes, your majesty. He pointed straight ahead with the sword in his hand and growled loudly. Broadly, the Inquisitor of Leonhardt passes judgment before evil. The light from the sphere shot out in multiple directions and attacked. A loud roar echoed as if bombs were falling everywhere. Screams echoed here. The demon commanded, keep climbing. Once you pass the fortress it will all be over. Of course, the soldiers did not stand still. A group held their bows and arrows and shouted to each other, fire, don't let them climb up. A rain of arrows poured down on the monsters relentlessly. At the south gate of the fortress city Pantheon the old man stood and watched in a daze, his eyes wide in disbelief. A single meteor fragment alone could turn this land into an uninhabitable wasteland. Even with the Saintess's power it would take countless years to restore. Just then a ferocious roar echoed, and the old man was startled, immediately recognizing the sound. Looking at the front where it was exploding, the old man guessed to himself that it must be the east gate. A few soldiers were startled and shouted, they've climbed up, stop them. A ferocious buffalo tilted its head toward the sky and laughed ferociously and loudly. Ha ha ha! He was huge and in his hand was a blood-stained sword. It taunted the crowd, is this all you've got, you foolish tin cans? Just then a person rushed in and attacked it. Shut up, you abominable thing! It was Ayan. He held a sword, jumped down from a high place and attacked the buffalo. A single powerful strike. The buffalo quickly blocked it. It was slightly surprised and asked, to think there is such a strong warrior besides the Holy Grail Knights? After speaking it swung once to the side, sending Ayan rolling on the ground. It began to chant a spell. The Grand Demon of Slaughter and Destruction Dongoed. This man also introduced himself, Ayan, the son of the Holy Grail Knight Antok and the head of the guild. This buffalo was fortunate to have met the son. Had it encountered old man Antok it would have died in an instant. Ayan's eyes blazed with fury. I will kill you, this terrible loathsome creature, he thought to himself. With his majesty and Sir Gillingham unable to move right now, I cannot guarantee victory against this foe. I must hold out somehow. I will fight as long as I can. He charged resolutely, shouting loudly. Ah, the church still maintained its tranquility. Kim Jae-hyuk opened the door and stepped outside. Said to Han Harry, Sunbae Nim, I'm done too. Seeing him come out she smiled brightly and asked, Jae-hyuk, you're done too. Noticing he didn't seem any stronger she was slightly surprised. Ah, it seems you weren't accepted by the holy relic. Kim Jae-hyuk gripped the spear in his hand, slightly annoyed. It just rejected me, saying I wasn't qualified. The two stood guard outside the church just like that. Han Harry looked down at her bracelet worriedly. Spiritual power was glowing from it, but if I accept this power, wouldn't I be of help on the front lines? Kim Jae-hyuk turned to her and advised, stop it, Sunbae Nim. He looked at the burning scene with smoke rising in the distance. There's no room for us to interfere in the battle happening over there. The only ones who can survive there are His Majesty and Sir Zaffi. They already knew this ending. Han Harry understood his words, but was still very sad. Seeing her expression, Kim Jae-hyuk was slightly flustered and quickly tried to smooth things over. Besides, in history, His Majesty won, didn't he? They say he defeated 3 demon kings. So he'll win easily this time too, won't he? She had to admit he was right, but in the original history, Leon had indeed won at the last moment. He had cut down the demons without leaving any behind and finally met Harry's group who came to explore the Black Gate. However, he must also win this battle. Thinking that, she was suddenly startled. Wait, she turned to Kim Jae-hyuk in a hurry. It's changed. He didn't understand anything. Yes, she said urgently again. It's changed. The ultimate Holy Grail plan was originally cancelled. He answered in a fluster. Yes, that's right, she realized immediately. It's because we came to this gate and asked His Majesty for help. The power of the Holy Grail Knights has disappeared, she asked herself worriedly. Can he still win? Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyuk looked to one side. He saw a group with their entire bodies covered in black cloaks. Sunbae Nim over there. Han Harry answered, yeah, I saw them too. Something seemed strange, she shouted loudly in vigilance. Stop right there. The two sides faced each other and one of them asked, what's the matter? Han Harry stared intently at one of them. Take off your black cloak. But he stood in place without moving. The atmosphere became grim. Finally, he burst into laughter and emitted demonic energy. Ha ha! A few people immediately went on guard and gripped their weapons tightly. That guy gave a strange smile. You're quick on the uptake. Han Harry used a technique. Holy power exploded and attacked him straight on, but he didn't even dodge and stood in place, extending his hand forward to create a shield. Her flames couldn't even touch it. Kim Jae-hyuk charged and shouted loudly, die. As he aimed the spear in his hand, a bolt of lightning struck straight down at them. When the smoke cleared, nothing had happened. It was unknown if they had been annihilated. Kim Jae-hyuk called out in a fluster, Sunbae Nim. Surprisingly, those guys stood there without a single scratch. Only now did the two realize they were in a very dangerous situation. The leader was not the least bit afraid and even placed a hand on his chest and greeted them. Greetings, Knight of Leonhardt. He threw the black cloak to the ground, revealing a masked face, and smiled slyly. I am the Grand Duke of Ruin. His eyes glowed red. Farewell forever. Just then a streak of light grazed past Han Harry. She stood there blankly. Unfortunately, Kim Jae-hyuk rushed in and pushed her aside. Sunbae Nim, she shouted loudly in helplessness. Jae-hyuk, no, his technique was about to reach that guy. Fortunately, someone in armor rushed in, lifted him up in a flash, and blocked the technique with his hand. Amazing. Kim Jae-hyuk narrowly escaped death, and he realized the one who had saved him was Sir Gillingham. A voice echoed, Are you all right, child? Han Harry looked up. He exclaimed in surprise. High Priestess Isabel. She placed a hand on her chest and said to Harry, His Majesty's caution has been rewarded. That monster saw the two of them and asked with interest, I thought all the troops were stationed at the wall where their people left behind. Isabel was not the least bit afraid, and she raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. She cooperated with Gillingham. I'm sorry, but terrible monsters are not welcome here. The two sides faced off. The enemy was a demon king and an archdemon. This might be a bit difficult, Gillingham suddenly said. High Priestess Isabel. She understood his meaning, and the two suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. Kim Jae-hyuk exclaimed, Sir Gillingham, High Priestess Isabel, what is this? Are you going to sacrifice your lives? Isabel's hair turned a brilliant blue. The two stood side by side, one a knight with a sword, the other a priestess with a bow and arrow, both emitting the light of a god. She said to the two, the demons have probably infiltrated inside. Go and help Han Su-ho and Jeon So-yin, Gillingham also said. The Holy Grail is in danger, go. Hurry, Han Harry had no choice but to agree. Understood. Then the two of them quickly ran into the church. Only the two of them remained here fighting against the four enemies. That demon sneered and said, You don't seem to be in very good shape. Do you think you can handle me? She burst into laughter with interest and showed no signs of fear. She crossed her arms and taunted the enemy. I can crush you with just one finger, so don't you worry about useless things, Gillingham also threatened. Then just prepare to die. That guy bared his sharp teeth and sneered. The servants of the gods are always overconfident. Its power grew stronger. Now pay the price for that arrogance. On the other side, Han Su-ho was fighting with a shield. Jeon So-yin was the same. A horde of demons had indeed invaded the church. They were numerous, and the two did not give up and fought on. Jeon So-yin gritted her teeth, used her strength, and thought, There are too many enemies. What happened to the others? She shouted to her comrade. Han Su-ho, there are too many enemies, he answered with difficulty. I'm reaching my limit too. Suddenly he was startled and looked ahead. A giant had appeared behind So-yin and was extending its hand to grab her. Han Su-ho shouted loudly in worry. So-yin, in front of you, the skeleton monster shouted. Ah, its giant hand reached out to grab her. Just then Han Harry arrived in time, created a magic sphere with her hand and threw it straight at the giant, saving So-yin's life. Han Harry's eyes blazed with the flames of anger as she shouted loudly. Stigma berserk, Han Su-ho suddenly exclaimed. Nuna? The four gathered and the monster horde was dealt with. She asked in a hurry. So-yin, Su-ho, are you two all right? She answered. The two of them saved us. Suddenly Kim Jae-hyuk turned and shouted in a hurry. Harry Sunbanim, they're coming from behind. Harry stopped blankly, her two eyes wide with horror. Before them were three giant monsters brimming with killing intent. They were archdemons. They approached with weapons in hand and cursed. You arrogant fools, the leader looked terrifying and his two eyes glowed red. Get out of my way, you're blocking my path. A few of them looked at them. They tried to think of a way. We have to hold them off until His Majesty and Sir Zaffi return. He quickly took out a magic sphere. Suddenly the large door behind a few people opened and several tree roots shot out from inside. It tightly gripped all four of them and pulled them straight inside. No one had time to react. Ha! Han Harry shouted loudly. Ah, it turned out that the tree ants had pulled them in front of Doja. She exclaimed in surprise. Saintess, they didn't understand anything. She clasped her hands before the four and said sincerely, Thank you very much for guarding the ritual. She pointed to the Holy Grail. The extraction of the holy water is complete. By the door, two other sages quickly used their roots to hold on, buying time for the people inside. A sage reminded them. Saintess, there is no time. They can break down the door and come in at any moment. She nodded her head. Yes, sage. A few people stood around the Holy Grail. A dazzling golden light emanated from within the Holy Grail. Doja looked at the cup and said, This Holy Grail contains the essence from the crystals of the gods. Han Harry's eyes shone as she looked at her, and she thought to herself in surprise, The power flowing within it is truly amazing. It seems more precious than any divine legacy I have seen so far. Outside, a monster banged on the door and shouted, Ah, you stupid pieces of wood. The old sage sweated and urged, Hurry, we don't have much time either. Han Harry was flustered. No way, she said worriedly. Saintess, what will happen to you when this Holy Grail is complete? Doja said nothing and just smiled gently. Very calm, she placed a hand on the Holy Grail and explained, The Moonlight Holy Grail was an unpredictable and chaotic plan, but after you came, His Majesty changed his mind and completed it. The completion of this victory means that His Majesty has not yet given up on the future of building a stronger kingdom against the demons. The sage beside her suddenly chimed in and asserted, He has never given up. Han Harry gritted her teeth, and feeling angry at the monsters but also helpless about herself, she hardened her face and said, I'm sorry. Kim Jae-hyuk, who was standing beside her, turned in surprise. Sunbae Nim. She blushed and teared up, crying, I'm so angry. Innocent people are being tortured and killed by demons and I can't do anything to stop it. Han Su-ho quietly comforted her. Nuna, the great saintess, said nothing, just smiled lightly and clasped her hands in prayer. She took Han Harry's hand and said sincerely, Harry, thank you for helping everyone. She had nothing to say other than calling the saintess's name. Doja closed her eyes and thought of Leon's image. His Majesty has entrusted the future to all of us here. If my small power can be of help to the future of the kingdom, that would be my greatest joy. Her two eyes sparkled. To be honest, I'm a little envious of what you've accomplished. Han Harry sadly tried to say something. Saintess Doja extended her hand toward the Holy Grail, closed her eyes and chanted, O goddess of light and justice, I, your servant, beseech you. The Holy Grail shone dazzlingly. Grant us your absolute justice. This light, a dazzling light, shot straight from the church into the sky. I will purify all things here. The form of a goddess appeared and stood right behind the saintess. Originally, this power, this essence was meant for the Lionheart King. A dazzling light shone straight toward the monster horde outside. The plan was to concentrate all the power into a single demigod, but Leonhardt changed the plan. That is to say, Doja smiled and handed the Holy Grail to Harry. Take it is the seed of a future that will bring hope to all, she urged. Please make the flower of hope bloom. Harry was sad. Saintess I, she tried to say something but couldn't continue. Perhaps she felt that her mission was too noble. Suddenly a voice echoed. Everything is done. Viss stood by the gate of space. You've come. It's time to go back, Harry. The robot spinner also said, the Temple of the Gods, most of the auxiliary structures have been destroyed. The collapse came sooner than expected. Harry wiped her tears. Yes, I think it's time to go back. Viss quietly called her name and comforted her. Harry. Everyone looked at each other for the last time. Harry, with tears in her eyes, looked at the Saintess and said seriously, I will never forget your sacrifice and dedication. Saintess Doja smiled brightly. Thank you, Harry. May blessings always be with you on your journey ahead. Before leaving, Harry bowed her head and greeted them for the last time. The gate of space gradually disappeared and Doja also collapsed. The sage hurriedly supported her. Saintess, she coughed weakly. Cough, cough, thank you, Sir Gunzart. The entire church was collapsing badly, and the old man held her in his arms using his branches to block the falling debris. Sir Gunzart, the old man answered. Speak, she asked quietly. His Majesty will fight to the end, won't he? The old man asserted immediately without needing to think. Yes, the entire church was severely destroyed. The old man turned into a tree and wrapped around the Saintess. She asked again, can he defeat the demons? The old man had always believed that he could. Just these words were enough to reassure her. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands and smiled with satisfaction. I'm so relieved to hear that. Just like that, the entire church gradually collapsed. Sir Gunzart. On the other side, Gillingham and Isabel sat leaning against each other. Both were seriously injured. Speak. She smiled and finally said quietly, I need to rest for a while, but if you wish, I will watch over you. Everyone in the church, no one survived. The war was coming to an end and the monster horde was still very numerous. After the endless clash between the Lord of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Holy Grail, as the battle reached a critical stage, the Demon Legion invaded from outside the tower. Leon and the old man stood by the large door and a person approached and called out, Your Majesty. He looked back at him. It was Gunter, and he asked nonchalantly, Do you intend to continue this hopeless war? Anne, who stood beside them, shouted to stop him. Sir Gunter. But he was not the least bit angry and simply answered calmly, It's fine. He knew the battle was still raging outside and that many people were still risking their lives to fight. There were still people fighting beyond that setting sun. Those who had not given up, their burning flame had not yet been extinguished. Gunnar could no longer bear it and shouted, demanding an answer. But what is the meaning of it all? His gaze grew cold as he answered in a low voice, Sir Gunnar, please fight by my side. A gentle smile reassured him. The Empire, and for our honor. For the good people you have always wanted to protect. He looked back at the soldiers standing there and added, And for all the souls left on this land. He saw them fighting with all their might without a single word of complaint. He resolved that until their last flame was extinguished, the world would meet its end as prophesied. It was a foregone conclusion. This battle was merely a reenactment of a past event. But for the strangers from Earth and the warriors who fought bravely for this land, it was by no means meaningless. At least this time they had created the Holy Grail. He shouted loudly, ordering the gates to be opened. The expected destruction was unavoidable, but a seed of hope had been planted. He said to them in a low voice, The world will remember us forever. His heart was filled with faith, and our final charge will be victorious. He raised his hand and summoned a greatsword, his eyes filled with resolve. Therefore this life is not meaningless. Leon led his white horse and declared, For our honor. After speaking, he leapt onto the horse's back. For victory. He glared, his brow furrowed, a light in his eyes never faded. For Leonhardt, the horse, galloped toward the battlefield. He charged tirelessly with his comrades, shouting loudly, Charge! The monster horde turned in disbelief and he charged toward them and stopped. A few monsters were pierced straight through by his sword before they could do anything, and both sides fought fiercely. Though the monsters were numerically superior, he fought on without the slightest fear. Do not stop, keep charging. From a high place in the distance a person was watching. It was Kazakeo. He sneered, Such a charge is merely throwing away their lives. They are already cornered. He created numerous magic circles around himself. The battle with the gods was over. He opened his crocodile mouth full of sharp teeth and roared, Now the age of evil will begin. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed. Kazakeo turned in surprise. What? On a high mountain in the distance, Kinna's army appeared. The Northern Army Cavalry, Dragonia. She looked down at the battlefield below. His Majesty has not given up yet. The person beside her suddenly asked. He is your father, your grace, isn't he? She did not avoid the question and admitted, Yes, that's right. She recalled the spirit of Jeon So-yin she had met in the forest at that time. Jeon So-yin had asked, Will you not regret this, both your grace and his majesty? This battle will be very fierce. Kinna's eyes narrowed sharply as she thought to herself, I believe those words. What will become of this battle? She stopped thinking, made her decision at once and shouted, Kill them all. The entire army shouted in unison, Ah. She rode her horse and charged for revenge for Leonhardt. Her army was not very large, but it was a great help to him. Kazakeo, seeing the reinforcements, cursed loudly in a fit of rage. You filthy bastards. He raised both hands high and spewed curses in anger. You mortals, not even a speck of dust in the universe, why do you cling to such a small value? He watched the two of them rushing toward death like moths to a flame and cursed, In the end you will all be buried alive. You cannot fight against us. What is the meaning of this battle when it is just a futile sacrifice anyway? He floated in the air surrounded by countless magic circles. I am really tired of this. He extended his hand toward her. You are first, girl. Die. Suddenly a voice was heard from above his head. Who are you looking at? He looked up in shock. Leon was there before he knew it. White wings had sprouted from his body, and holding a sword in his hand he used the divine advent technique. Looking like a god, Kazukiyo shouted in shock. What? His entire body shone dazzlingly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resolve. Kazukiyo shouted in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Angel wings, that's impossible. Just how much divine power have you absorbed? He paid him no mind and looked truly terrifying. Like a god in a rage, he was filled with the resolve to kill him today. He roared loudly, "For demons, death is unavoidable." He struck him with a powerful blow, and that force cleaved the sky. Looking up from below, a long streak of light could be seen. The miscellaneous monsters below were sweating profusely in fear. If even he was cut down, they were nothing. On the ground Leon sat, his sword stabbed into the earth. Tears flowed down his cheeks. He stared blankly in thought. Looking back now, it has been a truly long and arduous life. He lifted the sword from the ground and walked straight into the middle of the monster horde. O goddess of war, you have led this night with love, glory, and honor. If this place becomes nothing but a pile of ruins, can hope truly exist? The goddess's voice echoed. It does, Leon. Do you not remember? You are the very proof. Those who fell for glory and honor. Their loyalty now lives within you. He heard that voice and smiled lightly. It healed him. The knight who carries the hopes of all will stand here forever. The meaning of life still overflows here. So do as you wish. The goddess of war will be with you until the very last moment. A giant monster dared to point a finger at him and curse. In the end, it is nothing but a pathetic struggle. I will chew up your pathetic honor just like your people. As soon as it finished speaking, its head went flying. The monster standing next to it screamed, its mouth agape in shock. They were no match for Leon. He held a few stones in his hand and scoffed lightly. What a pathetic expression. Your lowly inferiority complex will be paid for. He spread his arms and shouted loudly at the monster horde. This is a challenge. Come, I am right here. Now, Leon was filled with confidence, fearing nothing. He shouted loudly, you can never defeat me. You will remember this humiliation forever. The 200-year war with the demons. I will now bear this responsibility and lead this war to glory. A few monsters looked at him, flustered. Madman, sweat poured from them like rain. No matter how difficult, a knight never gives up. Leon seemed to fly with his sword in hand, and roars continuously erupted from his mouth. Ha ha, I will kill every last one of you. Every time he cut off a monster's head, he laughed loudly again. Ha ha ha, one down. I will overcome all difficulties and obstacles. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spatial gate, Han Harry's group had already returned. It was a truly memorable experience. Han Harry could not stop crying, and Viss and Jaeon So Yin had to sit beside her and comfort her. No words were needed. A few of them poured out all the emotions they had held in their hearts for a long time. Viss took out the Holy Grail. Leon was so surprised he couldn't speak. The others held on to the memory of the sacrifice and cherished it. Your Majesty, you fought for the glory of the past and present, the robot spinner shouted. Q jumped in front of a large screen. It was a recorded video, and there were many scenes of Antok. After Han Harry and her group returned, nothing special happened, fortunately. Han Harry recovered quickly and became cheerful again as if nothing had happened. The other trainees seemed to have matured. It wasn't a noticeable change, but something was definitely changing slowly among them. And the Moonlight Holy Grail returned from the gate. He looked at the cup and asked, "This is an extraordinary artifact, isn't it?" Only he and Viss were in the room. Leon crossed his arms, looked at the cup and said, "I did not know things would turn out this way. I only wanted to obtain definitive proof about the gods through this gate." She also agreed. "It is an unexpected achievement, Your Majesty." He looked at the cup, greatly surprised. "I could not have predicted this either. I never imagined it would lead to the ultimate Holy Grail," she explained. "It was a plan proposed by Guna and the sages of the forest." Leon smiled lightly, recalling the man's image. "It was a kind of salvation plan, one that gambled the future of the world and the highest possibility of survival on a very difficult bet. When the world is irreparably wounded and in decline, we must sacrifice everything to save this world. The first is the temples of the gods. Their abode is not just a matter of faith, but is connected to the survival of the world. If the temple is destroyed, the divine power used to maintain it will disappear. And that means the netherworld, which stands in opposition to Leon's current world, will also disappear." He explained to her that this was why the gods chose to hide in his lion's heart. There, where the least holy power is generated, they still had a chance of survival. Viss smiled and agreed. The gamble succeeded. He took out an identical cup from space, but it was golden. The cup that was brought back was blue, and when the two cups were placed side by side, they looked like a pair. A golden light emanated from his hand into the two cups. When the king obtained the power of the Holy Grail, the armor of sunlight and the lantern of stars, and when he said that Ariana would gradually complete these items by combining all the starlight, I firmly believed. Looking at this Holy Grail, the image of Leon in armor with a sword in his hand came to mind. That is why the Holy Grail symbolizes the founding of the nation. The holy water of the Holy Grail is essential for the knighting ceremony of the Holy Grail Knights. He quietly focused on the magic. Viss was surprised by the dazzling light that appeared on the desk. Both cups were shining. She was so surprised that her mouth fell open and her eyes widened. The Holy Grail she had brought was being absorbed into the one Leon had taken out. "Your Majesty, what is happening?" "The two cups are merging into one," he answered. "The ultimate Holy Grail." Leon's gaze softened as he looked at the cup. He explained, The Moonlight Holy Grail is a divine artifact used to refine the incomplete parts of the Holy Grail. Depending on the needs of the era, it was considered the key to creating the ultimate Holy Grail. Viss froze in shock. She had no idea about this. Flustered, she asked, "Your Majesty, did you say earlier that this was part of the salvation plan?" He nodded and confirmed. "That's right." The more he spoke, the more shocked she became. "The purpose of creating the ultimate Holy Grail is to preserve the races and knowledge." Now she understood. "It is the power to rebuild a new kingdom." "Truly amazing," he added. "But that is only possible when Guna's seed has grown." Having said that, he suddenly grew somber and said in a low voice, "Viss, I'm ashamed to ask, but there is another mission for you." She found his politeness a little amusing. Placing a hand on her chest, she asked sincerely, "Ashamed? Your Majesty, you are in a position to command me as you wish." But he could not be the one at a disadvantage. He said seriously, "A king does not command another king. Do not make me a rude man." Viss burst into laughter and teased him. "Your Majesty's stubbornness is something I cannot stop, isn't it?" Seeing that she had relaxed, he got straight to the point. "First, you must find 2 people. I am certain they are still alive." As soon as Viss heard this, she immediately guessed. "One is Lord Vulcanute, and the other is," he said the name, "Kina Dragonia." Recalling the image of the beautiful girl with long black hair, he said, "I could not meet my daughter in the Temple of the Gods. I cannot pretend to be a father now." "I beg you," Viss agreed at once. "I will find a way. It will be difficult. Please wait." Hearing her words, he let out a sigh of relief. "Sincerely, if it weren't for Sir Spinner and Princess Viss, I wouldn't have known what to do." "Thank you." She was not the least bit shy. "Not at all. It is all thanks to your Majesty. Since you maintain good relationships with people, what goes around comes around." Said immediately, "If you have a wish, I will grant it. Do not refuse my sincerity." Her face turned red and she was flustered. "Oh my!" She placed a finger on her lips and thought for a moment. "Well, if you put it that way, this precious opportunity should be used for something truly worthwhile." She couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her lips. "Perhaps now is not the time." She turned and said, "I will tell you later." In front of a large house, an old man covered his face and shouted. He looked at the document before him, extremely displeased. "Those crazy bastards, have they lost their minds? A gate opened and they just watched? The Republic of Korea government's announcement regarding our cooperation." The old man's hands trembled with anger. Leaning back in his chair, he thought of that old man. He had smiled brightly and supported it. Chairman O Kong Wook's decision wasn't so wrong after all. Now that the Temple of the Gods is gone, I feel a bit relieved thinking about it. No need to worry about Viss either. When national security was threatened, the appearance of the 9 guilds and the Temple of the Gods was a welcome event for government agencies. Compared to the top 10 guilds which wielded wealth and power to intervene in the government, the temple operated under the strict rules of a single person. That was Leon. As long as they were on Leon's side, they did not need to care about the policies of the top 10 guilds. The old man leaned back in his chair and calculated. The blessed agricultural products had become a national export item demanded by countries all over the world. In many ways, it was a golden goose that brought enormous profits. But there are still things to worry about. The old man furrowed his brow and thought, "The problem is the overly rapid growth. Both its military power and the influence of its faith are developing to a level that must be watched with caution. In today's regular report, side effects have begun to appear." Just then, a man raised his hand and spoke. "Congressman." He asked the old man what he thought of the government's proposal to become a follower of Adiana, the goddess of light and justice. The old man's body stiffened in an instant, and he broke into a sweat pretending to be unfazed. As public officials we must remain neutral on matters of faith." But people on social media began to criticize him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until he couldn't hold it in and cursed loudly. "Damn it, those guys went too far. Are they doing this on purpose because they know I'm a Protestant?" Just then a knock came from outside. "Congressman." Furious, he shouted, "What is it now?" The person outside came in and reported, "An urgent message has come from the National Assembly." The old man asked in surprise. Suddenly, "What for?" The other person handed him a document. "Well, it would be best if you saw it for yourself." The old man shouted, "Oh my God." Before he even read it, he guessed it was about refugee aid for developing countries. It was only after reading the document that he was horrified, his jaw agape and his eyes wide as sweat poured down like rain. It stated that the Republic of Korea's supervisory authorities had been mobilized to investigate Pantheon for human rights violations. The old man clenched his 2 fists in anger and cursed. "Damn it," his face darkened as he commanded. "Contact the temple at once." The man was flustered and scared, sweating profusely. "Yes." The night grew deep and a hammer struck down hard, sending sparks flying. The workers who were working gasped for air. "Gasp, gasp, please spare us. We want to rest." The former Handit district, Pantheon's refining mine. Harry called out loudly, "Sir Zaffi." The robot immediately said, "I am busy." She held up the paper in her hand and said to it, A message just came from the government." She said to it in surprise. "A human rights issue? They say we did something wrong and it's about an investigation." The robot, seemingly unconcerned, answered right away. "What are you talking about? We have not broken any laws." It even said confidently that it would answer them itself. Harry reached out, took it and answered. "Yes, but what about those workers?" A man was prostrated on the ground, trembling. the robot explained. He was caught on the spot trying to drink more salt sugar water and undergo the surf trial. A few who were being punished had their hands behind their backs and their heads pressed to the ground. The pain was extreme, and the robot on the contrary reassured them. In any case, we have done nothing wrong, so do not worry. A group working hard in a cave, the serfs of the Pantheon Temple Bajur. He looked extremely exhausted, gasping for breath as he worked. Since becoming a serf he had been subjected to harsh labor. Just then Spinner flew into the cave and announced, "Unit 214 mealtime." The group turned with joy. Finally, but when they arrived at the table there were only a few bowls of water. The group asked blankly, "What is this?" Their eyes widened as they thought in disbelief. "This is just a watery liquid. Is it some kind of oatmeal porridge?" The robot didn't care and announced that essential nutrients were guaranteed mixed with salt and sugar. The man couldn't believe it. To be told to eat this after starving all day, sweat poured down his face like rain. "You want me to swing a pickaxe after eating this?" In the glorious days of the past when he had offered the flesh and blood of young people to demons, Bajur could eat as much tough old meat as he wanted, but not now. His life was far more difficult than it was then, and the hand holding the bowl of water trembled with anger. He didn't want to eat, gritting his teeth. After becoming a serf under Leonhard, his human rights were stripped away. The robot was always watching and commanding. "Each of you must dig 20 kilograms. Begin." The group just started moving and working in silence. Sparks flew every time a pickaxe struck a stone, and he shed tears as he worked. Suddenly he dug into something very hard and his pickaxe flew far away. He turned his head in a fluster and looked. Damn it! He bent down to pick up the pickaxe and asked himself, how did it come to this? Just then a supervisor crab approached and hit him very painfully. The crab's two eyes glowed red as it questioned him. "Why did you stop working?" The man trembled in pain and screamed loudly. "Ah," he frantically and quickly started digging again, screaming through his mouth. "I'll get back to work right away." He was angry that his happy life had come to this, gritting his teeth and enduring it while trying to think of a way out. Damn it, if I hadn't been caught back then, my life wouldn't be this humiliating. Suddenly he felt something strange when he struck the stone hard with his pickaxe and shouted in surprise, "Ha!" before him. A very long crack had appeared in the rock. He was flustered. What is this?" he watched, asking himself what was happening. Before he knew it, a few people around him were quickly running away. Large rocks were falling from above, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. The entire tunnel collapsed just like that, and the man must have died on the spot. The crab and the robot quickly fled outside, leaving those inside behind. The serfs hurriedly fled outside, shouting for help. "It's collapsing over there," but the robot Spinner still reported. "The rare metal mining team." Another day without an accident has passed. Kim Jae-hyuk's eyes widened as he said loudly, "It was bound to happen." A few of them sat down together and discussed. Han Harry sighed in embarrassment. The Human Rights Commission suddenly showed up. A man smiled and recognized the salt sugar water. "There's definitely going to be a problem. Did you see the knights' faces at first? They had a completely blank expression when they drank it." Han Suho also added, "We were being treated like trainees whose salaries were cut while struggling to meet the guild quota. That was a voluntary donation." Kim Jae-hyuk asked, "But you only have to endure that salt sugar water during the training period, and considering the benefits, the voluntary investment clause isn't that bad, is it?" So Yin also agreed and said, "That's right, the items we received alone are worth tens of billions." Kim Jae-hyuk furrowed his brow and emphasized again, "The problem is that the serfs are being overworked." The man sitting next to him agreed and turned around. "Right?" So Yin looked at Han Harry. "But they are demon worshippers, so there's no need to treat them like humans. Don't you think so too, Sunbae Nim?" Harry Sunbae Nim. Harry rested her chin on her hand and answered in embarrassment, "I think so too," but she sweat, slightly flustered and embarrassed, and smiled with her chin on her hand. "The Human Rights Commission probably won't think so. Now that I think about it, how were the serfs treated while doing hard labor?" A few of them immediately recalled how Leon had treated them. He kept shouting, "Die, prove your worth by dying." It was really scary. Kim Jae-hyuk smiled brightly and said, "That sounds really dangerous. We might be in a really dangerous situation right now." At Incheon International Airport, the doors opened and a woman stepped out. A few people in black suits followed her, looking very serious. They were the Human Rights Commission representing the UN survivors. Two people shook hands and one introduced himself. "I am Kang Hyuk, president of the Korean Hunter Association." She also shook his hand politely and said, "I am Lucy from the UN Human Rights Commission for Survivors Representatives." She smiled lightly. "It is an honor to meet the legend of the Republic of Korea." The old man narrowed his eyes, smiled and said humbly, "Haha, that is all in the past." Though her face was smiling, she thought to herself quietly, "So it's true. The Korean Association and the government are in a close cooperative relationship with the Pantheon Guild." She wondered if she would be pressured when it was time to confront them here. Though she thought that, she was not the least bit afraid, adjusted her glasses and smiled confidently. She encouraged herself inwardly, "No, I have been protecting countless survivors from various countries for a long time. This level of pressure from a guild is no problem for me." Just then Han Harry arrived. She came running in a cute tiger costume. "Hello, Officer Lucy." She had never seen such an outfit before. The woman asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The old man immediately introduced her. "This is Han Harry. She will be your guide today." Seeing Harry smiling innocently, the woman couldn't help but answer, "Understood." She seemed very excited and enthusiastically suggested, "Shall we go to the Lasia Autonomous District in Mokba first? There are currently 18,740 Lasia people living there." The woman immediately agreed. That's good. I will be in your care today. Harry smiled brightly, rubbed her hands together, and answered. Leave it to me. Officer Lucy placed a hand on her chest and thought very seriously. They came from another world and are living and working here. I will protect the basic rights they deserve. In the car, from Incheon Airport to Mokpa, this island had a wide sea and white birds sat on the rocks. The scenery was very peaceful. They arrived at the Lasia Autonomous District in Mokpa. The group got out of the car, looked around and saw people playing below. The crabs were there too, and it looked very peaceful. Officer Lucy looked down from above and evaluated. They are getting along well with the residents here. She saw that the people were not the least bit afraid of these crabs and were playing happily. They were even fishing together, and it looked very natural with no sense of foreignness between the people here. There was even a carving of Leon and a crab's likeness on the cliff. She was very impressed. Is it some kind of traditional culture? The residents here also liked to stand next to the statue and take pictures together. The woman adjusted her glasses and turned to Harry with a sharp gaze. I heard the Lasia people live in the sea. Were there any disputes with the fishermen? She pointed her finger, smiled and answered. There were no problems at all, and added an explanation. The fishing industry in Mokpa has declined and this place has become a consumer city with shipbuilding and heavy industry complexes. There are a few small fishing boats around, but they actually work together with the Lasia people. The woman recorded as she listened and continued to ask a few questions. But isn't there still a possibility that there aren't enough jobs? After asking a lot, she felt embarrassed and changed the subject. I hope you understand this is a type of information I need to ensure the rights of the survivors. Harry, without showing any expression, explained very enthusiastically. That's no problem at all either. Many of them are participating in government-led marine pollution cleanup projects. They clean the seabed and their skills are very outstanding. The woman seemed quite satisfied. That's a real relief. Then next, as the two were talking, a large explosion occurred and seawater shot high into the sky. The woman was startled and shouted loudly, Miss Han, what was that explosion just now? But unexpectedly, Harry answered, it's probably the sound of the Lasia Special Forces training. She asked back, unable to understand. Special Forces, Harry explained. More than 3,000 Lasia people belong to the warrior class. His Majesty requested underwater training time. So they are just training. Seeing the sea surface return to its calm appearance, she was flustered. I see, that would be very helpful in clearing gates, Harry just answered. Yes. Finally finishing the investigation here, they got in the car and headed somewhere else. In the car another woman was rereading the materials the woman had recorded. They are adapting very well here. Officer Lucy crossed her arms and smiled. That's right, it's no exaggeration to call their affinity a model case for others to learn from. The woman flipped through the materials, read and answered. They understand the strengths and weaknesses of their own race. So there is no conflict with the local residents. Even within the city, the Lasia people are highly regarded. The two seemed quite satisfied. This is clearly a rational and very humane activity. Though she said that, Officer Lucy still thought with a suspicious expression. This is a bit irrational, for the guild here to have such a positive influence on other races. The rumors say that this guild and King Leon brutally abuse prisoners. But recalling his gentle smile, the woman denied it to herself again. Taking what I just saw as evidence, it could just be a misunderstanding. In the car, they were now going from Mokpa to Naju. Harry smiled brightly and said to the people, we have arrived. This is the main holy land of the Pantheon Guild. This entire city is a holy land, Naju. The woman got out of the car and looked around. So this is the famous place. Suddenly the woman stopped, her eyes wide in surprise as sweat poured down like rain. One guy welcomed them loudly. On both sides of the gate a few serfs were standing in two long lines. They shouted in unison, "Ahaha! Welcome to Naju." Even Harry was flustered and froze upon seeing them. They had their eyes wide with tears welling up, their facial muscles stiff, and they spoke while forcing a happy expression. We are doing very well and are satisfied. There can be no abuse or forced labor. All of them were on the verge of crying but still had to speak. That's right, we are all doing this very voluntarily and are happy. But in Officer Lucy's eyes this scene was truly terrifying. So very happy, they said so, but Lucy, she had seen that twisted smile on many people before. The woman's eyes widened, tears welled up and she muttered, "This can't be. It often appears in war-torn areas where human rights have declined." Officer Lucy Porter, she had worked actively for human rights with all her passion. Her efforts made the world a better place, and seeing the smiles return to the faces of the suffering was the best gift for her. Her instinct suddenly sharpened. She saw the serfs giving their welcome and immediately realized something was wrong. She adjusted her glasses, looked at them more closely and thought, something is strange. What's with that stiff tone and forced smile? I can't just leave it. She grabbed one person and pressed him. "Excuse me, everyone. Is there anyone here who is being oppressed? I am asking because I want to help, so please answer honestly." That man's face turned pale. He couldn't speak even if he wanted to, and tears and snot poured out. But he still had to shout, "There is not, I am not oppressed by anyone. I came here today as a volunteer. Working here is really comfortable and I am so happy." She could not achieve her goal and was flustered, frowning. Damn it, normally no one can deny it to this extent, of course. Lucy didn't know. The moment they made a contract with Tata, the god of the sun and judgment, they lost their freedom. The robot, which had been watching from a distance, approached them directly. As soon as she saw it, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that Sir Spinner?" The robot stood between the two and said, "It is mealtime. Please make way." The woman smiled awkwardly at his words. "Is that so? Then would it be all right if we had a meal with the people here?" The robot agreed immediately. "No problem. I will guide you." She followed the robot and said, "Then I'll be in your care." The four turned and got into the car. The serfs were smiling with their mouths, but tears streamed from their eyes, and they vowed to each other and to themselves to keep smiling. The car went inside and stopped in front of a small house. As the four entered, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "The meeting hall is really big, and the food is already set on the table." Han Harry was just about to introduce the place. "This is," but the woman was already looking down at the table and said, "Today's menu is Dunjong Jjigae and Jaeon." Looking at the neatly prepared food, she evaluated inwardly. "Dunjong Jjigae and kimchi. A bit disappointing there's no meat." A few people sat at the table, she thought to herself. But considering the food culture here, it's not strange. They talked happily while eating and asked each other how to eat. Han Harry, sitting beside her, taught her. "Put the rice on the lettuce and eat." The woman took a bite and was surprised at first, thinking to herself, "They eat raw garlic like this," but after trying it she liked it very much, and it felt as if all her fatigue was gone. She felt much better than before and looked very satisfied. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked, "Miss Han Harry, could it be?" Han Harry beside her answered excitedly right away, "Yes, these are agricultural products grown with a blessing in Naju." She opened her eyes wide in surprise and thought to herself as she ate, "To think an illness can be cured just by eating, what a miraculous agricultural product. To feed such precious things to the staff." Suddenly, noticing that the two people in front of her were not eating, she asked with curiosity, "Aren't you two eating? It's very delicious and nutritious." The two waved their hands and refused at once. "Ah, I don't really like fermented food," the other said. "It doesn't suit my taste." She didn't pay it much mind and continued to eat. "Is that so?" A few staff members refused, saying it didn't suit their taste. The meal ended successfully. Cups came out automatically and Han Harry brought one and handed it to her. Her face was full of a bright smile. After the meal she felt much better and more at ease. "That was a really wonderful experience. Thank you for the delicious meal," she replied with a smile in her eyes. He, I'm glad." Harry leaned in and asked, "If you don't mind, could we talk for a moment? His Majesty is waiting." She agreed immediately. Of course. So satisfied with the meal, Lucy did not realize that this place was anything but ordinary. These agricultural products were a deadly poison to the wicked. A few old women stood around a fainted young man, talking. "Oh my, Chunsuk has collapsed again. It seems he fainted." The wicked could not eat the agricultural products here. There was no one on the street, and as dusk fell, a holy being appeared. A man in a black suit from Lucy's group knelt and bowed his head. "O Great One," he said to the holy being, "as you commanded, we have sent the Human Rights Investigation Team to Pantheon." The old being heard his words and replied with satisfaction, "Good. Human faith is truly weak." The man's eyes widened and he smiled slyly. "You are absolutely right. Who would have known that expanding our flock would be so smooth?" The one obstructing the investigation team was none other than an internal spy, Dennis. The demons had already sent their forces all over the world, not only in civilian areas but within governments and the World Federation Association as well. Their purpose was of course to destroy the Earth, and their first goal was to expand the flock. If the number of their flock exceeded half the population, the world would no longer function normally. War after breakfast, war after lunch, and then sleep. Dennis bowed, clasped his hands and gave a false smile. "But oh Great One," he replied. "Speak." Dennis furrowed his brow and said seriously, "I do not doubt your plan. Even if the investigation team discovers the truth about the Pantheon Guild, I believe the Korean government will protect them. The relationship between Pantheon and the government is that strong. Pantheon itself was established with the full support of the Korean Hunter Association." The demon's face twisted into a wicked smile. "But that is not a problem." The monster laughed with delight. "As long as we focus public opinion on them and make people doubt this guild's stance on human rights, that is enough." But Dennis suddenly felt flustered. "I don't think that will work." Before he could finish his words, the demon flicked his nose, making it red. He hurriedly explained, "I only did it for the sake of our demon race." The demon shouted, "Your life is in danger, so be careful." Dennis still didn't understand anything and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" The old being created a screen in the air and shouted, "Just watch the screen." After watching, Dennis's body stiffened and his jaw dropped in shock. The screen showed a few serfs working inside a cave. He asked blankly, "Isn't that the rare metal mine?" "What's there?" The demon replied, "Just watch." The screen showed a person stopping and a long crack appearing on the wall. Finally the cave collapsed and the group scrambled to escape. An injured person screamed, "Ah, my leg, my leg." Another person hurriedly asked, "Hey, are you okay?" A crab holding a long whip approached the two. It silently and continuously whipped them painfully. Painful screams continued to erupt from the screen. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Dennis felt very sorry as he watched. He shed tears and cursed, "These damn bastards deserve to be punished." The demon shouted again, "There's more." The screen showed a soldier in iron armor. Dennis asked blankly, "This is," the demon explained. "He came into contact with a holy power opposite to ours. Even if he collapses, they force him to work, just like that." The soldier's two eyes glowed red as he threatened, "Get up quickly. Seeing this sight, Dennis shed tears, unable to bear it. His jaw dropped and he cursed. Cruel bastards. The demon pretended to be good and shed crocodile tears. This sight is the most heartbreaking. Dennis stared in surprise and asked, "Is there more?" The screen showed Leon shouting a command, "Prepare the human catapult." Dennis stood there, sweat pouring down like rain, and muttered in a fluster, "Human catapult, what is that?" He trembled all over as he watched, unable to speak. Ah, seeing the miserable sight of a group of serfs in iron helmets tied to a catapult with no one around caring, he couldn't hold it in and shouted, "How can a human do such a thing?" The serf who had become a human cannonball shouted loudly, "Please remember me." The others answered, crying, "We will remember you." They were launched mercilessly. The demon's voice choked with emotion. "Do you see? This is the future when that damned Leonhardt rules the earth." He pretended to be pure and shouted loudly, cursing, "Everyone will be enslaved and abandoned by that psychopath." He was instigating Dennis's anger. Dennis, truly enraged, tore at his hair and cursed, "These perverted bastards, I will never forgive them. They deserve to be punished, these barbaric bastards." Suddenly he was surprised, as if he had thought of something, and his momentum faltered as he asked with some worry, "But oh great one, if we stir up too much trouble, won't he notice?" The demon wasn't worried at all and reassured him. Don't worry about that." He raised his hand, showed him a ring and said, "The relic I gave you will protect your mind when you are investigated." Hearing those words, he was completely relieved and exclaimed with joy, "Is that so? That's a real relief." His spirit flared up again. "I can do it. I will deliver punishment to that wicked bastard." Seeing that, the demon gave a satisfied smile. "Yes, excellent." But right at this moment, as the night deepened, he was tied firmly to a pyre. He could do nothing. The entire group was tied firmly to posts by the local residents. The excited people shouted, "Kill them, we must kill these damned bastards." He asked himself in horror, how did things turn out this way? The residents all shouted, "I told you they're all demons. We must kill them. Let's burn them first." Even Lucy was tied up helpless with a pale face. Soldiers also brought torches. Spinner excitedly commanded, "The trial will begin." In 21st century South Korea, burning at the stake had been abolished. A local farmer in Naju, a member of the Temple Guild, Priest Choi of Life and Prosperity, an old man was taking a leisurely walk with his hands behind his back. The old man said comfortably as he walked, "The wind is very nice today." He had been a believer since Leon first came here. For many years he had just quietly watched as this land became desolate and barren due to magic pollution. They lost the land where they were born and raised, and dozens of others fell into debt buying expensive purification agents. Their only hope was for a powerful purification force to come and wash this polluted land. And it appeared. Their salvation was Leon. He purified the land that even the mages of the tower had given up on, and brought the goddess of life and prosperity to this land. All the residents here could not believe the miracle that had happened. The happiness when they first ate the blessed crops was beyond words. All the diseases the elderly suffered from disappeared in an instant. They became younger, healthier, and even gained strength they never had, even in their youth. So it was natural for the elderly to follow the Temple Guild. As the old man was walking, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, Mr. Choi." The old man approached and greeted him right away. "Oh, elder, what are you doing?" the old man replied. "I was fixing the improved tractor that Lord Jobby made for us." He touched the tractor, which was full of holy power, very fondly. "Lord Jobby called this a hologram or something. He taught me everything from start to finish." Mr. Choi looked on with interest. "Haha, my goodness, what a world." Suddenly the old man spoke again. "By the way, Mr. Choi." Mr. Choi looked back. "Yes." The old man pointed to two of his garden tools. "Aren't you growing a personal garden? Everyone has one these days. I made a sickle and a hoe. Are you interested?" Old man Choi didn't seem very interested. He touched his chin and let out a light. He knew that cultivating a small personal garden was becoming the latest trend among the elderly of the Naju Plains. According to the doctrine, large-scale crops had to be taxed under Article 19, but small gardens under 12 pyong were exempt. At that time, Leon had told them himself. A personal garden is just a hobby anyway. Who would tax an amusement? The personal garden was not considered an extension of farmland, but just a personal hobby. Thinking again, Mr. Choi felt that the doctrine of the Temple Guild was not as strict as people thought. It was a doctrine full of loopholes that could be easily exploited by those with malicious intent. He believed that those with evil hearts would surely be punished. So he happily agreed right away. "Give me a set too. I want to plant some tomatoes for my newborn grandchild." The old man laughed happily and teased, "Haha, who wouldn't? At our age everyone is like that." As the two old men were talking happily, a person approached. It was Dennis. He approached with a confident smile. Hello." Mr. Choi turned in surprise and asked, "Who is this person?" He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I am an inspector from the United Nations." Mr. Choi looked at the other old man and asked back, "The United Nations? Oh, you're a member of the inspection team that came here?" Mr. Choi laughed happily and recognized him at once. It's those people." The other old man even said proudly, "Our town has become quite famous these days." Dennis also laughed along. I'll just ask a few simple questions." His complexion darkened and he looked very sly. He sneered and said, About the people who work here." He began his probing. "Many of them look like foreigners. Are they all foreign workers?" Old man Choi thought quietly for a moment and without answering hastily looked at the other old man. The old man answered, "No, His Majesty bestowed them upon us so that we elderly could work more comfortably." Dennis asked back in surprise. "Bestowed?" He heard that and laughed, overjoyed. He thought to himself, "That's it." He pretended to be nonchalant and continued to ask with a smile, How are they paid? May I ask a little about their working conditions? At this point, the old man felt something was strange and asked back. What? The old man got angry right away. He held his hoe and growled. Look at this fellow's impudent tone. Why are you meddling in affairs between us and his majesty? After speaking, he even threatened him by aiming the hoe at his neck. The old man's eyes widened in anger, the veins on his face bulging as he shouted, Are you saying we're exploiting our serfs? Are you looking down on us because we're country folk? Dennis saw the hoe aimed right at his neck and backed away in fear. No, that's not what I meant, elder. Inwardly he was angry and thought, this crazy old man, why is he holding a weapon imbued with holy power? Old man Choi hurriedly stopped him. Stop it. Only then did the old man calm down a little. Mr. Choi, the old man reminded him, if you can't control your anger you will disgrace his majesty. Mr. Choi turned to Dennis and said, let's talk later. Young man from the UN, I'll show you around the village. Dennis, sweating profusely and in fear, left at once. Yes, I understand. He finished speaking and disappeared. Mr. Choi's face darkened and his voice was filled with danger. Elder, he answered right away. Yes, old man Choi's eyes flashed, veins bulged on his face and he became furiously angry. Tell the boys to grab their tools, we must end this with a decisive battle. And now, deep in the night, they were all tied to posts. The residents stood around and shouted, Kill them! I told you we have to burn those damned bastards alive. The angry farmers of the Naju Plains had tied up the entire UN inspection team. He shouted, Everyone please calm down, we are not demons. An old woman holding a dog answered right away, What? Don't say such nonsense to us. Lucy was at a loss for words, confused as she couldn't understand what was happening. What on earth is going on? Why are we being called demons? When the tension reached its peak, Spinner approached and asked what was wrong. The residents turned abruptly. Oh, Sir Spinner, the night has arrived. People crowded around the robot. These bastards were spying to see if His Majesty was abusing the people. They were trying to distort everything and write slanderous articles. It was so unfair we couldn't stand it. They asserted one after another. I told you only evil demons would do such a thing. Lucy's jaw dropped as she shouted. What? When the robot appeared, she shouted loudly as if grasping at straws right before death. Sir Spinner, are you just going to stand by and watch this injustice? The robot had no choice but to step in. Then let the trial begin, she continued to shout. This is insane, truly insane. In 21st century South Korea, a witch hunt trial began. It began to pass judgment. Witness Mr. Park, come forward. Witness number 1, Mr. Park. The old man, his eyes red, pointed straight at Dennis's face and cursed loudly. That blue-eyed son of a bitch. He suddenly appeared and said this. He kept shouting that His Majesty might be abusing innocent people. Hearing that, he shouted out of injustice. No, I didn't say it so bluntly. But the old man wouldn't even listen to him. Do you even know what kind of person His Majesty is? The old man pointed straight at them. His Majesty saved our village when it was on the verge of collapse, and you dare accuse him of human rights violations. The other residents, hearing those words, became even more furiously angry. They shouted like madmen, Everyone, does this make any sense? That's right, that man was helpless. He couldn't win against so many mouths with just one. He could only shout in despair, What kind of nonsense? There's no logic here, Mr. Park's testimony. Anyway, they are bad guys. The robot heard and immediately agreed, acknowledged. Next witness, Mr. Choi, come up. The old man high-fived Mr. Choi proudly as he came down. The old man went up and stood at the podium. I am Mr. Choi, who serves Demeter, the goddess of life and prosperity. The goddess of life and prosperity. The old man's eyes shone, and after a sharp glance at them, he pointed straight at Dennis and with an angry face immediately concluded, Those guys are demons, my gut tells me so. As soon as he heard that, he shouted in shock, What? No way. The others were also very displeased. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you crazy? The residents, hearing them say that, started murmuring and cursing again. What? How dare you be rude to old man Choi? I told you we have to kill that bastard. Even the dog got angry and barked. Woof woof woof. Spinner came forward and told the people to be quiet. Only then did the people stand quietly. The old man continued, I have another reason to suspect them. The robot asked right away, What is the reason? The old man, still staring intently at the man, said, Their eyes, those dull, cloudy eyes are just like a demon's eyes. Being insulted in the middle of a crowd, he shouted and retorted at once, What? You see now, old man, my eyes were always like this, but inwardly he had to admit it to himself. Well, it's true. But this is too ridiculous. The old man, still convinced of his own thoughts, shouted like a madman and cursed them. Anyway, my gut says so, they are definitely demons. Lucy frowned and froze, not knowing how to explain. In conclusion, Mr. Choi's testimony feels like a demon, and now additional testimony. A man brought his cow and shouted loudly, My cow hasn't been eating since those demons showed up. Another woman also lifted her white dog. Look at my bap, he's barking like crazy. Look at them, they are a bad omen. Indeed, the dog had been barking continuously for a while. Old man Choi turned and chimed in. Of course animals can sense evil. They must have realized that they are demons. Dennis became blank and helpless. Wait, what does the cow not eating and the dog barking have to do with anything? But before he could finish speaking, he was surrounded by the villagers and cursed at. Shut up, you demon bastard, this is too crazy, stop it now. The robot stood before Lucy and asked, Defendants, do you have anything to say in rebuttal? She lowered her head and sighed. This is unfair, we are definitely not demons, the robot had to admit. I will record it. Logically speaking, it is indeed unjust. The woman was confused. Then the robot decided at once. Burn them alive. The woman broke into a cold sweat all over, blankly listening to the robot speak. If they burn, they are demons. If they don't, they are human. The others tied to the posts could do nothing, Spinner said firmly. Bring the fire. Old man Choi, standing beside them, laughed happily and rubbed his hands in excitement. Lucy screamed in fear. Wait, something is wrong. The robot looked at her and threatened. Are you objecting? She questioned sharply. Of course. What kind of bizarre law is this? She couldn't just let this go. Her eyes wide, she shouted. You're going to burn someone alive just because they are suspected of being possessed by a demon? Dennis also took this opportunity to shout. That's right, this is too unreasonable. Spinner just sighed. He paid no mind and just said there was a law. He informed the people, under the authority of Tawa, the god of the sun and judgment, the Holy Grail Knights, enacted the witch hunt law and its enforcement method through Inquisition trials. The woman, hearing that, was even more shocked, sweating profusely with her jaw agape, and screamed, The witch hunt law. She looked at the people before her and asked helplessly, And this is the method you think is right? Spinner admitted it right away. It explained. Anyone pointed out as a demon worshipper by 3 or more people will be burned at the stake first, regardless of the reason. In disbelief she still screamed, What kind of sophistry is this? This is a fanatical atrocity. The robot did not show any mercy and said to the end, This unit is following the proper procedures to interrogate suspected demon worshippers. Everything is proven by data. Dennis, riding the momentum, shouted, Do you think it's right just because everyone who was burned at the stake died? The man tied behind him shouted loudly, What if someone is a follower of the church? Have you ever thought of that? He even shouted, I am a follower of Adiana, the goddess of light and justice. The others were also displeased. They decided not to believe his words. Now that you're cornered, you're lying, but he still tried hard to persuade them. I am a follower of the god. The robot stood and shouted loudly in anger. Be quiet. It stood and said seriously, That does not fall under this unit's authority to judge. The people around also shouted, Sir Spinner, that woman is lying to avoid death. Another person said, It's definitely a lie. It quietly reviewed everything once more. Finally it concluded, Good, light the fire. Those guys screamed, What changed? The robot asked angrily, What more do you want? Lucy closed her eyes and shouted, Even if we object, the result doesn't change. You're just going to burn us without even finding us guilty. Spinner stood and asserted, It is different, it explained calmly. Those with weak faith who follow demons will burn to death, and those with deep faith who follow the gods will not burn. This has been proven by data. Her eyes wide in shock. She could do nothing but accept her fate and thought bitterly, Since these crazy fanatics have decided, they'll just do it. The robot said right away, I am busy, hurry up and burn them to get it over with. Those guys screamed in fear, I'll stop. The residents ran up joyfully and shouted, We will follow the Holy Grail Knight's command. A few quickly lit the fire, paying no mind to the screams. No, Dennis, who followed the demon, was the most afraid. He screamed and shouted, You crazy bastards, put out the fire now, put out the fire right now. In an instant the fire engulfed him and he screamed in agony, Ah, help me, put out the fire. Watching him burn to death, a few shouted with joy, Wow, we got rid of one demon in 5 days. Long live Sir Spinner, glory to Leonhardt. Lucy watched and trembled with fear. After burning one, the robot worked quickly. Next, a few people with torches approached Lucy. She shouted helplessly, threatening them, The United Nations Human Rights Organization will not let this go. They will come for you and hold you accountable. Inwardly she cursed, These shameless lunatics, you will pay for your sins. She even thought of Leon and his group. That crazy King Leon bastard, the leader of these fanatics, he won't be able to escape his sins. The world needs to know the true nature of this racist son of a bitch as soon as possible. The flames were surrounding her, sweat pouring down like rain, and she shouted loudly, How are you any different from demons? You are truly fanatics, you should all die. While shouting, she suddenly froze in surprise. She didn't feel any pain and instead felt warm. Spinner shouted, Lucy, you are cleared of all charges of demon worship. Next defendant. The residents ignored her and ran to continue burning the remaining people. Another demon worshipper burned, shouting in pain, Ah, it's hot. The residents danced with joy again. Bah, it's a demon, a real demon. She looked at the scene before her in confusion and thought, What on earth is happening? Lucy stood blankly, watching in shock as the UN staff turned to ash one by one in the flames. Some of them really didn't die despite being engulfed in flames. The guy who had claimed to be a follower of the god earlier also did not die. He was overjoyed and deeply moved. Goddess Adiana, thank you so much. After a while, the space finally became quiet. Lucy shouted loudly in anger and questioned Sir Spinner. What is going on? Some people burn and some don't, the robot reported. 4 out of 8 defendants have died, as expected. The woman, blankly sweating, asked back. As expected, the robot showed her a system screen. The screen showed the scene of those who burned to death refusing the food here during lunch. The crops blessed by the gods are a deadly poison to those with evil intentions. They could not withstand the flames of Vetos. She blankly thought of the god Vetos, the god of war and fire. She stood and stammered, Then that means, the robot said right away, the charges are cleared. They really only burned the followers of demons. The woman was completely shocked. After being confused for a long time, she barely managed to say a word. I can't believe it, the robot heard and thought quietly. It flew up high and asked itself, Is this the end? She couldn't understand either. Wait, does it really end like this? And that was the end of the trial that day. Leon sat with a frown. Before him was Lucy. He crossed his arms, looked at her and said seriously, I understand. I heard you went through quite an ordeal last night. She bowed her head in embarrassment. It was nothing, he immediately suggested. In that case, I hope you had a thorough look at the workshop. She lowered her head, sweating profusely, and stammered, "Yes, I clearly saw that only those who follow demons burn. After the chaos of last night, Lucy toured Vitos's workshop. This prison was dark and many strange demons were imprisoned, so she was terribly afraid as she passed by. The trial from the previous day was reenacted there. The lamentations of the souls she had imagined were exactly as she had heard before. Even Lucy, she was not such a dreamer as to defend the rights of demons. But Your Majesty," she asked in embarrassment, "how should I report the situation regarding these demons when I return?" He leaned on the desk and looked at her. "I already anticipate how the people there will react," he told her frankly. "Some fools will talk about human rights and claim that even demons deserve to be saved," she also admitted. "In our world that is a core value that is difficult to change." He leaned on his hand and said forcefully, "No." His two eyes shone. Resting his chin on his hand, he stared intently at the woman. "If there is anyone who says such things in a meeting, watch them. In any world, humans instinctively hate evil. Those who are tolerant of evil are usually evil themselves." After speaking, he took something out of the Holy Grail. "Take this," but she refused. "Your Majesty, as a UN official, I cannot accept a bribe." Leon heard and sighed. "How dare a lowly official like you refuse a king's gift?" A small bracelet flew straight to her hand. "Take it, it will be effective for a certain period of time. Keep it on you." Lucy received it and answered in a fluster, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Suddenly he lowered his voice and said softly, "Lucy Porter, I have heard that you are a wise person," he hinted to her. "Then you will know how to use it wisely." Leon looked at the robot and called out, "Sir Spinner." He asked it, "She wishes to return to the United Nations headquarters. Can you escort her to the gate?" It agreed at once. "No problem." During the visit to Pantheon, 4 members of the United Nations Human Rights Investigation Team died. He slammed the desk hard and shouted, "These barbaric bastards." This incident was enough to shake not only the South Korean government but also the United Nations headquarters. A few people sat around and pressed Lucy. "Did they really burn people alive? And our colleagues died there too." The woman was flustered. She tried to explain to him. "Perhaps some of our colleagues were sympathizers of the demons. As soon as those guys heard that, they got angry and shouted loudly. What are you talking about, Inspector Lucy? Do not spread baseless rumors." Various countries declared a state of emergency and began to condemn the church's cruel actions. Almost everyone opposed it, so it was truly unbelievable. "We must rescue them immediately." In the end, Lucy was summoned to the highest level. And amidst harsh criticism, she had to testify in detail about what had happened in the temple. They took turns opposing her. "That's right, we must immediately send an official letter to the temple and issue an official statement punishing them." The woman could no longer bear to listen to what these guys were saying. She gritted her teeth, her face darkened, and her eyes widened as she stood up straight. Officer Hardison, what is it?" That old man was startled. "Why do you ask?" Officer Lucy suddenly stared blankly at his face. "Light, light." The woman stepped onto the desk, held the bracelet Leon had given her in her hand, raised it high, and shouted loudly, "Let there be light." The light was so strong that the others raised their hands to cover their eyes and asked each other in shock, "Is that a flashbang, Officer Lucy? What are you doing?" They shouted, not understanding what was happening. Since when did that high-ranking official turn into a purple-skinned demon with 2 horns on its head?" the others exclaimed in shock. "It's a monster. Officer Hardison is a monster." That guy, not knowing his cover was blown, cursed loudly in anger. "Crazy woman, what did you get from Leonhardt?" The woman's jaw dropped in shock as she looked at him and shouted. He really was a monster. Now that his identity was revealed, there was nothing more to hide. He pulled at his collar, revealing his white, sharp teeth. Since it had come to this, he and his comrades immediately rushed in to kill them all, charging straight toward the ordinary people. Just then a voice echoed, "Monster type confirmed." A robot hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her toward it. Fortunately, the robot had arrived. It held her in its arms, extended a hand forward, and a red laser beam shot out from its palm. Officer Lucy stood there, her eyes wide with shock and her mouth agape, her face blushing with embarrassment. Looking at the robot, he said, "Initiating escort." The 2 sides faced off, the robot alone against the entire den of demons. The demon roared, Why are you here?" The robot, emitting smoke, answered, "The world is on the brink of destruction." It didn't say much more and began to deal with these demons, activating continuous combat. Download from the cloud complete. The robot's spine glowed and its eyes burned red. Its guardian, Antok. It looked very strong. Standing there with a sword, it was no different from a knight. Officer Lucy stood behind, her mouth agape in shock. That demon roared loudly and challenged, "Wait, you're not going to fight alone, are you? Do you know how many of my comrades are here?" The robot, not the least bit afraid, said only one word. Irrelevant. It began to act. Target: the demon race must be eliminated. It immediately assumed a battle stance. A guy sat leisurely drinking a beverage. He was Kim Jae-hyuk and Han Soo-ho was resting with him. He pointed at his phone and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's Sir Zaffi." Kim Jae-hyuk turned in surprise upon hearing that and asked, Where?" The news was reporting that numerous demon races had been discovered, shocking the international community, and there was even a picture of the robot dealing with those demons. Han Soo-ho's jaw dropped as he read, "Wow, it says there are over 300 demon humans, a total of 307 demon races are there," Kim Jae-hyuk asked in surprise. "When did he go there?" One person was worried. "This is a big problem. What if the demons have already infiltrated everywhere?" One person leaned back leisurely in his chair, his hands behind his head. "Whatever, I need to rest now." Suho and Jae-hyuk had a reason for slacking off like this. The international holiday, Chuseok, was approaching, and Leon had declared a holiday for all of Pantheon, calling it the Festival of the Gods, so the two were resting comfortably. After enduring a painful life in the gate, Suho and Jae-hyuk were finally enjoying a well-deserved holiday. He lay comfortably and thought of enjoyable activities. I'll have pizza for dinner tonight and spicy chicken stew tomorrow. And for lunch I'll have pizza again. Suho was sick of it just hearing it. Geez, don't you ever get tired of that? As they were talking, they suddenly heard some young people shouting, 1-2, 1-2. Han Suho and Kim Jae-hyuk turned in confusion. It turned out a group of people were jogging past. All of them had six-pack abs and looked very healthy, and there were old people, young people, and even children among them. An old man saw the two, smiled brightly, and greeted them. "Oh, young men, are you on vacation?" Kim Jae-hyuk waved his hand and shouted loudly. "Mr. Kim Do-ha, hello," he asked with interest. "Are you jogging?" The old man and his group gathered around them and talked. "Haha, I was training with Sir Koda Deshung." That young man stood with his hands on his hips, flustered. "Oh, but I'm not a formal knight yet," he smiled shyly. "I'm still just a trainee, so please don't treat me like a knight." The two were slightly dazed. Kim Jae-hyuk just answered, well, that's true too, but Han Harry, Kim Jae-hyuk and Suho all had special status even within the church. Jeon So-yeon served as the commander of the knights. Han Harry was fourth in all of Pantheon and was an S-rank hunter. The same went for Kim Jae-hyuk and Suho. After accumulating achievements, they grew very quickly. They had become full-fledged S-rank hunters. On the other hand, Koda Deshung had not yet progressed beyond an ordinary warrior. He scratched his head and thought, well, they had a different starting point than me anyway. Having nothing more to say, he patted his chest and bid farewell. "All right, we'll be going then," Han Suho just answered. "Oh, okay." But Kim Jae-hyuk shouted loudly. "Wait a minute," Koda Deshung hung, but some had already run off. "All right, let's go again. 1-2, 1-2. Leaving the two behind, they moved away. Han Suho sighed and said, He's really hardworking, but things just don't go his way." Kim Jae-hyuk scratched his head and admitted, "Well, that can't be helped. He's only slightly above C rank." While talking about this, he suddenly turned with some worry and asked, "So when do you think we'll be able to lift Lord Goblin's hammer?" Han Suho could only sigh. He was just as helpless, thinking about the things we brought back. Even the holy relics we inherited haven't accepted us yet. But Lord Bajur's hammer makes you a Holy Grail knight the moment you lift it, right? The more Kim Jae-hyuk spoke, the more discouraged he became. I don't know how many skills you'd have to use to do something like that. The Holy Grail Knights, at least 4 people in the temple knew the meaning of that title. He lay exhausted in his chair. "I'll get a grip," the Knights of the Gods who participated in the final war, like the Sorcerer Queen who stood at the pinnacle of her world. Or the new machines that completed thousands of missions, only they received that representative title. Kim Jae-hyuk lay in his chair with his legs crossed, resting. To be honest, who on this earth could have so much honor and glory? Han Suho thought for a moment and proudly suggested, maybe it's Harry Nuna. I've never seen Nuna cry like that." Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyuk was startled, his eyes wide as if he had remembered something, and he glanced sideways. "By the way, what is His Majesty planning? He seems to be busy with the Queen these days." Every time he came, Leon was not in his office. Han Suho just said, "Nuna said His Majesty is managing his stress well." The more he heard, the more flustered he became, and Kim Jae-hyuk's face turned pale. Thinking of Leon and Viss getting along, he wanted to scream. No way. The thought alone was so terrifying that he shot up and tried not to think about it anymore. The two guys understood each other's meaning and changed the subject to something else to forget. "I don't know anything." "Well, I don't know what you're talking about either. Something below the temple, we know nothing about it." In the basement of the temple, Hindi stood guard in anger. Suddenly she heard a sharp scream. She was startled and sweated, asking herself, did another demon die today? Just then she heard human footsteps and she exclaimed in surprise, but it turned out to be Leon. She hurriedly knelt, bowed her head deeply and exclaimed, "Your Majesty." As soon as he came down, he took out a towel and covered his nose. Just then another person came out and said with a smile, "Oh my, Your Majesty, you've come." It was Viss. He walked toward her. "This place still smells terrible." This is no place for a noble like you," she replied with a smile. "Oh my, I'm trying to air out my workshop, in case you didn't know." He asked with interest, "Do you have to pass through here to get to your workshop?" Hindi, still kneeling, was surprised and looked up to listen to the two talk. She replied, "For my convenience I can't create a comfortable environment for these demon bastards." He heard and didn't hold back his praise. Truly a moving self-sacrifice. Hindi knelt there, trembling with anger and thinking evil thoughts. This is really too strange. Her eyes widened, her mind filled with jealousy and malice. These crazy psychopaths, I'm the one suffering in this environment, so why are they acting like the victims? The mage's workshop is connected to the first floor and the elevator, so why bother passing through here? She widened her eyes in jealousy, gritting her teeth and wanting to tear these two people to pieces. The killing intent was so strong that even Leon noticed it. He widened his eyes and stared at her. Without needing to say much, he lifted his foot and kicked her. The bitch fell to the ground in pain. She cried as if wronged. "Why are you doing this?" His two eyes shone brightly as he warned. "Stop thinking evil thoughts." He looked very scary, and seeing him she froze on the spot, unable to do anything more, and just hugged her knees and lay on the ground crying quietly and thinking, he's really crazy. Why would he scold someone just for what they're thinking? Leon turned to Viss. "By the way, Viss, why did you call for me?" She smiled beautifully and informed him, "It's news that will please Your Majesty." His two eyes lit up in surprise upon hearing the name. "Lord Vulcanute." I have found a way to find Lord Vulcanute, a Holy Grail knight and your super-powerful god." The two sat facing each other drinking tea and talking. Viss looked at him seriously. "This is just my hypothesis." She told him exactly what she had found out. "I believe Lord Vulcanute is in the territory of the Grand Duke of Severe Cold." Leon was surprised to hear that and couldn't believe it. He asked in surprise right away, "Then why haven't we been able to open a gate there with the dagger of holy power yet?" She guessed that the demons had their own security system and had become more vigilant. "When we entered the Butcher Grand Duke's territory, we used his arm as a key, and that's what helped us enter the gate to the demon world. It's not surprising that the dagger of holy power doesn't work, since it doesn't belong to the demon world." He had no more questions after hearing that, and sweated, frowned and worried a little. "I see. If Lord Vulcanute disappeared through another gate that we know the coordinates of, the dagger would have been able to open a spatial gate to that coordinate," he said in more detail. "But if he entered a demon world territory that we don't know about, the dagger will not work." The more he spoke, the more questions arose. After speaking this far, he suddenly touched his chin and asked in confusion, "Then why would Lord Vulcanute be in a demon world territory?" "This Viss probably knows," she asked him. "Your Majesty, during the 200-year war you also saw the demons open spatial gates and flee in all directions, didn't you?" he exclaimed loudly. "That is true." He stiffened and couldn't believe it when she said, "I believe that the Grand Duke of Severe Cold, while fighting Vulcanute, felt his life was threatened and retreated to the demon world territory." Leon asked back, "So you're saying that during the battle the Grand Duke of Severe Cold fled and Sir Vulcanute chased after him?" Viss smiled lightly and asserted, "Exactly." She guessed that for some reason Sir Vulcanute had not been able to escape from that space. "But to know the whole story, we must find the territory where the Grand Duke of Severe Cold is hiding." Leon completely understood her meaning. A sly smile spread across his lips. "In that case, as you said, we can use the Butcher Grand Duke's arm as bait to enter the demon world territory." The thought alone was very attractive. His two eyes shone brightly. With a sly smile, "Viss, will you join me in this battle?" Viss placed a hand on her chest, her two eyes shining, and smiled just as slyly. "Of course, just imagining how surprised those despicable bastards will be when we show up there makes my heart race with excitement." The two were truly a fantastic pair when it came to tormenting demons. After they finished speaking, they couldn't hold back their laughter, and thinking of the scene, they laughed out loud. Hee hee. The Butcher Grand Duke's territory was destroyed by Leon and his companions, and the Grand Duke Akasa disappeared after the Lionheart King defeated him. The destruction of that territory was inevitable, but of course once the army left, one of the demon generals had to clean up the mess. An ugly demon pointed and shouted, "Do you think I'm crazy to go in there and clean up the battlefield?" A few demons sat around a round table for a meeting, and other demons also shouted, "I have already seen it." A single roar burst the ears of hundreds of demons. They were the great demon council of the underworld. They were all ugly and cowardly bastards. They sweated profusely just thinking of him. "Ah, those blue eyes, ah. The Lionheart King is descending from heaven to the battlefield." Another guy thought of this, and they said that the Sorcerer Queen had come too. She was famous among the demons for the saying, "Throw everything in a pot and boil it," and just the thought of it made the demon cover his head and scream in terror. "What? That Sorcerer Queen?" The group went crazy and shouted, "Damn it, my horror is rising again. Didn't we say the Sorcerer Queen was a forbidden word? Why would you dare say it here?" Only the great demon of wisdom sat quietly. He did not say a word. He wasn't afraid, he just felt that something was wrong. Watching the frightened and noisy demons, he thought, "Someone has to clean up the Butcher Grand Duke's territory." He shouted at the cowards, "Calm down, this is our territory." Seeing how incompetent they were, he thought that things couldn't go on like this. Suddenly, one of them turned to him. "Hey newbie," he forced a smile, sweat pouring down like rain in fear. "Yes?" the most serious-looking large demon said to him. "You are the one who will go there." Gob naturally didn't want to go, and he gritted his teeth sweating. Not knowing how to refuse, in the end he had to accept. "Yes, seniors, I will go do the job." Everyone was happy to hear that and gave him a thumbs up. "Then it's settled, a newbie will go." With a replacement found, some cowards all shouted with joy, "That's reasonable, sending one newbie there will be safe. Yes, Gob will handle it well." He could only cry out inwardly and do nothing, his heart full of dissatisfaction. "Ah, damn it!" In the ruined city, Gob's loud shouts echoed, commanding his subordinates, "Move! Move! This is the territory of Grand Duke Asa, the Holy Power Disinfection Zone." He stood there and shouted loudly to the people, "This area must be restored within today." But before those demons could do anything, the light of holy power poured straight onto their faces, and they all screamed in fear, "Ah, the holy power contamination is 85, I can't stand it." Those monsters, they had poured holy power onto this land. For demons, holy power was their greatest enemy, and the traces of holy magic spread by Leon and his mages had truly polluted the demon world's territory. While working, they were even more horrified to see a young tree growing from the ground and screamed, "My God, grass is growing here." Gob gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain in disbelief, thinking it was truly terrible. He cursed inwardly. That damn Lionheart King, is he trying to change this demon world? He quickly gave a command. "Gather all the soil contaminated by holy power in one place." That subordinate didn't understand anything and asked, "Master, what will you do with that terrible soil?" The old man explained, "It will all be used for recycling." After a while, they put on protective masks, brought baskets of soil and poured them into a pile. The pile of soil emitted a strong light of holy power, and they stood there watching afraid. The contamination was truly terrible. Hey, you'll die if you stand too close, the old man reminded them. It's dangerous, you go somewhere else, the one next to him asked in surprise. Master, Gob lifted his staff just like that and asked, what is that staff? Gob smiled cunningly. Haha, this staff contains 250 years of accumulated holy power. He saw Gob aim the staff at the pile of soil and suck all the holy power inside. He asked in surprise, why are you doing that? He explained. Didn't I say I planned to use it? But inwardly he had other calculations. These foolish fools, you don't even know how useful holy power is. That's why you're just low-level demons. Seeing the staff emit a faint light, all the holy power in the pile of soil was absorbed into the staff after finishing the work. The old man shouted at his subordinates again, then continue the environmental cleanup operation, move quickly. That guy quickly worked and shouted, yes master. The old man walked through the city with his staff and he walked and worried. Something is strange, I have a bad feeling. Why did I absorb too much holy power? He walked towards the large castle and suddenly remembered, come to think of it, I forgot to check the situation on Earth. What happened? After this is over, I'll have to ask Janon to check the Lionheart King's current location. Shaking off the ominous feeling, as the night deepened, Gob was startled awake from his sleep. Ha! He sat up in bed and looked around the empty room in confusion, feeling worried. Sweating, he asked himself, what is this? He quickly opened the door slightly and went outside. It was empty and pitch black outside with no one there. He looked around and walked, feeling that something was strange. Something is wrong here. Where are the slaves and guards? Even if I'm resting, the slaves should be working hard, right? He had no idea. Someone was hiding above, crawling down, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and froze. A black shadow moved right behind him. This Gob was so scared that he held up the lamp in his hand. It's really strange. There's definitely something behind me. This cold feeling. Is an assassin approaching me? Gob's suspicion was well founded, and it was true that Leon was watching him. The demon world seemed united on the surface, but it was actually a cauldron of chaos with constant internal strife. Origin, race, and power determined everything in this cruel world. Gob, a great demon from the low-ranking goblin race, was always looked down upon and bullied by other high-ranking demon races. He was so surprised that he dropped the lamp in his hand. He waited for the black shadow behind him and sneered inwardly, you are not the first assassin to come for my life, nor will you be the last. He thought he was from the demon race and gripped the staff in his hand and took a stance. He whirled around just like that and aimed the staff straight at him. He shouted loudly, holy power, swallow my enemy. A dazzling light emanated from the staff. He shouted loudly just like that. Let the holy light shine. The beam of holy power shot out, melting everything it touched, especially the demon race, which would die instantly upon being hit. Of course not Leon. He stood with his arms crossed and looked at him. The demon froze. Ha! As he let out a cold hum, he gasped and screamed. But how can this be? As soon as he saw him, he was struck by a bolt from the blue, extremely confused. His whole body stiffened and his mind went blank. Ah, damn it, Lionheart King Leon, that damn bastard, what is he doing here? Sweat poured down his whole body like rain. I'm going to die, I'm definitely going to die. He was flustered and his voice trembled. Something is strange. Leon was also a little surprised to see him use holy power. Oh my, you use holy power? He even asked himself. Then you are not a goblin, are you? This Gob gasped in disbelief. His eyes wide in shock. That night Leon kept staring at this Gob. You use holy power? He was also a little confused about his identity. Then you are not a goblin. This little goblin heard and froze. He quickly thought of a way. I used holy power thinking he was an assassin, and now he's mistaking me for someone else because I used holy power. I don't know whether to be happy or sad, but I'm really lucky. His mind raced. In that case, he just accepted it. Oh, Savior, he said and prostrated himself before him. Leon was slightly surprised by Gob's appearance. He opened his eyes wide and asked, why am I your savior? When he asked without a trace of suspicion, he rejoiced inwardly. Good, at least he's not going to kill me right away. Let's see how far the lie can go. He began to lie without blinking an eye. Gob, the demon general of wisdom, racked his brains like crazy. He lied without blinking an eye. It is a legend passed down through my tribe for generations. It was said that the goddess would send a knight to save us from our suffering. Leon really stood with his arms crossed and listened to his words seriously. He thought he would be caught, but he listened very intently. Good, continue. This goblin became even more confused. He believes me, really? He rode the momentum and poured out more. It is a very old story. We were a small tribe that revered the gods and loved peace, but one day the orcs invaded and attacked us, dragging us everywhere and treating us like slaves. We endured with the hope that we would see the light again one day. But the orcs sold us to the demons just to get food. While working for the demons, we received an oracle. This guy lied without a hint of shame. He spoke as if it were real. One day he said this far and then shouted again. A savior will come and set us free. He finished speaking and trembled all over, cautiously watching his expression. He himself felt it was absurd, but unexpectedly, Leon completely believed it, and his eyes welled up with tears, almost on the verge of crying, and he covered his mouth with his hand. What a truly touching story. Gob watched in disbelief and asked himself, he believes me? He was truly shocked. Leon leaned down and asked him, then what is the name of your god? This guy's smart head wasn't for show. He blurted out a name in goblin language. Matak Keta Hioti Nim Najet. After he heard it, his two eyes shone, and he repeated the name loudly. Gob's sweat poured down like rain again in fear. Unexpectedly, he just blurted it out. What a truly special name. Knowing that he had been completely deceived, he happily explained, as you can see, our language is very complex. I don't know if he really believed it, but he stood for a moment pretending to think seriously. But he really believed it, and even looked around seriously. To think there is a believer in this land. Leon was officially deceived. An open mind made him misunderstand the situation, and the goblin was, needless to say, happy. Yes, that's right, he cheered inwardly. I'm saved. Suddenly his hand was on his shoulder. Then let's do this. He had just escaped death. Many trials were still left. Leon generously suggested, this place is very dangerous, so come with me. Though he said he was fine, he still smiled comfortably and replied, don't be shy. Just like that, he grabbed his collar and dragged him away. How can I leave you in this dangerous place? I have so many things I want to know about your tribe. This time he was truly miserable and could only cry out inwardly, damn it, I'm screwed, please spare me. He didn't care. He even asked him, you seem happy. Cry as much as you want, haha. I don't know if he was pretending to believe him just to torment him. This gob just wanted to go home. The two left the castle together. Leon walked beside him and suddenly called out, Gob. He glanced at him sideways and smiled. You remind me of someone? He was flustered and answered. Yes. What he said was so scary that his heart leapt into his throat. There was a goblin in the past that I almost split in half. As soon as he heard that, he immediately knew who it was and was shocked. He walked ahead with a serious expression and said, that monster had a cunning tongue and personality. What was his name? It was Gob something. Gob was almost out of his mind behind him, but he still forced a smile. Haha, I'm sorry. I don't know that name, but he smiled brightly and turned to him. Anyway, I'm sorry for comparing you to him. I can't help it, you look so much like him. He was so surprised that he shouted, it's fine. If he remembered now, he would die right away. Let's stop for a moment and look at Gob's survival diary again. 230 years ago, Gob awakened as a general and met Leon for the first time. Sensing a threat to his life, Gob immediately fled and survived. After that, when Leonhard attacked, Gob wanted to flee, avoiding Leon, who was in the farthest unit. At that time they fled and cursed. You insect-like bastards, I'll tear your homes to shreds. Please spare me. As soon as he heard that the Lord of Wisdom was dead, he immediately ran to the demon world gate and survived once more. At this point he was more like the demon general of survival than the demon general of wisdom and insight. He had escaped death at his hands several times, and this time he was safe for a while. More importantly, there is a miracle I have not revealed. The magic circle I created for Janon. Just then the two arrived in front of a cave. Leon turned and said to him, Gob, we've arrived. He was surprised. Yes, seeing the cave and Viss who came out to greet them, he said to him. We've arrived. He was truly in pain. He had been sleeping in a luxurious mansion and was dragged to a small cave, and there were two famous natural enemies. Viss came out and smiled gently. You've come, master, but who is this? This Gob was also confused to see her. He did not know, but who is this? He called her name. Are you the sorcerer queen? He said that she was a priestess of Mata Khan Gakeo too. He also quickly bowed his head before her. I am Gob. It is an honor to meet you. I will serve you with all my heart. Her two eyes shone as she stared intently at him and evaluated him. So you are Gob, but she immediately smiled brightly. Oh my, you really have holy power. I'll be counting on you, Gob. He had really deceived even her. He sighed in relief and smiled brightly. It is an honor. And so Gob's painful life to avoid suspicion began. From making the bed, tidying the quilts and pillows, to cooking for the three of them, grilling meat, and all sorts of chores, and even brewing tea. He did all the chores to avoid suspicion. I don't know if the two were pretending to believe his words just to make him a slave. Leon was very satisfied, and holding a teacup he said with a bright face, the more I look, the more I'm impressed. To think I can live like this in such a remote place. Viss was also very fond of him. Perhaps this is the universe's response to our prayers. It's comforting. Yes, only Gob did not dare to resist and shed tears. Who would have known that learning the etiquette of the Glynn King's Leonhard kingdom would be helpful now? This was lucky for Gob. Inwardly he was madly angry. I, the demon general of wisdom and insight, the one with infinite knowledge, have to act like a servant like this. I will survive no matter what. Time passed like that, and 3 days later he stood blankly outside the cave door looking at the sky and the ground. Gob had endured somehow, and at least he was still alive. He looked like he had aged 10 years. Although he was sometimes flustered by Leon's sharp questions, he had once asked, does your god not appear? He was still able to answer quickly, yes, he does not appear, but he wants us to overcome our trials on our own. He passed all the questions befitting the name of the demon general of wisdom. Suddenly he was happy and his two eyes shone as he looked ahead. There it is. He saw a group that looked like him coming at full speed on motorcycles in the distance. He immediately recognized them. My guards, these loyal fools, they are still looking for me. They were Gob's personal army. The goblin biker Gob was about to run out joyfully when he suddenly thought, wait a minute. It was obvious that if these guys came, they would be beaten to death by Leonhard. They could not defeat Leonhard. The thought alone was so terrifying that he shouted, please, not now. At that critical moment, Leon's voice came from inside the cave. Gob, come here. Gob, flustered, hurried inside. Yes, looking inside the cave, Leon and Viss were standing next to a spatial gate. Gob thought to himself, after searching for something all day, they've now opened a dimensional gate. He ran over and asked politely, where are you going? Leon nodded and replied, we were looking for something important, and we've finally found a clue. Suddenly his voice lowered as if in apology. Unfortunately, I cannot take you with me. Hearing those words, Gob hurriedly shouted, no, it's fine, I am fine. Inwardly he cursed, what, do you think I'm that crazy? Leon did not know his inner thoughts. He patted Gob's shoulder and gently urged, I will be back in a few days. His eyes shone threateningly. And I will tear every last one of those disgusting bastards, those lowly creatures, to pieces. Hearing those words, Gob was terrified out of his mind, his mouth agape and his eyes wide, and he prayed desperately in his heart, Don't come, please don't come. Suddenly, Leon snatched his staff and said, parting like this, I'm worried about leaving you alone, so I will bestow a blessing upon you. This must be it. Gob was so surprised he couldn't stop him in time. Leon raised the staff high into the sky and injected a huge amount of holy power into it. Gob, terrified out of his mind, shouted, my staff! All the evil energy around the staff disappeared. Leon explained, I feel demonic energy around here. It needs purification. I will purify it all for you. Gob shed tears of blood inwardly. Farewell, my staff. In an instant it was over, and only holy power remained in the staff. Leon returned it to Gob. There, it will still be useful in this filthy place. When Leon told him to take it, Gob stared blankly at the light coming from the staff, truly not daring to touch it, and was extremely flustered. This ball of halo, is he really trying to kill me? So he quickly thought of a way, clasped his hands and bowed his head. Master, this staff will be too conspicuous. Please, I beg you to take it. Leon made a hum sound and was lost in thought, thinking that Gob's words were not wrong. He held his head and pretended to regret it. I've made a mistake. Then I will take it. As Leon no longer forced the staff on him, Gob was overjoyed. Phew, I'm saved. But unexpectedly, Leon placed his hand firmly on the top of Gob's head. Instead, I will bestow my blessing upon you. For this demon, it was impossible to know whether to be happy or sad. Could there be anything worse than a blessed demon? A dazzling light shot out beyond the cave entrance, and the holy power was much greater than before. Gob screamed, Leon smiled and reassured him. My friend, there is nothing to fear. It was truly suspicious whether he was deliberately tormenting him. Louder Leon laughed, the louder the demon screamed. As his brain melted in pain, Gob swallowed the bile rising in his throat in despair. He barely endured this time of pain that was worse than death. Leon smiled as brightly as a flower. Are you that happy? If you can't endure it, you will die. Who could know his inner thoughts? The day grew dark, and finally Gob's subordinates found him. One of them shouted from outside the cave to report, Chief, the king is here. They shouted with joy. Did you find him? The guys looked inside and all their mouths fell open. King Gob was collapsed on the ground, his face flushed red, unable to move. The guys were flustered and asked, what happened? Tears streamed down his cheeks and he wept helplessly and resentfully. Gob was in pain but also happy. I've survived again today. It was autumn and all the mountains were frozen. Snow and ice covered everything. Leon and Viss appeared here through the spatial gate. She was surprised by the surrounding scenery. Amazing, it's like a land of ice. Leon turned to her and asked in surprise, aren't you cold? She gently bowed her head. I'm fine. I can raise my body temperature with magic. As soon as she finished speaking, she was startled. It seemed her body was not in good condition. She looked back at Leon. My magic is out of control. The mana consumption is high, but the effect is very minimal. Leon also had a problem. It's the same for me. The holy light doesn't work either. The two stood in the heavy snow, surrounded by white, unable to even use magic. Viss was now worried. This is serious. Does this mean the restriction here surpasses even the holy light? Leon turned and reassured her. It's all right, I can still use my martial arts. It's just that their effectiveness has decreased. She let out a sigh of relief and looked down at her hand. That's a relief, but shouldn't we go back and prepare more? If you wish, we can combine our mana and open the gate one more time. Leon refused decisively. No, nothing will change if we go back. The power freezing this place is on par with the holy light. It seems simple preparations won't be enough to overcome it. Indeed, since they had come, it was right to keep moving forward. If going back wouldn't solve anything, what was the point of returning? Leon even gently urged Viss. Do not use your mana. Preserve your magic power. We might need it to open the gate if the situation gets bad. Her face was already red from the cold, and she had no choice but to answer. I suppose so. Suddenly, the small sword in her hand began to glow. Seeing it, the two immediately realized. We are getting closer to Lord Vulcanute. The dagger will guide us, she answered happily. I'm glad we seem to be on the right path. Suddenly, a cold wind blew and Viss shivered in the cold. She endured the cold with difficulty. I hope it's not too far. Thinking the situation was not good, Leon immediately said. Let's hurry and set off. The snow fell more and more heavily. It was very difficult for the two to walk. The snow had piled up almost to his knees. Leon took the lead, holding the dagger to clear a path so she could walk more easily. Viss was almost at her limit, grimacing and groaning. Leon took off his own coat, put it on her and asked worriedly, Are you all right? She tried to walk close to him, her voice already weak. Yes, we still have a long way to go. I'm sorry for being so weak, Leon comforted her. I sealed your magic to conserve my mana, so don't blame yourself. Just then, the sound of the wind grew louder and louder. Looking ahead, the entire sky was covered with dense snow. The two immediately realized it was a blizzard. We must find shelter from the storm first. Leon placed a hand on her shoulder. Forgive my rudeness. After speaking, he lifted her straight up in a princess carry. She was flustered, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, Leon said gently. This is an emergency, please bear with it. She was flustered. I'm fine, are you all right, Your Majesty? His expression did not change in the slightest and he answered naturally. You are as light as a feather, so do not worry about me. What woman would not fall for such sweet words? Viss's face turned red with embarrassment. My goodness, that's not something you say to a lady, Leon teased with a smile. Oh, did my words sound too cliché? She immediately replied. No, I am really light. Haha, and yet you say such embarrassing things so casually, Leon answered honestly in her manner. It is merely the truth as I feel it. She pulled the coat tighter and confessed, besides, this is the first time a man has held me. She even placed a hand on his shoulder. Amazing. It's not bad, although she said that. Anyone could tell she was extremely happy. Leon teased, is that so? It is an honor. Suddenly he looked at Viss in his arms with concern and his brow furrowed. She had fainted from the cold. He hurriedly quickened his pace. I must hurry. If I had known the situation would have been quite bad, it would have been helpful if I had brought the hardy kid. At that moment on the other side Han Harry was looking at her phone, her mouth agape as she exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Her phone displayed a notification that gates had appeared in multiple locations simultaneously. She quickly ran to the office. Seeing the old man in front, she called out, Chairman. The people here were also staring tensely at the map. The old man was sweating profusely with worry, and he alerted the top 10 guilds of the emergency and instructed Han Harry to contact Pantheon immediately. The old man gritted his teeth, knowing well that there was no more time. Red dots appeared densely on the map in the room. One guy asked in a fluster, Sunbei Nim, are those red dots the gates? Donggon frowned and answered, it seems so. Suddenly the red dots changed and a few people shouted in surprise, what, we're doomed. A person approached and greeted, everyone has arrived. A large, tough-looking man turned. Seeing Han Harry standing there with a small robot on her head, he exclaimed in surprise, Sir Spinner, didn't Leon and the Empress come? Miss Harry was flustered and laughed it off. Another guy was sitting in a corner seat and suddenly glared at a few people. Good, his face was filled with a brutal air, and resting his chin on his hand he asked contemptuously, so we're treating machines like people now? He was none other than the guild master of the Shark Guild, Kim Jinchun. The big guy turned, startled, and shouted loudly, Kim Jinchun Sun Bainim. Donggan's stomach hurt terribly just then. The robot said nothing, only making a strange sound. It pointed at Miss Harry. Harry, you sit here. She pulled out a chair and sat down, clearing her throat in embarrassment. Ahem, my apologies. As Spinner swayed on her head, she frowned in confusion and looked at it. She asked back in surprise, are you going to do that even during a meeting? It casually said to her. Organic being, do you have something to say? She was flustered and answered no. Then it corrected her in a stern voice. Sit quietly, straighten your back and maintain your posture. Han Ha's jaw dropped at its words, and she tried to argue. What kind of rule is that? I am an S-rank priestess who serves 2 gods. Before she could even finish her words, it shouted, you may be a holy knight, but are you above the law? She couldn't refute its words and had no choice but to ask, then what about His Majesty? Why don't you say anything to His Majesty? It immediately asked back, is His Majesty here? She answered weakly, no. While the two were talking, they did not notice that Kim Jinchun was sitting there, furiously angry with his eyes wide open. No one answered his words, Spinner decided. Then follow my words. Kim Jinchun's eyes flashed and his face contorted in anger. He could no longer hold it in, shot up and slammed his hand hard on the desk, shouting, these damn bastards dare to ignore me. But still no one paid him any attention. A guy with a necklace nudged Donggan's side and asked, are you okay? He looked as exhausted as a corpse. My stomach hurts, don't touch me. That guy shot a glance toward old man O Kong Wook, but the old man just shrugged his shoulders silently with a look of indifference, showing he would not intervene. The old man thought to himself, well, he'll learn on his own not to mess with them. But he misunderstood the old man's intentions and sneered contemptuously, thinking, so that means I can do as I please. Thinking it was a good idea, he walked menacingly toward Hana and the robot, his whole body exuding killing intent, frowning and glaring as he threatened. I don't know if you're a killing machine from Chengdu or just a third-rate holy knight, but don't act high and mighty in front of humans, you lump of scrap metal. Bring a human to talk. Hana raised her hand in a fluster. But I'm a human too. Before she could finish her words, that guy cut her off with a loud shout. You association guys, stay out of it. She froze on the spot. After speaking, he turned sharply toward the old man and questioned him. Old chairman, is it all right to let a robot bastard act so high and mighty in a place like this? The old man just answered coldly, Sir Spinner is fully qualified and His Majesty Leonhardt has personally vouched for him. Hearing those words, Kim Jinchun's face contorted even more in great anger, and he made a disgusted face. Tisk, for real, why is such an important meeting like this? Is this robot so important? After speaking, he glared at Spinner. It had already said nothing, yet this guy still rambled on. What are you looking at, you can of scrap? The robot began to speak. Must compose a conversation suitable for the intellectual capacity of a primitive ancient life form. That guy didn't understand anything and asked back, what? The robot quickly continued. Composition complete, appropriate sentence generated. Spinner changed its attitude. Its eyes glowed, shining straight at this guy as it unleashed a torrent of abuse. You worthless son of a bitch, are you trying to act tough? You want to die? Han Hattie heard and was shocked, her mouth agape. She grabbed it, pulled it down and scolded it. Ha, Sir Zaffi, that's too vulgar. It even tried to explain. I use language suitable for the intelligence of a primitive ancient life form. Just then, Kim Jinchun's huge shadow was approaching them. Moreover, she turned and was startled. Ah, unexpectedly that guy threw a punch. You son of a bitch, only Han Harry was caught in the middle. This was truly a troublesome matter.